Happy Friday, everybody. I'm Jesse Cofield, and I spilled my coffee all over myself this morning, but that's okay. Okay. All right. Things are looking up because it's time for the sweat 50-ish minutes of DFS and sports betting advice coming your way. What could be better? We're going to be kicking things off with our baseball bros, DraftKings contributors, Kenny Ducey and Nick Fryer, and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Guys, we have a 13-game main slate today, so let's get to it with some price check. We're starting with a pitcher you like priced over 8K. So, Kenny, you got 12 guys to choose from, but do you have to pay up for Framber, even though the Astros train is going to be kind of like chalky here, we know?
Yeah, I'm not paying up for Framber Valdez. I'm paying up for a different lefty. It's Carlos Rodon at 10.7K. I know, again, he's probably going to be chalky as well. I mean, Carlos Rodon's been red hot right now, 1.86 ERA. He's in contention to be one of the best pitchers in baseball. But you look at the last three outings, they've been absolutely outstanding. He recently shut down said Astros for a run over 7 innings, 3 hits. So why can't he do it against the Seattle Mariners at home when the Seattle Mariners are 25th in WRC plus left-handed pitching? I don't see any reason why he can't. This is just a lineup that has fallen off the pace significantly that they put up earlier in the season. And Rodon's a guy with the high strikeout upside against some high strikeout bats that I think is going to have a very good start tonight. I can't take my eyes off of Carlos Rodon at 10.7K. I'm going to spend that money. I'm going to save it elsewhere. There's plenty of Yankee bats that I like that are cheap.
All right, Nick, 2 guys who are over 10K. He's one of them. Are you going to go with one of those guys?
No, I'm not going either one of them. I'm actually going to go with Chris Paddock tonight because he's going up against the Diamondbacks, and they have the worst OPS against right-handed. I'm sorry, second worst OPS against right-handed pitching over the last couple of weeks. They're the only team with an ISO under 100 over the last couple of weeks against right-handed pitching. And then when it comes to strikeouts too, 7th worst in plate appearances per strikeout rate against right-handed pitching over the last couple of weeks. So the Diamondbacks are not good right now. And then Paddock is coming off an outing where he just struck out 11 against the Reds, got over 25 DK fantasy points in that one, had 9 strikeouts in the outing before against the Mets, 25 DK fantasy points in that one as well. And those are 2 teams that they're not nearly as bad against right-handed pitching as the Diamondbacks are. So I like picking on the Diamondbacks in general, and I'm going to do that tonight with Paddock.
All right, Eric, where are you going? Are you going to pay up or save a little money here?
Yeah, so I do like Carlos Rodon, as Kenny does, and I expect a lot of people to, which is why I'm going to go with Yusei Kikuchi against him. I think he might be less owned because, again, people are going to be on Rodon. The White Sox, they have a better lineup than the Mariners, pretty clearly, except actually lately that hasn't been true since the calendar's flipped to June. The White Sox are all the way down in 23rd by WRC+. Mariners are up at 16th, which is surprisingly respectable. Again, I'm not looking at those 3 weeks and saying the Mariners have a better lineup, but that's at least something. Kikuchi's facing a cold team, and I really think he is quite good. I think everything he's done this year is legitimate. 3.46 ERA, which is a big improvement from his 5.17 ERA last season. But if you look at some of his ERA estimators last year, he's more or less the same guy. In fact, FIP for him last year was down at 3.30. So you could say he's a tiny bit worse. Probably not quite accurate there, but most of his underlying numbers are more or less the same or slightly better. He's got a career high 25.3% strikeout rate, which is about a tick better than last year. Not walking guys too much, 8.1%, and a career high by 0.1% ground ball rate at 52.1%. He's also pitching in a pitcher-friendly park and has allowed just 1 earned run on 7 hits in his last 2 starts. So I think a lot of reasons to like Kikuchi here, especially if other people are looking at the opposite side of the same contest.
All right, let's move on to hitters. Nick, a guy who's over 5K that you're interested in.
Yeah, I like Matt Olson tonight at 5.4K going up against Johnny Cueto and the Giants. Olson's taken Cueto deep a couple times, and only 6 plate appearances against him so far in his career. And against righties last week, Olson, he has a teammate who's a little bit hotter against right-handed pitching. But we will talk about him in a second. But Olson right now has a 1.084 OPS against righties over the last couple weeks. His ISO is over 300 right now. I mean, and even then, he's still not one of the guys who's hitting righties best over the last couple weeks. There's Schwarber's up there. But anyways, and Olson's done well against left-handed pitching too. He's doing better against lefties. So whoever the Giants throw at him tonight after he sees Cueto, he's not going to have any issues with. So I'm very comfortable spending 5.4K on Matt Olson tonight.
All right, Eric, who are you going to pay for?
Yeah, Olson was on my short list, but I'm going to pay up for Vlad Jr. tonight. Pretty much a good idea. almost all the time, especially when you're facing Matt Harvey, whose ERA starts with a 7. In fact, it's 7.80. That's a little bit worse than he deserves. Most of the ERA estimators are up in the high 4s, but he's not striking guys out. He's not keeping the ball on the ground. It was fun when he had a few good starts early, but 17 runs in 10.2 innings over his last 3 starts. I think we might be close to the end of Matt Harvey starting in Baltimore. Vlad Jr., I mean, do I even need to talk about how good he is? He's 3rd in isolated power this season at 331. The 2 guys ahead of him, Fernando Tatis Jr. and Shohei Ohtani, are each striking out over 28% of the time. He's striking out just 17.3% of the time. So he's making great contact and has as much power as anybody. And he's only getting better as the season's gone on, at 224 WRC plus in June. So I like him every night. I especially like him against Matt Harvey.
All right, Kenny, who are you targeting and why is it Giancarlo Stanton?
Oh my goodness, it is Giancarlo Stanton. How'd you read my mind? Yes, Giancarlo Stanton at 5.3K. Well, I guess I did say the thing about the Yankees hitters that I really liked, right? Yeah, look, I just think Giancarlo Stanton here is a really good price. This guy, people forget about him. You know, back-to-back 11 DKFB games. You look at his career, right? And he's never really put the bat on the ball consistently. Much like Aaron Judge, when he's put the bat on the ball, he's done a very good job. And he hits 290 against left-handed pitching, which is a big deal here. So I think that Giancarlo Stanton against a lefty in Martin Perez that is really terrible. He doesn't profile out very well. He doesn't throw the ball very hard. He doesn't get a lot of strikeouts. You know, that is one thing that we look at with Giancarlo Stanton is what's the strikeout downside rather? Is he going to strike out 2 times and you're only going to get like 2 chances at a home run? Well, not only is he not struck out the last 2 games, Perez's strikeout rate under 20%. So I really like him to have a nice night. But if I have to throw one out of left field, I'd also say Jose Abreu at 5.1K. Just a feeling about Jose Abreu. Kikuchi, yes, okay, maybe he's had some good starts, but he still allows a lot of hard contact, and he's not striking out anybody, Abreu, against a lefty. I think he's worth a shot here. He's not trendy. He's not hitting well, but why not, right? That's just my little gut play of the day.
I like it. A little extra something. All right. Well, we're going to need to round out those lineups with a value bat. So, Eric, who do you like as a value bat pick?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with those Blue Jays. I really want to get anybody in I can against Matt Harvey these days. And I'm going to go with George Springer at 3,900. There's kind of 2 categories of a good value bat. One is the guy who is normally cheap and is on a run, and the other is the guy who is normally expensive and is cold. So in theory, if you buy that he's going to bounce back, you're getting, you know, $1,000 discount or so. I think Springer is firmly in that category. Hasn't done anything this season. That's because he's only played 6 games. Missed the start of the year with an oblique, came back and played, I think, 4 games before going down with a quad strain. He's 0 for 7 in 2 games since coming back from that quad strain, so he hasn't, you know, demonstrated great health or anything. If he had even 1 hit, 2 hits, I'd be a little happier. But man, it's just 2 games. I'm not willing to say that he's clearly not at 100%. And even if he's at 95%, I mean, this is a guy who'd normally be in the high 4,000s at a 953 OPS over the last 2 seasons. So I'm willing to take that bargain, even if he hasn't fully demonstrated that he's bounced back. Maybe 2 or 3 more hitless games and I'd be off him, but it's just 2 games. I'm totally fine with a guy like this.
Yeah, Kenny, Harvey has allowed 4 or more runs in 4 of his last 5 starts. Do you like targeting those Blue Jays bats?
Yeah, I do like that call a lot. The Blue Jays, I mean, I actually like them a little bit better against lefties, but it's really hard to pick a handedness, right? No, I'm going to stick with the Yankees, though, and a guy that is so underpriced. I'm so upset. I mean, yesterday we saw Sal Perez priced over $5,000, or maybe 2 days ago. Sal Perez was priced over $5,000 against Michael King at Yankee Stadium. Gary Sanchez is $4,600. What are we doing here, people? Over the last 14 games, Gary Sanchez has averaged over 12 DraftKings fantasy points. He's homered in a bundle. He's homered in 2 straight. He's homered in a bundle of games since then. 6 different games he's hit a home run. So, I mean, this guy is just red hot right now. I think everybody who plays daily fantasy knows what this guy is capable of when he's seeing the ball well, and it's very clear that he's doing so. You look at his career, the splits against lefties, not as good over his career, but this year he's hit lefties better than he's hit righties. And you look at, again, Martin Perez, a hard hit rate near 40%, barrel rate over 8%. This guy loves to give up hard contact, and he does not strike anybody out. The Yankees' big power bats, Giancarlo Stanton, Aaron Judge, Gary Sanchez, you're scared when they go up against a guy with a high whiff rate, a high strikeout rate. That is not Martin Perez. Martin Perez likes to pitch to contact, And Gary Sanchez is going to put a lot of contact out there tonight. And it's going to be hard contact. And one of those balls might just leave the yard. I just don't know how you don't get this guy in your lineup at $4.6 thousand. It just doesn't make any sense why he's priced this way.
All right, Nick, a value bat. Who you going with?
Well, I like Gio Urshela in that game if he plays, but he's day-to-day right now dealing with that shin issue after he fouled a ball off his leg the other night. So I really like Urshela, but the pick I'm going to throw out there actually contradicts Kenny's because Sean Murphy is $600 cheaper on DraftKings, and he's going up against a righty, and Schwarber's the best hitter against right-handed pitching over the last couple weeks, right? Maybe the last month, whatever. But over the last couple weeks, Schwarber's the best hitter against right-handed pitching. Sean Murphy is right after him. He has a 1.686 OPS against righties over the last couple weeks and a ridiculous ISO. It's like 700 right now. So he is crushing those guys. I would go with Sean Murphy at my catcher over Gary Sanchez tonight because there are 11 catchers higher priced than him. So Sanchez, yeah, maybe he works out, but I think Murphy right now going up against a righty, I have to go with that, especially coming off a night off too.
All right, before we let you guys go, let's take a gander at the sportsbook side of things. So Kenny, what's your favorite MLB bet for tonight?
I kind of like this A's Giants over. It's only set at 7.5. And the reason why is the Giants, they're 6th in WRC plus against left-handed pitching. Sean Manaea has been on fire lately, but we've seen this season that he's been prone to some bad starts. And I think in San Francisco, in a rivalry game against a San Francisco Giants team that should be hitting the ball well right now, I do think that he gives up some runs here. And on the other side of the coin, Oakland's been just as hot. Johnny Cueto's been kind of on and off this year. I just feel like this total is paying too much respect to Johnny Cueto and maybe a little too much to Sean Manaea. I mean, this guy has really strung together some good outings against bad teams. So I think that he might be due for a little bit of regression here. I think this game goes over.
Nick, you look like you agreed with that one. What's your favorite bet?
Yeah, well, I think just targeting Johnny Cueto in general is a good move right now. I am actually going to go back to the Padres game. I'm going to go back to Paddock. I like his strikeout prop right now at 5.5. I mean, I highlighted a lot of the reasons why he should have a long outing. He should have plenty of time to get at least 6 strikeouts tonight, but I don't think he needs any extra help. Again, he got 11K. He's hit that over his last 4 starts. Now, one of those was against the Cubs, but that was 4 starts ago. I know they're striking out a ton, but the Reds are not against right-handed pitching, and the Mets have not been as much as the Diamondbacks. So I have no problem picking on this lineup in multiple ways tonight, and I'm going to do that with Paddock again, going with the over on his strikeout prop at 5.5.
Eric, where are you going?
Yeah, I'm liking the under in the Royals-Rangers game. It's under 8. The teams are averaging 8.2 runs per game, so just about all it would take is an average scoring day for these two teams to hit it. And I think there's something there with both pitchers, even though their ERAs are pretty mediocre. Mike Minor for the Royals, 4.48 ERA, is about half a run higher than some of the estimators. FIP and XFIP have him just over 4. His strikeout rate, 25.8%, and his walk rate, 7.0%, are both a tick or two above league average. That looks like a pretty good picture. Ground ball rate is low, but not shockingly low at 37.8%. And he's pitched a bit better lately in his last 3 starts, a 3.26 ERA. So I think he's totally fine against a lineup that can't hit very well in the Rangers. And on the opposite side, Dane Dunning, 4.71 ERA, but that's about a run and a half higher than his FIP. And XFIP is only a little bit above that. He's pretty similar strikeout rate and walk rate, just about a tiny bit better than league average on both, 24.8% for the strikeout, 8.0% for the walks. But he's also a high ground ball guy, just above 55%. In June, he has an ERA about 4.5, but again, his FIP down at 3.66. So it seems like he's been a bit unlucky all year. So with something there with both starters in a pitcher's park now in Texas, I don't think we're actually going to see all that many runs.
All right, excellent start to the show, you three. Quick break here, and then I'm going to break down this weekend's UFC Fight Night in Vegas with Tim Finnegan. We'll be right back. Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield, joined by DraftKings contributor Tim Finnegan. This is UFC Chase or Fade. So, Tim, agree or disagree with the following statements about this weekend's UFC Fight Night in Vegas? So, we're focusing on the main card for Saturday's UFC Fight Night event. Starting in the lightweight division, we have Renato Moicano versus Jai Herbert. Moicano is a minus 250 favorite. Should he be that big of a favorite in this one, though?
So Renato has fought really tough competition. At 145, he's fought Jose Aldo, Brian Ortega, the Korean Zombie, Calvin Kattar. Like, he's fought really good opponents, but he's up a weight class for this fight. He's at 155. So he's going to be fighting Jai Herbert, who has a really good reach advantage in this fight. He's got a 5-inch reach advantage. This is going to be the longest opponent that Renato has ever faced in the UFC, which to me is interesting. But if you look at his striking metrics, he has good striking volume. He's landing over 5 significant strikes per minute. He has good striking defense on a rate basis. But like I said, a lot of these stats are from a lower weight class with opponents who aren't as long. So that's interesting to me. So I don't know if I'd be too comfortable laying all the juice on him in this fight, but he definitely should be the favorite because he has fought really elite competition.
All right, up next, a welterweight bout between Tim Means and Nicholas Dalby. A smaller line in this one with Means as a minus 137 favorite. So who do you like in this bout?
Yeah, so looking at the striking metrics for this fight, Tim Means has much better metrics. The strikes absorbed to landed ratio is solid for Means, but it's negative for Dalby. So I'm looking over these numbers, and it really points towards Tim Means. I think he's landing about 5 significant strikes per minute. He's only taking about 3 per minute. Like, that's a pretty good ratio. So I'd look at Tim Means for this fight.
All right, moving on to a featherweight bout between Andre Fili and Daniel Pineda, with Fili as the big minus 230 favorite. Now, if you like him and you want better odds, you can get him to win by KO, TKO, or DQ at plus 225. So do you think that's a likely outcome?
So Pineda, he has a really interesting story. He got released from the UFC, and now he's back on his second stint. Like, he really worked his way back. And he had a really impressive win over Herbert Burns in his return fight. It was like a big upset. He looked great because Burns was a top prospect, and he just looked phenomenal in that fight. But he got knocked out in his last fight by Cub Swanson. There's no shame there. Like, Cub Swanson's a really good fighter. He's really experienced. So Pineda looks like he made a lot of improvements in his game again in that Burns fight. But he has been knocked out. He's coming off a knockout, and Philly has the ability to record a knockout. So that is a realistic way to get the money line down. So yeah, that's definitely an option.
All right, moving up the card to a bantamweight battle between Raoni Barcelos and Timur Valiev. Now, Barcelos is a minus 230 favorite. If you like Barcelos but don't want to lay that juice, how about looking at him in DFS at 8,800?
Yeah, I really like Barcelos in DFS this week. He has solid striking and grappling volume. He's 5 significant strikes per minute, 2 takedowns per 15 minutes. Like, those are good numbers. So he's a good fantasy scorer because of that. He's scored over 110 DraftKings fantasy points in 3 out of his 5 UFC fights. I mean, that's very good fantasy scoring. And he's safe in this fight, too, because he's a sizable favorite on DraftKings Sportsbook. He's over a minus 200 favorite. So I think if you're going to build around somebody in DFS, like, Barcelos is a good choice at 8,800.
All right, now on to the co-main event, which is a heavyweight bout between Tanner Boser and Ovin St. Preux. Now, Boser comes in as a minus 177 favorite. Do you expect him to take this one?
So this fight's at heavyweight, and heavyweight fights can be unpredictable because they're so big and they hit really hard because there's more force behind their punches because they weigh so much. It's not like a lighter weight class where guys can kind of like go back and forth and trade punches. Like, at heavyweight, if you land flush, like, there's a good chance you're going to knock your opponent out. So OSP, he doesn't have good striking metrics. He's only landing about 2 significant strikes per minute, and he's taking about 3 per minute. So that's kind of ugly, but he has a reach advantage in this fight. He's really long. He's got an 80-inch reach, which is 5 inches more than Boser. And all it takes is one punch at heavyweight. So if you actually look at the fight pops on DraftKings Sportsbook, OSP by KO or TKO is plus 750. Like, that's not a bad, outside bet because OSP, half of his wins are by knockout. So plus 750 on DraftKings Sportsbook, I'd maybe consider that.
Okay, well, in the main event, Cyril Gahn and Alexander Volkov face off in another heavyweight bout. Gahn sits as a minus 155 favorite. Is he your favorite too?
Yeah, so Cyril Gahn is an incredible looking prospect. Like at heavyweight, sometimes you don't get a lot of skill or athleticism at heavyweight, but Gahn is the exception. Like, he's chiseled, he moves so well, he's so light on his feet. He's a really technical kickboxer, and he's great at keeping range. And that's interesting to me, the range aspect in this fight, because Volkov is really long. He's 6'7". So Gahn does have a slight reach advantage, even though he's shorter. So that's really interesting to me. It's like, is Gahn going to be able to keep his range in this fight against a guy who's really tall? So ultimately, I think I'm going to go with Gahn because he's so athletic and well-rounded. And Volkov's takedown defense has been a little leaky at times, and Gahn is able to get the fight to the ground if he's not having too much success in the stand-up. So I'd look at Gahn.
Okay, well, finally, we mentioned DFS a little earlier when we were talking about the Barcelos Valle bout, but what's your favorite way to attack this slate in DFS?
So we talked about Barcelos before at 8,800. He's got good striking and grappling volume, which makes him a good fantasy scorer. He scored over 110 DraftKings fantasy points in over half of his UFC fights. And he's safe because he's a good favorite on DraftKings Sportsbook. And Cyril Gahn is 8,700, so he's a little bit cheaper than Barcelos. I think Gahn's a good fighter to build around as well because, like we were just talking about, he's a great prospect. He's well-rounded. He has really good defense. He fights smart. He's good. He's great at keeping his range. And he does have power, even though he tends to go to a decision a little more than you'd like. So I'd look at Barcelos at 8,800 and Gahn at 8,700.
All right, good stuff. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate the time as always. Coming up next on The Sweat, we are turning our attention to the hardwood and game two between the Hawks and Bucks. The Sweat will be right back. Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. They're DraftKings contributors, Kenny Ducey and Julian Edlow, and this is NBA Best Bets. So need you two to dish out your top plays for game two between the Hawks and Bucks tonight. Guys, it's a story that's all too familiar these days. Trae Young absolutely went off in game one. Hawks got the W, took an early lead in the series. Now, despite that, they're still 8-point underdogs in game two. So Kenny, can Young and the Hawks do it again, or do the Bucks figure out how to contain Trae Young, who accounted for over 50% of the Hawks' offensive output?
I mean, why not? Why not? Yeah, I think they can. I mean, look, I'm so out on the Bucks right now. I'm so annoyed. I can't watch the Bucks anymore. Like, how can you watch the Bucks and just like have a good time? Mike Budenholzer ruins it. Look, this defense has been good all postseason long. Besides like one incredible scoring explosion from the Brooklyn Nets, this team's defensive rating has stabilized. It's been very, very good. It was good again in game one. The problem is they don't know how to score the basketball. They have such an unimaginative offense. They have three plays. They have a pick and roll with Giannis where they throw the alley-oop, and they did it like 5 times down the stretch. And then they'll have the Giannis isolation where Giannis does the Giannis play, hits a spin move and an one layup. And then Chris Middleton will bring the ball up and then just like stop, turn around, and try to hit a fadeaway jumper. Like, that's their whole offense. And when Chris Middleton inevitably misses some of those shots, when Giannis gets double teamed, there's no sort of semblance of another plan here for this team. And they just have, it's been like 15 games or whatever this postseason, and it hasn't mattered. Like, maybe it's like 12. they just continue to do the same thing. And why are we going to expect all of a sudden the Bucks to adjust here to what the Hawks are doing? Look, I just think that the Hawks have done enough on the offensive end that they don't even really need to do anything differently. The Bucks are just going to shoot themselves in the foot again here. And yeah, I think that the Hawks cover this spread.
All right, what are you thinking here, Jules?
Yeah, 8's a lot. And just as a basketball fan, I mean, the Hawks are the much easier team to, number one, root for, number two, to back based on just, like Kenny said, the Bucks aren't doing anything right. The Hawks are, making adjustments, playing the right way on both ends of the floor, doing all the right things. Now, we'll probably get some Trae Young regression just naturally, even if the Bucks don't adjust. I don't know if you can necessarily play quite that well again. That was kind of maxing out. And Chris Middleton probably is due to hit some more shots, but Drew Holiday also went off, and that could level off a little bit. Like, it just kind of feels like too many points for a Hawks team that we just keep overlooking. Like, the Hawks have my brain in a pretzel at this point. I've gone against them plenty. I don't know. Are they this good, or are they just benefiting from going against all-time poor coaching? The Doc Rivers collapses, the Milwaukee collapses. Like, it's probably a little bit of both. You got to give him credit for taking advantage of the poor coaching and going out there and being able to do it. But like, it just makes it difficult. Honestly, the one thing that I do trust, the Bucks do come out of the gates hot, generally at home, coming off a loss. Like, I'm probably going to bet Milwaukee -3 on the first quarter line and say that they're going to come out, with some juice in this game. And if they wind up covering that, you can probably get Atlanta now with double digits, like +10 or so after the first quarter, which I'm fine with. They always come back.
All right. Well, game one hit 229 points. The total for game two was set at 225.5. I mean, Jules, Drew Holiday's 33 points in game one. Those were by far the most of his playoffs. He hadn't eclipsed 21 points this postseason. Before that, John Collins also tied his playoff high with 23 points in game one. We're saying we could see more defense in store. So what do you think? Is this going over or under?
Yeah, I'll go. I mean, Nick and I did the segment for game one, and we both went under. Didn't quite get it. I'll go under again. I think the only person that really has room for improvement offensively was Middleton, who had the bad game one. Everybody else was pretty good and has room to, shoot a little worse. Both teams are going to make some defensive adjustments. We saw game one of Clippers and Suns go way over, and then game two turned into a grind after they had seen each other in that first game. A lot less shot making. One thing that I will say, if you haven't watched or listened to this week's Unreasonable Odds podcast with Joe Osborne from Oddshark, you should certainly go ahead and do that. Steve Buchanan was there too, but he doesn't know anything about the NBA. Joe told us that these two teams in the playoffs have combined to go under the first half total in 20 of 25 combined games. So first half unders hitting at an 80% clip for these two teams combined in the postseason. So maybe you want to check out that first half total.
All right, Kenny, what are you doing here?
Yeah, unlike yesterday with the Suns, Julian is right. Look, I think that you look at the pace in this series, this pace, the 102 in game one, that was so uncharacteristic for the Bucks and the Hawks this postseason. Now, look, the Bucks, it was weird. They're like number one in pace or top three in pace all season long. And this postseason, they've really kind of slowed things down, starting with that Brooklyn Nets series where they couldn't control the pace. It does seem like the Hawks here are at least slowing them down just a little bit. And when you talk about good defense on both sides of the coin here, the Bucks have played good defense all postseason. The Hawks technically have. I don't know, again, if like Julian said, I don't know if it's a product of just three really bad offenses in a row, but making this defense look good. But they've certainly held their opponents at bay. And then, yeah, you look at the factor with Middleton not playing well. Like, I mean, even if he magically snaps out of his slump here, like, do we trust Drew Holiday to keep it up? I just think so much can go wrong here to lead us to the under. And I just think this is a game that might be close again, and a game that the Bucks aren't like racing back to come back, or the Hawks. I think it's just going to be one of those sort of like game 7 of Hawks Sixers, where it's just a close game throughout, and we get, a lot of half court sets. And again, I'm always a big fan of fading the Bucks offense, and that is exactly what you do here with the total. Like, even if they cover whatever, I don't think they're going to go for 120 points. It just doesn't seem like it's in the cards. So I like the under.
All right. Well, first half total, by the way, is 113 and a half for the record. All right, guys. We mentioned Trae Young and his 48 points earlier. He also had 7 rebounds and 11 assists. Now, his player prop for total points, rebounds, assists for game 2 is 44 and a half. Kenny, it's a lot of points. Can he go over that number again?
I do think so. I do. I mean, look, I don't think he's going to score a lot of points, but when you look at, even if he just got you those same 7 rebounds and 11 assists, you're only looking at like a modest scoring night for Trae Young. Now, the only scary thing here is that it seems like he's hampered by a little bit of a shoulder injury. He's not really shooting the ball that well. He really hasn't shot the ball well all postseason long. But then again, I mean, you could point to that and say, well, he's due for a good shooting night, and he's a good shooter, and he's not going to keep shooting this poorly. The bottom line with Trae Young is that he gets all the usage. Nate McMillan seems to have wised up to earlier in the postseason when he was benching Trae Young for like long parts of the second half. He seems like Trae Young's going to play a lot now. And as long as that's the case, I think he should hit this pretty comfortably. He's the whole offense, and he's been a great distributor. And again, the Hawks really haven't had that good shooting night either. I mean, the Hawks can shoot the 3 pretty well. They've been kind of cold lately. They've still managed to win games. So I think that good shooting night's around the corner. We've seen it. We saw it in Philly. They had a couple amazing halves. Saw it in that New York series. They had a couple amazing halves. I think they could have an amazing half here. And with that, Trae Young could rack up some assists.
All right, Jules, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, in theory, the Bucks should be like the perfect team to slow Trae Young. They have Drew Holiday, who's the perfect point guard matchup, like an all-defensive team type of guy. They have Middleton, who has some length to go on him. He spent a lot of time on Kevin Durant in the last series. They have PJ Tucker, a bigger grinder type of guy that spent a lot of time on Kevin Durant in the last series. And if need be, they have Giannis, who has like a foot on Trae Young to get that length on him. Like it's inexcusable what they let him do in game 1. So I'm tempted to go under here and say that the Bucks will figure it out. But like Kenny said, and like we've all seen, they just don't make adjustments in any of these games anyway. Coach Bud is if we're doing coaching power rankings left in the playoffs, there's the 3 guys up there, and then there's just an enormous gap of garbage, and then there's Coach Bud. So I don't know if I want to put any trust in it. Rather than maybe back it that way, I don't see game leading scorer up on DK Sportsbook yet, but taking Trae Young to just lead the game in scoring would be appealing to me. You can get him at plus 150 just in a player matchup to outscore Giannis, which is pretty attractive. So I'd imagine getting Middleton and Holiday in the mix, like games leading scorer, would also be somewhere around plus 200.
All right, well, let's talk about Drew Holiday. He had a big night for the Bucks in that game 1 loss, 33 points, 10 assists. Now his assist prop for game 2 is 7.5. So Jules, we know Chris Middleton is struggling. So does Holiday keep it up and get there?
Yeah, he's been getting there, recently, at least in the back end of that Nets series in game 1. So he had 10 assists in game 1. If you go those last few games of the Nets series, 8, 5, 8, 9. Now, prior to that, he hadn't really been racking up the assists since the Miami series. I just don't see an edge here. It's set about 1.2 assists higher than his season average. So, the numbers tell you to go under. I think that he should get enough run and, enough looks. That alley-oop play to Giannis that Kenny was talking about worked very well, and that comes from Holiday. So if you can get 3 or 4 right there on alley-oops to Giannis, I'll be a coward and just say this is a stay away spot. Maybe Kenny has something for you, but the numbers tell you to play the under. I'll say it that way.
Kenny, are you a coward?
I am. I mean, I think I get into this over. Look, he's had it in the last 2 games. You look at last game, he had 10 assists, and the Bucks shot 22% from 3. I just feel like he is playing that role of distributor, and he also has just looked so much better over the last 2 games than he did at the beginning of that Brooklyn series. And when you talk about the Bucks, I mean, they are a team that shoots the 3 well. They are at home, where teams generally shoot well. So I mean, it's not unrealistic to think that the Buccaneers will shoot better from 3. And with that, Drew Holiday could certainly get some more assists here. Again, I just think that there actually is some upward mobility in the assist column for him. And as we've talked about, the pick and roll with Giannis has really worked out well for them. It is one of their 3 plays. I do feel like that is worth taking a shot at just because he's going to play massive minutes here to ask to guard Trae Young.
All right, thanks, guys. From one playoff series to another, we are talking game 7 between the Islanders and Lightning with our hockey panel when the sweat returns. We are back with our hockey panel, DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's AJ Scholes and Paul Bruno. Let's talk about your top plays for tonight's Game 7 between the Islanders and Lightning. So, guys, the Islanders seemed down and out in Game 6, but rallied from 2 goals down to win in OT, force a Game 7. That takes place tonight in Tampa, and the Lightning are minus 167 favorites in that game. Jeff, you were on the Isles bandwagon here to win Game 6. So are you staying on for Game 7?
I mean, Jesse, like, we're free rolling here. Look, if you bet the Isles in every game of this series, you were getting huge plus money. So you're up, a couple units basically. So yeah, take a little bit of that house money and throw it on the Islanders plus 150 tonight. Nikita Kucherov banged up. The coach doesn't even know if he's going to play yet. And last time I checked, the Lightning really weren't that great in the regular season with them. They didn't even win their division. So the Lightning can talk all they want. They're in a world of trouble here. They've got the deeper Islanders. You've got Semyon Varlamov, who's going to be in a statement game here. Yes, the Islanders money line is definitely where you should be putting your money. Plus 150. The team continues to get disrespected here despite the injury to Kucherov. That's the play.
AJ, you look like you're dressed for the Isles. So
totally an accident. But look, as soon as I bet against the Isles on Wednesday, they win. So, of course, you may not want to listen to what I have to say after this, but I'm with Jeff on this one. The value is there at plus 150. The potential to not have Nikita Kucherov in this game is completely an X factor here. If they don't have him, you suddenly have a team that's got a stacked, solid top 6 that has like a first line, because we imagine Stamkos will move up to the first, with maybe a second line that starts to look a little thin without him. So they don't have really good replacements, in my opinion, for Nikita Kucherov if he doesn't play. So I'm with Jeff regardless if he does, because of that value point, but especially if he doesn't play, I think it's the surefire bet.
Paul, what do you think? Do you like the Isles to win Game 7?
I have to be on the other side of these two guys. It's a tradition now. First, let me say the runs of the Islanders and the Habs in these playoffs, it should remind us all that the chase for the Stanley Cup is the most difficult gauntlet in all of sports. But if these two teams are in the finals, it's going to be unwatchable. You won't see more upset playoff winners anywhere else in the playoffs than you have this year in the NHL. That said, the Islanders' trek expires tonight for me. The defending champs have more depth and cup experience than anyone else, and they will win this one. I'll take the home side minus 1.5 for plus 163 on the puck line this evening.
Paul, I'm hearing from one of our producers that yesterday you said you'd rather take a hockey team from like Mars or the moon than the Canadians to win.
That is correct.
Okay. I just felt like I should, clarify that. Okay.
Oh,
cool.
I'm glad we did. I'm glad we clarified that. That was
okay. Cool. Just had to check. Well, all three of you were confident that we would see a tighter check in Game 6, and you guys were all right. So the total hitting a push at 5, unless you bought the extra half goal like Jeff did. Anyway, the total for Game 7 is also 5. So AJ, are we feeling the under again tonight?
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the under here, and again, like in Game 6, you can get relatively even money on it at plus 102 tonight. I do normally still look to give up that extra half goal and get plus 170 for the under 4.5 here on the DK Sportsbook. But when it's even money, I think you can, take that chance of a push. Look, you didn't lose the money on Wednesday. Might as well, free roll it, as Jeff said, into this one as well and put it at the 5 at plus 102.
Paul, what do you think? Are you feeling the under again tonight?
I walk with AJ on this one. We haven't agreed too much in these playoffs, but I expect more of the same that we've seen in these postseason, particularly if Cooch misses the game tonight. With the high stakes related to the outcome of this match, risk-taking will be a minimum and defending will be at a premium. Throw in the outstanding goaltending at both ends and you have a recipe for a very low-scoring game. Could be a soccer match. I take the under and would strongly recommend AJ's pick on the puck line at under 4.5 for that plus 170 payout.
Jeff, 3 for 3?
I tend to be a little bit more conservative when targeting the totals in these games, just because if I go to the alternate line, I don't mind, paying a worse price to take the 5.5. Now the juice is up even more here. It's minus 165. I think the last time we did this, it was around minus 150. but I still don't mind that just because of the empty net scenario, which could easily, come into play with like 4 minutes left, given it's a game 7. I think a 3-1 game here, though, is very likely. So I don't mind if you want to take a shot with the plus 170 for the 4.5 alternate puck total either, or alternate goal total either. Either way, I'm on the under with these guys. You can just hit the 5 and live with the push again too. That's completely fine. So I see this as being a close scoring game as well.
All right, Paul, hit me with your favorite Islanders player prop.
I'm going to go with a couple of guys in these props that have high IQs, one for each team. The Islanders got solid production from a wide range of forwards, and if they're to succeed, their 1-2 punch at center, Barzal and Nelson, have to play well. As I mentioned earlier, this will be a game where we keep it a risk-averse posture, and that's crucial on the ice for both clubs. To me, that means guys with a high hockey IQ will be the difference makers. So while these two centers will drive much of the offense, I look to a guy like Jordan Eberle, who's one of the smartest players in the league for my money and has a long history of big game experience dating back to his junior days. He won't be afraid of this big stage and he'll impact the outcome. I take him to score a goal tonight at plus 310.
All right, Jeff, what's your favorite Islanders player prop?
Look, I may fade Paul in the game selections and the game totals, but I've learned not to fade him in the player props. I love the Jordan Eberle call a lot. This is an absolute big game player. He's not going to be scared of this stage at all. I love the goal prop at plus 320. Even just to take him to score a point, though, plus 110. Absolutely. You're getting good value on a guy who's scored, at a higher rate than that. So he was my Isles target. And again, I'm really glad that I'm on the same side as Paul because he has been killing it in these props for us. So let's all get on the Jordan Eberle train tonight.
All right, AJ, all aboard.
Yeah, it's true. I was in the same exact spot. I like both Barzal and Eberle to grab a point tonight. You're paying a little bit of juice for Barzal to grab the point. But it's not outrageous. You get solid value on Eberle. And look, if you're looking for just an outrageous, spot to throw some money down and maybe catch something, the one guy that I would maybe look at is Leo Komarov at plus 480. For some reason, he's still playing on the top line with those guys. So that would be my wild card shot is, if you're going to do Eberle, if you're going to do Barzal, why not just throw one in on Leo Komarov as well?
All right, on the other side, Jeff, favorite Lightning player prop?
I'm going to go with Anthony Cirelli. Had a really strong game 6 there. Obviously, Kucherov being out. I just feel like, the players in the top 6 for Tampa probably just going to be playing more. I mean, AJ alluded to it. This team just isn't going to be as deep. These guys are going to be playing a ton of minutes. Cirelli could just get his power play time bumped as well if Kucherov doesn't play. Either way, he's playing well, probably going to have at least one good scoring winger there. And Cirelli is a guy who the Lightning don't, you don't get the same kind of odds as you do on the Islanders forwards. But I mean, Cirelli at plus 285 there to score a goal. Yeah, that's fine. I think that's a very good price. So that'd be my Tampa Bay prop here tonight.
AJ, where are you going?
Same place. Anthony Cirelli tonight is the guy that I really like here at plus 285. You could look at Braden Point to get even money to score a goal. He's been doing it nonstop, so might as well keep that train rolling. Honestly, again, if you're looking for maybe a little more value, a little more risky play, consider Point at 2+ goals for plus 650. If that's just a little too risky, but you want more value, maybe look at the 2-point total for Point at plus 195. But overall, for me, I think the call on Cirelli is the best spot to be in at plus 285.
Oh, king of the props. Favorite Lightning player prop?
Well, they left Steven Stamkos for me, so I'm going to take him. He has to have the same impact as Eberle tonight. I think he's another one of the smartest players in hockey, and he's been on the biggest stages many times before, as everybody knows. He has the advantage of playing on the second line, so he'll avoid the Islanders' best checkers too, so that's a positive. I expect he'll be a little more motivated than most of his teammates too, because he really didn't contribute to their cup-winning run last season. He's also a primary trigger man on the power play and will be even more important if Kucherov doesn't take the ice. I say Stammer gets a goal tonight at plus 195. And hey, Jeff, I've made a number of good series picks in this playoff round too.
Yeah, Jeff, don't forget it. All right, guys, we're short on time, so real quick, there's a showdown contest for Game 7, of course. So AJ, who's your favorite DFS play for tonight's deciding game?
Braden Point for the captain at 14-4 is the way to go. But I think if Kucherov doesn't play, at least consider Steven Stamkos at 12-9.
Paul, where are you going?
For me, it's Vasilevsky. He's been widely regarded as the best goalie in the world, and this is another spot where he has to show his stuff. Only a nicked up Kucherov will cost more in the showdown format tonight. There's a reason for that. The goalie's that damn good. Be sure to take him as your captain, or you'll be chasing the showdown game tonight.
Jeff, where you going?
Semyon Varlamov. Islanders win 3-1. Eberle gets a goal too, so play him.
Wow, bold. Okay. Jeff, stick around. Thank you to the two of you, AJ and Paul. Jeff, you're going to help me take an early look at QB passing yard totals for the upcoming NFL season to close the show. But first, here's a NASCAR price check for this weekend's race at the Pocono Raceway in Pennsylvania.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for Pocono. Whose salary jumped up this week? Ryan Blaney, $8,700 up to $10,200. It's a hefty price increase, but it could have been more. Pocono is all about place differential, and Blaney has the opportunity to score a bunch of place differential points. Chase Briscoe, $6,200 up to $6,900. The place differential is there. But do you trust Briscoe? If SHR can just give him a good car, he can get it done. Kyle Larson, $11,800 up to $12,500. Can he pay off this price tag in a 130-lap race? It's probably easier than winning 4 races in a row, and he just won 4 races in a row. Whose salary dropped this week? Michael McDowell, $6,600 down to $5,600. He's starting too close to the front. It's just too cute. Ryan Newman, $6,800 down to $5,800. 2 spots back from McDowell, but he's in better equipment. He is a better driver. Not too cute, maybe uglier. Cole Custer, $7,100 down to $6,300. If you're chasing place differential, he's your guy. This could very well be very bad chalk. Favorite play of the week, Matt DiBenedetto, $7,100. Pocono is all about restarts, and Matt DiBenedetto is great on restarts in the low horsepower package. Ryan Preece, $6,200. He's cheap. He's starting in the back. You pair him with Custer, and you can pretty much roster anyone you want. What could go wrong? All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you've got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
Final block of the show, folks. On a Friday, we did it. Welcome back, Jeff Ulrich. We're closing the show with NFL Seeing the Futures. So taking an early look at quarterback passing yard totals for the upcoming 2021 NFL season. So, Jeff, let's start with Matt Stafford. He's been tasked with leading the Rams to heights that Jared Goff could not get them to. So Stafford's yardage total is set at 4,700 and a half yards. Can he hit that over?
Oh boy. I mean, yeah, tough one right here off the bat. I mean, you want to give Matt Stafford the benefit of the doubt. Obviously, he's probably an upgrade over Jared Goff. Jared Goff hit 4,600 yards, over 4,600 yards twice in the last 3 years with the LA Rams offense. But this is a Rams offense that was 7th in rush attempts last year. They've got a very, very elite defense they've been building around. I just don't know if the volume's going to be there, even with the extra game for Matt Stafford. You look at Matt Stafford's history, he really hasn't been on pace to go over 4,700 yards over a 17-game season since like his 4th year in the league. So I'm going to say under here. I think everything just would need to go perfect for Matt Stafford to hit the over. And generally, when that happens, you don't really want to be on the over side. So I'm going to say under here for Matt Stafford.
All right, well, after an MVP season and a Madden cover 2 years ago, Lamar Jackson didn't even hit 2,800 passing yards last season, although he did rush for 1,000. The Madden curse continues. So is a 3,200 and a half yard passing prop going to be too high, you think?
Yeah, I do think it's too high. And I'm actually a little bit surprised that this total is even that high. It just feels like Lamar Jackson getting a bit of a bump, being just a popular player, that the books are just setting his total a little bit higher because they know they're probably going to get overaction on Lamar Jackson. And looks, that's fine. But as a bettor, you need to be aware of that. This is a player who, again, going to be in another Greg Roman run-based offense. Nothing's going to change for the Ravens. They got Gus Edwards. They got Justice Hill back there, J.K. Dobbins. They're going to run the ball. All they've really added, they added Rondale Moore at the draft, which is nice. Doesn't really profile necessarily as a dominant wide receiver one. And they added Sammy Watkins, who, again, put up his lowest yards per receptions with Patrick Mahomes. Sammy Watkins is not going to get Lamar Jackson over the hump. You need production from your wide receiver to hit overs here for the passing yards. I just don't think it's going to happen for Lamar. So another under for me.
Okay, well, the Cincinnati Bengals, they're really optimistic that Joe Burrow is going to be 100% and ready for week 1 and his season passing total, obviously anticipating a full season for the second-year quarterback. It's listed at 4,250.5. So let's just say he's healthy. Okay. So does Burrow easily clear that number if he is?
Yeah, I really like the over here. I think you're getting a discount because he's coming in with a few question marks because of the knee. But all things considered, we've heard good things. His velocity is up from mini camp or whatever from his head coach. And look, Jesse, he was on pace to smash this total last year. It was on pace through 10 games for about over 260 yards per game. Joe Burrow now in a more higher octane offense. They've obviously added Jamar Chase at the draft. I mean, someone he's very familiar with. Look, injuries are always something to worry about. We're in a day and age where these young players and where medical science is at, I mean, it's quick bounce backs. And I just love the way Joe Burrow looked, quite frankly. For a guy who was under duress all day last season, he really did produce for the Bengals. I think you're getting a gift here. Love the over.
All right, let's talk about Josh Allen. He had an MVP caliber 2020 season. His 2021 passing yard total is set at 4,500.5. Now, is that a number that Allen can hit this season?
Yeah, this one is funny. You look at it and right off the bat, you're like, why are we getting such a low number? I mean, Josh Allen went over this number last year in 16 games. Obviously, he's got the extra game on the slate now to work with. Not much has changed from the Buffalo side. This is a team that went from being, one of the higher, rushes per game offenses in the league, to being just 26th in rush attempts per game last year. Now, does that kind of meet in the middle somewhere next year? Sure, it absolutely could. But you're also talking about an elite quarterback here working with one of the most elite wide receiver ones in the game, and Steph Diggs. I just don't think there's going to be enough regression here for Josh Allen not to go over this number in 17 games. You've got a big quarterback. He does like to rush the ball a little bit, which I guess is a tiny bit of a concern. But Josh Allen hasn't missed any games over the last 2 years. He's been very durable. He's still young. I just think you take what's given to you here and you say Josh Allen, even if he regresses a little bit, is going to have a shot at it. This is when we like to take the overs. And again, it's going to be another over for me.
All right, well, finally, Justin Herbert was the offensive rookie of the year last year. The DK Sportsbook expects him to eclipse the 4,450.5 passing yards in his sophomore year. So, Jeff, do you agree?
I'm gonna, yeah. That was an agree. That was an agree by me, by the way. That first
okay.
Note. I do agree. I think that we're going to see the over here by Justin Herbert. And really, this one's just more of a bet on talent. Justin Herbert, obviously the offensive rookie of the year, big arm. And you love the guys he's got to work with. I know he lost Hunter Henry, but he's still got Austin Eckler, one of the most dynamic passing backs in the league. I really do feel like he's going to be used there. There's question marks here with the new head coach. It was a defensive coordinator in his last job with the LA Rams, but I just don't think that that's going to matter. I think you've got guys like Keenan Allen there still going to just be able to rack up those yards for Justin Herbert. So, this one, probably not as confident over as the last two, but I'm still going to bet on the talent with Justin Herbert. I just don't really see him necessarily regressing enough to really take the under here. And I think with the extra game, you got to lean over with Herbert, one of the best young talents in the game.
All right, Jeff, thank you very much. That is a show starting at noon. We got Vikings at Lions, Emerson and Rossi on the call for that one. We have 4 Madden Sims today. Then at 9 p.m., the American Ultimate Disc League Live. It's Dallas at LA. That is at 9 p.m. So 4 Madden Sims, 12, 2, 4, and 6. The Sweat will be back Monday at 11 a.m. Goodbye. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Good
Top
morning.
of the morning. Good morning. How are you?
Good, dude. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. It's good to have you here today.
Nice hat. It's a nice hat.
Thanks, man.
Is it a
Just
trucker?
washed it the other day. I don't really know what it is. Yeah, it is kind of a trucker. Yeah, certainly is. Certainly is.
You know what's funny? I don't think I've ever washed a hat. I think I wear it to the point of just like it's gross now and it's done.
That's interesting because 2 days ago was the first time I had ever washed a hat, and this was one of them.
Yeah. So do you just throw it in the laundry just like anything else?
No, on Prime Day, I secured a couple of the like hat cages that you put in the dishwasher because of all of my golf recently. Some of these hats have gotten pretty disgusting, so I decided to make them look like they were brand new again.
Wait, you wash them in the dishwasher?
Yep, you certainly do. Top rack, buddy. Top rack. You bring it out, you let it sit on the counter, let it dry, let it air dry.
Dude.
And now this hat looks like I was just gifted it. That's how new it looks.
My mind is absolutely exploding inside. Like I may not make it through the sim. That I had no idea you wash a hat in the dishwasher. It's good to know. Just using that soap too. Ooh.
I'm going to send you all the information you need.
Got that ball.
As we already have a 49-yard reception here by Mr. Sharp. I like this. Yeah, there you go, Matt Patricia. Yeah, you look all fired up. Wrong team, buddy.
He's ticked. His fired up and upsetness is the same motion.
All right, so it's Rossi. Bossy Rossi's here today. My dude, my beautiful, beautiful bald man. Bright guy in the ones and twos. Bert on the ops team. Producer Drew. Oh, Producer Drew, let me tell you what, dude. He had himself a day yesterday. We were messaging back and forth. Yeah.
You guys really. No, can I say something to you though?
I would love that. Yeah.
I'm gonna promise one thing out of this noon sim. I don't know what happened yesterday, but whoever the 2 o'clock. Let me look. Drew always lets us know. 2 o'clock is Kenny and Jeff. Well, I don't know what's gonna happen there, but I will tell you that the tone will be set in a much better place. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know what happened yesterday, but I came in here and I'm telling you, the DK Sim Fam, they were a little aloof. There was a little edge to them. I don't know what you did, Emerson.
No. Who was I on with? I was on BK. It was BK and I for at noon. I think BK got a lot of the members of the DK Sim Fam worked up yesterday because there was a lot of stories about his child pooping in the bed and blaming it on the dog. And then he said he had a Hawaiian shirt, but it was really like this New York City graphic short sleeve button down. A lot of people very emotional about BK yesterday, but I think we're all going to overcome it. It's a new day. It's a Friday. The weekend is here pretty much. And we've got 4 sims. We've got 4 sims on the slate today.
Oh yeah.
So like,
we got big disc energy. We got big disc energy tonight.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. We have 4 sims. So Eagles at the Jets at 2, Kenny and Jeff, Coffin and Tom, Broncos at the Chiefs. And then hold on 1 second, out of the back of the end zone, 3rd and 8. So after the 49-yard pickup through the air to start this drive, 2 incompletions after that, and now we've got ourselves a field goal situation. 6 o'clock, Cardinals at the Bears, Kaufman and Christian. The slate, an MLB edition with Steve and LaMarca at 5, and then, the big disc energy. Dallas at LA.
Woo! Big markets, big market tees. Yeah, I actually, it's funny. Like we don't watch all sims all day. We'll pop in, I'll pop in here and there for things. But I did watch a little bit of the big disc energy. It was like 2 weeks ago, and this is a funny. Yeah. If you have no interest, like in your head, if someone's like, "Oh, what's that?" Check it out tonight. It's
okay.
In place of your 2 sims tonight. Not necessarily Emerson, if you can. I know you'll probably be on some sort of hot fancy date in the common with the pups, but doing like a picnic of some sort. But for you DK SimFam members that are like, I don't know, that's not a sim. Just check it out, even for 3 minutes. Like literally, it is a sight to behold. I'm being told by sources within the chat that it was after
our noon sim yesterday, there were some struggles in the lagging department. But I can tell you right now, with Bry Guy, I thought it was BK. Ooh, I should have gone easier on him. It was not BK. The good news is with Bry Guy on the ones and twos, one of my big beefy golf friends.
Yeah, Brock Lesnar.
We're gonna be okay. And was that a sack? Because the sack bros are here.
Boom!
On your face, Rossi.
Yeah, who doesn't want, on a big disc energy day, sack bros, it all fits in. It's like a nice puzzle.
It certainly is, dude. It certainly is. I hope everyone's having a great day.
Gotta be.
Spent about an hour at the dog park this morning.
In the rain?
No, I mean, the grass and the air is moist, but there was no rain escaping from the clouds above.
Got you. Well, good time to be there.
Yeah, it was wonderful, dude. I also caught up with one of your old compatriots at EEI, Rob Bradford.
Oh, I love him.
Oh, my God.
He brings the big disc energy.
He is amazing. So I'll be catching up with him a little later tonight. Over on Nesson, but over on Twitch. What's up, Twitch fam? Twitch.tv/DraftKings.
Yeah, we got Free Piercy, Heavy Kevy, Obi-Wan, West Dreamer. Anybody else popping in?
I just refreshed Twitch. My only beef with Twitch, this is my only beef with it, is when I refresh the page, the chat goes away. I wish the chat stayed there. Twitch should change that.
Yeah, that's a big thing, but they're all about live. Like, it's strange. Like, I know YouTube, I can scroll all the way back to stuff during the sweat, right? But it's weird how it works with Twitch. That's because I've read about it. I was like, why do they do this? But it's all about being in the experience live.
Okay. Hey, to each their own, right?
Sure.
It's Kenny Galladay on the reception. Stafford's 3 of 4 here on the first offensive series of the day for the Lions. So we got 4 minutes to go here in the first quarter.
Yeah, this is a
200 people watching on YouTube. What's up?
Oh no, cool. Yeah, those numbers. I like these nooners. You see the gradual growth. But appreciate y'all. If you can smash that thumbs up, it'd be great. But I'm just saying, this is an interesting matchup for a nooner, because this could either go one of two ways. Because I had a hard time just building, because you have so much money with the lineup, unless you just played quarterbacks for fun. But I didn't really think that was the play here.
It's a nice little NFC North meeting here. Minnesota 6-5 in our Madden Sim season. Not a shocker. Green Bay at 10-2 in first place, and then there's Chicago and Detroit bottom of the barrel at 5-6.
Yikes!
Oh snap! The Colts have 2 wins now. Last time I was calling one of these things, I looked in the AFC South column, and they were 0-10 or something. I don't know, 0-9.
They were at least 1-10. I know the other day we had a good one with them and the Buccaneers.
Wow, I would not see that coming. I could see that coming though. Matt Prater, built by UCF from 53 yards out. So if you were wise and smart beyond your years and decided to roster Matt Prater, Bert's going to be throwing 5 points in his fantasy points column here in just a moment. Stack them kickers, says Bry Guy. Yeah, that's the Rossi narrative.
Listen, man, I'm just saying, in a game like this, I didn't do it, but this should have been my approach. But again, I had both kickers at one point, and I'm just looking at all the money I have left over, but I got to stop thinking that way. It's not about what you leave behind. It's the experience you have together on the Sim family in your lineup.
Producer Drew says Kaufman had a Fast 9 review yesterday. Did they see the movie yesterday, or was that this morning?
Right now it's happening. I want to say, breaking down a fourth wall, I have belief that that's why we maybe didn't have something earlier. Just saying. I could see Kaufman ringing a bell, crying over the phone, saying, cancel everything, I can't be there. All jokes aside, yeah, him and Glass right now are eating floor candy at a movie theater.
I FaceTimed Glass yesterday because I noticed on Instagram his roommate, his significant other, it appears, She's got an event this weekend to attend, and Glash has himself a solo dude weekend.
Really?
Yeah, he was already posting pictures of adult beverages on his Instagram story. I said, dude, you got to slow down. You're going way too hard, way too early. When's the last time you had a weekend solo by yourself, didn't have the beautiful roommate or the beautiful mini roommate with you?
Bro, couldn't tell. 2019, like maybe sometime in like my wife went on a trip for work to like Colorado or something in maybe February of 19. So we're well over 2 years, 2.5 years.
So at this stage of the game right now, if you had a weekend all by yourself, what would you do?
First thing I would do is literally lay down. Just
I knew that was coming. I knew it. I was waiting for you to be like, sleep. Just
like a little one. I just need a power. Like I would love a nice power, like hour and 20. And then honestly, I'm calling everybody. The text messages I would be bouncing place to place. I would be staying on as late as possible. If I knew there was a ticking time bomb and waiting for me the next morning, I'd probably try to pull an all-nighter and then try, if I had 2 nights, like if it was a weekend, like Friday night, I would try to just stay up till like 3 to 6 in the morning and just be with anybody that would rock that. And then Saturday, just crash. And then do as much as I can on Saturday, believing Sunday would be the return. Oh man, I don't think.
Oh come on! I would love to join you. I would be there. I would be there for you. I would support you the entire way.
Oh, by the way, dude, you'd be like, I'd be sending messages to people I don't even normally talk to. Like that's how far I would just be like, everybody who's around, what time? I'm gonna see you at 2 a.m. Cool, bye. A Bride guy does remind us. That's right. Freeze Pop's birthday today. Oh, did you send him? I gotta Venmo him what do I send you? Like $269 or Venmo?
I've got to. I maybe will send him a gift potentially later. But yeah, I texted him. I was easily, and I guarantee you, I was the first person on the DK Sim fam friends amongst our family who texted him this morning. 100%.
Oh, dude.
When Tommy Popsicles is here at 4 o'clock, everybody, make sure you wish him a birthday. A happy, happy birthday.
Yes.
3rd and 10, Dalvin Cook, baby.
At it.
Picking up the first down.
Mr. Expensive himself.
Earlier, Brian C. said in the chat, Emerson, my mood is so much better early afternoon. It only gets better when the sim ain't lagging and you two goobers are simming with us.
Man, love that.
Drew says, yeah, dude, just wish him a birthday, I don't really care if it's a happy one. That's what I was like, yeah, just wish him a birthday, everybody.
Yeah, everybody just let him know it's a birthday. Yeah, the office.
That's so good.
So great.
I needed that so bad. Well done. Well done. Well done to all of you who are brave enough to spend some of your Friday with Rossi and I. We're at the quarter break, dude.
I know. Real quick, listen, it's 3-3. That's what you need for numbers. I want to give another shout out to my guy Emerson here, who stepped it up last week. We raised, combined over like $800. That doesn't go unknown. So listen, we're not doing thumbs up for likes anymore for cash. Like Emerson, fully invested in, so that should not be unnoted. This head right here is a walking billboard for the Buzz Off for Kids with Cancer. So I appreciate what you did. I appreciate the DK Sim fam. We haven't teamed up since then, but you guys, it was amazing.
That was a good time.
Yeah, it was amazingly gracious of you and amazing of the DK Sim fam to crush it. The most likes we've had on these sims, those 2 days, Sunday and Monday, in months. So appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I was gonna let you do that alone.
Well, you didn't have to do that, but it doesn't go unnoticed, and it will never go unnoticed. And it speaks to the
good. Good. Maybe when you finally get a bros weekend, we'll spend some time together and we'll celebrate and we'll knock back some bevies, dude.
Dude, we don't even bros weekend. Forget it. Give me a bros hour at this point. I'll take it.
Oh God, I would take that as well. 1st and 10. Let's go.
I'll meet you at the dog park. I'm gonna meet you at the dog park soon.
Okay. You can bring your cat on a leash. Thielen's got 3 catches already. He's only 24 yards, though. Lumpy says, you look good with the polished dome. I will have to agree. There's certain people like who will do these events for a great cause, and they come out of it, and it's like, okay, I'm not going to give you a ton of crap for looking the way you do because it was for a good cause. As we're down now at the 1.
Oh.
I know that has to be so frustrating if you are someone who just Olabisi Johnson.
Oh, because you're back like Johnson there with the catch.
Yeah, bum.
Is that Scatman?
Wide receiver 4. Yeah, hell yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Well done.
I'm blasting that at 1 o'clock today now.
Dalvin Cook's like, okay. All right, OJ.
Into the end zone.
I'm a scout, man.
Literally one of the most ridiculously awesome songs ever created.
Yeah.
Europe's a hell of a country.
Wait a second. New edition says, hey, Emerson, what's up? You have to try the cookie dough craze cereal. What?
Don't do it, dude. It'll set you back a month.
Hold on a second. Yo, send me any deets. Message me on Instagram there, New Edition. I need to see this.
Because Crave's the one that just filled. It's the chocolate filled, almost like a Wheaties, right? It's just like a regular piece of cereal. It's filled with stuff. So I can only imagine what this is.
Wait a minute. So he means the Crave cereal, which I have some of the regular chocolate Crave cereal. Holy crap, he's right. It's a chocolate chip cookie dough Crave cereal.
How that flavor though?
I don't know. Stay right there. I'll be right back.
All right, going to the store. Emerson's going to run to the store. You know what I like about Emerson more than myself and most people? I'd try to hide when I have to leave the place. I'll be hey, I have to run to the bathroom and try to make it nobody knows. Dude just walking off with a mic. Cook says, was Scatman John actually talented? I mean, anyone can do that, what he was doing. Yeah, but hit single, bro. Hit single.
I was gonna say, no, yeah, he's right. We could probably all do that. It's just he was the first one who said, let me put this on tape and see if anyone's totally into it. And now we're talking about it decades later on a Madden sim for our worldwide audience. Look at this thing. I got some. The Craves.
Yeah, look at you.
Chocolate fudge filled. Good Lord, man.
Nails it. By the way, have you seen the cheat code? I know you're a big cereal guy. So you get a nice catch here. Have you seen the cheat code for Magic Spoon? Have you heard about this?
No. What's going on?
Magic Spoon. Everybody listening, but by the way, buy your Magic Spoon. It's great stuff if you want. Hashtag not an ad, and I'm going to basically kind of alleviate them in a second. Get any, so Magic Spoon's $1.40 and for calories and not that much, it's like an ounce or so. It's ridiculous. But yeah, you get the high protein. So I saw somebody create a video. Nice. Oh, we got here. What is this?
Wait a minute. What's going on right now?
The vultures, bro. We got fullbacks making catches downfield.
Holy hell, Nick Baldwin. So we have wide receiver 4 and fullbacks. This is the greatest sim I've ever called.
Yep, TGIF. It's vulture season, baby. But basically, the long story short is get yourself any cereal that is around, 39 grams. You get about somewhere around that 100-calorie mark, give or take. Pour that into your bowl. Get a shaker. Get a scoop of protein. Get your, whatever milk of choice. Mix it up. It's probably going to cut your calories almost in half from the same amount of volume and get you the same amount of stuff. So Cheerios. Just get a shaker. Emerson, pop your little protein shake in there. Shake it up. Pour it over the cereal. It's a little cheat code.
Dude, that sounds delicious.
Here to help.
Also, new addition, Chris just sent me a picture of it right away on Instagram. You're the man, dude.
What a guy.
Yeah, I love that. I love that about DK Simpam. Yeah, it really is. That's better service than I get anywhere else around here. Hey, just cracked 300 people watching the stream over on YouTube.
Appreciate you.
Let's go. 2nd and 5. We're in the red zone here. Stafford and the Lions looking for their first touchdown of the day. It goes to Galladay.
Got it.
Celebrate. 1st and goal now coming up from the 4. Could he continue to get weird? Could we go with like give me a wide receiver 4 touchdown here? Give me some Geronimo Allison.
Vultures. Yeah, give me all the vultures.
I mean, hell, give me tight end 3. Give me some Hunter Bryant. Instead, they're just going to hand this thing off and a little premature juking. That doesn't get you anywhere, DeAndre Swift.
DeAndre Swift needs to realize it's Friday, bro. It's time for that big disc energy. Let's go. Step it up. Step it up.
You can't just make calories disappear, says producer Drew.
I can, though.
You just can't.
I can alleviate them. That's all I'm trying to do. Alleviate.
Okay. All right. Oh!
Get it. Is that carry on? This back. Oh, Swift. No, it's Swift. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay.
He heard. He knew it was Friday. I got that big disc energy with the sack bros. I got you. So this backfield, I'll tell you, when they get this close to the goal line, you don't know who's going to get it. AP's only 1,800 now. He used to be much more, but he's kind of faded down. But sometimes they'll sneak a touchdown there. But DeAndre Swift coming in a little under 30% owned in the free showdown. Scores that tag.
Wes Dreamer over on Twitch was going to get really, really upset if that was AP touchdown, but it was not. Woosah, my sweet chinchilla.
Breathe, baby, breathe.
Hold on a second. Super Bowl Baby 67 says a new scientific study just came out that found it might be a good idea to start eating chocolate for breakfast. It specifically looked at the effects in older women.
I love that. And I've heard that's why they always say there's a whole theory of like dessert for breakfast. That's why like we laugh at like, oh, eating a donut. That's not breakfast, or even cereal to some extent with the sugar content. But most people, and maybe that's what he's alluding to, is if you have your sugar in the morning, you kind of get your fix. You're not jonesing for it, let's say at like 8 at night and then going to bed with that just sitting in your belly.
Dude, that is my biggest issue. That is like when we got back in studio at Nesson at night and you're getting out late.
Oh, yeah.
I'm coming home at 12:31 in the morning. I'm eating either a cold hot dog as Dalvin Cook puts up a nice healthy chunk for a first down, or I'm eating a half jar of peanut butter. I've now gotten in this. I'm ordering peanut butter in the bulk off of Amazon now because I'm eating like half a jar each night. Those little regular size jars.
Dude, and you know that. Talk about, you can't avoid the calories there. That'll set you back also.
Yeah, it fuels me, dude.
I know you. Listen, you're like a machine. If that was me, I'd be 489 pounds instead of 480.
Yeah, but you're a sexy 489.
Well, I never denied that, but yeah, of course. Listen, nothing sexier than just a man who looks like a bowling pin. That's what my body shape is, baby. Come get some.
Justin Jefferson with the reception. We're inside 2 minutes from the first half. 2nd and 2 coming up. What do you got?
No, I was gonna say the other thing about that binge eating stuff. When you said cold hot dog, does that mean you never cooked it, or is it a previously cooked hot dog?
Oh, dude. The DK Simp fam knows. I'll eat a cold hot dog for like a snack really quick. I don't have time to like heat stuff up.
Okay. It's not that. Listen, there's no judgment because if you really think about it, you let's say you grill a hot dog, you put it in the fridge because you had family friends, and then you eat it cold. It's the same thing.
I mean, it's
the same thing. Hot dog already is cooked. You're just heating it up.
Yep. Exactly. 100%. Eating a high intake of chocolate in the morning hours could actually help with fat burning, the researchers say.
I like that. Also, I want to just throw out that I've seen Jesse, I know yourself, we're all standing for like the beef jerky price regulation, right? That's a big movement.
Wait a minute. Is that is there like an actual official thing happening with that? Because it is it's way too expensive. It's the top road trip food, but holy hell, I got to take out mortgage in order to buy a bag of it.
I have a new one for you. Lettuce. Now here's why. I don't know if you're a bag of lettuce guy, if you get like the big like tubs, but bags of lettuce are about like $3 a pop. It is getting to potato chip status, which how much lettuce per bag you get. We need to get behind that too. Once we clear, you know, but like that shouldn't cost. That costs no money to produce lettuce. In comparison, like beef jerky, I get there's a process that has to go through, but man. The other day, I weighed how much it's supposed to be, how much it was. Woof. I'm like, I might as well just flush $3 down the toilet. Might as well give it to my buddy Emerson to get some Crave cereal.
What you're telling me is the price is going up and you're getting less.
Yep.
The prices of everything is going up.
Yeah,
everything you could possibly think of. And we got ourselves a tutty here, but hold on. Laundry on the field.
Sharp would
see what happens here.
Gonna come back. No, roughing the passer.
Okay.
Twist.
All right. Right? That's a touchdown, isn't it? Yes. Okay. Cool. All right. So Sharp, 32% owned.
And you know what? I had him in my lineup for the longest time in the captain spot, but I said, nah. Irvin says big lettuce is listening. Watch out. Okay. Good point. Good point.
What? Hey, did you have a lineup?
Yeah,
you have one? I don't even think we talked about it. We got off track like immediately with the hat thing, and I'm like, forget it. I don't even care about anything else anymore. Let's just talk about Amazon and chocolate.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think if once you pass the open to people, you know what I mean? Like, listen, I want to hear and I want to see if the people drop their lineups, but I embarrassingly have Danny Amendola in the captain spot, Dalvin Cook, Galladay, Hawkinson, Thielen, Kyle Rudolph, who I put in for Tajay Sharp and am embarrassed.
Well, the reason I put Rudolph in the captain spot, and I think I was on a sim with producer Drew the other day, and someone mentioned in the chat that he's been like really good on the road. He's had a lot of touchdowns recently, like on the road. So I said, all right, whether that's true or not, I'm going to believe it. Yep. And I'm going to put him in the captain spot, which right now he's got 1 catch for 17 yards. So he's got 4 fantasy points for me there. Dalvin Cook, who was an absolute dud the other day. I was on a Viking sim. Was it yesterday? I don't know. Feels like forever ago. So I said, I don't care. That's probably that's rarity. I'm going to put you on there. I'm going to spend all the money. Yeah, it was yesterday. Stafford, Cousins, Amendola, and then Prater. That's what I went ahead and did.
Oh, I like you. See, and I like you. I know you're always a Prater guy for personal reasons, but I will say this right now, heading into the 2021 football season, which we're obviously running through here on Madden. Are we officially week 13 or is this still week 12? Drew, when you know. But I will just say, Matt Prater is going to go as a very underappreciated free agency signing by the Arizona Cardinals. I think it's going to be huge. The guy can boot it from about 58 in the Dome in Arizona. That division, a lot of close games last year, a lot of under 7-point decisions. Have a kicker like that in your lineup or on your roster. Whew, it's going to be a good one. Oh, week 13. Thank you, Drew. That's why we love you.
All right. After a night of having a little too few many beverages, Brian C says, "Would you rather mash a bunch of cold Chinese food or cold hot dogs?" Yeah, cold Chinese food. Man, I haven't had good Chinese food in a long, long time, and I could mash some lo mein. Chicken lo mein right now.
I've been on the record. I think lo mein, not rice, lo mein is better cold. Like, let all the juices settle into those sweet, sweet noodles. Whew. It's great.
Currently in our Love Muffin Express contest, Breaker 72 in first place, 60.76. Got Cousins, Cook, Galladay, Sharp, Jefferson, Prater. And look at this.
Making some garbage.
I mean, they got one timeout left. I mean, you try to get Bailey out there to kick a 3-mile-long field goal. I don't know if he's got the leg strength of Prater. I mean, hell, they may not even use that last time out. I don't know what's happening. I guess they're not. Okay. All right, we'll give it a shot. Go to the end zone at least. Never mind. That would make too much sense. Oh.
Did a little dance, did a little jig, made love tonight, but did not.
DFS Queenie says, I love next day popcorn. Like from the movies or the popcorn like you make in the microwave?
That's an intriguing one. I don't think I've ever done next day popcorn, but I guess when you buy from the store, it kind of has that vibe. So as long as it's not stale, I don't like anything stale.
Yep. These aren't stale, a little crave.
Look at that little thing. Almost looks like, what was that? Captain Crunch. That's what they look like.
Yeah, it's got like the texture of it.
Yeah, look at that chocolate.
Filled with like little chocolate and
nice manicure, by the way.
I need one.
Shout out.
What do we got? So Cook's got 8 carries for 35 yards here, dude. Swift's 4 for 12. AP's got 1 for 3. Cook does have a touchdown though. And then in the receptions department, nobody has more than that. I'm Thielen, he's got 5, 36. Gallay's got 4 for 37. Sharp, by the way, 3 for 84 and a touchdown. That is not too shabby.
Especially for
what do you think?
Low ownership and with him as well. So yeah, he's the guy so far. He's the guy to beat. He's the guy who's setting the pace. You mentioned the leading lineup right now, but he came in again at 30, almost 33% owned. That guys above him: Amendola, Galladay, Thielen, Hawkinson, Stafford, Jefferson. So he's way outweighing his competition as we speak.
Freak of nature. Sexy energy in the commentary.
I would give you a hug. I've already said, you know what? I realized something. With Bry Guy here today, I owe him a hug. I told him day one. Well, it wasn't day one. At one point, I was like, when everything's cleared up, he gets the first hug. And I don't think I've actually hugged anybody. I've been out with people, but I don't think I've actually hugged them. So I might have to follow through.
I can't wait to see Bry Guy next time when we're out on the golf course. I'm going to give him the biggest bear hug he has ever received. And now it's a battle, you and me, for who can get to him first.
I don't fight for that, but I will tell you, I'm just going to show up at the course. I'll just hug you both, and then I'll leave.
Okay, just be right there in the first tee box. I'm fine with that.
Hey, what's up, boys? Or maybe I could drive the cart, but I think people like it. I have offered. I don't golf. I've said, like, hey, if you want me just to drive the cart, I'm down. And they're like, no, that's like the best part of golfing. Like, I don't want somebody to drive it. I was like, all right, well, call me when you guys are done later.
Byron and Ken just says Mr. T cereal. Do you remember Mr. T cereal? That was the no longer made, but it was, a lot of people know it from Pee Wee Herman's Big Adventure from the movie.
Oh, yeah.
He has Mr. T cereal there. I think it was like the opening scene or one of the earlier scenes. My only beef with that movie, well, Large Marge scared the hell out of me. But then there's also the breakfast scene. He's got the whole like mouse trap device that makes his breakfast for him. But then he has one bite and then he leaves. It's like his entire breakfast just sitting there. And I've never understood it to this day. Decades later, I'm thinking, finish your food, dude. Finish your meal.
Yeah, it's right up
That's
there
a
with
waste.
Yeah, it's like in Home Alone. It's scarring moments like that.
Yes. My grandfather, man, he was a hard ass. He always used to say, wasting food is a sin. Man, we would sit there and I would have to eat every bite of food on my plate at dinner, even if it's something I absolutely hated. So that's when I learned to master the art of taking a bite, act like you're wiping your mouth with your napkin when you're spitting your food in it. I take it, dump it out down the bottom near my feet, and then I go back in for another bite.
Yep. Listen, that's the old school. Like, I don't know if one day if I'm a grandfather, if I'd be that same way, but I always laugh about that. Like, you have to finish your food. It was just like anytime you went over your grandparents, I had grandparents that lived downstairs from me in a multifamily, and they'd be like, you cannot leave this table till that plate of canned green beans is gone. And I'm like, oh, what are we doing?
Canned green beans aren't bad.
No,
they're
but
like salty and soggy.
I didn't know there was like fresh vegetables until like I was in like my teens. Like I used to have the canned corn, canned green beans, canned peas, I don't know what else. I can't think of any other vegetables off the top of my head, but those are always canned. Carrots. Weird. And now I kind of long for it. They have that rubbery texture. That's kind of good.
Yep. First time playing Fortnite. What's going on, dude?
Yo.
Retease, did you know? First time playing Fortnite said, yeah. Dr. Jones. I don't know if he has anything on this opening series of the second half, but I believe he has a goose egg in the first, and people said he balled out last time out. Whoa! What are you doing? Third and inches. Spin cycle, but carry on. Gets the first down.
Kerryon Johnson had the first, got bounced behind, think, okay, he's not going to make it. Does like the hippie shake, says the scat man, I guess you could call it now. Look at that, whoop, 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 and makes his way and gets that first down. Whew.
Yeah, a lot of conversation on Twitch about the date Kaufman and Glasher on today, and just thrown to the ground like a piece of meat. Matt Stafford, so 2nd and 21. Third sack of the game, Rossi.
Yeah.
Back bros.
Yeah, we're all sacked up today, getting ready. Like it?
Oh, sacks. The sacks are full. The sack department is full.
Sure are. Keep blowing them up.
TJ Hawkinson trying to add a little more. Had just one catch for 15 yards in the first 2 quarters of play. 3rd and long coming up. Under 4 minutes to go here in the 3rd quarter. I am Emerson Latzia. You are Jason Rossi. Bry Guys on the 1s and 2s. Producer Drew is behind the scenes. And then Bert on the ops team.
Good call.
Adding up scores for us. Speaking of that, where are you at?
Oh, I'm stinking out loud, my friend. I need to
Are you really?
Oh, yeah. Let's just see. I wasn't 70-something. Let's see. 92nd. 92nd.
Ooh, Lord. Okay, I'm 73rd out of, we got 118 in the contest. We got nearly 9,000 in the free showdown, the large one. We got a 2-way tie for first currently. There's Jen in there. There's Sonny in there. 78.40 points. Both of those lineups have Sharp in the captain spot. He has north of 26 points already. There's Dalvin Cook now, who's up to 46 yards on the ground on 9 carries. Cook is in this first place lineup. So it's Cousins, Galladay, Swift, and Jefferson.
Lineup. Good build. Good build. I could really, let's see, with this team, obviously I had Dalvin Cook, Thielen, or my guy, Kyle Rudolph. Woo. Stank.
Not a great showing for the red zone reindeer.
No, sir. No, sir.
But Cousins going to JJ once again.
You know what's funny? Whenever I never tinker with my lineup. Like if I really, really want to like dig in, I will. But like this one, I was like, I got to make a lineup. You made it. Okay, cool. And, you know, I just started throwing names, but like I had Jefferson at one point. You have Tarjay Sharp. I hate the idea of ever like not just going immediately with my gut and just going with the players, because then you see the other guys score and you go, well, what could have been? What could have been?
I think the key for me is just not thinking about it. And I've said it before here on the stem. When I start looking at like matchups in the past and how they performed against the team prior, and are they on a run? They have 3-4 straight games with a certain amount of points or a touchdown. Nah, forget that. Less is more. Less thinking is more.
You're right. You can look at all the statistics, especially Simland. It's, you know, every game's different. Here I am over here trying to break the, like, oh, what happened last time they played each other? Don't matter. That's what happened.
Breaker 72 still at the top of our free fun little showdown. Oh, sir.
Sounds like Skeletor when you do it.
What did you just text me?
You gotta watch that video after. If you need a mood boost, bro, that video that I sent you.
Okay.
It's of the little roommate, and it is.
Yeah.
Maybe the greatest video that he's ever been a part. I'm not going to go as far because we live in a day and age that there's videos being recorded literally every second of every day beyond. But that one, you got to listen to the tune, dude. It's unbelievable. Dude's got the moves.
Dude's got the moves, and Kirk Cousins has 232 yards passing.
Yeah, didn't see that coming in this game for sure.
Neither did I. Although he did start off on the first play of the day going 49 yards through the air. Now he's up to 245. Justin Jefferson now 4 catches on the day.
Yeah, just expected more like of a Dalvin Cook with this kind of porous defense for Detroit, but and just because they're porous on the run defense doesn't mean they're great in the pass defense either. Kind of stink out loud, but Kirk Cousins trying to take advantage of that. Really in a good position to hit the bonus, so we'll see as we get to the fourth quarter. That punt, 2-yard line.
Yes.
Ooh,
Yes.
Could we get a safety sack?
Ooh. Safety sack. Nah. But okay.
Amendola? Or is it Hawk?
It's Hawk. It's one of the 2 wide receivers that they have.
Hawk. So is that the last play of the third? Should be.
Congo Cav, the Sack Bros are alive and well. Oh, baby, we're at 68 likes. Y'all know what that means.
Oh.
Who wants to be the special one? The nice one. Do it. Tongue punch it now. Get after it. 17-10. The quarter break. Why don't you beautiful man? Why don't you just relax?
I'm very relaxed. I couldn't be more relaxed if I was at a massage parlor.
Nice. 16 of 22 there for Kirk Cousins. 11 for 62 on the ground. DeAndre Swift has a tutty. He's got 4 for 12. Okay. Cheers, babe.
Water break, everybody. Stay hydrated. Pace yourself.
Thielen, nothing. Nothing for him in the third quarter. Still at 5 for 36. Galladay's got 5 for 50. Jefferson 4 for 63. Sharp still 3 for 84 and still with the touchdown.
That's starting to get interesting because he hits that bonus. He basically already is a lock almost for the Emerson Latzia lots of loving player of the day, but he could really use that one more catch. If we can get into that bonus, needs 16 more yards. There's my guy, playoff Danny, my captain, 1 for 23. Ugh. Tough call.
All right, your lineup's sitting pretty, everybody. Oh, Lord, I'm getting worse and worse and worse. I'm 92 out of a $1.18. Dude, Breaker 72. Are you even here right now? You've got almost a 10-point lead.
Do you know who that image is on his avatar?
No, I don't even see it.
Oh, okay. Oh, because you're on the website, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so on
Why?
the app,
What's the image? Is it safe for work?
Oh yeah. It's an image of Punch Out. You know the game Punch Out for Nintendo?
Yeah. Mike Tyson's Punch Out?
Yeah, of course. The only way to play it. It's
Sack Bros Congo Cab. This one's for you.
Dude, you're like Tim Allen, Home Improvement. You're like,
you're like my Wilson, except I can see your full face, and it's not the finale. It's a picture of Bald Bull, the character they had to fight twice in that game, who did the bull charge, and if you timed it right, you hit him right in the old belly button, and he does this little wince back, and that's the image. He has the winced, punched in the belly look. So Bald Bull, for all those that don't see it, Google it. What a character. Punch Out, one of the best. Ooh, David, our guy David, big fan of ours, asks, who you got tonight? He says, let's go Bucks. So I'm guessing he means between the Atlanta Hawks and the Buccaneers of Milwaukee.
Oh, man. Is that Swift?
Oh, yeah, get the Swiffer out, baby. Woohoo, we're cleaning the flows.
Stafford has eclipsed 200 passing yards. That's the third reception of the day for DeAndre.
Love that.
Oh man, almost 400 people watching. Damn, we got 90 likes already?
Let's go. You told people to start tongue punching things, and they're like, sure, bro, I got you.
Oh!
Ooh.
Come on, baby. Double coverage. Always a smart move. Yeah, we're going to hit the century mark.
Oh, we got to surpass it. Let's get those thumbs up. Smash that like. Oh, by the way, yeah, I'm here. Marcus Pratt is, I don't know if you read that if I'm pulling a glass here, but is Breaker 72 in the YouTubes.
No, I did not know that. Great. Oh, man. Breaker 72 falling to second place in a tight battle and race for first with Brooklyn Bias, who now has a 2-point lead because that DeAndre Swift reception, that's who he has in the captain spot. He's got Swift up there. Ooh, Stafford. Let's go. Back to the end zone. Galladay. Woo!
Hit it. Got it.
Look at this.
Smash.
Prater extra point from tying this thing up. X Factor is lit, damp, soaked. 5.5 minutes to play in regulation. And just like that, Breaker 72 moving back to the top. I am glued to our free roll, to the All Aboard the Love Muffin Express free roll contest. I don't care that I'm now 99. It's Breaker 72.
Ooh, I'm up to 85. Watch out, world.
Wow.
It's a dogfight. The sweat is on there at the top of this contest. Breaker's got a nice little 5-point lead, but right below him is there's so much action. Breaker with that lineup again. Cousins in the captain. What a risky call that is to put a quarterback in the captain. Cook, Galladay, just scored Tajay Sharp, Jefferson, and Prater. What a lineup. As you mentioned before, it just keeps pushing those numbers up. Dwayne's not happy about it on the one and only YouTube.
What's going on? Oh, yeah. DT, Dwayno.
Happens.
All good, sweet chinchilla. Let's go. Dalvin Cook.
Just the ball. Love that. It tastes funny. Should have cleaned the phone before. Pushing like that. I hope you really did. Because you know what? I'll be honest. I've tried to. I don't know if you ever have like messy hands, like you're cooking something and like you want to skip an ad or something on your phone or the next song. I've tried to do it with my nose. Never works.
It never does.
I don't know. Maybe I should try the tongue.
Yeah, give it a shot, dude. Highly recommend it. Dalvin Cook on the reception. Cousins now up to 243. That was Cook's. Did I see that's his first reception?
No, he had the catch at the end of the half and one other. I think it might have been third.
Okay, I couldn't see. It's up in that neck of the woods.
I can never see. Don't worry, I'm blind as a bat.
So that knocked his X Factor out though.
Yep.
So that sucks. But 2nd and 12, Cousins, incomplete.
What are you doing here? What are we doing there? That ball looked like it should have been caught. That was Thielen too, wasn't it?
Yeah, man, they have 4 X Factors on their team. Harrison Smith's there, Thielen, Cook, Hunter. Eric Kendricks, a superstar traits, little middle linebacker. You like that?
You like that? You like that? Hey, good for Kurt. At least he's got something. Like, he'll never be forgotten. That's one thing.
First down.
Keep marching. He needs to get, if he can get one of these to Tajay Sharp, I'm telling you, but Jefferson having a good day, 5 catches, 78. So a couple potential bonuses here, yet to have one. Who will it be? Bert sits, anxiously waiting to just give somebody that sweet, sweet bonus. Not going to be there.
Reese's, did you know, dropping the Sassy Springers Instagram. Very, very sassy. We'll take them swimming again this weekend. We got a big, big weekend planned for the girls. You got big plans this weekend?
I got I'm simming with you tomorrow at the same time.
Oh my God! Whoa!
So the sack boys.
Dude, I'm so glad you reminded me about that. I'm not kidding you.
That's what I'm here for, bro. That's all I'm here for. Yeah, in 23 hours, me and you back here. Put it on the schedule. Don't be at a dog. Actually, be at a dog park. Do it from your phone. I don't care.
No. Saturday morning, we'll do the coffee shop run. Oh God, we got Chargers at the Bengals. Oh, Bry Guy's here at noon tomorrow too. Hey, producer Drew, are you here at noon tomorrow? Are we gonna have this squad together again? First down, huge. I'm not here, thank God.
Yeah, I got
Bert,
that.
are you here?
Bert, yeah,
Who's with us?
Bert's here a lot usually, so let's see. I'm gonna guess he is, but we'll see. He's eating a Stromboli today, so we'll see. He said
it's the weekend.
Dude,
My
Bert,
man.
Bert, I just want to say this to you and to all those other weekend warriors out there. If you ain't making money, you're spending money, bro. It's all good. You're gonna be on Amazon like Emerson getting hat cleaners all day. You gotta play. You gotta get that money in. So then I'm doing a trifecta on Sunday, but I think I got a buddy's like moved up to New Hampshire, like everybody else who's trying to buy a house. So we're going up to his house tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
With both roommates, so that should be intriguing. I think it's supposed to be nice, so as long as it's nice.
I think it's supposed to be steamy, and you go up to New Hampshire. It should be really pleasant.
Oh God, yeah. Is it humid? Is the humidity going to be high?
I don't know, man. You don't have to worry about your hair yet, like having a bad hair day. That's the worst part about humidity for me.
Because that's the thing. I'm right about to hit, like I'm a week or two away where I'm going to probably do one more clean go around because everything's going to get uneven, and then it's going to be that awkward, like August for me. If I do one more cut in early July, dude, just wait. I'm just going to look like a poof. I'm going to look like a chia pet. It takes a while for the hair where it needs to go.
We're at the 2-minute warning. This thing's tied at 17. We got 400 people glued to YouTube. We got Galladay now in the bonus. We have eclipsed 100 likes, which is phenomenal. It makes us love you even more, DK Sim fam. Twitch fam living their best life as well.
I love it. Love both fams separate. It's like living in a good, like apartment building, right? You like your neighbor to your left, you like your neighbor to your right. They don't always get together, but you like them both individually and you like them all collectively.
Yeah, agreed.
Ooh, Dwayne.
I like good neighbors. Good neighbors can really enhance your living experience.
I think one of my neighbors about to sell his house. So I'm like, oh, and I just had new neighbors move in, and they're great. So I'm like, okay. I thought I was in a good spot because I live in this little corner, private way. Because that you think that's a classy thing until you don't get snowplowed. But yeah, dude.
Do you like when you get new neighbors? We've never like lived in the burbs or in a house or anything like that. Do you bring over like baked goods, or how do you introduce yourself, or is it just like when you run into them?
So far since I've lived up here, it's been since I've run into them. But a lot of the time I've lived here, any people that have moved in have all been during pandemic. So I didn't really think it was appropriate to go knock on somebody's door. One guy had to do it for me because he had a water issue. So we became buds, my direct neighbor. But yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be, he told me, he's like, I'm going to be throwing the house on the market in July. And I was like, well, so we'll see.
Okay.
This houses are crazy, man. Oh, okay.
The market's it's interesting right now because we've started to look around and see like what we could potentially do. We've never bought, we've always rented. And I'm like, how do people afford things?
Dude, don't ask. You know how people afford things? You just do it. You don't actually afford it. Live your best life and can't take it with you. And hopefully you don't have a lot of debt. Big play. Stafford.
All right, 3rd and 6. Oh, wow. What are you doing? Keep your toes tipping and tapping. Inbounds. Fight your way forward. Swift, 59 yards on 4 catches. The hell's going on out there?
Not a scat man. Not a scat man.
Oh, no.
Cowards.
Why are you punting?
Cowards. Well, let's paint this picture. We'll paint it positively, right? We have a chance for 3 bonuses on this drive. Jefferson could hit it. Tajay Sharp could hit it. Kirk could hit it. So let's just get that. Let's get something good here and some points.
Okay. All right.
Come on. 25 more for Kirk. Both of the receivers around that same mark. I think both 70 or 84 still for Tajay. So come on. Pick up the pace, boys. 30 seconds. What are we doing? All right, great. She's not even going to try. Cool.
This is...
Blame you.
This can be a little frustrating at times. I think it's a little cowardly to be playing for overtime when you play to win the game. They're really doing this right now?
They're going to get a penalty.
This is really happening right now.
Watch him throw a bomb, too. Oh.
Well, there's another catch for more than a Thielen owners. We've got overtime. Tied at 17. Little NFC North showdown right now. And y'all know the drill. The overtime rules. Whoever wins this, coin toss. You march downfield, you score a touchdown, you win this thing. You kick a field goal, the opposing team will have an opportunity to answer back.
See what happens. OT, baby. Brian C. says, come on, Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. Your guy DT says, I saw we could only hope would have been better for a Fiesta. New Edition says he sent you another pick on IG. You got more IGs coming.
I have to check some stuff out of here.
Is it more cereal or is he sending you, who knows? Follow Emerson.
Yeah, I don't really know these days, man.
You can also, make sure you're following the man. You can send him pictures as well. You could send it at _Emerson. So it's not a Emerson, it's _Emerson. He is the Emerson.
Oh, wow. Joss's Jacks? So it's almost like Apple Jacks, but it looks like red and blue frosted rolls cereal.
Forward it to me on the IG. Now they have it open.
I'm gonna have to screen grab that. So it's some Josh Allen cereal. My wife would love that, being a Buffalo gal. Yeah, just screen grab it here. I'll text it to you.
All right.
I think that's what it says. All right. There you go. It's on the way. Started 4 right now. This is the opening drive of overtime.
Oh, we got to send a box of this to Kenny. What are you missing?
Nah, he would throw it away. It would go to waste. All right. So now they're going to punt the football away.
Most things are. You send it Kenny's way, it's like a black hole.
You have all this dried saliva on your back, little one. From you and your sister's wrestling. 4th and 4. So now the Vikings, they just need a field goal to win this thing.
Yeah.
Maybe you're jonesing for some Dan Bailey love. Pretty good punt there. Now inside the 10. They want to score a touchdown. They're going to have to go 91 yards for it. Dumps it off to Dalvin Cook, and that's going to be no gain. 2nd and 10. We've got a re-air of the sweat. Jesse Cofield playing the role of host this morning.
Woo!
So that'll come up right after this. And then Kenny and Jeff for Eagles at the Jets. Oh, that has to be frustrating. I didn't even realize that, Bry Guy. Stafford was 7 yards away from the bonus.
Well, hey, don't count your chickens before they hatch, as they say. This game ain't over. Still could get there. Is getting closer and closer and closer for these Vikings. You'll see if this looks like a running formation, but Kirk Cousins not too far off as well.
So, yeah, everybody, get excited. Kenny on a jet sim will be at 2 o'clock after a re-air of the sweat.
Honestly, can I just say this now? Everyone smash as many thumbs up as you can now. Let's get all the thumbs up. Let's lead into the positivity because Jeff's going to need it. There's the bonus. Look at that. We got it.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Woohoo!
Kurt! You like that?
Yeah. You like that?
Sim fam
Guy's
likes it.
making a lot of money, a lot of guaranteed dollars in his bank account.
Mm-hmm. Good for him.
Absolutely. I do the same thing, thinking, I don't know if I'm worth this, but I'm not saying no.
You are what you're worth what people pay you. Remember that always. You think you deserve more? Ask for it. Think you're like, well, that's a lot more money than I think. Well, somebody values you, and we all value and love you individually.
All right, Why Hustle says over on YouTube 2 overtimes. I don't know if that's a prediction. That's what they want, but on 1st and 10, Cousins incomplete. 5 minutes even to go here in the first overtime.
Let's see. Incomplete passes. Just, oof. Come on, Kurt. That's it.
All right. Let me poke over and see where points are for some of these young stars. Hey, everybody. I know. It's amazing once like 1 o'clock hits, like my dog's internal clocks, they like wake up and they know that it's lunchtime.
Don't we all? I feel you.
I love you. I love you so much.
3rd and 6, and Kirk Cousins throws it to your dog.
Oh. I know. I know. I know. I know. Cats don't do this.
No, they do other very, very annoying things, though, so don't.
Next point wins.
And they poop sometimes on the floor, so listen, happens.
Well, don't we all? And, you know, if you're BK's kid, you're pooping in a bed.
Listen, sometimes you mistake things for other things, or you're sleeping. I don't know.
Sometimes you mistake things for other things. That's a great quote. And not wrong. Oh! Ball game, baby! Ball game!
See ya. Good night. Wow, and it's Swift.
83 yards. Gets behind the secondary and says, peace out.
Me Swiffering the floor. Everybody bust out the Swiffers. Throw the brooms in the trash. This ball game.
Let's go. Ladies, it is lunchtime. It is lunchtime. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Let's bring them up. Bring her up.
All right, your player of the game is going to be DeAndre Swift. Don't care. Don't at me. That's the guy. Scored. I threw the air on the ground. He is your Emerson Latzia. Lots of love. DK Sim fan. We love you. Appreciate you. Smash that thumbs up, player of the day. And your fade, not my kid award is.
Go ahead.
A lot of guys played pretty well here. I'm just going to throw
I know.
it.
I know.
I'm going to go to the highest owned person. Kirk Cousins hit a bonus. We're going to go with Hawkinson. He was the 3rd highest owned. He was just okay. 8.2 in the 4 catches, 42 yards. Not my kid, but those are yours. Look at those beautiful, beautiful pups. What a day it's going to be. Everybody rejoice. It's Friday. And may just God bless all of you. My God.
I love everybody. I love everybody.
We love each other.
That includes you.
Oh, yeah. Back at you.
And you little clown. All right. Thank you very much, Bri Guy on the 1s and 2s, and producer Drew and Bert on the ops team, who is going to be finishing up, adding up some scores here. I hope you all end up finishing very high towards the top of the leaderboard. And if you're in the free roll, I hope you are taking home a couple dollars tonight. We got a re-air of the sweat coming up now. And then at 2 o'clock, it's Kenny on a jet sim. So as Rossi mentioned earlier, now would be a good time to hit the like button because you're going to have about an hour window where you're not going to want to hit it.
Tongue punch it, baby.
I love you, Kenny. If you're watching, I know he's probably on the golf course playing with his blades. All right, I'm gonna go feed the beasts. Rossi, good times, man. Thanks everybody for watching, spending some time with us. Keep an eye on those contests. See where you finish up. Let us know. Love you. Peace.
Happy Friday, everybody. I'm Jesse Cofield, and I spilled my coffee all over myself this morning, but that's okay. Okay. All right. Things are looking up because it's time for the sweat 50-ish minutes of DFS and sports betting advice coming your way. What could be better? We're going to be kicking things off with our baseball bros, DraftKings contributors, Kenny Ducey and Nick Fryer, and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Guys, we have a 13-game main slate today, so let's get to it with some price check. We're starting with a pitcher you like priced over 8K. So, Kenny, you got 12 guys to choose from, but do you have to pay up for Framber, even though the Astros train is going to be kind of like chalky here, we know?
Yeah, I'm not paying up for Framber Valdez. I'm paying up for a different lefty. It's Carlos Rodon at 10.7K. I know, again, he's probably going to be chalky as well. I mean, Carlos Rodon's been red hot right now, 1.86 ERA. He's in contention to be one of the best pitchers in baseball. But you look at the last 3 outings, they've been absolutely outstanding. He recently shut down said Astros for a run over 7 innings, 3 hits. So why can't he do it against the Seattle Mariners at home when the Seattle Mariners are 25th in WRC plus the left-handed pitching? I don't see any reason why he can't. This is just a lineup that has fallen off the pace significantly that they put up earlier in the season. And Rodon's a guy with the high strikeout upside against some high strikeout bats that I think is going to have a very good start tonight. I can't take my eyes off of Carlos Rodon at 10.7K. I'm going to spend that money. I'm going to save it elsewhere. There's plenty of Yankee bats that I like that are cheap.
All right, Nick, 2 guys who are over 10K. He's one of them. Are you going to go with one of those guys?
No, I'm not going either one of them. I'm actually going to go with Chris Paddock tonight because he's going up against the Diamondbacks, and they have the worst OPS against right-handed. I'm sorry, second worst OPS against right-handed pitching over the last couple of weeks. They're the only team with an ISO under 100 over the last couple of weeks against right-handed pitching. And then when it comes to strikeouts too, 7th worst in plate appearances per strikeout rate against right-handed pitching over the last couple of weeks. So the Diamondbacks are not good right now. And then Paddock is coming off an outing where he just struck out 11 against the Reds, got over 25 DK fantasy points in that one, had 9 strikeouts in the outing before against the Mets, 25 DK fantasy points in that one as well. And those are 2 teams that they're not nearly as bad against right-handed pitching as the Diamondbacks are. So I like picking on the Diamondbacks in general, and I'm going to do that tonight with Paddock.
All right, Eric, where are you going? Are you going to pay up or save a little money here?
Yeah, so I do like Carlos Rodon, as Kenny does, and I expect a lot of people to, which is why I'm going to go with Yusei Kikuchi against him. I think he might be less owned because, again, people are going to be on Rodon. The White Sox, they have a better lineup than the Mariners, pretty clearly, except actually lately that hasn't been true since the calendar's flipped to June. The White Sox are all the way down in 23rd by WRC+. Mariners are up at 16th, which is surprisingly respectable. Again, I'm not looking at those 3 weeks and saying the Mariners have a better lineup, but that's at least something. Kikuchi's facing a cold team, and I really think he is quite good. I think everything he's done this year is legitimate. 3.46 ERA, which is a big improvement from his 5.17 ERA last season. But if you look at some of his ERA estimators last year, he's more or less the same guy. In fact, FIP for him last year was down at 3.30. So you could say he's a tiny bit worse. Probably not quite accurate there, but most of his underlying numbers are more or less the same or slightly better. He's got a career high 25.3% strikeout rate, which is about a tick better than last year. Not walking guys too much, 8.1%, and a career high by 0.1% ground ball rate at 52.1%. He's also pitching in a pitcher-friendly park and has allowed just 1 earned run on 7 hits in his last 2 starts. So I think a lot of reasons to like Kikuchi here, especially if other people are looking at the opposite side of the same contest.
All right, let's move on to hitters. Nick, a guy who's over 5K that you're interested in.
Yeah, I like Matt Olson tonight at 5.4K going up against Johnny Cueto and the Giants. Olson's taken Cueto deep a couple times, and only 6 plate appearances against him so far in his career. And against righties last week, Olson, he has a teammate who's a little bit hotter against right-handed pitching. Maybe we'll talk about him in a second. But Olson right now has a 1.084 OPS against righties over the last couple weeks. His ISO is over 300 right now. I mean, and even then, he's still not one of the guys who's hitting righties best over the last couple weeks. There's Schwarber's up there. But anyways, and Olson's done well against left-handed pitching too. He's doing better against lefties. So whoever the Giants throw at him tonight after he sees Cueto, he's not going to have any issues with. So I'm very comfortable spending 5.4K on Matt Olson tonight.
All right, Eric, who are you going to pay for?
Yeah, Olsen was on my short list, but I'm going to pay up for Vlad Jr. tonight. Pretty much a good idea almost all the time, especially when you're facing Matt Harvey, whose ERA starts with a 7. In fact, it's 7.80. That's a little bit worse than he deserves. Most of the ERA estimators are in the high 4s, but he's not striking guys out. He's not keeping the ball on the ground. It was fun when he had a few good starts early, but 17 runs in 10.2 innings over his last 3 starts. I think we might be close to the end of Matt Harvey starting in Baltimore. Vlad Jr., I mean, do I even need to talk about how good he is? He's 3rd in isolated power this season at 331. The 2 guys ahead of him, Fernando Tatis Jr. and Shohei Ohtani, are each striking out over 28% of the time. He's striking out just 17.3% of the time. So he's making great contact and has as much power as anybody. And he's only getting better as the season's gone on, a 224 WRC plus in June. So I like him every night. I especially like him against Matt Harvey.
All right, Kenny, who are you targeting and why is it Giancarlo Stanton?
Oh my goodness, it is Giancarlo Stanton. How'd you read my mind? Yes, Giancarlo Stanton at 5.3K. Well, I guess I did say the thing about the Yankees hitters that I really liked, right? Yeah, look, I just think Giancarlo Stanton here is a really good price. This guy, people forget about him. You know, back-to-back 11 DKFP games. You look at his career, right? And he's never really put the bat on the ball consistently. Much like Aaron Judge, when he's put the bat on the ball, he's done a very good job. And he hits 290 against left-handed pitching, which is a big deal here. So I think that Giancarlo Stanton against a lefty in Martin Perez that is really terrible. He doesn't profile out very well. He doesn't throw the ball very hard. He doesn't get a lot of strikeouts. You know, that is one thing that we look at with Giancarlo Stanton is what's the strikeout what's the strikeout downside rather? Is he going to strike out 2 times and you're only going to get like 2 chances at a home run? Well, not only is he not struck out the last 2 games, Perez's strikeout rate under 20%. So I really like him to have a nice night. But if I have to throw one out of left field, I'd also say Jose Abreu at 5.1K. Just a feeling about Jose Abreu. Kikuchi, yes, okay, maybe he's had some good starts, but he still allows a lot of hard contact, and he's not striking out anybody, Abreu, against a lefty. I think he's worth a shot here. He's not trendy. He's not hitting well, but why not, right? That's just my little gut play of the day.
I like it. A little extra something. All right. Well, we're going to need to round out those lineups with a value bat. So, Eric, who do you like as a value bat pick?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with those Blue Jays. I really want to get anybody in I can against Matt Harvey these days. And I'm going to go with George Springer at 3,900. There's kind of 2 categories of a good value bat. One is the guy who is normally cheap and is on a run, and the other is the guy who is normally expensive and is cold. So in theory, if you buy that he's going to bounce back, you're getting, you know, $1,000 discount or so. I think Springer is firmly in that category. Hasn't done anything this season. That's because he's only played 6 games. Missed the start of the year with an oblique, came back and played, I think, 4 games before going down with a quad strain. He's 0 for 7 in 2 games since coming back from that quad strain, so he hasn't, you know, demonstrated great health or anything. If he had even 1 hit, 2 hits, I'd be a little happier. But man, it's just 2 games. I'm not willing to say that he's clearly not at 100%. And even if he's at 95%, I mean, this is a guy who'd normally be in the high 4,000s at a 953 OPS over the last 2 seasons. So I'm willing to take that bargain, even if he hasn't fully demonstrated that he's bounced back. Maybe 2 or 3 more hitless games and I'd be off him, but it's just 2 games. I'm totally fine with a guy like this.
Yeah, Kenny, Harvey has allowed 4 or more runs in 4 of his last 5 starts. Do you like targeting those Blue Jays bats?
Yeah, I do like that call a lot. The Blue Jays, I mean, I actually like them a little bit better against lefties, but it's really hard to pick a handedness, right? No, I'm going to stick with the Yankees, though, and a guy that is so underpriced. I'm so upset. I mean, yesterday we saw Sal Perez priced over $5,000, or maybe 2 days ago. Sal Perez was priced over $5,000 against Michael King at Yankee Stadium. Gary Sanchez is $4,600. What are we doing here, people? Over the last 14 games, Gary Sanchez has averaged over 12 DraftKings fantasy points. He's homered in a bundle. He's homered in 2 straight. He's homered in a bundle of games since then. 6 different games he's hit a home run. So, I mean, this guy is just red hot right now. I think everybody who plays daily fantasy knows what this guy is capable of when he's seeing the ball well, and it's very clear that he's doing so. You look at his career, the splits against lefties, not as good over his career, but this year he's hit lefties better than he's hit righties. And you look at, again, Martin Perez, a hard hit rate near 40%, barrel rate over 8%. This guy loves to give up hard contact, and he does not strike anybody out. The Yankees' big power bats Giancarlo Stanton, Aaron Judge, Gary Sanchez, you're scared when they go up against a guy with a high whiff rate, a high strikeout rate. That is not Martin Perez. Martin Perez likes to pitch to contact, and Gary Sanchez is going to put a lot of contact out there tonight. And it's going to be hard contact, and one of those balls might just leave the yard. I just don't know how you don't get this guy in your lineup at $4.6 thousand. It just doesn't make any sense why he's priced this way.
All right, Nick, a value bat. Who you going with?
Well, I like Gio Urshela in that game if he plays, but he's day-to-day right now dealing with that shin issue after he fouled a ball off his leg the other night. So I really like Urshela, but the pick I'm going to throw out there actually contradicts Kenny's because Sean Murphy is $600 cheaper on DraftKings, and he's going up against a righty, and Schwarber's the best hitter against right-handed pitching over the last couple weeks, right? Maybe the last month, whatever. But over the last couple weeks, Schwarber's the best hitter against right-handed pitching. Sean Murphy is right after him. He has a 1.686 OPS against righties over the last couple weeks and a ridiculous ISO. It's like 700 right now. So he is crushing those guys. I would go with Sean Murphy at my catcher over Gary Sanchez tonight because there are 11 catchers higher priced than him. So Sanchez, yeah, maybe he works out, but I think Murphy right now going up against a righty, I have to go with that, especially coming off a night off too.
All right, before we let you guys go, let's take a gander at the sportsbook side of things. So Kenny, what's your favorite MLB bet for tonight?
I kind of like this A's Giants over. It's only set at 7.5. And the reason why is the Giants, they're sixth in WRC plus against left-handed pitching. Sean Manaea has been on fire lately, but we've seen this season that he's been prone to some bad starts. And I think in San Francisco, in a rivalry game against a San Francisco Giants team that should be hitting the ball well right now, I do think that he gives up some runs here. And on the other side of the coin, Oakland's been just as hot. Johnny Cueto's been kind of on and off this year. I just feel like this total is paying too much respect to Johnny Cueto and maybe a little too much to Sean Manaea. I mean, this guy has really strung together some good outings against bad teams. So I think that he might be due for a little bit of regression here. I think this game goes over.
Nick, you look like you agreed with that one. What's your favorite bet?
Yeah, well, I think just targeting Johnny Cueto in general is a good move right now. I am actually going to go back to the Padres game. I'm going to go back to Paddock. I like his strikeout prop right now at 5.5. I mean, I highlighted a lot of the reasons why he should have a long outing. He should have plenty of time to get at least 6 strikeouts tonight, but I don't think he needs any extra help. Again, he got 11K. He's hit that over his last 4 starts. Now, one of those was against the Cubs, but that was 4 starts ago. I know they're striking out a ton, but the Reds are not against right-handed pitching, and the Mets have not been as much as the Diamondbacks. So I have no problem picking on this lineup in multiple ways tonight, and I'm going to do that with Paddock again, going with the over on his strikeout prop at 5.5.
Eric, where are you going?
Yeah, I'm liking the under in the Royals-Rangers game. It's under 8. The teams are averaging 8.2 runs per game, so just about all it would take is an average scoring day for these two teams to hit it. And I think there's something there with both pitchers, even though their ERAs are pretty mediocre. Mike Minor for the Royals, 4.48 ERA, is about half a run higher than some of the estimators. FIP and XFIP have him just over 4. His strikeout rate, 25.8%, and his walk rate, 7.0%, are both a tick or 2 above league average. That looks like a pretty good picture. Ground ball rate is low, but not shockingly low at 37.8%. And he's pitched a bit better lately in his last 3 starts, a 3.26 ERA. So I think he's totally fine against a lineup that can't hit very well in the Rangers. And on the opposite side, Dane Dunning, 4.71 ERA, but that's about a run and a half higher than his FIP. And XFIP is only a little bit above that. He's pretty similar strikeout rate and walk rate, just about a tiny bit better than league average on both, 24.8% for the strikeout, 8.0% for the walks. But he's also a high ground ball guy, just above 55%. In June, he has an ERA about 4.5, but again, his FIP down at 3.66. So it seems like he's been a bit unlucky all year. So with something there with both starters in a pitcher's park now in Texas, I don't think we're actually going to see all that many runs.
All right, excellent start to the show, you three. Quick break here, and then I'm going to break down this weekend's UFC Fight Night in Vegas with Tim Finnegan. We'll be right back. Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield, joined by DraftKings contributor Tim Finnegan. This is UFC Chase or Fade. So, Tim, agree or disagree with the following statements about this weekend's UFC Fight Night in Vegas? So, we're focusing on the main card for Saturday's UFC Fight Night event. Starting in the lightweight division, we have Renato Moicano versus Jai Herbert. Moicano is a minus 250 favorite. Should he be that big of a favorite in this one, though?
So Renato has fought really tough competition. At 145, he's fought Jose Aldo, Brian Ortega, the Korean Zombie, Calvin Kattar. Like, he's fought really good opponents, but he's up a weight class for this fight. He's at 155. So he's going to be fighting Jai Herbert, who has a really good reach advantage in this fight. He's got a 5-inch reach advantage. This is going to be the longest opponent that Renato has ever faced in the UFC, which to me is interesting. If you look at his striking metrics, he has good striking volume. He's landing over 5 significant strikes per minute. He has good striking defense on a rate basis. But like I said, a lot of these stats are from a lower weight class with opponents who aren't as long. So that's interesting to me. So I don't know if I'd be too comfortable laying all the juice on him in this fight, but he definitely should be the favorite because he has fought really elite competition.
All right, up next, a welterweight bout between Tim Means and Nicholas Dalby. A smaller line in this one with Means as a minus 137 favorite. So who do you like in this bout?
Yeah, so looking at the striking metrics for this fight, Tim Means has much better metrics. The strikes absorbed to landed ratio is solid for Means, but it's negative for Dalby. So I'm looking over these numbers, and it really points towards Tim Means. I think he's landing about 5 significant strikes per minute. He's only taking about 3 per minute. Like, that's a pretty good ratio. So I'd look at Tim Means for this fight.
All right, moving on to a featherweight bout between Andre Fili and Daniel Pineda, with Fili as the big minus 230 favorite. Now, if you like him and you want better odds, you can get him to win by KO, TKO, or DQ at plus 225. So do you think that's a likely outcome?
So Pineda, he has a really interesting story. He got released from the UFC, and now he's back on his second stint. Like, he really worked his way back. And he had a really impressive win over Herbert Burns in his return fight. It was like a big upset. He looked great because Burns was a top prospect, and he just looked phenomenal in that fight. But he got knocked out in his last fight by Cub Swanson. There's no shame there. Like, Cub Swanson's a really good fighter. He's really experienced. So Pineda looks like he made a lot of improvements in his game again in that Burns fight. But he has been knocked out. He's coming off a knockout, and Philly has the ability to record a knockout. So that is a realistic way to get the money line down. So yeah, that's definitely an option.
All right, moving up the card to a bantamweight battle between Raoni Barcelos and Timur Valiev. Now, Barcelos is a minus 230 favorite. If you like Barcelos but don't want to lay that juice, how about looking at him in DFS at 8,800?
Yeah, I really like Barcelos in DFS this week. He has solid striking and grappling volume. He's 5 significant strikes per minute, 2 takedowns per 15 minutes. Like, those are good numbers. So he's a good fantasy scorer because of that. He's scored over 110 DraftKings fantasy points in 3 out of his 5 UFC fights. I mean, that's very good fantasy scoring. And he's safe in this fight, too, because he's a sizable favorite on DraftKings Sportsbook. He's over a minus 200 favorite. So I think if you're going to build around somebody in DFS, like Barcelos is a good choice at 8,800.
All right, now on to the co-main event, which is a heavyweight bout between Tanner Boser and Ovin St. Preux. Now, Boser comes in as a minus 177 favorite. Do you expect him to take this one?
So this fight's at heavyweight, and heavyweight fights can be unpredictable because they're so big and they hit really hard because there's more force behind their punches because they weigh so much. It's not like a lighter weight class where guys can kind of like go back and forth and trade punches. Like at heavyweight, if you land flush, like there's a good chance you're going to knock your opponent out. So OSP, he doesn't have good striking metrics. He's only landing about 2 significant strikes per minute, and he's taking about 3 per minute. So that's kind of ugly, but he has a reach advantage in this fight. He's really long. He's got an 80-inch reach, which is 5 inches more than Boser. And all it takes is one punch at heavyweight. So if you actually look at the fight pops on DraftKings Sportsbook, OSP by KO or TKO is plus 750. Like, that's not a bad, outside bet because OSP, half of his wins are by knockout. So plus 750 on DraftKings Sportsbook, I'd maybe consider that.
Okay, well, in the main event, Cyril Gane and Alexander Volkov face off in another heavyweight bout. Gane sits as a minus 155 favorite. Is he your favorite too?
Yeah, so Cyril Gane is an incredible looking prospect. Like at heavyweight, sometimes you don't get a lot of skill or athleticism at heavyweight, but Gane is the exception. Like, he's chiseled, he moves so well, he's so light on his feet. He's a really technical kickboxer, and he's great at keeping range. And that's interesting to me, the range aspect in this fight, because Volkov is really long. He's 6'7". So Gane does have a slight reach advantage, even though he's shorter. So that's really interesting to me. It's like, is Gane going to be able to keep his range in this fight against a guy who's really tall? So ultimately, I think I'm going to go with Gane because he's so athletic and well-rounded. And Volkov's takedown defense has been a little leaky at times, and Gane is able to get the fight to the ground if he's not having too much success in the stand-up. So I'd look at Gane.
Okay, well, finally, we mentioned DFS a little earlier when we were talking about the Barcelos Valle bout, but what's your favorite way to attack this slate in DFS?
So we talked about Barcelos before at 8,800. He's got good striking and grappling volume, which makes him a good fantasy scorer. He scored over 110 DraftKings fantasy points in over half of his UFC fights. And he's safe because he's a good favorite on DraftKings Sportsbook. And Cyril Gane is 8,700, so he's a little bit cheaper than Barcelos. I think Gane's a good fighter to build around as well because, like we were just talking about, he's a great prospect. He's well-rounded. He has really good defense. He fights smart. He's good. He's great at keeping his range. And he does have power, even though he tends to go to decision a little more than you'd like. So I'd look at Barcelos at 8,800 and Gane at 8,700.
All right, good stuff. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate the time as always. Coming up next on The Sweat, we are turning our attention to the hardwood in game 2 between the Hawks and Bucks. The Sweat. We'll be right back. Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. They're DraftKings contributors, Kenny Ducey and Julian Edlow, and this is NBA Best Bets. So need you two to dish out your top plays for game 2 between the Hawks and Bucks tonight. Guys, it's a story that's all too familiar these days. Trae Young absolutely went off in game 1. Hawks got the W, took an early lead in the series. Now, despite that, they're still 8-point underdogs in game 2. So Kenny, can Young and the Hawks do it again, or do the Bucks figure out how to contain Trae Young, who accounted for over 50% of the Hawks' offensive output?
I mean, why not? Why not? Yeah, I think they can. I mean, look, I'm so out on the Bucks right now. I'm so annoyed. I can't watch the Bucks anymore. Like, how can you watch the Bucks and just like have a good time? Mike Budenholzer ruins it. Look, this defense has been good all postseason long. Besides like one incredible scoring explosion from the Brooklyn Nets, this team's defensive rating has stabilized. It's been very, very good. It was good again in game 1. The problem is they don't know how to score the basketball. They have such an unimaginative offense. They have 3 plays. They have a pick and roll with Giannis where they throw the alley-oop and they did it like 5 times down the stretch. And then they'll have the Giannis isolation where Giannis does the Giannis play, hits a spin move and an one layup. And then Chris Middleton will bring the ball up and then just like stop, turn around and try to hit a fadeaway jumper. Like that's their whole offense. And when Chris Middleton inevitably misses some of those shots, when Giannis gets double teamed, there's no sort of semblance of another plan here for this team. And they just have, it's been like 15 games or whatever this postseason, and it hasn't mattered. Like maybe it's like 12. They just continue to do the same thing. And why are we going to expect all of a sudden the Bucks to adjust here to what the Hawks are doing? Look, I just think that the Hawks have done enough on the offensive end that they don't even really need to do anything differently. The Bucks are just going to shoot themselves in the foot again here. And yeah, I think that the Hawks cover this spread.
All right, what are you thinking here, Jules?
Yeah, 8's a lot. And just as a basketball fan, I mean, the Hawks are the much easier team to, number 1, root for, number 2, to back based on just, you know, like Kenny said, the Bucks aren't doing anything right. The Hawks are, you know, making adjustments, playing the right way on both ends of the floor. doing all the right things. Now, we'll probably get some Trae Young regression just naturally, even if the Bucks don't adjust. I don't know if he can necessarily play quite that well again. That was kind of maxing out. And Chris Middleton probably is due to hit some more shots, but Drew Holiday also went off, and that could level off a little bit. Like, it just kind of feels like too many points for a Hawks team that we just keep overlooking. Like, the Hawks have my brain in a pretzel at this point. I've gone against them plenty. I don't know. Are they this good, or are they just benefiting from going against all-time poor coaching? The Doc Rivers collapses, the Milwaukee collapses. Like, it's probably a little bit of both. You got to give him credit for taking advantage of the poor coaching and going out there and being able to do it. But like, it just makes it difficult. Honestly, the one thing that I do trust, the Bucks do come out of the gates hot, generally at home, coming off a loss. Like, I'm probably going to bet Milwaukee -3 on the first quarter line and say that they're going to come out, with some juice in this game. And if they wind up covering that, you can probably get Atlanta now with double digits, like +10 or so after the first quarter, which I'm fine with. They always come back.
All right. Well, game one hit 229 points. The total for game two is set at 225.5. I mean, Jules, Drew Holiday's 33 points in game one. Those were by far the most of his playoffs. He hadn't eclipsed 21 points this postseason. Before that, John Collins also tied his playoff high with 23 points in game one. We're saying we could see more defense in store. So what do you think? Is this going over or under?
Yeah, I'll go. I mean, Nick and I did the segment for game one, and we both went under. Didn't quite get it. I'll go under again. I think the only person that really has room for improvement offensively was Middleton, who had the bad game one. Everybody else was pretty good and has room to, shoot a little worse. Both teams are going to make some defensive adjustments. We saw game one of Clippers and Suns go way over, and then game two turned into a grind after they had seen each other in that first game. A lot less shot making. One thing that I will say, if you haven't watched or listened to this week's Unreasonable Odds podcast with Joe Osborne from OddsShark, you should certainly go ahead and do that. Steve Buchanan was there too, but he doesn't know anything about the NBA. Joe told us that these two teams in the playoffs have combined to go under the first half total in 20 of 25 combined games. So first half unders hitting at an 80% clip for these two teams combined in the postseason. So maybe you want to check out that first half total.
All right, Kenny, what are you doing here?
Yeah, unlike yesterday with the Suns, Julian is right. Look, I think that you look at the pace in this series, this pace, the 102 in game one, that was so uncharacteristic for the Bucks and the Hawks this postseason. Now, look, the Bucks, it was weird. They were like number one in pace or top three in pace all season long. And this postseason, they've really kind of slowed things down, starting with that Brooklyn Nets series where they couldn't control the pace. It does seem like the Hawks here are at least slowing them down just a little bit. And when you talk about good defense on both sides of the coin here, the Bucks have played good defense all postseason. The Hawks technically have. I don't know, again, if it, like Julian said, I don't know if it's a product of just three really bad offenses in a row, but making this defense look good. But they've certainly held their opponents at bay. And then, yeah, you look at the factor with Middleton not playing well. Like, I mean, even if he magically snaps out of his slump here, like, do we trust Drew Holiday to keep it up? I just think so much can go wrong here to lead us to the under. And I just think this is a game that might be close again, and a game that the Bucks aren't like racing back to come back, or the Hawks. I think it's just going to be one of those sort of like game 7 of Hawks Sixers, where it's just a close game throughout, and we get, a lot of half court sets. And again, I'm always a big fan of fading the Bucks offense, and that is exactly what you do here with the total. Like, even if they cover whatever, I don't think they're going to go for 120 points. It just doesn't seem like it's in the cards. So I like the under.
All right. Well, first half total, by the way, is 113.5 for the record. All right, guys. We mentioned Trae Young and his 48 points earlier. He also had 7 rebounds and 11 assists. Now, his player prop for total points, rebounds, assists for game 2 is 44.5. Kenny, it's a lot of points. Can he go over that number again?
I do think so. I do. I mean, look, I don't think he's going to score a lot of points, but when you look at, even if he just got you those same 7 rebounds and 11 assists, you're only looking at like a modest scoring night for Trae Young. Now, the only scary thing here is that it seems like he's hampered by a little bit of a shoulder injury. He's not really shooting the ball that well. He really hasn't shot the ball well all postseason long. But then again, I mean, you could point to that and say, well, he's due for a good shooting night, and he's a good shooter, and he's not going to keep shooting this poorly. The bottom line with Trae Young is that he gets all the usage. Nate McMillan seems to have wised up to earlier in the postseason when he was benching Trae Young for like long parts of the second half. He seems like Trae Young's going to play a lot now. And as long as that's the case, yeah, I think he should hit this pretty comfortably. He's the whole offense, and he's been a great distributor. And again, the Hawks really haven't had that good shooting night either. I mean, the Hawks can shoot the three pretty well. They've been kind of cold lately. They've still managed to win games. So I think that good shooting night's around the corner. We've seen it. We saw it in Philly. They had a couple amazing halves. Saw it in that New York series. They had a couple amazing halves. I think they could have an amazing half here. And with that, Trae Young could rack up some assists.
All right, Jules, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, in theory, the Bucks should be like the perfect team to slow Trae Young. They have Drew Holiday, who's the perfect point guard matchup, like an all-defensive team type of guy. They have Middleton, who has some length to go on him. He spent a lot of time on Kevin Durant in the last series. They have PJ Tucker, a bigger grinder type of guy that spent a lot of time on Kevin Durant in the last series. And if need be, they have Giannis, who has like a foot on Trae Young to get that length on him. Like, it's inexcusable what they let him do in game one. So I'm tempted to go under here and say that the Bucks will figure it out. But like Kenny said, and like we've all seen, they just don't make adjustments in any of these games anyway. Coach Bud is if we're doing coaching power rankings left in the playoffs, there's the three guys up there, and then there's just an enormous gap of garbage, and then there's Coach Bud. So I don't know if I want to put any trust in it. Rather than maybe back it that way, I don't see game leading scorer up on DK Sportsbook yet, but taking Trae Young to just lead the game in scoring would be appealing to me. You can get him at plus 150 just in a player matchup to outscore Giannis, which is pretty attractive. So I'd imagine getting Middleton and Holiday in the mix, like games leading scorer, would also be somewhere around plus 200.
All right, well, let's talk about Drew Holiday. He had a big night for the Bucks in that game one loss, 33 points, 10 assists. Now his assist prop for game two is 7.5. So Jules, we know Chris Middleton is struggling. So does Holiday keep it up and get there?
Yeah, he's been getting there, recently, at least in the back end of that Nets series in game one. So he had 10 assists in game one. If you go those last few games of the Nets series, 8, 5, 8, 9. Now, prior to that, he hadn't really been racking up the assists since the Miami series. I just don't see an edge here. It's set about 1.2 assists higher than his season average. So, the numbers tell you to go under. I think that he should get enough run and, enough looks. That alley-oop play to Giannis that Kenny was talking about worked very well, and that comes from Holiday. So if you can get 3 or 4 right there on alley-oops to Giannis, I'll be a coward and just say this is a stay away spot. Maybe Kenny has something for you, but the numbers tell you to play the under. I'll say it that way.
Kenny, are you a coward?
I am. I mean, I think I could get into this over. Look, he's had it in the last 2 games. You look at last game, he had 10 assists, and the Bucks shot 22% from 3. I just feel like he is playing that role of distributor, and he also has just looked so much better over the last 2 games than he did at the beginning of that Brooklyn series. And when you talk about the Bucks, I mean, they are a team that shoots the 3 well. They are at home, where teams generally shoot well. So, I mean, it's not unrealistic to think that, the Buccaneers will shoot better from 3. And with that, Drew Holiday could certainly get some more assists here. Again, I just think that there actually is some upward mobility in the assist column for him. And as we've talked about, the pick and roll with Giannis has really worked out well for them. It is one of their 3 plays. I do feel like that is worth taking a shot at just because he's going to play massive minutes here to ask to guard Trae Young.
All right, thanks, guys. From one playoff series to another, we are talking Game 7 between the Islanders and Lightning with our hockey panel when the sweat returns. We are back with our hockey panel, DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's AJ Scholes and Paul Bruno. Let's talk about your top plays for tonight's Game 7 between the Islanders and Lightning. So, guys, the Islanders seemed down and out in Game 6, but rallied from 2 goals down to win in OT, force a Game 7. That takes place tonight in Tampa, and the Lightning are minus 167 favorites in that game. Jeff, you were on the Isles bandwagon here to win Game 6. So are you staying on for Game 7?
I mean, Jesse, like we're free rolling here. Look, if you bet the Isles in every game of this series, you were getting huge plus money. So you're up, a couple units basically. So yeah, take a little bit of that house money and throw it on the Islanders plus 150 tonight. Nikita Kucherov banged up. The coach doesn't even know if he's going to play yet. And last time I checked, the Lightning really weren't that great in the regular season with them. They didn't even win their division. So the Lightning can talk all they want. They're in a world of trouble here. They've got the deeper Islanders. You've got Semyon Varlamov, who's going to be in a statement game here. Yes, the Islanders money line is definitely where you should be putting your money. Plus 150. The team continues to get disrespected here despite the injury to Kucherov. That's the play.
AJ, you look like you're dressed for the Isles. So
totally an accident. But look, as soon as I bet against the Isles on Wednesday, they win. So, of course, you may not want to listen to what I have to say after this, but I'm with Jeff on this one. The value is there at plus 150. The potential to not have Nikita Kucherov in this game is completely an X factor here. If they don't have him, you suddenly have a team that's got a stacked, solid top 6 that has like a first line, because we imagine Stamkos will move up to the first, with maybe a second line that starts to look a little thin without him. So they don't have really good replacements, in my opinion, for Nikita Kucherov if he doesn't play. So I'm with Jeff regardless if he does, because of that value point, but especially if he doesn't play, I think it's the surefire bet.
Paul, what do you think? Do you like the Isles to win Game 7?
I have to be on the other side of these two guys. It's a tradition now. First, let me say the runs of the Islanders and the Habs in these playoffs, it should remind us all that the chase for the Stanley Cup is the most difficult gauntlet in all of sports. But if these two teams are in the finals, it's going to be unwatchable. You won't see more upset playoff winners anywhere else in the playoffs than you have this year in the NHL. That said, the Islanders' trek expires tonight for me. The defending champs have more depth and cup experience than anyone else, and they will win this one. I'll take the home side minus 1.5 for plus 163 on the puck line this evening.
Paul, I'm hearing from one of our producers that yesterday you said you'd rather take a hockey team from like Mars or the moon than the Canadians to win.
That is correct.
Okay. I just felt like I should, clarify that. Okay.
Oh,
cool.
I'm glad we did. I'm glad we clarified that. That was
okay. Cool.
There's
Just had to check. Well, all three of you were confident that we would see a tighter check in Game 6, and you guys were all right. So the total hitting a push at 5, unless you bought the extra half goal like Jeff did. Anyway, the total for Game 7 is also 5. So AJ, are we feeling the under again tonight?
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the under here, and again, like in Game 6, you can get relatively even money on it at plus 102 tonight. I do normally still look to give up that extra half goal and get plus 170 for the under 4.5 here on the DK Sportsbook. But when it's even money, I think you can, take that chance of a push. Look, you didn't lose the money on Wednesday. Might as well, free roll it, as Jeff said, into this one as well and put it at the 5 at plus 102.
Paul, what do you think? Are you feeling the under again tonight?
I walk with AJ on this one. We haven't agreed too much in these playoffs, but I expect more of the same what we've seen in these postseason, particularly if Cooch misses the game tonight. With the high stakes related to the outcome of this match, risk taking will be a minimum and defending will be at a premium. Throw in the outstanding goaltending at both ends and you have a recipe for a very low scoring game. Could be a soccer match. I take the under and would strongly recommend AJ's pick on the puck line at under 4.5 for that plus 170 payout.
Jeff, 3 for 3?
I tend to be a little bit more conservative when targeting the totals in these games, just because if I go to the alternate line, I don't mind, paying a worse price to take the 5.5. Now the juice is up even more here. It's minus 165. I think the last time we did this, it was around minus 150, but I still don't mind that just because of the empty net scenario, which could easily come into play with like 4 minutes left, given it's a game 7. I think a 3-1 game here, though, is very likely. So I don't mind if you want to take a shot with the plus 170 for the 4.5 alternate puck total either, or alternate goal total either. Either way, I'm on the under with these guys. You can just hit the 5 and live with the push again, too. That's completely fine. So I see this as being a close scoring game as well.
All right, Paul, hit me with your favorite Islanders player prop.
I'm going to go with a couple of guys in these props that have high IQs, one for each team. The Islanders got solid production from a wide range of forwards, and if they're to succeed, their 1-2 punch at center, Barzal and Nelson, have to play well. As I mentioned earlier, this will be a game where we keep it a risk-averse posture, and that's crucial on the ice for both clubs. To me, that means guys with a high hockey IQ will be the difference makers. So while these two centers will drive much of the offense, I look to a guy like Jordan Eberle, who's one of the smartest players in the league for my money and has a long history of big game experience dating back to his junior days. He won't be afraid of this big stage and he'll impact the outcome. I take him to score a goal tonight at plus 310.
All right, Jeff, what's your favorite Islanders player prop?
Look, I may fade Paul in the game selections and the game totals, but I've learned not to fade him in the player props. I love the Jordan Eberle call a lot. This is an absolute big game player. He's not going to be scared of this stage at all. I love the goal prop at plus 320. Even just to take him to score a point, though, plus 110. Absolutely. You're getting good value on a guy who's scored, at a higher rate than that. So he was my Isles target. And again, I'm really glad that I'm on the same side as Paul because he has been killing it in these props for us. So let's all get on the Jordan Eberle train tonight.
All right, AJ, all aboard.
Yeah, it's true. I was in the same exact spot. I like both Barzal and Eberle to grab a point tonight. You're paying a little bit of juice for Barzal to grab the point. But it's not outrageous. You get solid value on Eberle. And look, if you're looking for just an outrageous, spot to throw some money down and maybe catch something, the one guy that I would maybe look at is Leo Komarov at plus 480. For some reason, he's still playing on the top line with those guys. So that would be my wild card shot is, if you're going to do Eberle, if you're going to do Barzal, why not just throw one in on Leo Komarov as well?
All right, on the other side, Jeff, favorite Lightning player prop?
I'm going to go with Anthony Cirelli. Had a really strong game 6 there, obviously. Kucherov being out. I just feel like, the players in the top 6 for Tampa probably just going to be playing more. I mean, AJ alluded to it. This team just isn't going to be as deep. These guys are going to be playing a ton of minutes. Cirelli could just get his power play time bumped as well if Kucherov doesn't play. Either way, he's playing well, probably going to have at least one good scoring winger there. And Cirelli is a guy who the Lightning don't, you don't get the same kind of odds as you do on the Islanders forwards. But I mean, Cirelli at plus 285 there to score a goal. Yeah, that's fine. I think that's a very good price. So that'd be my Tampa Bay prop here tonight.
AJ, where are you going?
Same place. Anthony Cirelli tonight is the guy that I really like here at plus 285. You could look at Braden Point to get even money to score a goal. He's been doing it nonstop, so might as well keep that train rolling. Honestly, again, if you're looking for maybe a little more value, a little more risky play, consider Point at 2+ goals for plus 650. If that's just a little too risky, but you want more value, maybe look at the 2-point total for Point at plus 195. But overall, for me, I think the call on Cirelli is the best spot to be in at plus 285.
Oh, king of the props. Favorite Lightning player prop?
Well, they left Steven Stamkos for me, so I'm going to take him. He has to have the same impact as Eberle tonight. I think he's another one of the smartest players in hockey, and he's been on the biggest stages many times before, as everybody knows. He has the advantage of playing on the second line, so he'll avoid the Islanders' best checkers too, so that's a positive. I expect he'll be a little more motivated than most of his teammates too, because he really didn't contribute to their cup-winning run last season. He's also a primary trigger man on the power play and will be even more important if Kucherov doesn't take the ice. I say gets a goal tonight at plus 195. And hey, Jeff, I've made a number of good series picks in this playoff round too.
Yeah, Jeff, don't forget it. All right, guys, we're short on time, so real quick, there's a showdown contest for Game 7, of course. So AJ, who's your favorite DFS play for tonight's deciding game?
Braden Point for the captain at 14-4 is the way to go. But I think if Kucherov doesn't play, at least consider Steven Stamkos at 12-9.
Paul, where are you going?
For me, it's Vasilevsky. He's been widely regarded as the best goalie in the world, and this is another spot where he has to show his stuff. Only a nicked up Kucherov will cost more in the showdown format tonight. There's a reason for that. The goalie's that damn good. Be sure to take him as your captain, or you'll be chasing the showdown game tonight.
Jeff, where you going?
Semyon Varlamov. Islanders win 3-1. Eberle gets a goal too, so play him.
Wow, bold. Okay. Jeff, stick around. Thank you to the two of you, AJ and Paul. Jeff, you're going to help me take an early look at QB passing yard totals for the upcoming NFL season to close the show. But first, here's a NASCAR price check for this weekend's race at the Pocono Raceway in Pennsylvania.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for Pocono. Whose salary jumped up this week? Ryan Blaney, $8,700 up to $10,200. It's a hefty price increase, but it could have been more. Pocono is all about place differential, and Blaney has the opportunity to score a bunch of place differential points. Chase Briscoe, $6,200 up to $6,900. The place differential is there. But do you trust Briscoe? If SHR can just give him a good car, he can get it done. Kyle Larson, $11,800 up to $12,500. Can he pay off this price tag in a 130-lap race? It's probably easier than winning 4 races in a row, and he just won 4 races in a row. Whose salary dropped this week? Michael McDowell, $6,600 down to $5,600. He's starting too close to the front. It's just too cute. Ryan Newman, $6,800 down to $5,800. 2 spots back from McDowell, but he's in better equipment. He is a better driver. Not too cute, maybe uglier. Cole Custer, $7,100 down to $6,300. If you're chasing place differential, he's your guy. This could very well be very bad chalk. Favorite play of the week, Matt DiBenedetto, $7,100. Pocono is all about restarts, and Matt DiBenedetto is great on restarts in the low horsepower package. Ryan Preece, $6,200. He's cheap. He's starting in the back. You pair him with Custer, and you can pretty much roster anyone you want. What could go wrong? All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you've got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
Final block of the show, folks. On a Friday, we did it. Welcome back, Jeff Ulrich. We're closing the show with NFL Seeing the Futures. So taking an early look at quarterback passing yard totals for the upcoming 2021 NFL season. So, Jeff, let's start with Matt Stafford. He's been tasked with leading the Rams to heights that Jared Goff could not get them to. So Stafford's yardage total is set at 4,700 and a half yards. Can he hit that over?
Oh boy. I mean, yeah, tough one right here off the bat. I mean, you want to give Matt Stafford the benefit of the doubt. Obviously, he's probably an upgrade over Jared Goff. Jared Goff hit 4,600 yards, over 4,600 yards twice in the last 3 years with the LA Rams offense. But this is a Rams offense that was 7th in rush attempts last year. They've got a very, very elite defense they've been building around. I just don't know if the volume's going to be there, even with the extra game for Matt Stafford. You look at Matt Stafford's history, he really hasn't been on pace to go over 4,700 yards over a 17-game season since like his 4th year in the league. So I'm going to say under here. I think everything just would need to go perfect for Matt Stafford to hit the over. And generally, when that happens, you don't really want to be on the over side. So I'm going to say under here for Matt Stafford.
All right, well, after an MVP season and a Madden cover 2 years ago, Lamar Jackson didn't even hit 2,800 passing yards last season, although he did rush for 1,000. The Madden curse continues. So is a 3,200 and a half yard passing prop going to be too high, you think?
Yeah, I do think it's too high. And I'm actually a little bit surprised that this total is even that high. It just feels like Lamar Jackson getting a bit of a bump, being just a popular player, that the books are just setting his total a little bit higher because they know they're probably going to get overaction on Lamar Jackson. And looks, that's fine. But as a bettor, you need to be aware of that. This is a player who, again, going to be in another Greg Roman run-based offense. Nothing's going to change for the Ravens. They got Gus Edwards. They got Justice Hill back there, J.K. Dobbins. They're going to run the ball. All they've really added, they added Rondale Moore at the draft, which is nice. Doesn't really profile necessarily as a dominant wide receiver one. And they added Sammy Watkins, who, again, put up his lowest yards per receptions with Patrick Mahomes. Sammy Watkins is not going to get Lamar Jackson over the hump. You need production from your wide receiver to hit overs here for the passing yards. I just don't think it's going to happen for Lamar. So another under for me.
Okay, well, the Cincinnati Bengals, they're really optimistic that Joe Burrow is going to be 100% and ready for week 1 and his season passing total, obviously anticipating a full season for the second-year quarterback. It's listed at 4,250.5. So let's just say he's healthy. Okay. So does Burrow easily clear that number if he is?
Yeah, I really like the over here. I think you're getting a discount because he's coming in with a few question marks because of the knee. But all things considered, we've heard good things. His velocity is up from mini camp or whatever from his head coach. And look, Jesse, he was on pace to smash this total last year. Was on pace through 10 games for about over 260 yards per game. Joe Burrow now in a more higher octane offense. They've obviously added Jamar Chase at the draft. I mean, someone he's very familiar with. Look, injuries are always something to worry about. We're in a day and age where these young players and where medical science is at, I mean, it's quick bounce backs. And I just love the way Joe Burrow looked, quite frankly. For a guy who was under duress all day last season, he really did produce for the Bengals. I think you're getting a gift here. Love the over.
All right, let's talk about Josh Allen. He had an MVP caliber 2020 season. His 2021 passing yard total is set at 4,500.5. Now, is that a number that Allen can hit this season?
Yeah, this one is funny. You look at it and right off the bat, you're like, why are we getting such a low number? I mean, Josh Allen went over this number last year in 16 games. Obviously, he's got the extra game on the slate now to work with. Not much has changed from the Buffalo side. This is a team that went from being, one of the higher, per rushes per game offenses in the league, to being just 26th in rush attempts per game last year. Now, does that kind of meet in the middle somewhere next year? Sure, it absolutely could. But you're also talking about an elite quarterback here working with one of the most elite wide receiver ones in the game in Steph Diggs. I just don't think there's going to be enough regression here for Josh Allen not to go over this number in 17 games. You've got a big quarterback. He does like to rush the ball a little bit, which I guess is a tiny bit of a concern. But Josh Allen hasn't missed any games over the last 2 years. He's been very durable. He's still young. I just think you take what's given to you here and you say Josh Allen, even if he regresses a little bit, is going to have a shot at it. This is when we like to take the overs. And again, it's going to be another over for me.
All right, well, finally, Justin Herbert was the offensive rookie of the year last year. The DK Sportsbook expects him to eclipse the 4,450.5 passing yards in his sophomore year. So, Jeff, do you agree?
I'm not. Yeah, that was an agree. That was an agree by me, by the way. That first note. I do agree. I think that we're going to see the over here by Justin Herbert. And really, this one's just more of a bet on talent. Justin Herbert, obviously the offensive rookie of the year, big arm. And you love the guys he's got to work with. I know he lost Hunter Henry, but he's still got Austin Eckler, one of the most dynamic passing backs in the league. I really do feel like he's going to be used there. There's question marks here with the new head coach. It was a defensive coordinator in his last job with the LA Rams, but I just don't think that that's going to matter. I think you've got guys like Keenan Allen there still going to just be able to rack up those yards for Justin Herbert. So, this one, probably not as confident over as the last two, but I'm still going to bet on the talent with Justin Herbert. I just don't really see him necessarily regressing enough to really take the under here. And I think with the extra game, you got to lean over with Herbert, one of the best young talents in the game.
All right, Jeff, thank you very much. That is a show starting at noon. We got Vikings at Lions, Emerson and Rossi on the call for that one. We have 4 Madden Sims today. Then at 9 p.m., the American Ultimate Disc League Live. It's Dallas at LA. That is at 9 p.m. So 4 Madden Sims, 12, 2, 4, and 6. The Sweat will be back Monday at 11 a.m. Goodbye. Have a great weekend, everybody.
What is up, everybody? Ken Ducey, Jeff Ulrich, another Madden stream. This one's going to be special, near and dear to my heart. My favorite sim team, the Philadelphia Eagles. My favorite real-life team, the New York Jets. And my favorite sim part, I don't know, I'm just throwing it in there. Jeff Ulrich, how you doing?
Yeah, man, you can speak the truth. It's okay. Emerson's listening, Kaufman, all these guys listening. They know who your favorite guy is. It's okay.
All right, well, as long as it's out there. Who you got in your lineup?
That wasn't very enthusiastic, man. You're supposed to be like, yeah, Jeff, you're right. I got Deshaun Jackson in my captain spot. I got Carson Wentz in there. I got, I think I put Lev Bell in. Yeah, I put Lev Bell in. I got Crowder. And I put in the Jets D for you, Kenny, because I know you're
nice. I like that. I like that call. Now, I don't like that call because I stacked up the Eagles, but I do like that call because, come on, Jets D, CJ Mosley, Avalanche, X Factor, whatever he has. Right. We have Carson Wentz in my lineup, Lev Bell, Zach Ertz, Alshon Jeffrey, Chris Hogan, and the captain wearing the crown. As always, Marquise Goodwin. I put Marquise Goodwin in my captain spot 100 times out of 100 during Eagle Sims. It's just an auto play for me.
It's either Djax or Goodwin. 100%.
So yeah, we're already off and running. What a quick start here. Is that a Travis Mitchell hat that you have on there?
Travis Matthews, close.
Matthew? Yeah, that's the shirt I have on.
Oh, wow.
Shirt made by Travis
See?
Matthews.
This is why we're the best.
That's right. First play of the
Two best
game.
friends
One's
that
gonna
anyone
get
has.
it complete. Ertz. I figured that the Jets would struggle against tight ends. I don't know. Actually, was that Goddard? Yeah, it was Dallas Goddard. I don't know.
Oh wow, I was gonna use him as a punt play too. That kind of irks me if I'm gonna be dead honest. I just about threw him in. Oh well.
Oh well. Oh well, Mr. Olick. 1st and 10 here for Carson Wentz. As we appreciate you being with us here. We had a noon sim before this, as we do every game, as we do every single day. We'll take a look at the YouTube chat. I had to stop looking at the YouTube chat yesterday, but we got some familiar faces in here. Bills fan Jeff Friedman. I haven't seen his name in quite some time. Actually, I don't know who Bills fan is, to be honest. We got Truly Poor, who captained Miles Sanders. Maybe that's why he's going to be poor.
Oh man. I hope everyone's having a good Friday. A good Friday. What are you getting up to today, Ducey? Anything? Outside of working?
Watching Yankees Red Sox later with my friend. He's
Nice.
going to come over and see my new puppy.
How's the puppy doing, man? I'm getting a puppy this Sunday. Did you know that?
Really? Oh,
Yes,
everyone's
dead
getting
serious.
puppies. There's Alshon Jeff with the catch. Yeah, she's great. Sitting on
Good.
the couch right now. She's, I think, asleep.
How old?
Either asleep or just staring at me. 5 months old.
Oh, okay. So we
Just
got a
got
little.
her a new harness.
Good. Good for you, man.
Robbie Noble, what's going on? Queenie wants to know if the first catch curse works for vultures like Dallas Goddard. Today it can. I'll just say that it works. Yeah. But also, I think that was Deshaun Jackson. No, that was Zach Ertz, not Alshon Jeffrey who made that catch. It was an Alshon Jeffrey-like catch because he high pointed the ball, you know.
It's true. Used to be his thing in Chicago.
Where's he playing now? Is he still on?
He's playing nowhere.
He's still a free agent?
He's on the streets. He is. Last time I checked, unless there's been some Alshon Jeffrey news that we missed, but
That's pretty crazy. How can that guy be a free agent?
I think he's kind of done. He's always been that guy who, like you said, like he's good at high pointing the ball, but he was never like the hardest worker, even coming out of college. Kind of just got by in talent, and I think the last couple of years, it just hasn't looked like he's getting any separation. He used to be a guy who didn't need much, but like now he's getting like zero. So
He was a high pick. It wasn't that long ago that he was taken in the draft. So I remember Jets fans, while we're talking about the Jets, because this is a Jets sim. I remember a lot of Jets fans were like really sad about the fact that they didn't take Alshon Jeffrey and they took, I think, Stephen Hill that year.
Yes, that's
but
right.
I mean, his career ended up being pretty short if this is really the end.
yeah, Stephen Hill, man, yeah, that's a name from the past. That guy had a ton of potential.
Right. That's why he was taken early.
Yes, true.
Supposed to be the
Jeff-
next like Calvin Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, he graded out like an elite wide receiver. I mean, if you were looking at the grades, everyone was kind of hot on him.
Right.
Oh, it's going to be
a combine hero, right?
Yes, definitely a combine.
Love those
hero.
combine heroes.
Lots of them every year.
I think they should do away with the combine. I say no more combine.
The combine is. People use it to make themselves look smart. It's like, oh, look at this guy. This is such a good pick. Look at what he did at the combine. But it's like, yeah, okay. You know, you got to follow up on it. I mean, you can't just run fast in shorts, right? So
Exactly. I just feel like it makes a lot of guys into prospects that shouldn't be prospects. And then on the other side, like you have, you know, pretty good college players who like, you know, maybe they're like 0.3 seconds short of what they should be and get concerned.
yeah, and they get discounted or something, and they're good players, like you said, and then they just kind of, you know, they get discounted for these guys who like had like one good game in college, made like one highlight play, and ran like a, you know, 0.10 seconds faster in the combine.
3rd and 7, Darnold around midfield, throwing it, got his man to the 24. Nice catch by Chris Herndon. Herndon, my new homie. He kind of disappeared last year. I didn't really care about him, to be honest. But now that he is, he's going to be a focal point of this offense for the Jets. with Zach Wilson. He's gonna. I want to talk to you about this because I was trying to talk about it last night on a sim with, I forget who I was with. Maybe Glash. No, I wasn't with Glash. Maybe I don't know. But like, I want to get your honest opinion, right, on the Jets depth chart, because I really do think that this is not a terrible team. They have glaring holes. They have glaring weaknesses. They have a big hole at running back, right? Like, we don't know what's happening there. Like, maybe Tevin Coleman or Ty Johnson or Michael P. Ryan or Michael Carter ends up being good. Maybe. Like, clearly no one there that you can trust. On the other side of the coin, cornerback. What are they doing at cornerback? Like, they have no cornerbacks. Bless Austin is still supposed to be starting for them. And, Bryce Hall, it really is going to be his first full year out of Virginia. So there's a lot of questions, right? It's not like, I'm not saying this team is amazing, but their defensive line is undoubtedly good. And look at their receiving core. Do you like their receivers is what I really wanted to get at. Do you like these guys? I think that they have one of the best, 1 through 5 receiving groups in football. They don't have maybe the best top 2, but I think that personally, this is a really exciting group for me.
I mean, I think you're onto something with the fact that it's deep. You're not wrong. I mean, Keelan Cole was a really good sign.
Right, he's their 5th guy, Keelan Cole, and he's quick. He's good.
Yeah, I mean, I think Keelan Cole will be someone who's starting for them. What's going on with Crowder? Are they
so they want to they restructured his deal. They want to use him. So what they're gonna, I was watching the Jets off-season documentary, really good watch. They had a camera crew embedded with the Jets for the whole off-season, so they have a 4-part doc on YouTube. But so what they're planning on doing is putting Crowder outside and inside. They're just going to kind of move him around. Same thing with Elijah Moore. Yeah. And obviously Mims is an outside guy for them. And, Corey Davis too. They're going to try to move Corey Davis in and out. They're just going to kind of mix and match on. But I think that they have a vision of Jamison Crowder and Elijah Moore working together. I think that obviously, in the future, 3 years down the road, it's going to be Elijah Moore in the slot and Corey Davis and Denzel Mims outside, they would probably hope. But right now they're going to kind of rotate Jamison Crowder around, but they really like Jamison Crowder. And if you watched him last year, if he was playing with the better quarterback, I think that he would have had he already had a fantastic year because he was getting so much volume from a fantasy standpoint. But if he would have played with a really good quarterback, he create, you want to talk about separation? That guy creates separation.
He's good at getting open. He's not. Here's my thing on the Jets receiver core, and we'll see how. I'm actually kind of interested to see how this works out. I think Keelan Cole is better than Jamison Crowder. I think he's a better version. He's bigger. I think he's actually just does he's more versatile. Crowder's fine, and again, I'm not even saying Crowder's terrible. Like I said, I mean that's fine. You have him as your slot guy. I think that's pretty good. But I think Keelan Cole is better. So I'm interested to see if he gets himself in there, either maybe over Mims if he struggles again, or over Crowder. But it's a good receiving core. You're right. I mean, I think Mims is the wild card. If he really starts to develop into a number 1, it could be a really good one. You can have Davis there to kind of anchor, a guy who can be a little bit versatile. So I just would not be shocked if Keelan Cole ended up being kind of the main cog there.
I think that, I just think it's funny because he's kind of a castaway from the Jaguars, and I think that he's really good. But do you really think that he's going to be starting over he's going to be the number 1 guy? Have Corey Davis.
Well, I mean, it won't be he's a dominant number 1. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying he could be, him and Davis could have similar numbers, with maybe Keelan Cole being more the PPR guy. And obviously Davis, is definitely a bit bigger, more of a downfield.
I don't necessarily think it's the craziest thing to imagine that. But when you talk about a team that I expect them to do well this year, but no one does, right? If they're in a rebuild, they're probably going to be trying to force the ball into Denzel Mims and Elijah Moore's hands, right? They want to. Sure. So that's why I'm sort of skeptical on the whole Keelan Cole might establish. But again, I do agree it was a good signing. I think it was a sneaky signing. I also really like Braxton Berrios. I think he's a really good receiver, and he's just kind of there for depth. Yep. But it is just a sort of it's just a crazy transformation. We're watching this game, and we saw the receiving core they had last year. It was pretty bad. To have Crowder as your number 1 guy, they were playing Vincent or Lawrence Cager and Jeff Smith and Vincent Smith and in this version they had Chris Hogan, and then he like retired or whatever and played lacrosse. Right. And then like there's Brashad Perriman. I mean, this is just not a good group of guys, and this is a completely different. I mean, they obviously had Mims last year, but in spurts. I mean, I think he played like 5 games. Mm-hmm. And I think this is like a significantly better receiving core. And when you talk about a guy, a first-year quarterback, like that gives you a little bit of confidence that this could be a decent offense. And to me, like the Jets rebuild, I think a lot of people assume that it just started because they have the number 2 pick and this was their worst year, but they've been rebuilding. I mean, they've been rebuilding for like 20 years, but I mean, I really don't think they're that far away. I know that I'm obviously the uber optimist, but like you look at the secondary. I mean, they really did shore up the safety position, but they need corners. Clearly they need a running back that they can really count on. And they probably need like 1 or 2 more pieces on the offensive line, but that defensive line, Carl Lawson, Sheldon Rankins, Quinnen Williams, Vinnie Curry. I mean, come on, and CJ Mosley back. They signed Gerard Davis. I just think this is like a really interesting like team. I really do.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think
those are household names: Sheldon Rankins, Carl Lawson, and Vinnie Curry.
I mean, look, I think the Jets are more interesting from just like to talk about it from a fantasy perspective, just because I see their division being, I think it's pretty deep for them to make a move this year. Look, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I think from a fantasy perspective, those wide receivers, it's just another camp thing you really want to keep an eye on. I mean, the running back position at the Jets could be interesting too. You mentioned the guy they drafted, Mike Carter. Like, I'm pretty interested in him too. He could be a really
I really am. We've talked a lot about Ty Johnson. I know you're a big Ty Johnson guy.
Yeah, I am.
But from a fantasy perspective, which like no one on this stream obviously cares if the Jets can be good or not, but they do care. Who can I add to my fantasy team? And yeah, I think like you're right. Like he if you watch his tape, he reminds you of like sort of Austin Eckler. Like he's a short, stocky guy. He's really quick and shifty. Like but he's a guy that they said in that doc like they envision him being a 3-down back.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Ty Johnson is. I mean, I wish he'd gotten more run last year. They started to give him some run, but he can certainly do it. He was taken by the Lions a few years ago. I mean, he looks good to me. Like he's a short, little explosive guy. I think he can run between the tackles a bit. So, you bring him in, you bring Carter in, who was pretty versatile back at UNC. Like, P. Ryan didn't look very good to me last year. I don't know what Kevin Coleman has left in the tank. I think you'll see those two guys kind of anchor the Jets backfield, and that's fine. Like you can look. I like the. I diss the Jets. I admit it, Kenny. Like I'm on the opposite side of them as you, but I do like the way they've approached the running back position a lot. They haven't sunk a bunch of money into it. Very smart. I like the signing they made with Cole. I just feel like they're probably going to be a year.
Coleman too, yeah. Do you think that is what's gonna? I mean, obviously it started to happen, but it does kind of wreck our fantasy strategy when you talk about drafting. I mean, sure. I always used to be a 0 RB guy. I'll never waver on that. But like, I do feel like it kind of is, I don't like, do you want to live in a world where running backs are so devalued? Like, I don't know. I don't know what to think about it.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like we're kind of starting to go back the other way a bit, where we're starting to see a few more guys get, more secure roles. We're going to have like Harris and in Pittsburgh as well to lean on, and a couple other dudes. Mike Davis from Atlanta might be in more of a lead role than people think. So I kind of feel like it's starting to switch back a little bit, where like the running backs, maybe people are like sleeping on the fact that you should just be loading up on them, and because there's a lot of wide receivers out there that you can target later in rounds. So I always try to be ahead of these things, and I kind of feel like this is the year where you should be just spending a lot of early draft capital on running backs.
Well, I agree with you on Najee Harris, and I do think that like there are guys that separate themselves in terms of like, hey, I can do this all myself. Wentz is gonna throw a touchdown, and that is, I believe, Deshaun Jackson. It is D-Jax not going for the deep ball, going for the short bet. So Zach Ertz got all the way down to the 1, and then Deshaun Jackson pulls that touchdown away from him. And just like that, 36% owned. He's got the first touchdown of the game. that is heartbreaking if you have Zach Ertz. But I will agree with you, however, on the running back thing. I mean, look, it's as you said, it's always a good idea to like go. You want to zig when everyone's zagging, you know. Like when everyone's taking running backs, that's when you want to go 0 RB. When everyone's taking 0 RB, that's when you want. So that's when you want to go with running back. So I do feel like you can certainly make a case that like you should invest your first or second pick in that. But I still don't feel like the top running backs are like that really exciting to me. I think we saw last year the risk of Christian McCaffrey, not only with the injury, but just like, I mean, that team stunk. Saquon Barkley, you know, another guy with an injury risk. But again, even when healthy, like that team is that offense is just so weird. He doesn't seem to like.
Yeah.
It seems like they can't make up their mind what they want to do. Like they seem like they want to throw the ball and not go to Saquon. But then when they do go to Saquon, it's like, why aren't they doing anything else? It is weird. Like they do a really terrible job of they just like show their hand.
I'm gonna say something about
who do you like? Who are your top 3 backs?
Well, and here, like, before I move on, because it's a good point. But Saquon's not really that good a runner. He's very explosive. He's a mega athlete. He's not like Derrick Henry or like Nick Chubb. Like he's not a good runner. He doesn't have good vision. He just gets by because he breaks off like 70-yard runs, and he's extremely explosive. Which is fine too. It's just he's a different style of runner. He's really not that good a runner. So I always kind of end up fading him, and I'm not sure how good the Giants are going to be. But I think this is the year where it's a really good year. And some people say this, but I think you made a good point. I'm not super excited about taking Dalvin Cook or McCaffrey 1. I would rather get like on the turn here and get like grab like Nick Chubb and Aaron Jones on the back end or some kind of combo of that. Than just have one of Cook and McCaffrey. I don't want the number 1 pick this year at all. I want to try and grab Chubb or Jones down there, or maybe Cam Akers. I'm not like a super big Cam Akers guy, but he is going to get.
I do love Cam. You know, Cam Akers is a guy.
It doesn't even matter. Or Eckler is another guy I'll take. I want those guys. I don't want to spend a first-round pick on Barkley or like I don't want the 3rd pick and take Saquon Barkley.
I mean, I'm looking at a mock draft right now, just with the ESPN guys, and obviously I'm a big Pat Mayo guy, so I always trust his versus this. But like, there's no wide receivers in the first round in a standard 10-team half-point PPR league, and that's kind of crazy to think about. And to your point, like there's plenty of people just believing in the volume that a guy like Jonathan Taylor is going to get, or to who we were talking about earlier, Christian McCaffrey. I still just like I just like kind of don't. I'm not really into taking a lot of these guys. Yeah. Dalvin Cook is a guy I'm definitely into taking. Kamara, I mean, come on, man. Like, how do you still have faith in taking Alvin Kamara top 5 after what happened last year? Yeah. As soon as Drew Brees was out, his whole value was shot. Like that whole offense. I mean, and yes, we know that Sean Payton's like a great offensive coach. But I still don't I'm not sold on the fact that like he can just explode on that team with, with so many questions. Like, so it's weird to me to see no receivers up there. But then again, all the receivers that people would really, chomp at the bit to get, like Devontae Adams, I just feel like he has nowhere to go but down from last year. Tyreek Hill is, I guess Tyreek Hill is probably the safest as they come, but I don't know. To me, if I'm going to take a receiver early, it's going to be Calvin Ridley. I really think that guy's going to just set the league on fire this year.
Yeah, Calvin Ridley is going to get a lot of targets. I know we talked about him yesterday. And look, like the only fear is that Atlanta just goes in the tank or he gets hurt or something. I mean, other than that, if he's playing 17 games and Atlanta is even semi-competitive, I don't think their defense is really going to be that good. So, Calvin Ridley could legitimately just lead the league in targets and go nuts. So, people getting on me about my Saquon Barkley take. Look, dude, he's not as good a runner as Nick Chubb or Derrick Henry. I don't care what you guys say. And I'm not saying he's terrible. Obviously, he's super explosive. I think
that you should clarify that, because I think
let's clarify right now. I mean,
what I'm interpreting it as is in space, I think that he's a great runner. But what you're saying is he's not good between the tackles. He's not good at he's not a creative runner. He's not like the guy we're seeing on the sim right there, Le'Veon Bell, one of the most just one of the visionaries, one of the patient runners of our time.
Yes.
Like he's not a good running back. If you give him the ball and say,
He's a good athlete.
break some tackles, get around some guys, he's better than anybody.
He's a monster athlete, is what Saquon Barkley is. But you watch him run between the tackles, and you watch Nick Chubb or Derrick Henry, or like a technician, like you said, even Le'Veon Bell. You'll notice it. It's night and day. I'm not saying Saquon Barkley is bad, a bad running back. That's not what I said. I just said he's not as good at running the ball as Chubb and Henry. And if you look at the production, you'll see that I'm actually more right than wrong. Now, explosiveness, yeah, he's definitely like a top 3 explosive running back. There's no doubt about it. So,
but actually playing the position,
I don't care. You guys know you can. You can call me an idiot, and then I'll take it. It doesn't matter to me. But I am right on this one.
Bert says that he thinks that Stephon Diggs is going to have a career year. It's sort of similar to Davante Adams. I agree. I think that he's going to have another good year, but is there a lot of upward mobility for him? He had 1,500 yards last year. Like, I don't think he can get much better. And honestly, I almost feel like he's going to get worse just because, Josh Allen might decide. Josh Allen didn't really run the ball at all last year. As a team, they didn't run the ball. I'm curious if Brian said he'll get 1,501. Well, no, he had 1,535, so he would have to get 36. But I don't know. I mean, I just feel like maybe they'll get some other guys in that offense more involved, take some of the load off of Diggs. But I don't know. I mean, what do you think about guys like Diggs and Adams? Are you fading guys coming off of great years, thinking that they might see a little bit of regression? Or I'm just trying to think about. They did add Emmanuel Sanders in Buffalo, and obviously, like they still like some of those guys, like Isaiah McKenzie, Gabriel Davis was a big factor last year, and of course, Diggs still had the good year in spite of Gabriel Davis being there. But now that like Emmanuel Sanders is there, sort of makes me cool off a little bit on Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, I love Stephon Diggs so much. I mean, I loved him before his breakout year. He's just a true number 1 wide receiver. He was in hiding. Wow, that was a funny play. Right off dude's helmet. Anyways, let's assume Aaron Rodgers is back in Green Bay, right, Kenny? And, it's just the normal connection. I don't really see anything changing for Davante Adams much. Like what maybe he gets like 5 less targets, 10 less targets. I don't think it's going to matter. Diggs is probably more of the gamble guy just because the Bills have a tough schedule. I think they got some really good pass defenses in that division, notwithstanding the Jets, but the other 2 teams. And they have a division winner schedule. So I think there's probably a little bit more chance you see Diggs regress a little bit. And like you said, Manny Sanders is there. And look, there's still like Ertz talk, so who knows? I think if Ertz went there, I'd definitely be more inclined to fade Diggs and spend up on Davante Adams.
Well, that's Jeff's take. Anybody? So I really also like this. I was going to ask for some later round guys, but I really like this mid-tier range. To me, it's really exciting. I'm really excited to go get one of these 2. I would be thrilled to get a guy like Amari Cooper or CeeDee Lamb in the 4th round or the 5th round. I'm totally into buying low on that Dallas offense. I think it's going to be explosive once again. And even a guy like J.K. Dobbins is projected to go a little bit later. J.K. Dobbins is a guy that could be in line for a great season. So. I mean, we saw sort of flashes. We saw a missed field goal there. We saw flashes last year. So I don't know. And then, I mean, and then there's like plenty of other interesting guys. Cortland Sutton, Chase Edmonds are guys that catch my eye. I don't know. Robbie Anderson reunited with Sam Darnold. You get him kind of late.
J.K. Dobbins is interesting. I always try and stay away from running backs attached to rushing quarterbacks, but he does look good, like you mentioned. Like, Mark Ingram had some pretty good years there. So I'd probably higher on David Montgomery there. I think he took a pretty nice step forward. David Montgomery's like the opposite of Saquon. Like, he's probably one of the least explosive running backs in the league, if we're being dead honest, but he just gets by on, being a pretty solid runner.
Speaking of running backs, I want to ask you about a couple situations. and how you are approaching them, like maybe in a PPR league, because like we're not barbarians here. We're all playing in PPR, right? Like how are you approaching the Baltimore backfield? Like to me, I feel like it's cut and dry. J.K. Dobbins, he's going to have a great year. But if you look at some of the rankings, the projections, people not sold on that. People also aren't necessarily sold on the idea that Chase Edmonds could be, the guy in Arizona. There's a lot of question marks with a few teams, not to mention Green Bay. Like Aaron Jones kind of had that weird end of the year.
Yep.
Let's just while we're here with the folks, let's talk about this first half. Carson Wentz had an 8 of 8 drive, 11 for 15 in total, 90 yards. Sam Darnold 10 of 13, 85 yards. Of course, Wentz hooking up with Deshaun Jackson for the only score of the game. Jets hit a field goal. Jets just missed a field goal as well. Le'Veon Bell 22 yards on the ground. Not Saquon Barkley. Miles Sanders 21 on the ground. Ertz 5 catches for 49. Herndon 4 for 52. Tight ends are eating right now. Not necessarily the rest of us, though. Anyway, let's talk about those running backs.
Yeah, let's do it.
So how are you approaching those backfields?
Okay, so Arizona, first of all, yeah, I like Chase Edmonds. I was getting like really high on him at the start of the preseason, and you got to kind of dial back a little bit. Kingsbury is probably going to try and insert James Conner at some point into like some kind of semi-lead role, just where he's taken a few carries. But
ridiculous.
And Chase Edmonds just looks so good in that offense that I definitely will have him higher ranked than where he is, in the just in the ADP right now. I mean, I'll take him. He'll be a guy I definitely target, regardless of what I'm doing in the first few drafts. I'll be taking him. Once he drops to a certain level, probably having a higher rank than most people. What were the other backfields?
So I said I said Arizona, and then Green Bay, and Baltimore is my favorite, because Baltimore, they lost Mark Ingram.
Yeah.
But still, like, no one wants to say that that's going to be all J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah. No, I agree. And that's why Dobbins is interesting, right? Like, if the only thing that would keep me off Dobbins is, again, PPR backs in Baltimore, they don't really mix. They don't dump it off much because Lamar just takes off. So if Dobbins, it was a bad miss by Donald on the run there. I think that was his, 10 of 14. Never mind. I thought that was first miss. So the only thing that would keep me off Dobbins as like another kind of pick in that same range is if his valuation got too high. I'm just looking at ADP right now. Like, he's above David Montgomery. I think David Montgomery not getting enough respect there. Guy can be locked into a pretty nice workload. More of a PPR back. Stretch, did he get the first? He did. I don't know where Ducey went. He's up from his chair. I'll just keep talking. I've already forgotten the other backfield that he threw out there. But anyways, yeah, Baltimore, semi-interested in Dobbins. I guess you could take like a flyer on Justice Hill as well. He's looked pretty good there, but that's where we're standing. I definitely like Chase Edmonds. All right, Darnold, shotgun. He get the first. Perriman.
There's our guy again.
Second in inches.
Where's he playing again? Speaking of the
Detroit
Ravens.
City.
Oh,
Detroit.
boy. Yeah, former Raven great, of course, Bashad Perriman.
Yeah.
Who could forget? You taking the over on Tim Tebow receiving yards this year?
I am, man. 100%.
I think it's ridiculous. I think, of course, the guy's going to get involved.
Yeah. They don't have a tight end there. We're not. Look, what last time I looked at his props, they were like 12 yards or something. So
yeah, I think it's 13 and a half.
Yeah. He needs like one catch.
Exactly. I think that Tim Tebow is going to be. I think he's going to just play well this year. He's a guy that you have to respect. He played super hard in the minor leagues. He worked really hard he was doing all the dirty work to get to the major leagues. And he's just a guy that is just, unfortunately, maybe not as gifted at quarterback as he thought he was, or that, people thought he might be. And, you got to respect he keeps trying to make it work. Oh, big throw. Big breakup.
Just going to work hard, be an athlete, and take advantage of an atrocious tight end depth on Jacksonville. I absolutely think he'll go over all his props. He'll catch a touchdown at some point too, I think.
You think so?
I'm going to bet all those. I'm legitimately betting all those.
Well,
130-yard screen pass for a touchdown to Tim Tebow, and you've hit all your overs. That's all we need, folks. That's all we need. Who's riding with me on Tebow? I know you guys hated my Saquon Barkley take. How do you feel about my Tim Tebow take? We taking the over?
54. Mike 54. Oh yeah, I'm coming. Oh yeah, I'm coming.
Sam Darnold in the shotgun here. And nothing doing for Lev Bell. 25 rushing yards on the day.
Are you still a Darnold truther?
Of course, I'm still a Darnold truther.
Okay.
I still have a lot of love for Sam Darnold. I still think he's going to be good. I have convinced myself, though, that...
Still really young. Like, how old is he, Kenny? Is he 24? Something like that?
I think he's 24, yeah. Look, I have convinced myself, though, in after the lead up to the draft, whatever, like, if this weren't the Jets, if this were like the Chargers or something,
you'd be out on.
And they put me as the general manager. If it were just any other team, like if I had no allegiance, and they said, "Yeah, this is the situation that we have," I would have done the same thing. I would have traded Darnold. I would have taken Zach Wilson, start over, new coach, new regime, new quarterback. Just because he's look, Zach Wilson is an exciting prospect. I think that he might be better than Sam Darnold. I think his ceiling is higher, and I think that Sam Darnold is going to be fine. But like when you're talking about potential and who's going to work in the modern NFL, it just does feel like Sam Darnold is it's just going to be he's going to be a notch below Zach Wilson. At least he could be anyway if both hit their full potential. But yeah, like I said, I still think he's good. I think that he's a really good playmaker, and he's really mobile. He reminds me a little bit of Tony Romo in that way. He's very good at getting outside the pocket and making things happen. So, yeah, I wish him nothing but the best. I think him and Robbie could do some big things there. And that's another reason why I'm definitely looking to target Robbie Anderson in drafts.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Robbie Anderson could... he could be a steal this year. He could really just rack up more targets than people think. I agree 100%.
I'm so glad, Jeff, that we don't have to pretend that Kenyon Drake's good anymore, because he's the backup now to Josh Jacobs. Like, finally, Kenyon Drake is out of the picture. Why do you think he took that job, by the way? I guess because he's actually bad and no one wanted him.
Well, he got paid there, too. They gave him, like, a nice contract. I think the bigger question is, why did the Raiders sign him?
Because the Raiders are dumb.
Yeah, I guess that's
what have the Raiders done that have been like, good move, Raiders?
I don't know, actually. That's true. I can't really point to one. Sorry in advance for saying this, Congo Cab. I know you're
Congo Cab's already mad at you and me. So
no, he's
yeah, this is I mean, they don't know what they're doing with their money. That's it. And they don't know what they're doing with their draft capital, and drafted a guy in Henry Ruggs. Like, what did he play? Like 3 games last year?
Well, he played more games than that.
With that team.
He didn't see many.
Well, he had 3 good games. Yeah, he had 3 good games.
I don't even know if he had 3 good games.
No, he had 3 big catches.
Did he? Okay, yeah.
Anyway, Kenyon Drake stinks. So I'm glad that we don't have to worry about like, is he good? Is he worth starting? You know, a guy, while we're on running back, a guy that I'm really interested in from fantasy, and you can get him super late, is Damian Harris.
Okay. I like Damian Harris as a runner.
Yeah, I think he's a great running back, and I think the issue is it's New England's backfield, and you have Sony Michel and James White's there, obviously. Like, I think that because it's so crowded, it knocks down Damian Harris's value, but I still think that he's a really good running back. Like, a really good.
He is really good. He's like way better than Sony Michel.
Michel also might not even be on. Like, they might give Damian Harris the reins out. Like, they could easily trade Sony Michel soon. Yeah. And then just give the job to Harris. Yeah. And then you got a starting running back with just James White behind him.
Yeah. And look,
really late in the draft.
Damian Harris has a little bit of, Chubb, like kind of Derrick Henry potential. I'm not putting him on that level yet, but he's going to be a similar type of player where, he might get 20 rushes per game, and
He's a bell cow.
You're like, this guy's got just a pure bell cow, more an old school bell cow, right? I think he's definitely got like that type of upside. He's a really good running back. Yeah,
I think I might have an all Harris backfield this year.
Yeah.
I might wait to take Najee, and then I might take Damian Harris, and then like that, and then this.
Harris is probably going to be slightly frustrating because there's going to be some weeks where he gets like 60 yards and no catches, but then there's going to be other weeks where he gets like 140 yards, like 2 touchdowns. You'd be like, oh my God, this guy just won me the week. So, yeah, Harris is a good like late round pick for like the 0 RB guys.
I'm assuming that you're like me. I never take quarterbacks early. Just never feel like it's worth it.
Rarely.
Is that changing at all this year, do you think?
No. If anything, I'll even go later.
Yeah.
Grab my boy Joe Burrow or something like that, or
Carson Wentz.
Yeah, no, probably not Carson Wentz.
Carson Wentz will get picked. This is my prediction for the year. Carson Wentz will get picked up week 6 by someone in your league. He'll never get dropped, and he'll end up being a top 10 quarterback. That's my take. He's not going to get drafted, but he's gonna get off to a good start. That is a good football team. The Indianapolis Colts are a good football team. You can get a quarterback that is talented. He's done great things in this league. You can get him basically off the waiver wire or in the last round if you really wanted. And he's going to be playing for like a really good team with a good rushing attack. He's got good receivers to throw to, great defense behind him, playing in a division that they should have some auto wins, the Jaguars and the Texans. Sign me up. Sign me up right now for Carson Wentz, late round flyer. I don't even know if I want to touch any of these other guys. I don't want to pay the price that I'm going to have to pay on Justin Herbert. Oh, pick for the Jets.
Wow, Jets D.
Oh, man.
Coming through for me.
I don't want to pay the Herbert price. It's going to be expensive. Tom Brady, I'm not paying for a guy that old. Russell Wilson, and Aaron Rodgers, you don't even know if he's going to play. I mean, Dak is interesting to me. If Dak kind of falls, then I might take Dak. But Kyler Murray with the shoulder last year, I don't know. Josh Allen gonna face harder competition. He doesn't run as much.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like there's no real reason for me to pay up unless maybe Lamar Jackson or Dak Prescott falls.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. I think I'm just looking right to the later round guys. I really don't feel like I need to. I think Tannehill to me is a really intriguing option.
Yep. Ryan Tannehill, I agree. I really like the way Tennessee offense.
The rushing upside there is very real with Ryan Tannehill.
Yes. It's amazingly so. I think how many? He had 7 rushing touchdowns last year. Crazy.
Check it out. He runs. That's the thing. You have to when you play fantasy football, you have to remember who runs and who just has good running ability. Josh Allen is a very good runner, but he rarely runs. Ryan Tannehill, not as good of a runner as Kyler Murray, but he runs a lot. And I feel like he definitely, that adds to his fantasy value. He had 7 rushing touchdowns. And he averaged 6.2 yards per carry, which was great. He did only rush 43 times, but the 7 rushing touchdowns, that's a real thing around the end zone. He's an option for them. He'll scramble, he'll run it in.
Yep.
And that's valuable. That's points right there that you're not getting from pocket passers like Tom Brady. So yeah, I think it's an interesting one. Stafford obviously going to be there mid rounds, late rounds. He's another guy I'm looking at as well. Tannehill and Stafford, I think, are probably my favorite guys. And then Wentz, if you're looking for someone late.
Yep. I don't mind it. I think Lawrence is going to be that guy. I think Trevor Lawrence is going to run a lot this year in Urban Meyer's offense. I think you'll see him around the goal line. Don't be shocked if he's, right up there with the rushing leaders. He's a big dude. He'll take on contact. A little worried about him getting hurt. So if you do take him, make sure you got a good bench guy or a good duo. The one quarterback I am going to be taking shots with, paying up for, is Russell Wilson. I just love Russ. I feel like
I know. I love him too.
At some point, I think he's going to have just a blowout MVP season. So I'll have some Russ, DK Metcalf stacks or something, and just hope they just blow the doors off and get me to a league win. But that's the one quarterback I will 100% be paying up for in some spots. Not in every league. Again, you got to mix it up. I don't have that much confidence in Pete Carroll. But.
Yeah, I really do think that he's going to be someone that could certainly be the number one quarterback in fantasy football. I mean, he always has that potential every season.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, when you watch this guy, like, he looks like the best quarterback that ever played. Sometimes he really does.
Oh, absolutely, he does, man. He's so talented. But yeah, Pete Carroll holds him back. Rushing offense, obviously, can hold him back a bit. Lev Bell, 26 yards. Exciting stuff. Jets driving, trying to take this lead here, folks. Ducey's dog just all over him, just running his life right now. There's a little catch inside the 40. There's Crowder. Say it, Frenchie. 5 catches for Crowder.
Crowder. Darius Slay on the tackle. Where's Darius Slay playing again? Didn't he get traded again, or maybe?
That's a good question. Did he stay with the Eagles or not? I can't remember.
Who did?
I think you're right. I don't think he is with the Eagles anymore, but I'm not actually 100% on that. I guess we should look it up.
Of course, when I look up Darius Slayton comes up.
Yeah.
No, he's still with the Eagles.
Okay.
Who did stay with the Eagles?
I don't think Darius Slay was like okay in spots last year. I think he also got burned a couple times pretty badly. I'm remembering that.
Devonta Smith. Yeah, they just drafted him. I do like this offense. I think it could develop into a good offense in a few years. Like, Jalen Reagor is obviously not Justin Jefferson. It was a bad pick, but he's still good. Travis Fulgham, I think, is legitimately good. And Greg Ward is like a neat little player, right? Like, Greg Ward was good last year. He really had a strong connection with Jalen Hurts. Yeah,
they have some weird. It's like a weird collection of almost just guys off the street the Eagles have found that are like actually pretty good at football. Like Fulgham, you said, it definitely looks good. So and now you add Devonta Smith to that. I mean, it's they have it's a little bit Jets like in that they've kind of developed this like really interesting receiving core, right? And they have Goddard there as well, like a pretty legit tight end. So yeah, I'm for fantasy purposes, I love the Eagles offense, man. I think their defense is gonna be fine. I think like they still have a good D line, but I don't think it's gonna be their back end. They're still gonna allow a lot of passes, I think. So love Jalen Hurts for fantasy, man. I just like him as a football player. He's smart. Underrated. Hopefully he can improve his arm a little bit, but even if he doesn't, he's just going to be fine on his own. If he can improve the accuracy and just the arm strength a bit, though, man, like Smith could have a really underrated rookie year too. So 4th and 5 here. Just
Congo Cab trying to fight back here about the Kenyon Drake signing. Said he got $3 million against the cap. So someone told me Kenyon Drake got a lot of money.
Okay,
he is $3 million against the cap. Boy, Derek Carr, $22 million against the cap. Whew. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter because they're not really paying anybody. Field goal is good for the Jets. They took the lead right there, but they could have had more. Then they had Ngakoue. The problem with the Raiders will always be John Gruden. I mean, he just doesn't coach a good defense.
No. Defense, I just don't look like. I know Congo Cab has brought up some points here before, and their back end, it looks a little better. I just don't see it, man. I just don't see like the big jump this year at all. And I think that team and just the division they're in, like going up against Herbert and Mahomes,
right?
Twice with like no pass rush. Oh my God, dude! Like
it's like, oh, can we interest you in Zay Jones? No thanks. I don't want any Zay Jones today. No thank you.
Yeah, if they're kind of a fit, like their offense was actually pretty efficient last year, but like they're also one, like if Darren Waller gets hurt, that team is screwed, like legitimately, right? So
I'm telling you, man, that is a better team with Marcus Mariota. I really do think that. I think that we saw it last year. We saw he played a fantastic one game.
He did play, and
I would love to see him get more opportunities there. The thing about Marcus Mariota, it was against the Chargers, whatever. The thing is, like, he was never that bad. where he was like, oh God, get this guy out of a starter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He kind of just like, he never really reached his potential as like a number one pick or a number two pick. And so his time kind of came to an end in Tennessee because Ryan Tannehill was playing really well.
Mm-hmm.
And it made sense. But like, this guy isn't like, I wouldn't call him a failure yet as a quarterback. He just hasn't been great, but I don't think he's necessarily been bad. Even the year he was supplanted by Tannehill, he threw 7 touchdowns and 2 interceptions.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about an NFL that is, every team is falling in love with the dual threat quarterback, how come Marcus Mariota didn't get a new home this year? Like, how did no one want to make a trade for Marcus Mariota?
Yeah, I really thought that would happen. Like a team would do that. Like it was going to be the Patriots or something. But then they brought back Cam.
Right.
They felt comfortable with. The Panthers went with Darnold. Nobody really, the Saints just were like, yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
Teams just didn't want to go that route. I agree, though. You're right. Like, he didn't, play himself out of a job. He kind of
right. That's the thing.
By a guy. Like, it's funny, Tannehill, because Tannehill's like the other guy that happened to. Like, Tannehill wasn't so bad in Miami. You're like, oh, my God. This is all Ryan Tannehill's fault. Adam Gase was the coach, and their team was just bad.
They just tried someone else, and it worked.
Yeah. So, I think Mariota will have his day at some point and be a part of an effective offense again. I could see it being the Raiders. Look, maybe things tank. They're like, okay, this doesn't work.
Yeah, right. And also it'd be in their best interest. Like, let's get Marcus Mariota's trade value up, and then
sure.
Maybe it turns into that's like I saw it this year with the Knicks and Julius Randle. It's like, let's get his trade value up. Oh, well, maybe he's actually good. Maybe let's sign him long term. I think that could certainly happen. But Drew mentioned that him and Jameis Winston have sort of had the same career trajectory as top 2 picks in the same draft, which is kind of bizarre. But I would almost say that Winston, I wouldn't say he played himself out of a role, but I certainly feel like I was left thinking that he was much worse than Mariota when I was surprised to see Mariota lost his job. I was not surprised to see Jameis Winston lost a job, considering he's just too much of a free thrower,
Yeah, I'm not. Look,
Jameis made it worth it to take the risk with him.
Jameis Winston looks great. He's fun to watch. His games are fun because he throws picks and teams get interceptions, and then he goes and throws a touchdown and he racks up yards. But he's not a good win-loss quarterback. If your goal is the Super Bowl, this is why I think Taysom Hill is ultimately going to play more games than Jameis Winston this year.
Yeah, probably.
Winston just isn't your dude, and I think we've kind of figured that out. I think you're right. I think Mariota could be still part of an effective team, kind of like Tannehill is now. So I don't know why everyone thinks Winston is just the auto starter there. I just don't get it.
I don't know either. I think it's because people want him to get another chance. That's it. It's all people just have biases. People make excuses for quarterbacks, or just not even quarterback. People make excuses for players when they want them to succeed. People don't make excuses for players when they don't want them to succeed. That's the bottom line. That's the truth. Tua. Yeah. Look at all the people making excuses for Tua on TV, everywhere. Oh, give him time. He's only started 9 games. Give him time. No one did. But then you have other quarterbacks.
Oh yeah.
Where they struggle right out of the gate, and people are like, "Oh, LMAO, this guy sucks." It's just hilarious. But that's the thing. If you peel back bias, and we all have personal bias. I have the same thing. Obviously, I'm a biased person. We all say the same stuff, and that is what is at the heart of the matter. And that's the problem with the hype machine, is people just pick and choose who they want to be good. And so even a guy in baseball with Javi Baez, right? We never talk about his bad moments because no one wants him to be bad, because he's a fun player and people want him to be fun. People say that he's good for the game, and he is, but he has a lot. He has a lot of terrible qualities as a baseball player, and you would never know it. So it's the same thing with football. No one wants to talk about the flaws. Everyone just wants to talk about
football. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you're right.
I was just going to say the hype machine in football is the worst. Your Tua was like the guy last year. He's in Alabama. He's got the good story. He's come back from injury. He's going to get chance after chance after chance, regardless of what happens this year.
Right. Yep. Some people just get too many. Some people just get a lot of. People just get a lot of things. Things wrong sometimes. I really do believe that. But it is true. Like Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz is a good example. When has anyone ever made an excuse for Carson Wentz?
Yeah.
What has Carson Wentz ever done wrong? That guy goes out there year in and year out. He played through injury. And mind you, he led the Eagles to all by himself to like 3 consecutive playoffs with teams that were bad at the beginning of the year. And that's why I was so convinced that it was going to happen last year, even with Jalen Hurts. No one makes excuses for him. No one talks about how, oh, great new home, so happy that Carson Wentz is getting another chance. No one will say that. But if that were Jameis Winston, it's like, oh, yes, Jameis Winston, finally. Because people just, if you like somebody, and people just kind of all agree, like, people like Jameis Winston, and they're just going to want him to do well. That's it. The Carson Wentz story is great. It really is. I think it's going to be great. He's going to have a great season. And I think that, it's going to end up, he might be a comeback player of the year. It's going to be good to see. I think it's going to be a good story. It's going to be good for Indy. Like, good for those fans.
It's going to be fun to watch. I'm on the other side of Carson Wentz than you. I will fully admit it. I'm not on Carson Wentz at all. I think he deserves criticism. But again, that's the beauty of the job we're in.
Right. Of course.
We get to be wrong, and I'm quite happy to admit when I'm wrong. So, but I will be on the other side of Carson Wentz this year. I don't even think he plays the full year. I think you see Jacob Eason come in at some point.
Wow. Bry Guy all in on the Carson Wentz resurgence. By the way, Brian.
Bry Guy.
Helping us out behind the scenes with Drew and Bert is on ops. Drew Johnson. I feel like we don't ever distinguish the Drews. We just say Drew Stack or Drew. But there are multiple Drews. Drew J. How about AJ? Okay, he doesn't care. A big throw left side, Chris Hogan. My goodness, what a strike. With 15 seconds on the clock, the Jets pull it inside the red zone with a bomb to Chris Hogan across his body. Look at that throw from Darnold. Unbelievable.
That was, dude, I just thought this game was over. Like, no timeouts left. But where were they? Where did they start that throw? Like their own 35 or something?
Oh, they're going to review it.
Oh, wow.
I think he was around his own 40.
Yeah, that is just death. With no timeout in the sim to throw a dart to the side. Yep. I don't think I've ever seen that, if we're being honest. This might get called back, though.
Let's see. Here goes the ref. Let's see what happens.
Okay. All Chris Hogan fans.
Bert said 37-yard throw. Call is upheld. Here comes already. I guess they have to get the field goal.
A thick field goal to win, man.
The Fick man is on for what's going to be a 30-yard field goal. It's up and through. The Jets take the lead by 2. And how's your lineup looking right now? I'm doing all right. I've got Le'Veon Bell in there, and then Marquise Goodwin helping me out.
Yeah, I got D Jackson, the captain. He scored a touchdown, so I guess it's not terrible. Man, this was just like everybody got like 12 points in this sim. I might have to go with Lev Bell here for the play of the game. Play at the play.
Your Jeff's
10 reception.
What are you gonna call it? The Moose? How about the Moose man of the match? I don't know.
I like that. The Moose VP, we'll call him. Lev Bell, 10 receptions, 67 receiving yards. I mean, just from a PPR standpoint, Lev Bell brought it for you today. 29.1 points in the captain. He's in all the winning lineups in the captain spot, so we'll give it to him. And then after this play is done, I'm going to have to find a guy who didn't do very well and call him out. We'll watch this play.
Here goes Wentz from the 28. Deep ball.
No sauce.
That's your ball game. Jets win. Koff and Tom coming up at 4. Did you give your moose?
Let's give it to Alshon Jeffrey. I don't think he caught anything. He just certainly wasn't very involved, Alshon Jeffrey. So I could be wrong about that, but I don't think I am. We'll give the babysitter Billy to Alshon.
All right. Well, I appreciate everybody being here. It was a wonderful time. Ross Tucker up next for Drew, for Bry Guy, for Jeff, for Bert behind the scenes, giving us those hot Stephon Diggs takes. I'm Kenny. And once again, we got a 4 p.m. sim here. Broncos, Chiefs, Coffin, Tom, Stephen, Maddie, Lamarca on for the slate at 5 p.m. After that, 6 o'clock, we got Cards, Bears, Coffin, Christian, and the Disc League at 9 p.m. Should be fun. Good night. And Ross Tucker coming back. Enjoy your weekend, everybody. So long.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast presented by DraftKings. And I'm even giddier and happier than usual because we can announce today the best ball drafts. They're back. We're doing them this year at DraftKings. All you have to do is go to the sponsors page at rosstucker.com. That's me, by the way, at Ross Tucker NFL on social. And take advantage of any of the sponsors or rate and review the show. Send it to me, Ross at rosstucker.com, and you can go against Joe and I in the July best ball draft. I cannot wait. It is the Fantasy Feast podcast. You can always check it out at Ross Tucker Pod. We got the YouTube page now, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. So fired up for today's guests, the Majuk sisters, as I like to call them, one of the most legendary moments in podcast history. We will touch on that briefly in a little bit. They dominate for Ball Blast Football. But of course, first I got to welcome in my co-host, the master of all he oversees at fantasypoints.com, the great Joe Dolan. Hello, Joe.
Hi, Ross. How are you doing today? It's a lovely day in South Carolina, actually a very rare non-humid day in South Carolina. So might go out and hit some golf balls later, but it's good to be with you.
Yeah, Joe, I picture you sweating since it's the Ball Blast Girls Day, I picture you down there, bro.
You picture correctly. So let me tell a story here just really briefly. I know we want to get to the Majuks, but I was down here. I moved last July, and I went to play golf with a friend in August. And I said to him, I said, Cody, we can get any tee time we want in the middle of the day. This is amazing. And the course is going to be. We're going to have the course to ourselves. It took us about one shot to realize why all the tee times were open in the middle of the day, because I'm pretty sure I lost about 30 pounds playing that round of golf. It was miserable. But yeah, that's why the early morning and the late afternoon tee times are always booked up in South Carolina during the summer. That I learned that the hard way. But yeah, I hate hot weather, but I love air conditioning. Unfortunately, I have that here.
Make sure you check him out on Twitter at FG_Dolan. He is the fantasy gangsta. And then when you go to fantasypoints.com for all their ridiculous, amazing content, use the code 21Feast so they know I sent you, or at least they know that this show sent you. So without further ado, I've already referenced them. The lovely ladies at Ball Blast. Ball Blast them. And at FF Ball Blast.
There you go.
Kate and Michelle Majuk, as I like to say, the Majuk sisters. And you guys still, Kate and Michelle, do you guys still get references to that sometimes?
Oh yeah, all the time. But there's also just a lot of people who think we're sisters still. And then they'll randomly see a tweet acknowledging that we're wives, we're married. I know that confused you the last time. The word wives, that we're married. And people are like, oh shoot, we thought you were sisters.
That was years ago, Michelle. Give me some credit now. That was years ago. Times have changed. I'm a little more I just didn't know when you said wives. I never heard somebody say we're wives before. I love it though. I love that.
I had never heard her say that before either until it happened. But it created a lasting, fantastic friendship, and it created one of the best podcast moments of all time. So you cannot be mad about that.
Wait a minute, Kate. You had never heard your wife call you guys wives before?
We are married. It's a weird way to say it. I get why you're confused, because who says we're wives? Like,
You normally
married
people say we're husband and wife. So what am I supposed to say? We're wife and wife? Like, that's a weird way to say it.
It's like a weird. It's something that you don't say very often.
I had never heard it.
It caught me off guard too.
Married, I would have gotten. We're married, I would have understood. we're wives. Oh man.
It's kind of like
I'm happy. I'm happy the way I said it as I did, because your reaction was just the best.
Well, so listen, these ladies are absolutely dominating the fantasy industry right now. Make sure you check out at Ball Blast FB so you get all their content. They got a website. I mean, honestly, it's ballblastfootball.com. They're from Pittsburgh. They drink beer. They're amazing. They're all over DFS, Redraft, Dynasty. How's it going, by the way, ladies?
It's going great. And we're not going to be in Pittsburgh much longer. We're actually moving to Houston in August.
So we can also.
You can switch off like Joe. What are you guys doing down there, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, we're just moving near family. Living in a nicer area. We both work from home. So Pittsburgh has miserable weather. There's no reason to stay around here.
Understood. Well, I'm glad you mentioned Pittsburgh, because you guys have some strong opinions heading into the 2021 NFL and thus fantasy season. And I can't wait to hear you explain them and then to get Joe's thoughts on it. I'm pretty sure Joe will agree with the first one. I know Joe feels pretty good about this first one. So I don't know which one of you guys wants to take it, but you are ready to throw your hat in the rookie running back ring again, like a lot of people did with Clyde Edwards-Helaire last year. You believe Najee Harris will be a top 8 fantasy running back. Why?
I think we both agree with this take, but Kate, do you want to take this one?
Oh yeah, I'm so passionate about Najee Harris. You look at what James Conner was even able to accomplish, despite the fact that he was a super disappointing fantasy asset, or at least it felt like that. In his 7 games with more than 15 touches, averaged 17 PPR points per game. I mean, that's literally the same amount as Nick Chubb per game. You look at the fact that the Steelers love to utilize that workhorse running back. They like to have the same guy on the field all the time. And that was no different last season when James Conner was healthy. He was playing the majority of the snaps, saw the majority of the running back touches. They drafted Najee in the first round. They were not keeping good secrets about how much they loved this guy. We've heard nothing but good things about his involvement all over the field so far. OTAs, minicamp, we've heard just fantastic things. I'm very excited, but I do think that I would be willing to stake a very large bet that there's no way that Najee Harris leaves the season without touching the ball 200 times. 300.
I was going to say.
No, 300. I was looking at the year 2020 in my notes, but for sure, 300 touches. As long as he's on the field, he is going to touch the ball.
And the running backs for the Steelers typically get a bunch of goal line work. And Najee Harris, we know, is just a bruiser down there, scoring 26 rushing touchdowns last year at Alabama. Like, we know he's going to get into the end zone. The offense will score. I'm excited to see the new offensive coordinator. Last year, they ran the ball 85% of the time that they were under center. Like that. Do you think defenses knew that they were going to run the ball? Like, obviously. So I'm excited just to see this whole new offense. Najee Harris to the moon.
And also, you made the comparison of, our draft hype to Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I would say, pound for pound, prospect for prospect, I would take Najee Harris 10 times out of 10
easily
over Clyde Edwards-Helaire. A capable receiver, maybe not quite as involved, but Najee Harris is a monster.
Joe, I know we talked a couple weeks ago here on the Fantasy Feast podcast, and Tom Brawley said that Najee was finally getting drafted where he should. I know you're high on Najee fantasy prospects this year. Is he top 8 though for you, Joe?
He's in the top 10 for sure. And like, here's the thing about the Edwards-Helaire comparison: it's lazy. And I'm sure they agree. I mean, it's, as somebody who loved Edwards-Helaire last year and who is back in on Edwards-Helaire I think he's going to be a decent value as like a second or third round pick this year. That being said, Najee Harris has every advantage with the exception of the key one. And it is key. It's the offensive line. But when we were drafting Edwards-Helaire last year, we were openly acknowledging that there were landmines to that. At first it was Damian Williams before he opted out because of COVID. And then they signed Le'Veon Bell, which was after the draft season, but you knew Kansas City was a pass-heavy offense. Now, the assumption was going to be that Edwards-Helaire was going to contribute maybe a little bit more in the passing game than he did. But you knew Clyde Edwards-Helaire was never going to be a foundational player in the way that I think the Steelers almost certainly envisioned Najee Harris. The Steelers made the decision. We are drafting the running back and not the offensive lineman in the first round. They're gonna build their run game around this guy. Mike Tomlin has consistently had bell cow running backs in his time. If James Conner was capable of handling that, he would have been the guy. There's just no comparison between the two. I think Harris is a safer pick. I think what he might lack in efficiency, he's going to make up for in volume. I think he's a slam dunk RB1, and I've loved drafting him in the second round.
What about Austin Eckler? Now, I like Austin Eckler, but ladies, you think he's a top 5 fantasy running back? Who's taking that one?
I am. I don't think it's that wild of a take either. I think when I say this, people are like, oh my goodness, you're like spewing hot takes out here. But he was a top 5 running back in 2019 when he was healthy. And then last year, he was a top 5 running back in points per game. If you take out that one game, he played about 2 snaps before he got hurt. So he did it 2 years in a row. He gets all of the targets in the world. Like, it's Keenan Allen and it's him. Like, they are the Chargers offense. He's seen 5+ targets in 17 of his 26 games played over the last 2 seasons. And that number didn't drop with Justin Herbert. He was still targeting him like crazy. And in those games with 5+ targets, remember 17 games, he averages 22 fantasy points per game. Like, he's just a beast. You don't have to rely on him getting those carries. Like, he's not going to. He's not going to be a 200 carry guy. You don't even have to rely on touchdowns, which is crazy as well. Those are just the cherry on top when he does get it. He did all of this last year with a terrible offensive line, one of the worst ranked by PFF last year. And then they added to that this offseason. They brought in center Corey Linsley from the Packers. He was the highest graded run blocker last year, according to PFF. They brought in Matt Fielder. They took him from the Steelers. Not the best tackle in the world, but still an upgrade. And then they drafted Rashawn Slater in the first round. Like, they made a lot of improvements to the offensive line. They didn't really bring in any other pass catchers besides the third rounder, Josh Palmer. They lost Hunter Henry. Like, there's going to be so much work for him this year, even on the ground. Like, they don't really have a stacked backfield. So in PPR leagues, I'm taking Austin Eckler all day. He's one of the few running backs that could easily see 100 targets next season.
It's interesting, Joe. I feel like, I don't know, maybe I just haven't been paying attention enough. Austin Eckler, like, do people talk about him and draft him in the top 5?
No, they don't. This is one of those things that sounds like a hot take, but it really isn't kind of a hot take. Now, most people in the fantasy industry are going to rank Austin Eckler inside their top 12 running backs, especially if you're using PPR. I mean, non-PPR, throw it out the window, but we're talking PPR here. I have him at 12 at running back, and it's in a really delicate spot. I have him behind Najee Harris. I have him behind Cam Akers. I have him behind Aaron Jones right now, which, that's all personal preference right now. I think a lot of people are going to see Aaron Jones on the draft board vis-a-vis Austin Eckler and choose to take Eckler at this stage, given the uncertainty with Aaron Rodgers. But as we know, Ross, I keep bringing this stat up. We've had Scott Barrett on the podcast 2.7 times. That's what a target, not a reception. That's what a target is worth for a running back in PPR as opposed to a carry. 2.7 times more than a carry. You know that Austin Eckler is going to get those targets. Do I think he's going to carry the ball 200 times? I don't. I don't think he's built for that. I don't think the Chargers anticipate him doing that. I think the Chargers are going to try to get an early down compliment to him, or at least a running down complement to him, somebody they can mix in on drives. Don't know if that's going to be Josh Kelly or Justin Jackson. It could be Larry Roundtree, the rookie out of Missouri. But Austin Eckler is going to be an extension of the run game out of the backfield. I do have him as an RB1. I think top 5 might be a little aggressive for people, but the numbers are the numbers. I mean, that's what he's averaged the last 2 seasons. He did it with Phillip Rivers. I thought it was a great sign when he was healthy that he did it with Justin Herbert as well.
You mentioned that you have Austin Eckler behind Cam Akers. That's interesting.
That hurts my soul.
The ladies despise Cam Akers. They hate Cam Akers.
No,
they do not think he will be a top 12 fantasy running back this year. Why not?
I'll start with this take and then Kate can finish it
I'll
off.
close it out because I feel like I have even stronger feelings.
Yeah, we're both. It's just one of those things where we don't hate Cam Akers. Just his price right now is absurd. And I don't see him being a top 12 fantasy running back. He's currently going as a running back 11 in ADP. And I think like people are going to keep rising that ADP with how much they love him. He's going before Antonio Gibson, Najee Harris, AJ Brown, DeAndre Hopkins, all people I would easily draft over him. Last year, he only scored 0.65 fantasy points per touch. That was only more than Frank Gore. He only beat out Frank Gore in fantasy points per touch last year among running backs with 150 touches. Like, he got so much volume at the end of last year and still wasn't scoring too many fantasy points. He had a game of 22 touches, 16 PPR points. Like, you got to do better than that. 31 touches, 21 fantasy points. That's fine. Like, that's pretty good, but still on 31 touches. And then he had a 25 touch game, 10 PPR points. It almost seems impossible to do. And is he going to keep getting that same workload of 25 to 30 touches per game? Like, no, he's not going to. They brought in Matthew Stafford for a reason, to pass the ball. Like, offenses that are great nowadays, they pass. And they couldn't do that with Jared Goff last year, especially once he broke his thumb. We have yet to see Akers or Henderson play together healthy. We don't know how this is going to play out. Akers will be the lead back for sure, but we just don't know how much Henderson will take, especially near the goal line where Akers really struggled. Like, I feel like he's this year's Josh Jacobs, where he's going to get volume, but he's just going to feel like meh, even though Jacobs still ended as a top 10 guy just because of volume and touchdowns. So he needs the touchdowns.
See, this is where I'm going to cut in because I'm not even that convinced that he is going to get the volume that everybody thinks he is. We look at his performance in his rookie season. He started touching the ball. He had a couple of games where he was involved, but really started getting more involved week 8. He saw 9 carries, 1 reception. Going back and looking at that game, he didn't touch the ball once until Darrell Henderson was injured, left the game with a thigh injury. Darrell Henderson was banged up all of last year. I pulled up the injury reports. It's like there's a weekly injury report for Darrell Henderson. Once he finally, started getting involved, it was more of a weekly basis. But Darrell Henderson, I think his injuries are being overlooked a bit. When you look at their workload side by side, season to season, 2020 to 2020, Darrell Henderson had just 7 fewer rushing attempts, 1 fewer rushing yard, and he was more efficient with his touches, 4.5 yards per attempt, 5 touchdowns. Cam Akers, he's going to see some volume, but I think people are underestimating Darrell Henderson and his explosive ability. I think he's going to touch the ball. And I mean, we heard just as much last season from Sean McVay. He said, we want to use a running back by committee. The only time they didn't really use a running back by committee is when they ran out of running backs to committee.
Ross, I'm going to chime in here, and I'm going to say I wonder if fantasy baseball experts back in the 20s, the 1920s, said you can't draft Lou Gehrig high because Wally Pipp got hurt last year. I don't know if that's going to hold up here. Here's the thing. Look at Cam Akers' numbers down the stretch. 23.8 touches and 117 yards from scrimmage from weeks 13 through the playoffs. Both of those numbers would have ranked top 5 for the full season. Here's a key to me as well, and here's where I think the Matthew Stafford thing does come into play, and I think it actually helps Cam Akers in this regard. He was second to Derrick Henry during that stretch, that 7-week stretch, in rush attempt versus 8-man boxes. I don't think that's going to happen again this year with Jared Goff out of town and Matthew Stafford in there. Then there was also a quote I saw from now look, OTA quotes. Okay, let's take them with a grain of salt.
Hashtag OTA quote.
Yeah, right. But like Sean McVay said, in OTAs, Cam Akers has the ability to line up out wide in the slot. They can get him involved in the passing game. I just think he's a really good player. And
yet he never saw more than 4 targets.
Yeah, and I think that could go up.
You're not worried at all about his fantasy points per touch last year only being better than Frank Gore. Like he was widely inefficient with his touches.
Yeah, I agree, but I also think, if you want to fuel to the fire of the running backs don't matter argument, is a running back more a product of his offense than he is a product of himself? And this is an offense that has consistently declined from year to year. And the Rams are telling you they think it's because of Jared Goff. I mean, they traded 2 first-round picks to get Matthew Stafford. I think the efficiency of that offense is going to go up. And I almost wonder if we could see Cam Akers. I'm not denying that Darrell Henderson's going to be involved. And by the way, I think Darrell Henderson is a great 0 RB target, like independent of Cam Akers.
Yeah.
I like Cam Akers, but like Darrell Henderson, somebody you can get in the 9th and 10th round who, if Cam Akers were to get hurt or were to be ineffective, could inherit this role. That's neither here nor there, but I wonder if he could be almost an Aaron Jones kind of contributor where that there's going to be somebody else involved in that backfield. It's inevitable, but is he going to be efficient enough? And I think if you're looking at that stat on his fantasy points per touch, there is a concern there, but I also think there's reason to believe the Rams think this offense is going to be significantly opened up and significantly upgraded. Ross, from talking to me on this podcast that I'm aggressively targeting this Rams offense for fantasy this year. And
Cam Akers, RB22 from weeks 10 through 17. RB22.
Stop fighting. We have other people to talk about, okay? Stop fighting and let me make sure everybody knows any sponsor qualifies you to go against Joe and I in the DraftKings Best Ball draft. I love me some Best Ball. We've established that. By the way, you can just go to the DraftKings Casino and get that app on your phone. They've got this Casino Summer Legend Series, which is amazing. Get a shot at share of $5 million, which is unbelievable. Even on today's Even Money podcast, Steve Fezzik gave out some poker advice. Just download the DraftKings Casino app. I can't even talk today. I know, by the way, that you guys already have the DraftKings app and the DK Sportsbook app. Get the Casino app on your phone. Enter Ross. Get in that Legend Series, all their Legend Series. We're going to do the Legend Series for football. It's unbelievable. They're giving away like $1 millionaire every week only on the DraftKings Casino app. All right. This next one doesn't make sense to me. Okay, Joe?
Okay.
I don't know what side you're going to be on, but okay. I'm anti-Majuk sisters on this one. All right. They have Deontay Johnson as a top 12 fantasy wide receiver. The guy struggles to catch the football. I'm reading these reports. Oh, but he's catching tennis balls now. He struggles to catch. A key ingredient of playing the wide receiver position, and yet you guys think he's a top 12 fantasy wide receiver?
I definitely do, specifically in PPR leagues, right? And you can say he struggles to catch, but no one brings it up with DK Metcalf. He had just as many drops. Drops aren't that worrisome in fantasy.
But the precluder to those drops, he had a concussion, which we were talking to some of our sports physical therapist buddies who are in the fantasy space. And there is a belief among that crowd. I wish I could shout them all out right now. But they've explained that, the concussion history, he did have a pretty severe concussion.
Spatial awareness. It messed up his spatial awareness, which, could have resulted in the drops. But even if he does have the drops, I'm not worried about it. Last year he dealt with a bunch of injuries, like she said, to start the season. He would start the game and then he would leave in the first quarter. So I think fantasy managers either are forgetting that or they're still holding a grudge. But then by week 5, week 6, he started to get healthy. And in the 11 games last year that he fully played, Deontay Johnson averaged 12 targets per game and 19 fantasy points per game in those 11 games that he fully played. That's more fantasy points per game than DeAndre Hopkins and Calvin Ridley last year, who were both top 5 fantasy wide receivers last season. That he was he had the 6th most targets among wide receivers in the NFL last season. And like I just mentioned, he missed a chunk of time. He led the Steelers with 144 targets. He is their top target in that offense, and I don't see that changing. We keep bringing up this offense last year. It was just disgusting. So you might say, okay, his targets could decrease because they're not giving as many short targets to him, but he's actually one of the best separators in the NFL, according to Yahoo's Matt Harmon, who does the reception perception. Like, he's a very talented wide receiver. His route running is elite, so he can get open intermediate, and I still think he's going to see around 150 targets. He can score touchdowns. Like, I really like Deontay Johnson next year in PPR league.
Joe, they started to not even throw him the ball in certain situations. They couldn't even trust him to catch the ball.
I think he's going to be better in that department, Ross. I lean more to your side, and believe me, I had Deontay Johnson on just about every fantasy team last year, and I think he was one of those guys. He had such a weird season that, like, the people who were, like, all in on Deontay Johnson and the people who were like, whoa, you're pumping him up way too much, both have an argument to say, yeah, I was right. I have him at wide receiver 21 right now, and I think it's fair only because some of the names in front of him, I have a hard time ranking behind him. Again, Cooper Kupp. I'm not going to rank him behind Cooper Kupp right now with the way I love the Rams offense. Robert Woods, I'm not going to rank him behind Robert Woods. I'm not going to rank him behind Adam Thielen. DJ Moore, it starts to get... DJ Moore had a fantastic year last year. I wonder about Sam Darnold there. It's just a matter of the sheer number of wide receivers available, and I haven't ended up with a whole lot of Deontay Johnson because where he's getting drafted, I'm finding myself drafting Kupp or CeeDee Lamb a little bit more than I am on Deontay Johnson. I think he's got a chance to improve a lot this year, but I have found myself gravitating towards somebody who's cheaper, sometimes a round or two cheaper than Deontay Johnson from his own team. Maybe this is a function of best ball, but I've been drafting Chase Claypool a lot, going with the cheaper Steelers receiver who I think's got a shot to have some bigger games. I don't dislike Deontay Johnson at all. I think top 12 is very aggressive for him, though. The volume could be there. I just think this was an offense that was broken last year, and I think they want to ground it, start it with the run game, maybe spread things out down the field a little bit more. Like Deontay Johnson, don't think I can have the confidence to rank him as a top 12 receiver, though I understand the argument.
All right. So, Joe, I'm not going to get into the Calvin Ridley one. The ladies think he can be wide receiver 1.
That
doesn't shock me.
Completely valid. That is completely valid.
Joe said last week or 2 weeks ago, Calvin Ridley to the moon. So Joe's with you on that one. And it's not that fun for me when you guys agree. It's way more fun when you disagree, and I feel like I'm like a moderator or like arbitrator of a fight. So let's get to this one. Jalen Hurts, top 5 fantasy quarterback. Majuk sisters, go.
So this one's a lot more mine. I feel bad because I just talked all that time on Deontay Johnson. So if you want to add anything in, let me know. But Jalen Hurts last year, 4 starts. That's all we really got from him. And people seem to have just made up their mind that he's going to be a bad quarterback, which is just crazy. But in those 4 starts, he averaged 23.7 fantasy points per game because it doesn't matter if you're an accurate passer. All it matters is that you can throw deep and you can run the ball. And he's extremely mobile. And those 23.7 fantasy points per game includes that week 17 game where he got benched because of how atrocious his play was and just how atrocious the whole team's play was. But that points per game was more than Deshaun Watson and Russell Wilson on a per game basis last year. Of course, they were a full season, so we'll take that with a grain of salt. But reasons why I think he will be better this year, it's like he wasn't an inaccurate passer at Oklahoma in his final season when he had a true wide receiver 1. He had CeeDee Lamb, and he fed him just fine. And I think he'll be able to do the same thing with Devonta Smith. I'm actually pretty high in Devonta Smith, even in his rookie season this year for fantasy. But at least now he actually has a true wide receiver 1 to target. Last year he was targeting, Travis Fulgham and Greg Ward and nobody else. Like
all of those Hall of Famers.
I don't think people realize just truly how terrible the situation was for the Eagles quarterbacks last year with the pass catchers, and then also that offensive line. Like, that offensive line hit historical numbers. They had 14 different starting offensive line combos in 2020. That was the most different combos since 1983 Buccaneers. That's how crazy the offensive line was with injuries. They had 6 offensive linemen make their first career NFL start. That was the most by any team since 1991. They're going to get back, all pros and Pro Bowlers. They're getting back Brandon Brooks, who's one of the best guards. They're getting back Lane Johnson. They're getting back Andre Dillard, who was a first-round pick a couple of years ago. And they still have one of the best centers in Jason Kelsey. Like, I think this line's going to be elite. They're going to keep Jalen Hurts not on the ground. Like last year was just a disaster. Give him more time to throw. I think overall, and I like the new coaching staff. Nick Sirianni helped Andrew Luck have the best season of his career with the Colts. And then their new offensive coordinator, Shane Steichen, he was the offensive coordinator last year for the Chargers, and he certainly made Justin Herbert pretty awesome in his rookie season. So I'm all in on Jalen Hurts this year. That rushing ability alone is just a cheat code, and I think his passing game will be much better.
Ross, you might want me to disagree here. I'm not going to disagree too much, though. I mean, I have Jalen Hurts ranked as QB7 right now. And now nobody in their right mind is going to rank Jalen Hurts above Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, or Kyler Murray. Okay? Nobody's going to do that. But then you have the next two I have. Dak Prescott coming off a major injury, and Justin Herbert coming off a good rookie season, but he doesn't run as much as Jalen Hurts. Not certainly if you're building your franchise right now, you're taking Justin Herbert over Jalen Hurts. That's not what I'm saying, but we're playing a game here. I totally agree. Jalen Hurts, by the way, last year he averaged 25.8 fantasy points per game in games he started and finished. That would be the 8th highest total of all time. Oh, excuse me. The 5th highest total of all time, if extrapolated for the full season. His 24.8 fantasy points per game in the games he just started minimum, that would be the 8th best all time. So his fantasy points per start, not including week 17, was 2nd on the season behind Dak Prescott. Now, obviously, that's a small sample size. But when you take into account that he didn't even necessarily... I mean, you can look at the fact and say he played really well in maybe one of those 4 games. He was poor in week 17, and he was okay in the other 2 games. Am I going to take that sample and say, well, obviously that means Jalen Hurts isn't going to be good? No, because the situation was god-awful. The Eagles had to move on from Carson Wentz, but I don't think anybody, even the most ardent Wentz hater, is going to sit there and say the situation was good for Carson Wentz last year. Peterson completely lost the plot. Hurts was able to do more with his legs, and frankly, I see the personality of Jalen Hurts and the way guys are rallying around him, and I think that's a good sign for him. I don't even think he's got to be really good as a quarterback to pay off for fantasy. They're not going to bench him for Joe Flacco. It's not like they drafted a quarterback in the 3rd round. It would have to be an utter disaster for Jalen Hurts to lose his job this season. So I think you're going to ride it out. The Eagles are going to give him every opportunity to show what he has, because if Jalen Hurts comes out and plays well, then the Eagles are as well set up as just about anybody for the future, with potential 3 first-round picks next year. And if he doesn't play well, they can use those 3 first-round picks to get a quarterback. They're going to give Jalen Hurts every opportunity here. His ability is strong. We know he's a different runner than Lamar Jackson. He's a powerful runner, much less so than the elusive speedster that Lamar Jackson is. So he's going to get production at the goal line. The receivers have improved. I don't see any reason why he couldn't be a top 5 fantasy quarterback. Now, you have that small sample size, but we're ranking him based on what he could be, and I think that's a totally fair argument to make.
Check out that man on social media at FG_Dolan, the fantasy gangsta, and go to his site, fantasypoints.com. Use the code 21Feast if you want all the fantasy knowledge you could ever want or need. As for the ladies, at Ball Blast them, at FF Ball Blast, and then check out their show handle and their website at Ball Blast FB. Ladies, what do people need to know about what you guys have to offer them heading into the season?
Yeah, we just have an awesome team of writers over at ballblastfootball.com. So go check out all of their content. We have betting content, we have dynasty content, redraft, and that will really start. Redraft content is going to start flying out starting here in early July. We do have a draft guide coming out. It'll be the first time Ball Blast puts out a draft guide. So look for that in the beginning of August. And then you can find our podcast over, wherever you listen to podcasts. It's called Ball Blast, one word, a fantasy football podcast.
Awesome. Ladies, that was terrific. Joe, you're the man. I'm stuffed. We're done.
Thanks.
Bye, guys.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, Dream Streamers? Great to be back with you. If you can't tell, I know we often joke about my birthday in Simland. It's this guy's real birthday. He's Tom Carroll. I'm Adam Kaufman, and allow me to be the first in Simland, at least, I think, maybe, to say happy birthday, sir. How are you?
You are the first person on air to do so, since this is my only sim of the day. So thank you, Kauf. I appreciate it. Morgan insisted that I wear the part today, so here I am.
As you
Crown,
said earlier,
tiara.
you leaned into it.
I have leaned into it here. I got a little badge here that says birthday girl. We got some balloons behind me covering the microwave. So we're in the spirit here. We're celebrating life today. 29 years on this earth.
30, new decade right around the corner.
Ugh. Just got
Don't
goosebumps.
ugh me. Don't you ugh me.
Do I just immediately
I'm gonna
start
hit
buying
40 before you
DVDs
hit
when I turn
30?
30?
Say again, one more time.
Do I just immediately start buying DVDs when I turn 30?
No, that happens in your 20s.
Okay, so I've made it past that.
If you haven't done it now, I don't think it's going to happen.
Okay, good.
Bry Guy, who is our technical director, Bry Guy on the 1s through 7s, says Emerson Rossi did wish Tom a happy birthday on air in the noon sim.
Okay. See, I wasn't watching, so
No.
that's
So
on me.
Was it important to you to do? There are only 4 sims today. Of course, we have
Yes.
the American Ultimate Disc League tonight
Yes.
at 8 and 10. Was it important to you to do a sim on your birthday?
Of course, I needed to be here with the people that I have spent a majority of my free time with over the past 10 months or so. I mean, I need to celebrate it with my people, right? So here I am.
With the sim fam, absolutely.
Right. It's the only place I'd want to be right now. Had to get in and do a sim. Come on.
Ryan says, Cough, the birthday boy on a Friday, 4 p.m.er. Please, the early bird special. Where the bleep do I sign? You got it. Cena, just hopping in. What up, Cough? Happy birthday, Freeze Pops.
Thank you.
Queenie, shouting you out as well in a matter of speaking. We've got Kansas City and Denver here. We welcome all of you for being with us. I have things to talk about, but I'm going to save it. I'm going to save. Glash and I, we had our date. We went to the movie, everybody. There's a story to tell. I'm going to save it for the second quarter. We'll let some
Now
people
that's
filter
what
in.
we call in the biz a big market tease.
It's a big market tease on Tommy's big day right here. So
2-9.
Tell me, my friend, what's your lineup look like for this early bird special? I'm renaming it on the fly. The Tom Freeze Pop Aces. Tom Ace Freeze Pop? I don't know.
Yeah,
It's hard to
it's something
combine
like
those
that.
two. Either way, early bird special. Tom Carroll's birthday free roll. What do you got?
Cortland Sutton, captain spot. Then I got all the big boys from the Chiefs. Well, no, I left out Kelsey, so I'm lying. But Mahomes, Hill, CEH. Then I got Robinson and Shermanator. Because I feel like I've introduced a segment recently, Koff. I don't know if I've done it with you, but it's called the Freeze Pops Fullback Minute. Whenever a fullback scores a touchdown, I run through their Wikipedia page and I would like to think a timely manner to give people the bona fides for the great fullbacks remaining in this Madden game.
I like
so
that.
I felt as though in that new segment's vein that the Shermanator would do me the honors, as he is one of the only fullbacks truly left in the NFL.
I like the Shermanator. Always makes me think of American Pie whenever we shout out the Shermanator when he
The
scores a
Shermanator, that's
touchdown.
right. That's where that's from.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right? Unless
I mean,
people have been calling people named Shermanator for longer than
for
American
the last
Pie.
30 years at this point. So Sammy Watkins is my captain. I do that a lot when the Chiefs are involved so I can pay up elsewhere, and I did today. Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, all part of my lineup. That made CEH, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, a tough fade, but had to fade someone. Marcus Robinson is in my lineup, and then, not that I think he's going to be great today, but that man right there, Melvin Gordon, 6.8 a sim, $3,200 in the flex. Too good to pass up if you're going to pay up elsewhere, so that's what I did.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I don't like my lineup, really. I don't think that I did a good job getting value across the board. I'm just kind of like trying to talk myself into it being a good lineup. I don't generally build good lineups for these Chief sims. I know it for the Simper Bowl. Was the Simper Bowl more than 200 spots in the free roll? I finished 30th in the Simper Bowl and remember
it wasn't
being
more
really
than
happy.
200 within our smaller contest because that is all we as individuals are able to create.
I seem to remember being in a larger contest for the Simper Bowl.
Maybe you also.
I couldn't remember if it was a paid or a free contest, but I finished 30th with a Chiefs heavy stack, and I remember being proud of myself.
Few things.
That's like the best I've ever done with the Chiefs.
Well, pretty good. 52-yard field goal try. Couple minutes gone by. Opening quarter, virtual Kansas City, and not even close. Not even remotely close on that kick. Sorry, didn't pan out. We remain scoreless, but good field position to start off for KC. Salty Cajun Kaufman, my brother. Can I get a shout out to my son Dylan? Turned 22 today. He's hanging out with us before we go eat and get his new truck. Awesome.
Wow.
That's a hell of a gift right there. Happy birthday, Dylan. Happy birthday, Tom. Clearly, you guys are kindred spirits. I don't know if he's also rocking a pink crown and a birthday girl sash, but he could be. He could be. He can do whatever he wants as he drives around in that new truck. What are you getting?
And if he is, I respect the hell out of it.
Right?
Fun fact, for those born on June 25th, that means our half birthday is Christmas Day, December 25th.
Very true.
We're getting gifts every 6 months here, people. It's the way to do it.
No lie. Freak of nature, happy birthday, oh Tommy boy. The pipes are calling.
Tommy boy, the pipes are calling. From land to land and Simland.
Can we all smash that like in honor of Freeze Pop's birthday here? The 200 plus watching on the YouTube. Thousands more across all our other platforms, obviously, including Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. We see you. We thank you for being with us. But hit the like for Tommy Freeze Pops. First rush for Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
I will do the same.
Hit the subscribe button on the YouTube page as well. Appreciate you. Obi-Wan asking if I held Clash's hand at the movie. Meager, can't wait to hear if there was a gap seat in the theater. Like I said,
gap seat's important.
There's a story. There's something to discuss.
Need the gap seat.
And we will get to it. Second quarter. Glash said he might even tune in for the 4.
Ooh, you know what? Tell Glash to give his responses through my walkie-talkie on my watch.
Well, I'm not going to tell him. You can tell him. You can
Should I walkie
him right now?
Yeah, okay. We'll walkie him at some point.
And say, hey, Glash, Comp's going to talk about you come the second quarter. If you feel like tuning in and offering your replies, you can do that. Patrick Mahomes stays in bounds with that reception there. Tyreek Hill out to the 32. First catch, 13 yards for Hill.
All right, I'll try and connect with him right now. Everyone else I try and become walkie-talkie friends. Everyone else I try and become walkie-talkie friends with is kind of creeped out by it. Ooh, Glash not available on walkie-talkie.
Maybe he's going for his daily Apple Watch provided run.
Ah, yes. And then he will send out a screenshot of the run that says LFG.
DeMackline, Comp watched Fast 9 last night. I'm still currently suspending all sense of reality as a result. DeMackline, I mean, we can, I'll tell the story, obviously, as it relates to Clash come the second quarter, and we can, at that point, if anyone wants to, completely spoiler-free, obviously, but if anybody wants to talk about the movie in a vague sense as well, it's been running through my mind ever since I saw. I'm actually Drew's our producer. I'm honestly having a little trouble being here because all I can think about is Fast 9. I mean, it's just so many different facets of that movie are just being reviewed constantly within my noggin right now. Bird Hood, always up to no good. Bobo is the game ops extraordinaire today as well.
What is your philosophy on spoilers when it comes to TV shows and movies? Do you have like a hard and fast rule you play by? Is it nuanced? Where are we going with this?
Oh, I don't. I don't have a hard and fast rule. I probably err more on the side of being conservative than some others because I really don't want to wreck something for someone if they do. Like I mentioned this the other day for perspective when we were talking about Loki a little bit. I still won't even offer spoilers on WandaVision because I know some people haven't gotten around to it yet, and that's been out for months. So I'm not about to even like next week or the week after get into Fast 9 details. It wouldn't be, people, because some people aren't rushing back to movie theaters. It's outside of their comfort zone, or they've decided that it's not worth paying for, or they do want to see it. They want to wait until it's available on demand. So I'm going to give it some time. I'm not going to rush it.
That's very, very considerate of you. Oh, we got a fumble here. Chiefs recover.
At least some facet of me has to be considerate.
I would say considerate's a good word for it.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that has changed over time, right? Like before the whole streaming world existed, it was almost like people weren't as forgiving with the spoiler thing. And now, because it's such an on-demand, a la carte viewing experience with that type of stuff, people are like, for 6 months they won't even have conversations in front of people about stuff.
I mean, I'm not going to go all. Who was it? Was it LaShawn McCoy? Was that he the one that ruined the end of Endgame for everybody?
Oh, I'm sort of out of that world, so maybe I didn't pay attention to that story. I remember an NFL player ruining a Marvel movie, though.
Yeah, I think it was, if I remember right, I think it was LaShawn McCoy. Queenie says
classic
Fast and Furious
LaShawn.
spoilers aren't really spoilers. It's very predictable. Yeah, I mean,
well, did you see the new movie DFS, Queenie? Maybe.
Generally speaking, Queenie,
maybe this
I will
one
agree with
isn't.
it. Well, this one told you most of everything that was important in the trailer. So, and I will not hesitate to talk about what's in the trailer. If you're one of those people that avoids trailers,
no, that's readily available.
Sorry, but I will a little bit later probably talk about some stuff that happened in the trailer.
That's okay.
Jordan says, my father's birthday was yesterday. Forgot to ask you for a shout out for him. He's 66. You don't have to worry about a shout out now, though. Oh, Jordan, I'm happy to do it. Happy birthday to your dad. 66, baby.
Anyone born within a week of any given sim day, I think, is deserving of a birthday shout out.
Sure. Touchdown. That's deserving of a like. And, of course, the guy I faded. CEH.
In my lineup,
Drew says, yeah, everyone knew it was Kaiser Soze. He's so predictable. There's no such thing as spoilers.
I gotta say that's probably the biggest twist for me in the history of movies.
Well, so I was going to say I was going to go the other way. When I saw that movie, and I didn't see it in theaters, I saw it after the fact, but when I saw that movie, I don't remember who I was with, but I turned to that person, and like at the beginning of the movie, at the very beginning of the movie, and I said, it's going to be Spacey, isn't it? Like for me, there was a dead giveaway. I don't remember what it was because I haven't seen it since. So it's been 20 years or whatever since I've seen that movie. But there was something. There was a tell right at the beginning of the movie where I felt they gave it away, and it wasn't this huge thing for me. I was actually disappointed when we got to the end. It was like, that's the twist.
So you swear on everything that is holy that you didn't know. And you're just playing it cool still.
Yeah, 1,000%.
Like you didn't have any sort of intel.
No, none, not back then, none whatsoever.
What if you had a friend that saw it before and they left you a telegram?
Like Drew also shouts out, Bruce Willis was dead the whole time. Now that one, Sixth Sense, no clue. That one blew me away.
Yeah.
That one, that was like a jaw dropper, man. I was like, when they were reviewing all the different scenes where, you could have picked up on it if you knew, but obviously you didn't because you didn't. I was wow.
Yeah. I love when they do that at the end in movies like that. You're like, oh.
Congo Cat Glash is in the chat. Did Koff walk you home afterwards, Flash? Who held the popcorn? Well, it's part of the story, actually.
Oh,
Flash says, sorry, I'm a little late. Here for the movie review. Glash, I haven't said anything yet. I'm getting into it in the start of the second quarter, though.
I know you haven't said anything yet, though, Koff, but here's just my quick thing. If you're going to the movie, bro date to the movies, you and a dude, you want to go at a time of day where you can have a seat in between.
Okay.
You use that seat as the home base. You put the popcorn in the seat as the table, like, it sort of smushes together the popcorn spot so it doesn't move, and then you both can grab from the popcorn bowl, and then you each also have access to the extra armrest.
Sure, fair.
So
Lindenbaum, by the way, says, "Yeah, I know what you're saying there, Cuff. I remember thinking it was Spacey too. I don't remember why. I wasn't 100%, but call it 50-50. I need to go back and rewatch it, at least the very beginning, because there was something at the beginning where there was a tell, and I just don't remember it. I don't remember it. Now a lot of people are talking about the Sixth Sense. Tyreek Hill, 2 for 21. Again, the only touchdown. CEH, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. And, just not a whole lot statistically going on.
I wonder where I am in the contest, because I do have CEH.
Flash offering I don't know. I mean, he's taking the Lord's name in vain. I don't really know why, Glash. What is this?
Maybe he's referencing my outfit.
Oh, well, that could be. Yeah, that's probably what it is.
You're used to it at this point.
Birthday, man. Wish your
We've
man
been
happy
sitting
birthday.
together for 20 minutes, so you're used to it, but could be jarring.
I'm not even used to it. I'm just not looking at it. You're on a you're on a different monitor.
Yeah, I guess I don't have your I don't know what your setup looks like behind the scenes.
Oh,
I have I'm looking at the Zoom. I can see your face, and then I see the names of the others on the Zoom, and I kind of square that to the left of my screen, and then I have the live chat on YouTube, and then I have the Slack open in a separate tab that I access when I see messages get sent there. So
yeah, glad
there's some inside knowledge for you.
Buzz Killington, here he is, Mr. Simerica. I like that. All right, so here's what happened. Give
it to me.
Here's a little fast, and I say little. It's probably gonna take the whole quarter between questions and interruptions and acknowledging the chat and Glash or whatever. But let's just dive into it.
I'll mute myself momentarily.
I'm not asking for that. I want you to be part of it. This is not a monologue, but I'm gonna tell you what went down earlier.
I'll jump in where I need to.
Like right there. So Glash and I have been talking a lot about this. Very excited to go see Fast 9 together because I said I'm doing 2 Sims today and I'm going on vacation. He, if we were going to see it together, he wasn't available later after the Sims. He's doing radio tonight. So the morning was the opportunity. First show of the day. We figure let's knock it out. There's an 11 o'clock show, kind of equidistant from us. Not the closest theater for either of us by any means, but equidistant. Nice, convenient, semi-convenient location to meet. Let's go there. He texted me yesterday, or actually this was a couple days ago. He said, can't wait for Friday. Like so amped up for our bro date to the movies. Yesterday before my Sims, he says, oh, I forgot to call you back from like days ago. He's like, why don't I call you later? I'll call you after my Sim. I'm doing Madden After Dark. You're going to be up late. Yeah, I'm always up late. Call me later. That's fine. Calls me at like 12:30. And we were on the phone for about a half hour talking about work, Fast and Furious, crapping up producer Drew a little bit, talking about all sorts of different things, all sorts of different things. So about 1 o'clock, he goes to bed, I'm guessing. I continue on with my work for another couple hours. And then I go to bed, knowing I'm not going to get much sleep. In fact, I had to be up early. Like, I don't know. Well, early when you go to bed at 3 is like 8:30. So I had said to him last night, I'm going to text you when I leave so you know when I'm on the way. We can plan to get there about the same time or whatever. Plenty of time to get there before the trailers. We'll hang out, spend a little time. It's like, great. Yeah, I'll do the same thing. So I text him at, where was it? I'm looking at my phone. I text him at 9:49, which was about 20 minutes before I planned on leaving, to confirm the theater. Because I wanted to make sure I was going to the right place. No response. Atypical of Glash. But whatever. I'm fairly confident I know where I'm going.
Glash is a C+ texter.
So I take off. So movie is at 11, okay? Movie is at 11 o'clock. And he's about 25 minutes away. And I'm about 35 minutes. So I get in the car. I get 5 minutes down the road, I realize I forgot my wallet. Not that I really need it, other than you should have a license when you drive, but like the tickets were prepaid. Wasn't a big deal. Like he could spot me on food if I had to, but
you always want your wallet though.
You want your wallet. So I was like, damn it. I turn around, I go home, I get my wallet, and now I get going again. And I'm concerned I'm going to be late. The GPS is telling me I'm going to get there at 11:05 for this 11 o'clock movie. I'm like, damn it. This is not, like, now I'm rattled. And I text my wife. I'm like, man, there's like, I was not accounting for traffic to get to this stupid thing. And now I'm like sitting behind people. I'm getting kind of antsy. I'm getting kind of sweaty. And then it occurs to me, I haven't heard from Glash. So it's 10:33 and I text him, you good? No response. 10:40, I text him, yo, whole bunch of O's. Nothing. 10:42, I text him again. Dude, I hope you aren't sleeping. No response. I wait a few more minutes and I call Sarah, who's in Philadelphia, mind you. I call Glash's girlfriend, who is in Philadelphia. And I said, she naturally, I mean, it's me calling, so she picks up right away. Hi, hello, hi. I say,
Probably very concerned.
I say, Priv, this is exactly the way you don't want to start a call when, like, you're out of town, right? I say, Priv, have you heard from your boyfriend today? And she says, no. I said, well, our movie is at 11. I've tried, and I left this out of the story. I've tried to call him twice, and it's just gone to voicemail. I can't get him. She's like, oh, God. I bet that idiot didn't set an alarm. I'm like, well, what are we supposed to do here? And I call my wife. And she's like, well, I mean, can't you just go to the movie? And I said, he bought the tickets. He's got the tickets on his phone.
Oh, that's brutal.
Like, it's not even like I could just blow him off if he did fall asleep and I can't reach him. I can't, like, I'd have to buy a whole other ticket.
Yeah, that stinks. That's because if he had missed it, well, I don't know how the story's going to end, but
sure,
you could very easily just go by yourself. And I think you and I have talked about how great it is to go to the movies by yourself.
Yeah, no aversion to that. I mean, it wasn't the plan. Yeah, Drew says at least he has your wallet. Yeah, true. At least I could have bought the ticket if I wanted to.
You could buy a new ticket.
So I'm on the way still. I'm looking at what are alternate show times. You know, when's it go on next? If this, you know, if he can't get there in time, all the while, like, no one's even reached him. So I call him again. Now it's going straight to voicemail.
So his phone's dead at this point.
His phone's not even ringing. And I'm going,
Glash.
Crap. Like, come on, Glash.
Dude.
Come on.
What are you doing?
I call again, straight to voicemail. I was hoping, like, maybe, just maybe, it was one of those straight to voicemail because he's trying to call me.
Yeah, it happens.
Straight to voicemail for the
Yikes.
second time. Second time. Sarah texts me. Was like, anything? I said, no, not yet. You? She's like, I'm going to call a neighbor.
Okay, well, at least we know he's alive because he's here on YouTube. So for those that are concerned, as I just was for a moment.
Yeah, the happy ending is Glash
he is
survived.
here.
Yeah.
He is alive.
So Sarah says, I'm gonna Drew says, geez, spoiler alert. That's true. Glash, you should have come in for the third quarter.
Unless that's a fake Glash.
Yeah, it's true. Could be you know, a variant Glash for all you Loki fans. So Sarah said, I'm going to call a neighbor and have them go knock on the door and make sure, like, she wasn't even like, make sure he's okay. She's like, wake his bum up. So she says, we got a touchdown here, Kansas City, Travis Kelce in my lineup. She says,
not mine.
She says, I reached a neighbor. My neighbor, her exact text was, I sent my neighbor up to go bang on the door. She got up to our apartment and was like, I hear him yelling, I'm bleeping gotta go, okay? He was on the phone with her. She reached him.
Oh, okay,
He's
gotcha.
like, oh, crap, damn it. He calls me, he goes, I bleeping overslept.
Unreal, Glash.
I
We
said,
talked about this all week.
now it is at this point like 10:55. The movie starts at 11.
It's not happening.
I'm like, I don't know. I mean, like maybe we'll luck out with the trailers. Like sometimes movies like this have 1,000 trailers. Let's see.
True.
I said, well, how long is it going to take you to get there? He said 25 minutes. I said, get moving. Stop talking to me and get moving. My wife texts me. She's like, anything? I said, I reached him. He's racing. She goes, boy.
Oh, no.
So he's fast and you're furious then, huh? I said, you.
But
you.
Wow.
This is why we got married.
Mrs. Kaufman winning the day.
This right here. So he shows up. Brag guy. Wow, that whole story for that joke?
That's the longest setup for a joke ever.
That was it's just part of it. It's not even, it wasn't a setup. It's just part of it.
I know, it's a joke.
I'm just telling you about the day, fam.
I know, it was a joke.
So he gets there. And I had said to my wife, though, I forgot to mention this. I had said to my wife, this would be like such an elaborate prank on Glash's part. Like, think about it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, let's go see Fast and the Furious. Yeah,
And then just not show up.
I'm gonna get the tickets and then just ghost me.
Yeah. That's more malicious than a prank. That's just mean.
I mean, it would really be something.
That's like something you do as a bully in high school to the nerd. In Happy Gilmore when you tell him to show up on that 16th green and he gets shot by the sprinklers.
Right? And plus he'd be spiting himself because we know how much he wants to see this movie.
Yeah.
So as Clash says in the chat, I Dom Toretto to the theater. So he races over there. Brian C., he wasn't looking to bail. Alana says, Mrs. Kaufman, that joke, kisses fingers like a chef. Chef's kiss on that joke. So he races over there.
Wait, before you get to it, before you tell this next part, did that joke in the moment at least make you feel kind of happy? Like that's
it
good
was pretty
stuff.
funny.
Like,
Yeah, it was
yeah.
good.
I mean that probably at least gave you a nice laugh.
I think I gave her the whole like, not now. Like I cannot, I can't do this right now.
In hindsight, really good joke in the moment.
In hindsight, yeah, kind of a strong joke. She's like, I'm looking at the text. She's like, you're an old man. He's young and carefree. So fine, show up on time for a flipping movie.
True. He's not that young.
Yeah, he's not that young. So he gets there. It's 11:20 for the 11 o'clock movie.
I bet, you know what? I bet that it probably didn't even start yet because of trailers.
We walk in and the final trailer is ending.
Wow.
20 minutes after the movie started or should have started.
Yeah.
20 minutes of trailers.
Yeah.
We make it just in the nick of time. So we sit down. Yeah, true. That's a lot of trailers, is right. We sit down.
You have to think, though, like, with the way movies work now, so little movies compared to the past come out in theaters, that they gotta stack Fast and the Furious with trailers. Because that's one movie people will go see.
People are, pun intended, racing out to see that movie. And so, to answer your question, and many have asked as well, there was no seat in between us. Despite having a whole row to ourselves, I sit down, he sits down right next to me, which was fine. I had no problem with that. They're big, plush recliners. It's not like, we had fighting for our room or whatever. But what you brought up about the food proved to be very relevant. Here's why. He said, I'm going to go to the real quick. Turns out we got time. I'm going to go real quick and I'm going to get some popcorn and drink. You need anything? I said, no, I'm good. Brought my own little box of M&Ms in my pocket.
Ooh, that's sneaky cough.
I know. What a daredevil that I am, let me tell you.
No, we like to stop at the dollar store before we go to the movies and stack up.
So both these things, Brag Guy, veteran move. Yeah, the veteran move is bringing like 3 or 4 things, but I only brought the one.
In the winter, you just fill your winter jacket with snacks. Noah Fant,
I know.
touchdown.
Touchdown, Noah Fant. Yeah, so I know, and I said that to my wife. I was like, man, how much stuff do you think I can walk in with before it's like overtly noticeable in the summertime? You know?
Yeah, summer's tough. You got to wear cargo shorts.
Carrying in a sweatshirt. Like, yeah. You know, it could be.
Oh, in case it gets chilly in the theater.
Cold in that theater today. A little worried about staying warm.
Are you just wearing a satchel as a grown man into the theater?
Yeah. Oh, and the duffel bag is you know, I brought a change of clothes in case I need sweats. So, and I brought a blanket. You know, could get really chilly in there.
Yeah.
So I want to have my bases covered.
Sir, can I see inside that bunched up blanket? No. It's
no way.
There's a specific scent that I like in the blanket. If I unfurl it, it'll go away.
So the food though is relevant here to exactly what you talked about, like putting the food in between you and the seat.
You need a nucleus chair.
Well, probably, because he goes and gets this big thing of popcorn, the generous fella that he is, sits right down next to me and sits the popcorn. Now this, in retrospect, was stupid. Even in the moment, it felt kind of dumb, but I didn't say anything. And I don't blame him for wanting to maximize his comfort and make it easier, being generous as he is, making it easier for me to reach in and grab some popcorn. He didn't sit it beside him on the seat or on his lap. He put it on the armrest, okay? He sat the popcorn on the armrest.
This thing's going down.
So he's nice. I'll be nice. I'm glad we're 10 minutes into the movie, whatever it is. I said, you want any M&Ms? Yeah. And he puts out his hand for me to like pour him the M&Ms into his hand.
He knocked a lot of popcorn on you, didn't he?
No, I said, look, I don't want any part of that. It's not for me to decide your portion control. I'm not gonna like sit here and like, is that okay? Is that all right?
No,
like,
you just hand him the box.
So I hand him the box. And in the process of him handing the box back to me, I knock over the popcorn.
Oh, you knocked over the popcorn.
The way that I reach over, I grab the box and I swing back and I knock over the popcorn right on, not onto the ground, right onto my lap. So there is.
Did you eat the popcorn on your lap then?
Half a bag of popcorn just sitting on my lap as we got an interception here. Half a bag of popcorn just sitting on my lap. And Glash just turns to me and goes, you better eat that.
Yeah, 100%.
I said, of course I'm going to eat it.
Yeah, that's fair game right there.
Of course I'm going to eat this all. I'm not going to read that, Drew, and you wouldn't want me to. Glash says, Conf, this is insanely detailed.
So that's where it ended?
I mean, those are the, believe it or not, those are the important parts. I'm sure there are other things along the way, but it was mainly the, like, of course you're gonna not show up for this movie. It felt
brutal.
Like, are you really going to sleep through this thing?
Yeah. Lana K calling it lap corn.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Hey,
I ate half a bag of lap corn today.
So did you leave it on your lap and leisurely eat it, or did you try and scoop it up all at once?
No, I left it right on my lap and I leisurely ate it. Like, who's sitting there judging me?
So were there a lot of people in the theater? Why didn't you guys go with the middle seat?
There were like maybe 15 people.
So were you just not thinking? Do you put that on Glash for there not being a middle seat because he sat down right next to you? Like, who gets blamed there?
Well, I'm not.
Is that a group effort thing?
If he had sat down first, I would have done the exact same thing. I would have sat down right next to him too. So
really?
Look, back in the day when you had like the old like ballpark style seats that were, you know, clunky and uncomfortable, and the chair folded right up on you, and there wasn't a lot of room, and you had to share that narrow armrest. Like, yeah, you separate, and you.
By the way, we just got a doink, I believe.
Good. He deserves it. What a terrible day for the Denver kicker.
Yeah, awful. McManus, and he's really good in real life.
Brendan McManus. But as Drew notes, like, these chairs are just gigantic now.
Yeah, okay. So you were at one of those theaters that has the sick, like, lounge chair type thing?
That's every theater. Yeah. You can't go to a theater now that doesn't have enormous seats.
I guess that's true. Yeah, I'm sort of jogging my memory. I mean, we go to the same theater always, and it has the 6 seats. So, yeah.
Glash's cough. You left nothing out.
Glash, I'm disappointed in you for
not
sleeping
being able to see
through.
it or for sleeping.
Honestly, both. Really,
And my wife had texted me at one point earlier, but like, even I think when I had reached him, she's like, "Boy, he must not know how you feel about the trailers," because I love to get there.
I love trailers.
Yeah, like I don't like missing the trailers. Now, in reality, as Glash and all of you heard me telling the story, if he hadn't been late, I would have been, because I didn't get there till like 11:10.
So do you guys, right? So you went in thinking you were going to be the one that was late because you forgot your wallet.
Right.
Have you guys done this before? Like,
Gone
is
to
this
a
a
movie
new
together?
Yeah. Have you done the movie
Never.
date thing before?
Never.
So you guys get an F for your first attempt. Absolute F. I don't even think you guys should be allowed to attempt it again. Brutal first showing by you guys trying to make
only
this
go
a
up
thing.
from here, though, can it?
Yeah, maybe you guys are just not meant to do this, because that's awful. You would have been late. Glash forgot about it and overslept.
Yeah.
And then you spilled all your popcorn because you didn't do a middle seat, which is standard on the bro date movie trip.
Tony says the story would have been funnier if Glash stood you up. I mean, he inadvertently tried to stand me up. I said to him, like, he's like, "Man, I don't even know how that happened." I said, "Buddy, like, I had trouble falling asleep last night. I was so excited for this movie, and you can't get up."
Unbelievable. Glash, you get an F, man.
Yeah.
Now, Glash, if your walkie-talkie is available and you'd like to chime in on this, feel free. I got the walkie ready to go. I tried to connect with you earlier. You said you were unavailable.
You can walkie on in.
Walkie on in. I'll get the watch right up to the mic. You can chime in.
Brendan Glasheen, not to be confused with Brandon McManus.
Wow. I was expecting it to just be like a short little thing, like, "Oh yeah, it was a great time. Great to see Glash. Movie was great. Let's talk about the movie." Unreal.
Yeah, I had, when I left the house, obviously before all of the drama or whatever, when I left the house, I was thinking, boy, like, we've hyped this thing up so much. It's kind of, I feel for the, I feel bad that I'm not going to be able to deliver. I'm going to come onto the simulator and people are going to say, "So what happened with Glash? You're making me candy off the floor?" And I'm going to be like, "Sorry, there was no story. There was like, there's nothing interesting to tell you."
Yeah, and you guys were so rattled probably that you didn't even think to put a M&M on the ground and see if he'd eat it.
I was rattled by me spilling half the bag of popcorn on my lap and wondering the whole time if he was going to reach over to grab some. I was in fear of that. He didn't. It was fine. Dean says, "Cough, here's a crazy question. How was the movie?" As long as I talked about just the experience of going with Glash, I could talk 8 times as long about the movie. I won't. It's not what you're here for. But what I will say is this. I was disappointed. As a huge Fast and Furious series guy, I felt, and I really don't think this is hyperbole in me saying this, I think this was the worst of all of them. And it's not that it was bad, it's not that it wasn't entertaining, it's just, even for the Fast and Furious movies, the plot was so egregious, so eccentric, so like left you laughing at the movie at parts that were not designed to be funny.
Those are always a good time.
They were so all in innovation and being creative with stunts and what can we do with cars now, and like you saw in the trailer, firing a car off literally a car as part of a rocket into the solar system, like into outer space. They went into outer space in a car. Not a spoiler, it's in the trailer, which is another big part of the problem, Tommy. The trailer told you everything. The trailer told you Cena is Dom's brother. The trailer told you that Han is not dead. The trailer told you that Helen Mirren is in it. Everything, like the trailer didn't need to give you any of that stuff. It didn't. It could have shown you Cena. It didn't need to tell you his role. Didn't need to tell you that Charlize Theron was back in it. Han didn't need to be part of the trailer, and it was so integral. It was so integral to the plot. Didn't need to be part of the trailer. Also, didn't need to do it in the first place. Like, they could have spun the plot a different way to not bring another character back from the dead as part of this, 9-film arc so far. Glash says, the trailer truly did ruin it. Says, I like the John Cena angle. So this is one thing that we did talk about. I thought it was stupid upon seeing the trailer that, like, the guy, Dom, who talks all about family for 8 movies, suddenly he has a brother we've never heard of. Like, that's pretty messed up. Like, we're getting lazy with the writing.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous.
But then you watch the movie, and giving nothing away, spoiler free. Of all the things that I thought they did poorly or clunky, I agree with Glash. I thought they handled that well. I thought they made Dom has a brother and it's John Cena make sense. They made that make sense. They made that work. And I didn't think I was going to come out of the movie feeling that way. They made that work. But there were so many other things. Like, again, Mia, Jordana Brewster. Mia is in the trailer, so I'm not telling you anything you don't know. Mia being in the movie, like, here to, like, fight this fight, while Brian, who, of course, we know Paul Walker's no longer with us, but staying within the universe where he is alive, Brian, like, is staying home to take care of the kids while she comes off to go to war. Like, give me a break. Like, the guy who like has talked about in the past, like, missing the bullets and everything like that, she's gonna come and fight, and he's gonna stay back and be daddy daycare. That was ridiculous. There were just so many things about this that were asinine, even for these movies, which I love. I love these movies. Super Bowl, baby. Damn it, Conf, I was trying to avoid the trailers. Well, again, I'm not going to apologize for ruining a trailer. The movie, I won't spoil. But, Bry Guy says, this franchise is 6 movies too long. You're complaining about the plot. It's not 6 movies too long, Bry Guy. They were all solid up until this one.
Especially Tokyo Drift.
This one is where we go off the rails. And there are 2 more. There's a number 10 called, it's a 2-parter, and somebody, I don't know who it was, somebody tweeted earlier and I saw it. I retweeted it because I thought it was great. Said, like, if they don't call number 10, fast 10 your seatbelts, someone is doing something wrong. So
well, that will at the very least be a pun in one of the trailers.
Fast 10 your seatbelts.
There has to be. Wait, so isn't this technically the 10th Fast movie? Because there's the spin-off?
No, but Hobbs and Shaw. Well, yeah, but Hobbs and Shaw doesn't count.
Oh, okay, why doesn't
Fast
that count?
and Furious presents Hobbs and Shaw.
Ah, gotcha. It's sort of like how the Star Wars movies have those
right, and there's
spin-off
supposed to be
ones
more
now.
Hobbs and Shaw movies as well.
Yikes! That is too many movies. So let's just be honest.
I mean, look,
way too many Fast and the Furious movies.
It's entertaining, it's fun, but, like, as I said to Glash at one point, I just don't know how. Like Jordan says, Cough, it's the 9th movie in a series of dumb movies. You have to expect it to jump the shark. But, excuse me, I don't want it to jump the shark to the degree, which is what they did, from at the beginning, like, they're like petty thefts and race car drivers, to by this point in the series, they're SEAL Team 6. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. And I think they needed to dial it back just a little bit.
You know what they should do is remake the first one. Like how they remake Spider-Man a million times with new actors. Like, just remake the first Fast and Furious with
over again.
Just do it. New actors, new direct, like, get a whole new team to reimagine the Fast and Furious. That I'd be interested in. Like, retire this whole saga and let's start from scratch like 5 years from now.
DeMackline, I don't know if he's saying this as me or if he's saying this as him because he saw it, but he's absolutely right. He says, Cough, deep sigh. I didn't hate the movie, but it insulted our intelligence. Exactly. I felt this movie insulted our intelligence. I think that is, I can't even think of a way to put it better. Jordan says, next thing we know, Glash and Cough will have a YouTube channel reviewing movies, and while I'm joking around, I subscribe to it.
Actually, they probably won't because Glash can't show up on time to a movie and just spills popcorn everywhere. Cough doesn't want to watch movies with this guy anymore.
Now Glash is ripping on me. He says, Cough also coughed a lot during the movie. It was so annoying. I wish he had a mute button.
True.
It was annoying. I agree.
One day you won't have a cough again, Cough, and that will be a very, very special day.
It's way better today than it's been in past days, so hopefully we're heading in the right direction. Hopefully,
there you go.
After a nice, restful vacation, because
Exactly.
this and the next sim, my last one's until July 5th or something like that, going to be off for an extended period here.
How many of those days?
Come back for the cup.
How many of those days can you spend with like not saying any words? Like, can you tell the kids and your wife, like, hey, I'm going to just go 24 hours with not speaking?
That would be difficult. but I can limit them. I can talk.
I've done it. I did it probably within the last 6 weeks, I think.
You did it 24 hours
2
of
months.
no talking.
I almost went an entire 24 hours. I had to end up talking because I had a broadcast to do. But it was at the end of a Madden After Dark. I felt my voice going. I had like a weird cold type situation going on, so I spent the entire next day
ignoring Morgan.
I just told her. I said, "Hey, I'm not going to talk the entire day. I need to have my voice ready to go for my life and my jobs." So I spent the next day just drinking tea. She was making tea for me all day. I was just sitting quietly doing some work, not speaking. And then by the time my broadcast started, I sounded like a champ. Just got to take 24 hours off.
I guess I need 24 hours off.
A little less than 24 hours, but yeah.
Our buddy Matt Lamarca is in the chat. Matt, wish Tommy a happy birthday. Says, I'd subscribe to a Glash and Cough movie pod. Lamarca, Lamarca, you should have been here earlier. Rewind back to the start of the second quarter and listen to the story about Glash, because I know you like to quote Dom Toretto and say, I ain't never knocked on nobody. But all I did was narc on Glash for a full quarter.
Yeah, that's an F- showing from Glash, man. You know what's another veteran move? If you go to the movie and you're going to be splitting one of those jumbo popcorns with people, bring a brown paper bag with you.
Sure.
And
like pour
make yourself a little small popcorn out of the bucket of popcorn, you know? I'll teach you the tricks of the trade there, Cuff. I know a thing or two about sharing food and
there was so much
comfortable in the
popcorn
movie.
on my lap. Thank God he didn't go heavy butter. It would have been just all over my.
Oh, brutal.
Order. Tony says, "Oh, bleep! Happy birthday, Tommy Freeze Pops."
Yes.
Everybody wish Tommy a happy birthday and hit the like for him as well, because that's what he wants as a present. I asked him.
Right.
That's what he said.
That's all I want. Just give me a like. And then go subscribe to Great Dane Nation.
Great Dane Nation. Sammy Watkins, my captain.
How's your lineup doing, by the way?
I'm 50th. It's not great. Viper, our friend Viper, is in front. Where are you on this birthday sim?
Let's see. Ooh, really bad. 128th out of 136. That's awful.
Not great.
Woo. Let's see why.
Let's see why. Who's got the hole in my lineup?
I just jumped up to 120th. Cortland Sutton is my captain. He only has 6.3 points in that spot. So there's your answer.
Mo says, happy birthday, Tommy. Just came in to
you.
say that.
Wow. Thanks, Mo.
Very kind.
Love the DK Sim fam. A couple of DK Sim fam members are like trying to buy me meals and stuff. We got
That's
Creature
nice.
from the Glash Lagoon is going to be in St. Louis next week. He wants to meet up for a Diet Coke, maybe a meal. I'm gonna try.
A member in person?
I think I'm gonna try and work it into the schedule. I got another member of the DK Sim fam. I forget what he goes by in the DK Sim fam, but his name is Brad. Been DMing me on Twitter. He wants to buy me a slice of pizza from this famous pizza place in St. Louis because he used to live here and he really likes the pizza. He wants me to try it. The DK Sim fam, man, they watch out for us. They take care of us here.
Mm-hmm. Quite a crew.
So shout out to everyone. Feeling the love for sure. Yeah, Creature is he's in town for work. He's got a suite at the Cardinals game on Monday.
Nice. He should take
So
you to
good
the
for
Cardinals
him.
game.
I was kind of waiting for that invite for sure.
Yeah, where are you, creature? You want to really show your appreciation to Tommy.
I do have 2 sims that night. Maybe I'll hop on the sim from Busch Stadium from the suite.
You could change your schedule around just a little bit. CEH tried to drag him, got to the 1.
I'm thinking about grabbing a Diet Coke with Creature before the Cardinals game. That's going to be my play because I live very close to Busch Stadium.
I would love. Maybe we'll wait until you're back because you're coming back pretty soon here.
Very
I'd love
soon.
to have a, Boston area, greater Boston based hang for local members of the Sim fam since so many of us commentators are here. That'd be great. CEH, every time I fade him, man. That's 2 touchdowns today. About to be 24-13.
In my lineup, love it. Hopefully that gets me jumping up. Rossi was saying to me, because I did a sim with him earlier this week, that whenever I move back, he's going to have a cookout at his place.
He's just waiting for you to come back?
Yeah, but he said that he might do something sooner. He said, I might not wait for you to do the first one, but
sure.
Whenever I'm back, we'll coordinate something.
When are you back again? Is this post-Labor Day or sooner?
We're moving on Labor Day.
Okay.
So the midweek we'll be back in New York.
Couple months.
Yep, got basically 2 months ago.
Yeah, no offense. I hope we hang before that.
Yeah, hey, I get it.
If you're around for part 2, sounds great.
Yeah, I totally get it. You don't need to wait for me. Surprised it hasn't happened already. Well, I get, there's been a pandemic, but still.
People are out living their lives again, though. Back at it.
It's pretty awesome. Society normalizing.
It's true.
Although I will say, I was trying to go to this specific pizza place for dinner tonight that I've been wanting to go to, for a while, and it's one of my favorite spots here in St. Louis. So you want to try and hit every spot one last time.
Sure.
They're still not doing dine-in, so we're gonna go somewhere else.
How many wooden?
I don't want to sit outside. It's too muggy to sit outside.
How many wooden nickel ice creams are you gonna get before you leave town?
I've told you all. I got so many that need to be spent. If they're not spent, they'll be donated.
Lamarcus says, legit question. Is there a difference between a cookout and a barbecue?
So actually, it's weird you said that, Lamarca, because Morgan and I were having this discussion in the car like yesterday even. We were talking because my parents are going to be in town next weekend, and I had said something like, oh, we're going to go have that cookout at your parents' house. And she was like, it's so weird that people from the East Coast say cookout. Like, we just call those barbecues. Everyone, no matter what, even if you're not eating barbecue food, like barbecue ribs, like if even hot dogs, hamburgers, we still call it a barbecue.
Sure.
And she's like, you Northeast people, you all say cookouts. And I'm like, well, that's what it is. It's a cookout.
Yeah.
It's not a barbecue
because we're outside.
Yeah, we're not making barbecue ribs. I'm not eating barbecue items. I'm eating hot dogs and hamburgers. It's cookout. It's grilled food.
Justin said,
but they're more interchangeable than that, though, for sure. So, that I think in my mind there's a delineation between a barbecue and a cookout, but they're interchangeable words. They're synonyms.
Super Bowl Baby says big difference. So Super Bowl Baby, you're gonna have to tell us why, because I don't see a difference other than regional dialect. Travis Kelce is your top receiver so far in this one and has one of the touchdowns. I've jumped up to 41st, but Viper still in front by about 2.5 points. Tom Carroll on his birthday, if you can't tell, he doesn't always dress this way. Adam Kaufman, producer Drew, Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s and 6s and 7s is our technical director. And Bobo, Bert, and Ops doing all the manual scoring. Brendan Glange,
what's up?
Marca in the chat. We're here for you. 4 Sims today. And then American Ultimate Disc League action tonight.
Damon Ariel saying we just call those parties. I think Damon Ariel mentioned earlier that it's his daughter's birthday as well today. Lots of birthdays on the 25th.
Well, Damon, if that's the case, happy birthday.
Bry Guy says cookout. It's a cook outside. Barbecue. It's barbecue food, question mark? That's what I'm saying, Brian.
Well, I think he's trying to suggest is there a line there? Is there a difference in that?
Ooh, okay. So I think that you can
eat
it
would depend on
barbecue food
outside,
at
right?
a cookout. It's a good question, Lamarca.
Drew notes, some people call a grill a barbecue. So you are using the barbecue.
Bert says he doesn't call it cookout because of the restaurant cookout. Yeah, there's a.
Oh, I'm
That's more of a
unfamiliar.
that's a regional thing. It's kind of like a fast foodie type place called Cookout. I've heard it's amazing.
Drew says Koff would hate cookout. Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
I don't know what they serve. Do they just serve like cookout food? Is it just burgers and dogs and like potato salad?
I would love burgers and dogs.
Are you a potato salad guy?
Because there are chicken fingers, so there'd be something that I can eat.
Okay, there you go.
Quit coming after me, Drew. I like barbecue foods. Is that what we have at Cookout? When can we hang out, Drew? I miss you. 24-13.
First down.
I haven't seen Drew in person in like possibly 2.5 years.
I have never seen Drew in person, to my knowledge. I think his face popped on a Zoom once.
Yeah, he's done that. Not Bert. I've never seen Bert's face.
Same. Let's keep it that way.
Bry Guy, I see his
Bry Guy might
video
sneaky.
podcast.
Bry Guy sneaky might be the best looking person on the DK staff.
Wow.
Those eyes, man.
Wow.
These eyes.
Got them Al Horford eyes, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's striking. Striking blue
This is
eyes.
flattered.
By my man, Bry Guy. Watch out. He's a stunner.
No, I'm not going to have the barbecue pizza, people. But there are other barbecue foods that I can have.
Rossi and Emerson were fighting over Bry Guy earlier, apparently.
Well, who wouldn't?
Telling you.
I don't
Always a treat.
remember the last time I did a sim with Rossi. It hasn't been that long. I just obviously it wasn't very memorable. But does Rossi still do his third quarter gimmick?
I don't know that has caught on the way that he wanted it to.
I suggested he call it the third degree. His
Ooh,
third
I like
quarter,
that.
all questions.
I like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. He tried to do it with me a couple times, and then we just ended up spiraling and talking about the first question the whole quarter.
First and goal. Can KC do it again? Less than 5 to go, fourth quarter.
Yes!
How about another...
Yes! Shermanator! Yes!
Shermanator! The fullback touchdown on Tommy's birthday, and he's got him in his lineup.
Yes! Oh my God! Do you believe in miracles? Yes! All right, let's pull it up. Here we go.
Kidding me?
It is time for the freeze pop fullback minute here. Anthony Sherman is a former American football fullback. Oh, okay. Did not know that. He spent the majority of his career with the Kansas City Chiefs. He was drafted by the Cardinals in the 5th round of the 2011 NFL Draft. He played college football at UConn. His nickname is Sausage. So he retired, everyone. Did not know that. Anthony Sherman announced his retirement on March 4th, 2021. He's from North Attleboro, Massachusetts.
Fun fact.
He went to North Attleboro High School. He played football, track, and baseball, was captain of all three. Massachusetts Gatorade Player of the Year in 2006. Big East Offensive Player of the Year in 2008. Oh, no, he blocked for the 2008 Big East Offensive Player of the Year, Donald Brown. Big East no longer even has football. Fun fact. And then he blocked for the 2010 winner of that award. So Anthony Sherman blocked for a lot of good dudes at UConn while UConn was still a competitive program. So there you go. There is your Freeze Pops fullback minute. On my birthday, did not expect to do that. Anthony Sherman with the tud.
Anthony Chuck Shermanator. A sophisticated AI football player sent back through time to change the future for one lucky lineup builder. Tom Carroll on his birthday, baby.
Honestly, didn't even jump that high. And now I just fell. I'm in 79th. things are continuing to adjust. But hey, I'll take it, man. That's special right there.
Smash that like. Do it for the Shermanator.
I wish I put him in my
Fullback
captain
vault,
spot.
do it for Tommy. You should have. Still wouldn't have made a huge difference for you, but you could have fit more salary in there. That's for sure.
Exactly.
Drew says you will always remember this day. Yeah, who says 29 isn't special and you got to wait for 30? What a momentous day in Simland.
By the way, I'll say this about North Attleboro as someone who's from Rhode Island, the northern part of the state. There are some Rhode Islanders that just consider Attleboro a part of Rhode Island because people cross over into Attleboro to go to the store, certain stores or restaurants so often. Like, I knew a kid in high school that was like, that legit thought Attleboro was Rhode Island. And I had to tell him, no, like, do you not pay attention where it says entering Massachusetts when you drive down the street? But my new place in Pawtucket is less than, I think we're like 0.4 miles from the Mass border. So there you go. Shout out Attleboro.
Drew says, thanks for your taxes.
Yeah, it's true.
Whoa!
What a catch.
4th and 18. He converted to the 33.
Judy.
38-yard pickup. Jerry Judy. 5th for him. Closing in on 100 yards.
That's a snag and a half right there.
31-13. I mean, it's too little too late, but get you some fantasy stats. Pad those numbers with garbage time points, folks.
Jordan Warren saying, I just mentioned last night, a lot of fullback touchdowns have happened lately and mostly on Tommy Sims. It's true. So much so that I started a segment.
What a world. I mean, what a world.
Hey, by the way, did Jeff's golf contest fill?
Oh, of course it didn't fill.
I knew the answer because I entered it and I then checked my lineup to see how it was doing and noticed it didn't exist.
So I think we reached an agreement, though. I said to him, listen, if I may, like as someone who has built a gimmick that is not nearly as ambitious as yours, by the way, at 200 people a contest, even if you do have days to fill it. Like, honestly, it's kind of embarrassing, Moose. Fill the contest. But even still, if you're not gonna, like here, if I may, I said this to him, if I could give you some constructive advice.
Sure, as a friend.
As a friend. He said, I'm listening. He said, here's what I would do. And I think he's actually going to do it. For just run-of-the-mill golf, whatever, like the Travelers Championship, whatever, a week-to-week contest, just do 100. 100's going to fill easily. You won't even need to mention it, let alone amp it up and promote it. It'll fill, not a problem. And then for the majors, do 200. And then we can blow those out and make a real big deal out of it. We'll all work together. But just do the 100. Just do the 100. It won't be an issue.
And maybe the Players Championship, get a 200 in there,
Sure.
you know?
Sure. Yeah. So
I like that. That's the way to do it.
I think he's going to do it. I think he's going to heed my words there.
Because I think it was over 100 people.
Yeah, it got to like 150.
Yeah, which is
it's just 200.
Very reasonable.
Too ambitious.
Yeah, I agree. I like talking about Jeff's golf contests. It's one of my favorite subplots of late.
Like poo-pooing it. 2-minute warning. No huddle. Buck and a half left. Overthrown. Matt Lamarcus joined the Zoom. Lamarcus, say hi, buddy.
Happy birthday, Mr. President.
Oh, man. Wow. I'm going to need to excuse myself. I did not realize Marilyn was joining us.
Is that popcorn on your lap, or are you just... You get a haircut yet, Lamarca? How are you?
Nope. Honestly, now that I found out it annoys you so much, I'm going to keep it.
Yes. Grow it out, baby. I want to see a rat tail when I meet you in person. Down to your butt crack.
Oh, come on. Hey, Lamarca, when are you coming to town, bud?
After I get a haircut.
So never.
So it's going to be a while.
Well, I'm going to Vegas in November, so definitely before then.
I was going to say, if you're waiting until the winter, That's not going to be quite as much fun.
Sorry about your Isles, by the way.
Yeah, you know.
He's not a passionate Isles fan.
This is an
Touchdown.
inside joke that me and Freeze.
Your guy,
popped up.
Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, there we go. I'll take a little Captain Tud here.
All coming up, Freeze Pops.
I had a fullback touchdown. Wow. What a day.
Matt LaMarilyn, says Queenie. Jordan asks Lamarca here for some MLB insights. We have the slate. Coming up next, Steve Buchanan, Matt LaMarca. It will be along to provide you with all sorts of Major League Baseball tutelage, DFS and otherwise.
Tutelage is a
not,
good word.
not to toot our own horns, but me and Steve pretty much crushed it last week.
A little hot fire. You got the receipts.
You got the
I got
flame
receipts.
emoji?
I said stack the Pittsburgh Pirates.
That's a cojones take.
That's
and
where
they
you come in
scored
hot.
11 runs.
Whoa!
I thought about
Listen-
retiring, to be honest, because I'm never going to top that. But
You got to listen to
I
our man
decided
LaMarca
to come
here.
back.
Looks like for all the hairs that you've refused to cut, Bukes is taking care of it.
Why did Bukes shave his head?
Well, not down to the Rossi, but yeah, he's taken it down quite a bit.
Makes him look.
I think
angry.
I think Rossi looks good bald.
Not Mr. Clean bald. I think it's better, you know.
He's
that,
got a little stubble going.
Yeah, he's got the stubble on top now. It's growing back at a rapid rate.
It's good.
Onside kick. Casey has it, no problem. Does look
Hey,
good.
Broncos came back here a little bit. I'll give him some cred.
Yeah. Why not? I mean, my lineup stinks down to 94th. Lord Silverman has jumped in front.
I'm in 50th.
Lord Silverman. Whenever we shout out Lord Silverman, it makes me think of Lamarca and the what was the
Yes, Oswaldo Cobblepot.
Gobblebot. That's right. Oh, Gobblebot.
We're dog sitting this weekend, so there's a pooch in the apartment that typically isn't here.
Well, who let the dogs out, huh?
Hey, am I right?
It's you. You're gonna have to.
Yeah, that's going to be happening after the sim.
Coming up a little bit later on today, after the slate with baseball coverage with Lamarca and Bukes. You've got just the one more sim today, folks. I'm sorry. Just the one more, and then it's American Ultimate Disc League action going on tonight, which if you haven't checked it out, it is electric. I'm not just saying
Yeah,
that.
don't apologize for that, Cuff.
I'm
Disc
not
League is
apologizing.
sick.
I'm not apologizing for the Disc League. Disc League is great. I'm apologizing for the lack of sims that I know people like to enjoy on a
yeah.
hashtag, Film Fest Friday or Friend Friday or whatever we've done in the past. 6 o'clock. I will be with Christian DeAndrea, Cardinals, Bears. That is a little less than an hour from now. And then, folks, see you later. Be back in a week and change.
He's going and he's never coming back.
Well, that's not true. I'm going to come back. But this right here is the penultimate sim.
What if you discover yourself in a way that you realize you want to become one with nature, and you're done screaming into a microphone, and you just become a man in the mountains, and
Is
we
that
just never
self-
see you again.
Is that self independently wealthy by chance? Because if he's not,
maybe you stumble upon a cavern full of gold and precious jewels.
Didn't that guy bury a treasure somewhere in the woods? You know what I'm talking about.
You know.
I mean, that sounds like something that happened on Long Island.
No. It's like in the Rockies, I want to say.
He would tell you. He would tell you more
go
about
hide
it.
the loot.
Yeah, Lamarca would tell you more about it, but he ain't never knocked on nobody.
Yeah, he's worried about his kneecaps.
Oh,
All I'm
somebody
gonna
found
say
it.
is that the treasure's in the woods.
They found it.
Can you
I'm
give me
sure
one of
somebody
those
in SimFam knows what I'm talking about.
Can you give me one of those before we get out of here, Lamarca? Give me a Dom.
I never knocked on nobody.
No, you need the triple negative. The I ain't never knocked on nobody. Drew says 9 days without cough. Not sure how to feel. Well, the first feeling you had was, man, it's tough to fill out this schedule.
I was gonna say we kind of
we got some holes.
Slim pickings.
All right, awards time, birthday boy.
Oh, geez. Can I be honest? I really want to give it to Anthony Sherman. Am I allowed to do it? I mean, come on.
It's your day, man.
Doing it.
I mean, you can say whatever you want. We can't control what Drew ultimately puts in the spreadsheet. I mean, he might give it to Clyde Edwards-Helaire as the person who's most deserving of it. But if you want to give it to Anthony Sherman because it's your day, you go right ahead.
CEH in my lineup had a nice day. 35 yards, 2 touchdowns on 16 carries, but I'm giving it to Anthony Sherman.
The Shermanator.
I don't care. That's who's getting it.
Long hair don't care. That's what LaMarcus says. Who's your babysitter, Billy?
Let's go Tyreek Hill. 4 catches, 34 yards, no touchdowns. Just not a good day for a guy who's usually just bonkers good in Simland.
33% owned in the captain spot. 83% owned overall.
Bad game.
Yuck. All right. Well, if you guys are seeing Tom Carroll for the first time, you can see he's decked out for his birthday. Wish him a happy birthday on his way off to celebrate 2-9. It's been a pleasure, bud. I will talk to you again in a week and change or over text or something like that. But in Simland, not for a little while. We thank you for your time and being here with us, obviously. LaMarca and Bukes are on the way. The slate baseball coverage coming up in just a matter of moments. Again, I will be back. One more sim, 6 o'clock, 50 minutes from now with Christian DeAndrea. Join us for that. One last sim on a Friday. And our thanks to Drew, to Bry Guy, and to Bert, Bobo, and Ops. Tommy, see you, bud.
Have a good vacation, dude.
Thanks, man. Guys.
I was waiting for you to toss to us. Like, that's usually the professional way to do it.
I just figured you'd go. I'm sorry.
I mean, do you really need to start your vacation like 3 seconds early? All you had to do was say, all right, Bukes and LaMarca, take it away. But I'll just do that myself. It is Friday. It is June 25th. Adam Coffin is about to be on vacation. Love to see that. And tonight we got a 13-game MLB slate coming your way. Myself, Matt LaMarca. How you doing, dude? How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing wonderfully.
Good.
I got a little Mets afternoon baseball to keep me company.
Right. Yes.
I remembered to open up Twitch chat today, so I'm going to try to stay on top of that a little bit.
Very
if you're in the Twitch fam, say hello so I can confirm that I have this working properly. But yeah, it's what else could I ask for on a Friday?
I got to admit that the Twitch chat was actually a lot more lit than the YouTube chat when I did the show on Tuesday. So let's see if that actually stays true or not as we do the show here on Friday. But make sure to get your questions in on Twitch, on YouTube. We will get to those as the show goes along. But let's start getting right into everything that's happening here on Friday night. A couple notable lineup news I want to share. Shohei Ohtani is your leadoff man for the Angels tonight, going up against the Rays. Feel like that's the first time he's let off in his career. Is that correct? I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I feel like we've never seen Shohei leading off a lineup before.
I can't remember seeing it.
Okay, good.
I'm sure I could find the real answer, but who wants to know that? Let's just go off the top of our heads. It's better.
Absolutely. Garrett Cooper returning to the lineup for the Marlins tonight, and Ronald Acuna Jr. also back for the Braves tonight as well. Couple of weather issues that I do want to touch upon for tonight. Houston and Detroit have some storms in the area around the ballpark. That's going to be one to keep an eye on. Braves and Reds, that was looking like it could be an issue this morning, looking a lot better now this morning. And then Pirates and Cardinals, looking like that might be one we can just cross off the board. Nothing official as of yet, but I'm going to act as if that game is not on the board for tonight. So probably going to ignore that one. Everything else is good to go. That is very unfortunate because the Pirates, made a lot of money for some of us not too long ago, baby.
I like the Cardinals tonight, so that's more where I was going. Too. But
yeah, I mean, look, we can talk about it if you really want to. There's no problem with that. We'll talk about it. It hasn't been canceled as of yet, so there is still that. But let's talk about tonight. 13 games on the docket on this one. you look at the pitching matchups for tonight, and correct me if I'm wrong, but aside from Rodon and Valdez, where is the strikeout upside on this slate? Because I really feel like there is not a lot at all. If you're not taking Rodon, if you're not taking Valdez, there's not a lot of strikeout upside on this slate. Initial thoughts on the pitching matchups here, and do you agree with that sentiment that strikeouts might be coming at a premium tonight?
Yeah, I mean, you maybe can add Pablo Lopez to that list, but I don't think he possesses quite as much upside as the other two guys you mentioned. Washington is bottom, towards the bottom in terms of strikeout rate against right-handed pitchers. So I agree. For me, like Carlos Rodon is the easy choice to pay up for tonight. I know he's facing a sleeping juggernaut in the Seattle Mariners, Steve.
Thank you for pointing that out.
The juggernaut, it's been real sleepy. They're 25th in WRC plus against left-handed pitching.
Yeah.
They're 5th in strikeout rate. And Rodon, like, what a emergence for this guy this season. 1.83 ERA, almost 13 strikeouts per 9 innings. Yeah. His advanced metrics also very good. Like, is he due for a little bit of regression? I would say yes. He's got a 238 BABIP, which is unsustainable, but the guy's pitching incredibly well this season.
Right.
So I think in this matchup, given the other, lack of quality starting pitching options, he's a pretty clear choice as the top guy.
And just look at the strikeouts just over his last 5 games here. We'll use as an example, 8, 9, 8, 8, 10. Like, are you kidding me? So I was actually curious. I was like, what's Rodon for Cy Young in the American League? What's his odds right now? He's second best odds, 4-1 right now on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Carlos freaking Rodon is second best odds for Cy Young in the American League. American League is very wide open, in my opinion, because let me tell you, it ain't going to be Garrett Cole if he can't get his stuff straight, by not using the sticky stuff. Now he can't get, strikeout opposing batters and all that. He's a big favorite right now, minus 176. Look further on the board. Somebody else is going to be winning. It ain't going to be Garrett Cole. But Rodon is making a serious case for it. And as you mentioned, a very good matchup against the Seattle Mariners tonight. Really bad numbers across the board against lefties. They strike out a ton against lefties as well. And you look at what, Carlos Rodon has done against some of these teams that do strike out a lot against lefties. St. Louis Cardinals, one of those teams, 10 strikeouts against them. Detroit Tigers, another one of those teams, 9 strikeouts against them.
I feel like I have to just bring this up real quick. Aaron Nola just tied an MLB record, 10 consecutive strikeouts.
No way. That just happened?
I just saw it. He did it against the Mets.
So right here on the slate, history is being reported and made. Right here on the slate, Aaron Nola, 10 consecutive strikeouts. That's unbelievable. That's absolutely unbelievable. I would have loved to have known what his strikeout prop was for that game. I would have to guess 5.5.
Less than 10, especially in a row.
I would hope you didn't take the under on the strikeout prop. That's what I'll point out there. Okay, so Rodon, he's probably the favorite on here. Valdez, a very close second, I would think, of going up against the Detroit Tigers, who point out has been better as of late. They're not, as bad as they were a few weeks ago, but the strikeout upside is there. And Valdez has been another one of those guys that has shown some good strikeout potential. 10 against the Red Sox not too long ago, followed that up with 8 against them. And that's particularly impressive because the Red Sox are a tough team to strike out, man. They're not one of those teams that, is going to go out there and whiff as much as they do. Then a couple weird ones after that, only 2 against the Twins through 7 innings, 5 against the White Sox after that. Could this be another example of somebody who's getting off the stuff there and now we're kind of seeing the true form?
Anybody that pitches for the Houston Astros deserves some level of skepticism.
Absolutely. But at least from what we've seen thus far, even if that sticky stuff is an issue, he's just not giving up a ton of production otherwise. You look at the past game logs here, no more than 3 runs over his past 5 appearances. So he's been excellent so far for the Astros at 10,200. Really, after that, though, it is just like, I don't really have a lot of confidence on where to go. I mean, probably Chris Paddock against The
Paddock's going to get a
Diamondbacks,
lot of love tonight.
he is going to get a lot of love. And before I move on, did you see the video I tweeted a couple days ago about the Arizona Diamondbacks letting Dan Vogelbaum score from third base with the ball in the infield? Did you see that?
I must have missed it. I've been too busy
Okay.
mourning his trip to the IL.
Well, so that's where the injury occurred. Vogelbaum tripped over the third base, right? And injured his hamstring. The ball for the Diamondbacks was in the infield, Matt. Vogelbaum decided to go home anyways on one leg, literally hobbled home. And he still scored because the Diamondbacks just did not throw the ball. You have to go and look at it after the show. S. Buchanan 24. It's gone viral. It's turned into a viral video. You have to check it out. It's absolutely amazing.
Well, as the leader of the Vogelbaum's fan club, I do feel obliged to check that out now.
All right. So Chris Paddock, let's talk about him going against the Diamondbacks. He's really kind of turned his season around. You know, this is somebody that didn't look good at the beginning of the season, was probably a candidate to be kicked out of the Padres rotation. And then he's kind of turned it around all of a sudden. 11 Ks in his last matchup against the Cincinnati Reds. Tough team against the Cincinnati Reds. 11 strikeouts in that one. 9 against your New York Mets right before that. So you think that Paddock's going to get a lot of love tonight against the Diamondbacks?
Yeah, I mean, the first of all, he's just taking on a team that can't win ball games, right?
Right.
So you look at the Vegas information, 3.1 opponent implied team total. That's tied with Rodon for the top mark on the slate. And then he's around a minus 300 favorite.
Yep.
So you can get a pitcher with that much win equity at $8,800. That's a pretty good deal, I think, in a lot of people's eyes. I'm more interested in him in cash games. I don't know if I necessarily want to go there in tournaments because I do fear the ownership, and I'm not 100% sold on the upside. Like,
right.
Arizona is bad, don't get me wrong, but they're not like a incredibly strikeout prone team.
Yeah.
And while Paddock's strikeout numbers are up a bit this season, it's still like 9.5. That's good, but it's not great. I don't know if I want to eat the chalk on a pitcher like that, who I don't necessarily think has 30-point upside.
Yep. No, I agree too. And like you said, I think, with how well Paddock has been pitching, which has been great, don't get me wrong, but if the ownership is going to follow him in this matchup, I don't know if I want to be going that way either. So I do agree with you on that. Want to get to Twitch real quick because we have a very important question that I think you and I have to get to. Buke's first question: if your date was late for the date at the movies, is it time to break up? If the answer is yes, then tell Glash and Koff to break up. So that whole thing would be avoided
up because a person is late.
Well, here's the thing. See, that would never happen with me because I'm a gentleman. I have a Chevy. I'm going to pick her up myself so that she can't be late. So that whole thing will just be avoided. Steve Buchanan, an absolute gentleman. So that whole thing would be avoided. But quick thoughts on that before we move on.
Lateness is okay. Just shoot me a text or something and we'll be all right. I think I can refrain from breaking up with someone.
Oh man, Laid Back Lamarca. That's going to be your new name moving forward. Laid Back Lamarca. I absolutely love that. Another question though, which is pertains to baseball. What is your favorite mid-range pitcher to get a win tonight? It's tough because there is not a lot of mid-range guys that I like, but if I was in that range and looking for a potential win, and, unfortunate because of the rain, it would probably be Kim against the Pirates. That would probably be the one that I'd be going to. The lefty against the Pirates. He's been extremely up and down, but at least with Kim, he does somewhat limit a lot of the damage done to him. And you can kind of see it here. His numbers really aren't that bad. Doesn't give up a ton of production really at all. 8 hits over his past 3 starts for Kim. So this is like, we kind of talked about it at the top. This is not really a slate where, aside from the top couple guys, there's a lot that kind of jump out at you. But Kim, I guess, would be someone that I'd be okay with trying to take a shot with.
Yeah, I mean, if I was just going off win, it would have to be Paddock.
Okay,
but if we were, like I also think Manoa is a pretty good bet for a win going up against Matt Harvey. But I'm more interested in the Blue Jays offense than I am with Manoa as a pitcher. So I will say that my favorite target in this range is probably Mike Minor at 8,700, taking on the Rangers. Rangers can't really hit against left-handed pitching. They are 28th in WRC plus. We talk all the time about how they have some like sneaky good left-handed bats in their lineup. Well, that's kind of negated when you face a left-handed pitcher. So you still have to worry about Adolis Garcia, who continues to just absolutely mash. But other than him, like you're really not worried about any of these right-handed batters in the Rangers lineup. So I think he makes a lot of sense. I like his strikeout upside here. The Rangers aren't a like monster strikeout team, but they're in the top half of the league against left-handed pitchers. So he would be my pivot off of Paddock, especially since he's only $100 cheaper. I think Paddock soaks up the majority of the ownership for people that are paying in that price range.
I got a little recency bias against Minor. I was all in on him 2 starts ago when he was going against the Tigers because of that strikeout upside. Only ended with 10.6 DraftKings fantasy points, 4 runs on 7 hits, 5 2/3 innings. Ruined my night. I was really upset. I had a little bit more DiSerono than usual that night because I was very heavily invested in him, and I usually don't do that. So he really made me upset that night. So feeling the wrath of that a little bit. But again, the matchup makes sense tonight going up against the Rangers, who all the points that you just said here at 8,700. And if you're in that 8,700 range, like we've talked about, a lot of people are going to be looking $100 more at Chris Paddock. So if you want to get a little bit lower ownership, Mike Minor is probably that guy. One guy who's been absolutely getting shelled lately is Johnny Cueto. Have you seen the numbers he's been posting this month alone? Johnny Cueto, it's been bad. Coming into the month of June, Johnny Cueto gave up 2 home runs total coming into June. He's given up 6 in the past 3 starts this month. 6 after giving up 2 since the beginning of the season. And it was against the Cubs, the Nationals, and the Phillies. Not like, real offensive juggernauts. Now he faces a team I always find myself stacking, and probably going to do it again tonight, because why not? Facing the Oakland Athletics. But Cueto, man, like I feel like he's so overpriced for somebody that's just been getting hit and hit hard lately.
Yeah, I buy that. I'm not as bullish on Oakland as you, with Mark Canha being out. Like, I think that's a pretty big blow. He's one of their best players. And then, moving to San Francisco, which is basically the equivalent of playing in Yellowstone at this point. So, that's really the only saving grace for Cueto, right? Like he pitches in a cavernous ballpark. He's got a 3.38 ERA at home. It's nothing special, but I guess that's why he's 8,200. I'm with you. I'm not playing him like at all.
Yeah.
But that's the only defensible argument that I can come up with.
I mean, somehow the guy's given up 12 runs over his past 3 starts, and DraftKings like, let's up his price. Totally the way you should do this. Like he goes from 7,900 to 8,200 tonight. Like it makes no sense. Like there's some pricing that just will never make sense to me, and making a guy more expensive after he's been shelled in the past 3 starts. If let's put it this way, if you people want to play him, I'm not going to tell you no. Just have some of that DiSerono ready for tonight. That's what I do. Very underrated alcoholic beverage.
On the rocks? Is that the preferred?
Either on the rocks or a little bit of Red Bull. Let's go, baby. It's a Friday night. Real quick, Astros and Tigers just got postponed. So that is now off the board.
Okay. So Astros, Tigers. There goes Framber.
Yeah. So now, okay. So, all right. So let's talk about this now. How popular does Rodon become now? Like he has to be 30+% tonight, even on a 13-game slate, if I had to guess.
I would say even higher. I'd say 40, and I'm still going to play him.
Yeah. I don't know why you can't, why you wouldn't. I don't know why you wouldn't. Like I'm okay with taking some of those mega chalk guys, Because if you try to be different and Rodon does exactly what we think he's all going to do tonight, you're playing a big thing of ketchup. You're not the food either. And I don't see a pitcher on this slate, maybe Pablo Lopez, that could even come close to the production that we think we're going to get from Rodon tonight. Would you agree with that?
100%. I have no like chalk to me. You can't be contrarian everywhere. You know, the reason why people become the chalk is because they're the best plays. So if you're just playing guys who are not the best plays everywhere, it's incredibly tough to win. I think the best spot to just eat the chalk a lot of nights is SP1. You know, there's a reason that Rodon is going to be so popular, and it's because he's going to give you a safe 25 to 30 fantasy points, you would think.
Yeah. Right.
So I would rather look to be contrarian with my second starting pitcher, with some of the offenses I look at. But for the most part, I don't want to try and go up against a 40% Rodon if he's going to, you know, have a 35, 40 plus ceiling potentially.
Right. Rossi's Fat Cat, watch out for Cueto. I bet he's due. Yes, I think he's due for another 2 home runs allowed in this start like he has the past 3 starts. I think that's what he's due for. Jordan in the chat, any games where stacking the pitchers might work tonight? I don't think so. Correct me if I'm...
This is a good segue because I do like a real cheap pitcher, and that's Dane Dunning.
Okay.
Dunning, my guy.
So then this would be a stack because we're mentioning we like Mike Minor. So go ahead.
Correct. Yes. I think you can pair those 2 guys together. Obviously, you're not going to get 2 wins, but Dunning's cheap enough that I think he can return value without a win. This guy has been just so incredibly unlucky this year. 384 BABIP. 384. Wow. You know, he's clearly going to improve in that department for, you know, comparison's sake. And this is on the other side, but he was at 239 last year. You know, theoretically, he should be somewhere in the middle of those 2.
Right.
He's striking out almost 10 batters per 9 innings. The Royals are not a great team to rack up strikeouts against, but they also aren't a great offense against right-handed pitching. You know, they rank 20th in WRC plus against right-handed starters. So I think Dunning with Minor, that would be my game plan if I wanted to stack 2 pitchers from the same game.
And I will say, I never, ever, ever, ever go out of my way to do this, to stack, you know, 2 pitchers in the same game. Like that's never a strategy I do. There are some slates where that can be warranted. This might be one of them. What's the over under on this game? Let's just check real quick over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. This would be the Royals and Rangers over under of 8, which is one of the lower ones on this slate. So don't hate the idea. And so the only thing that I do have some qualms about, and you brought it up too, is that like you're not getting 2 guys that are going to rack up strikeouts, because while Dane Dunning has been extremely well in doing so, I don't know if that's the matchup that he's going to do that in tonight against the Royals. We do think that Mike Minor can get some good strikeouts here against the Rangers. So it's a little bit of, you know, it's not terrible, but with the lack of options for the pitchers in that like lower range, it's not the worst thing I could do, because if you see with these 2 guys stacked in your lineup, you have an average of 4,362 for the rest of your lineup. Punt the catcher, because that's what you always do. You know, throw Reese McGuire in there and just call it a day, and then make the rest of your lineup. Hey, I'll tell you, I've played Reese McGuire, I think, like every day this week, and it's actually worked out okay. So, and what is Reese McGuire tonight? Let me just scroll all the way down. Oh, of course, I'm sure. Okay, fine. Yeah, whatever. Because we'll talk about that game in a second, by the way. But yeah, then you're in business. Then you're absolutely in business. Any other thoughts on the pitching tonight before we move over to the hitters?
That's I think that's kind of where I'm limiting my exposure to. I mean, I've thought about John Lester, but then I was like, ew.
No, dude, come on.
John Lester.
John Lester. Where's the upside with John Lester?
The Marlins have a 28.3% strikeout rate against left-handed pitching. That's really it.
Okay, but John Lester has to strike these guys out. You do realize that, right?
Yes, that is true.
What's his K9 on the year? It can't be no more than 5. If I don't even have it in front of me. Honestly. Do you have it?
John Lester this year, I feel like he did have a good start in his last outing against the Mets, but his K9 is 6.3.
6.3. Oh, he's moving up. Excuse me. Maybe I'll start playing him now with his, 6.3 K9. Like, just hang it up, dude. Like, enough. You did your thing in Boston. That's enough. Shout out to DiSerrano. All right, let's go over to the hitters for tonight.
Can we get them to sponsor the show?
What do you think I'm trying to do? Well, these little subtle hints. I'm out. I have to go to the store after this. I want someone just delivered to my door, free of charge. DiSerrano. Let's go, baby. Let's go over to the hitting side. And specifically, I want to start with this Baltimore Toronto Blue Jays game. Over under on this. Oh, it does come down a little bit. It's at 10.5. I did see it at 11 earlier, but I have to point out the run total for the Blue Jays for tonight is 6.5. 6.5. You don't see that often outside of Coors Field. You very rarely see a run total at 6.5 in a game that is not in Coors Field. The Blue Jays at 6.5 tonight, the over plus 105, the under getting some love there at minus 125. How do you feel about this one? Because Matt Harvey's taken the mound. Matt Harvey has just been an absolute disaster aside from the first 3 starts he made in the month of April. I hate taking overs on totals that, are in that 6.5 range, but like, I don't want to take the under in a Matt Harvey game.
It's honestly sad that the Orioles don't have like another option.
Yeah.
You don't got some kid in AAA that you can bring up. Bring up somebody from single A at this point.
Right.
Like Matt Harvey, it's sad to see the Dark Knight fallen, Yeah. He's just not the same guy. The Blue Jays are going to light him up. Like they could score 10 runs in the first inning and I would not be surprised.
Right.
So I don't mind taking the over on 6.5 runs for them, to be honest. Their whole lineup is essentially healthy. They have George Springer back.
Yep.
3,900 for him, by the way. Sure. Yep. Give me that all day. Marcus Semien, 5,600 leadoff. Yup. Like, I'll take all these guys. They're going to destroy him. Some would say that this Blue Jays offense is as smooth as a DiSerrano.
Oh, get those subtle hints in. Do you like DiSerrano, by the way?
I've had it like once or twice. It's okay.
You gotta go. And
it's like it's like a dessert beverage,
Yeah, but I mean, I'm having it at night. So what's the difference? I'm not having it in the morning.
And mixing it with Red Bull, apparently.
Red Bull or Dr. Pepper. That's actually another option too, as well. Dr. Pepper. There's one that as well. Our resident weather woman, Queenie, giving us an update, saying, according to the radar, the rain leaves around 7 p.m. in Chicago. So if you had any qualms about using Chicago tonight, well, Queenie's telling you what to do. You don't have to worry about it. It's going to be out of here around 7. So there you go. You don't have to worry about Rodon. Imagine if Rodon got canceled too. Oh my God, this slate would explode. You'd have like 40% ownership on like some dope like Griffin Canning or something. Thank God we don't have to worry about that. So obviously the top stack for tonight is the Blue Jays. I mean, I think there's no way around that. What's your other favorite stack? What's your long shot? Because you hit on this last time, nailing the Pirates. They absolutely went off. I meant to text you that night, and I just was so enamored of what I was watching. I didn't end up doing it because I was watching the Pirates just mash in that game. What's your long shot stack for tonight?
Not to mention, I also hit the over on Joey Cheese. Thank you very much.
You did. You
who
did.
Sacrificed his arm for me. I'll never forget.
Now he's getting Tommy John, right?
Yeah, he's done for basically 18 months. But Joey Cheese, sacrifice will not be in vain, my friend.
All for that one start.
I thought that this was sort of under the radar, but probably not anymore. The total on this game between the Reds and the Braves is up to 11 runs now.
Yeah.
Both of these offenses are expected to do damage. I really like the Braves side. They've seen a little bit of reverse line movement in their favor. They're taking on a guy who has been extremely lucky to start the year. He's made so few starts that I can't even remember his name. I have to look it up right now. Gutierrez.
Yeah.
He's pitched 5 starts. He has a decent ERA, 3.86, but he's got a 247 BABIP, only a 7.5% home run per fly ball rate. So you add in those numbers and his xFIP jumps to 5.63. This Braves offense is scary. I know that they've been a little bit quiet to start the year. I fully expect these dudes to be amongst the best offense in the league when everything is said and done. We've already seen Freddie Freeman now start to really turn things on the past couple of weeks. You can get a cheap 3,500 hitter in the 5 spot, Abraham Almonte. Austin Riley is hitting cleanup at 3,900. Dansby Swanson, 3,400, is batting 6th. Like, yes, it's an expensive stack with Acuna and Freeman, but the other guys in that roster can sort of help bring down that average price tag.
Yep. No, I agree too. And this is a game where I also like the over on the Reds total, which is sitting at 4.5. And a big reason why is because we just saw this Braves team yesterday implement a bullpen game. They were so desperate to do something to cover for Max Fried, who just went on the injured list, that they brought back Jesse Chavez and his Terminator sunglasses to open the game for him last night. I didn't even know Jesse Chavez was still pitching. He's been all over the league. He's been with, like, you know, he's like the what's that guy that was he always bouncing around. I can't think of his name now. He was just recently with the Blue Jays. I can't think of it. It'll come to me.
Edwin Jackson Robinson of the MLB.
Edwin Jackson. That's what it was.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. So the Braves bullpen was utilized the entire game yesterday. So now that probably is going to lead them to need Drew Smyly to go as deep into this game as humanly possible. Let you in on something. Drew Smyly does not go deep into games ever. He hasn't pitched more than 5 2/3 innings in 5 straight starts now. So now you have a humming Reds offense that's averaging just under, I think it's 5 runs over their past 5 games, going against Drew Smyly, who cannot keep the ball in the park. They're in Great American Ballpark. There's a lot to like here, I think, for the Reds as well. Ton of righties in the top of that lineup. Castellanos, we all know how he's been hitting. Tyler Stevenson, who I feel like is also not getting a lot of love, especially for his numbers against lefties, hitting cleanup there. That is
He's
a very
my favorite catcher tonight.
Oh, absolutely. If you're not punting catcher, which we always do, like with Reese McGuire, if you're not punting a catcher, right, Tyler Stevenson is probably that guy there for you. How would you do this stack though? Because it's interesting with the Reds, because when you look at the numbers, you know, Eugenio Suarez is not having a good year, but he's historically smashed lefties. Are you trying to get him in maybe over someone like India, who's batting leadoff? Or do you maybe even take a shot and try to fade Winker at 6,100? Like, I want to get Suarez in, but I don't know who the casualty has to be to get him in the stack.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that they're really going to push Smyly, then I think sacrificing Winker might be your best bet, because you want Winker for the at-bats against right-handed pitching. He has a 196 WRC plus against righties and an 81 WRC plus against left-handers. Yeah. I would have to imagine that's one of the biggest splits in the league.
Yeah.
This guy basically goes from Babe Ruth to Ray Ordonez.
Yep.
Depending on what arm pitcher he's facing. So I would be okay with avoiding him at 6,100. But I get it. If you want to punt Votto, you know, Votto's actually been okay against lefties this year, but
yeah,
if you wanted to skip him, I think that's fine too. Like, I agree though that Suarez is a guy that I want to get in there if I'm stacking the Reds.
Absolutely. A couple questions I want to get to. Bukes, how many monitor screens do you have? I know a lot of you are probably thinking that. I have my MacBook Pro, and then I have an external monitor here where I am reading your Twitch question as it is. So I have Twitch up. Trust me. Also, JE said John Lester is a definite fade, and he also has a Washington Nationals avatar. So, I mean, if that's not enough reason to fade John Lester, then I don't know what is. Queenie says Aquino looks interesting. I love Aquino, man. I am so glad that he's back and mashing. Is he in the lineup tonight? He is. He's batting 7th at 3,700. There's another little wrinkle there too. That's another little wrinkle.
So maybe you fade India and Winker.
Yep.
And then you go 3 through 7.
Yep. Let's do that real quick. So 1, 2. But you have to use Stevenson at catcher. You never use him at first base. Votto, Suarez, Aquino. So 5,600 with and pitchers included. So obviously think about that. That might be a game to stack the Royals Rangers game. And there's most of your lineup. I'm not going to build it because I can't do that. But just imagine those two pitchers there. Okay. And then you can figure it out after that. Like, I can draw the picture for it. You color it in. Okay. That's how we're gonna roll that. That's how we're gonna roll that here too as well. But yeah, so I like that game a lot. I think that's one of the games that I'm definitely going to be looking at too as well. One game that I also am looking at is that Red Sox Yankees game. We got Martin Perez going against Domingo Germán. So I think that's definitely a stackable game too as well. Not to be biased, but I do have an odds boost for that game today as well. Give me your opinion on this. I don't want you to just play the nice roll. All right. So here's the odds boost for you today over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. This is the one that I have up. It is Red Sox to win that game in over 8.5 runs. The over-under on that game normally is 10.5. So I'm giving you a 2-run discount here, Matt LaMarca, at 250. What are your quick thoughts on that one?
It's a good number. I don't think that the Red Sox are going to win tonight, but
that's too bad.
I do think that there will be over 8.5 runs scored. I fear left-handed pitching against the Yankees.
Yeah.
They are so right-handed heavy, and like guys who rake against left-handers like Giancarlo Stanton and Gleyber Torres and, DJ LeMahieu historically really good against lefties. So I fear a bit for Martin Perez, another journeyman who seems like he's pitched for 100 teams. But I don't mind the number. 250 is a pretty good number.
I will say, though, what was enticing for me? As underdogs this season, the Red Sox are 20-12 as underdogs this season. That's
Sox
a good number,
man. They were very underrated at the beginning of the year.
They were very underrated. All right, we got about 5 minutes left in the show. Let's talk about some value plays here, because that's always extremely helpful in building your lineup. Some of your favorite value plays on this slate. Has anybody kind of jumped out at you as a value play for tonight?
I like Luis Arias, who is 3,400, likely hitting leadoff for the Twins. This is a guy who, when he came up, like they talked about him being a potential batting champion in the league someday. Like he's got elite bat to ball skills. He'll be on the positive side of his splits against Cal Quantrill, who sure, that doesn't scare me at all. Arias hasn't displayed a ton of power at this point in his career, but he's been good against right-handed pitching. I think, 3,400 playing in front of a offense that has the potential to score some runs, hit the ball long. I like him as a cheap value play.
Yeah, I definitely don't disagree with that one. I think that's a pretty good one there too. I'm kind of looking at that Baltimore lineup for some value tonight, because obviously with the high over under in that one there. I don't hate Austin Hayes going against Alex Manoah. I mean, Manoah looked good in his first start, kind of trailed off a little bit there since then, but Austin Hayes has been putting up some decent numbers. He's averaging just over 6 DraftKings fantasy points against righties so far this season. But what I like about Hayes specifically is that he's been hitting in a good spot in the lineup. He's batting 6th tonight for the Orioles, 2,900 in the outfield. Obviously there is not a lot of appeal when you're in that range. So at least there's something like that I can look for with Austin Hayes. Real quick, we'll just want to get a request from the Twitch chat. Matt, can we get a homer pick? You've been nailing these things, baby. We got to get your homer pick for tonight.
I'm a little bit scared now because you told me about the weather concerns, but
okay.
Brian Reynolds, 3,100. My man has a 177 WRC plus against left-handed pitching this season. 253 ISO. His OPS is over 1,000, and he's 3,100. He put up 28 fantasy points in his last game. Can my man get some respect on his name, Steve?
You know what? He is going to make someone very, very happy at the trade deadline. If the Pirates don't move him at the trade deadline, I mean, sell while he's hot right now. But that man's got to move at the trade deadline. There's got to be some team out there that could use him. I mean, come on now. You know what I mean?
Lots of teams can use him. He's a good player.
He is a good player, and he's withering away on the Pittsburgh Pirates, who, are actually not the worst team in Major League Baseball, which is amazing. But I like that call. I like Brian Reynolds. You know what? I'm going to go a step further. I'm going to stay in that red thing. I think Aquino goes bomb tonight too as well. I love Aquino.
Okay, I like that.
That guy just has such a violent swing, and we like violence, at least when it comes to hitting the baseball. Not in all sense, but violent swings, we are fans of that. And we want to see that happen in baseball tonight too as well. Very quickly. Very quickly, favorite bet for tonight, if you can give one really fast.
I think now it's got to be the over in that Atlanta-Cincinnati game. You know, between my love for the Braves and the way you've kind of talked me onto Cincinnati, I know that it's up. I would have rather gotten it at 10 or 10.5 like we could have earlier in the day, but 11 with the even money odds, that still seems like a good number to me.
Yep. Real quick for me, this game is not on the daily fantasy slate, but Phillies Mets, that makeup game over 6.5. Give me a break. Give me the over in that one. Matt Moore going up against David Peterson. Why is it 6.5? Just because of the short slate, they'll get 6.5 by the third inning. So over in that game, no doubt about that. That is going to do it for this edition of the slate, the Friday edition. Go get yourself some DiSerono. Maybe give me some over at my house. Thanks everybody in the back, giving us everything we need to make the show a success. From Matt LaMarca, I'm Steve Buchanan. I will be back here on Tuesday with my guy, Gary and Thorne. Matt LaMarca and I will be back on Friday for next week's edition. Until then, good luck with your bets. Good luck with your lineups. We'll see you then.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back into the Dream Stream. Hope you enjoyed the slate little MLB talk with Bukes and LaMarca. And here we are, the last sim of this Dream Stream day. Not overall. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere. But today, there's just the one more. And it also happens to be my final sim, Christian, until vacation. He's Christian DeAndrea. I'm Adam Kaufman. And we are getting ready for a little Arizona and Chicago. How are you, man?
You know what? I'm stressed. I'm stressed right now because the Vandy game was supposed to be over by now, but NC State, COVID running wild through the program, delayed the game. So now we're in the top of the 8th against the depleted Wolfpack roster. And my Commodores, despite going up against guys with ERAs of 7 and 11, have really just wet themselves in fear of these non-intimidating pitchers. So yet I am holding on. All the stress is right here and right here. It is just bulging on my spine, and I'm going to slowly shrink down into a corn cob if they do not find a way to win this game and stay alive in the NCAA baseball postseason. I've been better, Koff. I have been better. The good news is they are winning. The bad news is I'm going to be mightily distracted as we go into this. How are you, besides, of course, excited for my Vanderbilt Commodores and excited for your vacation?
All about Vanderbilt. Looking forward to seeing what happens. I'm eager and hopeful that we will have a resolution to that game before the end of the sim so that you can relax, so that you can unwind, so that you can, dare I say, celebrate. We'll see how it breaks, obviously. But yeah, this right here, my friend, this is the, the happy hour, the Koff's last sim until July 5th free roll. An extensive amount of time away from Simland that is on the way for me. What's your lineup look like?
You're going to be sad.
I am. I'll probably check in the chat from time to time. I'm going to be like that, that normally it's the people that go to the bathroom, like, excuse me, get up from dinner, go to the bathroom, hide from their family for a second to build their lineups real quick. That's going to be me sneaking off into the bathroom just to log into YouTube and check what's going on in the Sim fam in the chat.
So are you taking the family out somewhere? Are you guys doing a little travel, or are you just doing a staycation? I mean, it seems like a travel.
Yeah, we're staying generally local. We're staying generally local. We're not going far. We're not getting on a plane, but we'll catch a little break from reality for a bit, which would be nice.
That sounds nice. I mean, maybe get a little poolside or beachside action in, something that tires the
absolutely.
kids.
Yeah, we'll be living on the beach, baby. Living on the beach, hanging out here in New England.
Yeah. Very, very excited. I still got to figure mine out. I'm like halfway between, like, do I go back to Rhode Island and see some friends there, or do I just take the cheaper option and maybe find like an Airbnb on a lake somewhere here in Wisconsin? It's been pretty warm up here. The water temps might not be so bad.
How often do you get back to your native Rhode Island to see friends, family, whomever?
It's typically once a year, but obviously last year was an exception, and this year we'll see on that, because there's also the Rhode Island Scumbag Fantasy League that does the live in-person draft. I've had to dial into that remotely recently, and it's not nearly as fun, especially with the internet I have. As you can imagine, I've had quite a few auto picks ruin my day.
Yes.
Although to be fair, they're often better than my actual picks. Shout out to you, Michael Thomas.
Captain Blood says in the Chat Kings conference room here on YouTube, the only question we have for Kaufman is, will the cough be gone when he returns from vacation? Bert, Bobo, and Op says we can only hope. And boy, do I second that emotion. Hopefully a little more rest, a little more time in the sun, a little more relaxation, not living Zoom life indoors all the time. Hopefully we will, rid me of these allergies and whatever else is going on. And I can come back able to complete sentences and not worry about having to hold my breath over coughs or, reach for the mute button or just, hack a lung live during broadcast. That would be nice. I would enjoy that.
I think we'd all be in favor. Get that extra vitamin D in the system, clear things out as we get a Cardinals possession to start the call. And, is that Andy Isabella? So
sure
things are
is, for
starting
11
weird.
yards. Who's got Isabella in your build?
Okay.
What's your lineup look like, Train Island?
In this one, I saw this. I'm like, okay, cool. The battle for Chicago. Two franchises that started once shared the great state of Illinois, but now obviously the Cardinals have moved on. There were some really cheap price points here that I felt I had to play. David Montgomery at 3,400. Larry Fitz at 5,200, given how much he can produce in these lineups. I got them both in there. Neither one of those guys captain, though. I saw that, Allen Robinson's price down too, but I'm like, you know what? Patrick Peterson's going to be covering him. Let's go with the wide receiver too. Let's throw Anthony Miller into my captain spot, along with Mitch, along with A-Rob, and along with Kyler Murray, and see if that can't lead me to prosperity. Koff, how about you? What does that six-man lineup look like for you?
Yeah, so I didn't hear Andy Isabella there. No Andy Isabella for you. 3 for 27 for Kyler Murray, who he's a must-have for me. He's hashtag team always roster and a lot of the time captain. Today, not a popular captain. 6.9%. That is it, because people are all about Madden Mitchell in our small contest. 24% in the captain spot, about 86% owned overall. I have both the QBs. They are both in the flex. There's a run for Kyler for a handful. Also have Max Williams, Ted Ginn Jr., and Zane Gonzalez to round out my flex. My captain, a guy that you mentioned, A-Rob, Allen Robinson, 7% owned, about a third of lineups overall.
Drive working out pretty well so far, but they do go up against a vaunted defense, more so in Madden than in the real world, as Kyler can't escape his own offensive lineman there. Could have sprinted forward for a first down, said that'll count as a sack for that Bears D. And the Bears D going with, I want to say, the throwbacks with the plain white C on the helmets. It's a clean look. It's not a bad look.
Speaking of, what do you think of the new NFL rule that as early as 2022, throwback uniforms will be at least able, we don't know definitively, but able to be accompanied by throwback helmets? I mean, for me, for New England, and I know you're a Pats fan, but all sorts of excitement about, and now we could get to see the Pat Patriot helmet and the Flying Elvis blue jerseys from the 90s, some of the uniforms that we've seen here in our Simland simulations, but there are a lot of good looks across the league that we might have an opportunity to check out.
I absolutely love it. It's a rare opportunity when the NFL misses the chance to make more money, and that's kind of what they did the past 10 years, because think about how many creamsicle Tom Brady jerseys they're going to sell in 2022.
Oh, yeah.
It's just absolutely wild. They didn't have this in effect beforehand, and you know, if you can get one helmet improved, why can't you get a second helmet improved? It's one of those things that didn't make a ton of logical sense. So, yeah, this is actually something I was talking about with BK yesterday. Koff, if you had to rank them, what would your top 3 throwbacks be, especially now that we are headed towards a landscape of great 1 or 2 off throwbacks coming up?
Dude, I don't know. I really don't know. There's such bias in there for me because I love that old
That
red
Patriot with
Patriot,
the white and the red shoulder stripes.
Yeah.
Undefeated, right? So this is going to be top 3 for everyone out there unless they just are unabashed.
You'd have to despise the Patriots for that to not be in your upper echelon. We've got good call by Bert, says the Oilers throwbacks. Those are going to look good, the Houston Oilers. Absolutely, that'll be a good one. What are the best? I'm going to Google it. I'm cheating here, but also helping the conversation. Best NFL throwback uniforms. Let's see which are the best ones to get. Because a lot of articles, as you expect, have been written. So Houston Oilers, that's right there, obviously.
Orange Crush Broncos, man.
Dallas Cowboys with the original white helmets mentioned in this article. The LA Chargers with the Air Coryell era uniforms.
They still wear the powder. They brought the powder blue.
Oh, you know what? This is a really good one. This would be up there for me. The Atlanta Falcons, the old Dirty Bird original uniforms.
Yeah.
That's strong. The Buffalo Bills late 80s, 90s era uniforms are in here. That doesn't do much for me. Seattle with the old silver helmets. Denver with the Crazy Horse and D helmets. Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Orange Crush.
Absolutely. Kelly Green, Philadelphia Eagles. Strong one. Makes me think back to Vince Papale and Mark Wahlberg and Invincible, obviously. The Bucko Bruce Creamsicles, as you mentioned, for the Buccaneers. And number 1 on this article, Pat Patriot.
Makes sense. Sorry, that was a potential problem for the Commodores. The bad news is runner on second, 1 out. They avoided the bunt. It was a chopper up the middle. NC State, obviously they're playing with 13 guys, and the bottom half of their lineup is guys who have barely seen the field. But they are getting a ton of seeing eye, just balls going up the nub of the bat and sneaking through. It's been a frustrating day, Koff. Fortunately, they got the out at first. 5 outs to go to force a winner-take-all game en route to the College World Series Finals and potentially dictate whether I'm calling games from my lovely abode in Madison, Wisconsin, or from a hotel room or bar and grill in Omaha, Nebraska. So again, the stress dialed up, not all the way, but it's not good. It's not where it was on Wednesday, where everything had to be completely insane for the Commodores to advance. But it's unpleasant.
I did not know. I've obviously, come to learn, but I did not know prior to the College World Series quite the level of fandom you have for your Commodores there, and how intense, how insane. Is it crazy to suggest that you are more intense about college baseball than you are about professional sports?
It might be, just because this is the one thing Vandy's actually good at, and it is not an ongoing train wreck from which I cannot look away. Vanderbilt on the diamond recruits incredibly well, develops players. They do everything very, very well in a way that the football team and basketball team and women's basketball team have failed to do recently. So it's been a wild ride, and this is the team that they didn't really get good, Koff, until I was there. Corbin came in 05, maybe a little bit earlier. They didn't really have a great team until my first year at Vandy, which is when David Price came in, and right before he went number 1 overall in that year's draft. Unfortunately, I had the displeasure of seeing him give up a season-ending home run in the regional. We came in relief and gave up a dinger to Michigan and ruined the season for the number 1 seed that year. But I mean, it bred this fandom within me, being there, seeing it live, seeing something good live that very few things can replicate. It brings me back to watching the Patriots in my friend's basement clinch that first Super Bowl win on the strength of that Adam Vinatieri field goal. It's that pure. And
sure,
it's a walk there. So NC State can take the lead with a dinger here. One down, bottom of the eighth. Don't love the pitching right now.
Obviously, we can't do play-by-play, but you let me know when it goes final, and hopefully you'll have reason to celebrate. Final play this opening quarter here in Simland. Madden Mitch ripped down to the ground, a big loss. Phillips with the sack, back to the 14, 4th and goal on the way, and a field goal when we start off quarter number 2 in a matter of moments.
Yeah, not a great first quarter there, not a ton of action, but 2 sustained-ish drives, maybe something to build from there. The Cardinals moved into Bears territory. The Bears counterpunched there. We saw a little bit of that Madden Mitch madness, only 24 yards through the air, but more than that on the ground, it feels like at the very least. Neither guy doing a ton when it comes to passing, but decent ground yardage there, and we're set up for at least some scoring here in the second quarter. I mean, we're about to get unless it's a true Bears kicking situation, we're about to get a 3-0 Chicago lead.
It is, again, scoreless, as noted. The key stats: Murray, 30 yards passing, Trubisky, 24. The one incompletion between them, that belongs to Madden Mitchell. And we'll look at the rushing and receiving very quickly as well, and then bring you some coverage of the NHL, courtesy of the Sweat earlier today. Madden Mitchell, far and away your leading rusher, 3 for 36, a combined 9 rushing yards for everybody else. As far as the pass catchers go, because it really is Madden Mitch's day, minus the touchdown. Jimmy Graham, 2 for 13, your only guy with double-digit catches to this point. So
Andy Isabella is your second leading wide.
I know,
right?
crazy. It's
Andy
a very
Isabella.
balanced attack to this point. All right, earlier today on the Sweat, which comes your way, weekdays, 11 a.m. to noon, obviously here on the Dream Stream. Earlier today, the guys discussed tonight's NHL Game 7 matchup, the Islanders and the Lightning vying for an opportunity to face the Montreal Canadiens in the Stanley Cup Final. Series back in Tampa. Who is going to win? Who's going to move on? We defer to our crew.
Jeff, you were on the Isles bandwagon here to win Game 6. So are you staying on for Game 7?
I mean, Jesse, we're free rolling here. Look, if you bet the Isles in every game of this series, you were getting huge plus money. So you're up, a couple units basically. So yeah, take a little bit of that house money and throw it on the Islanders plus 150 tonight. Nikita Kucherov banged up. The coach doesn't even know if he's going to play yet. And last time I checked, the Lightning really weren't that great in the regular season with them. They didn't even win their division. So the Lightning can talk all they want. They're in a world of trouble here. They've got the deeper Islanders. You've got Semyon Varlamov, who's going to be in a statement game here. Yes, the Islanders money line is definitely where you should be putting your money. Plus 150. The team continues to get disrespected here despite the injury to Kucherov. That's the play.
AJ, you look like you're dressed for the Isles. So
Totally an accident. But look, as soon as I bet against the Isles on Wednesday, they win. So, of course, you may not want to listen to what I have to say after this, but I'm with Jeff on this one. The value is there, plus 150. The potential to not have Nikita Kucherov in this game is completely an X factor here. If they don't have him, you suddenly have a team that's got a stacked, solid top 6 that has a first line, because we imagine Stamkos will move up to the first, with maybe a second line that starts to look a little thin without him. So they don't have really good replacements, in my opinion, for Nikita Kucherov if he doesn't play. So I'm with Jeff regardless if he does, because of that value point, but especially if he doesn't play, I think it's the surefire bet.
Paul, what do you think? Do you like the Isles to win Game 7?
I have to be on the other side of these two guys. That's a tradition now. First, let me say the runs of the Islanders and the Habs in these playoffs, it should remind us all that the chase for the Stanley Cup is the most difficult gauntlet in all of sports. But if these two teams are in the finals, it's going to be unwatchable. You won't see more upset playoff winners anywhere else in the playoffs than you have this year in the NHL. That said, the Islanders' trek expires tonight for me. The defending champs have more depth and cup experience than anyone else, and they will win this one. I'll take the home side minus 1.5 for plus 163 on the puck line this evening.
Love our Sweat NHL guys, the RotoWire dudes, Paul, AJ, Pablo, all about them, man. Again, New York, Tampa Bay, Game 7 tonight. Winner moves on to face Montreal in the Stanley Cup Final. Reminder, Sweat comes your way, 11 a.m. to noon, Monday through Friday. That is weekdays here in the Dream Stream, wherever you find us, YouTube, Twitch. We greatly appreciate it. A lot of good insights, a lot of good knowledge across all sports. Obviously, DFS, sportsbook, whatever it may be. So thanks for checking that out, and thanks for being here with us. More from the Sweat coming up at halftime, but we got to get to quarter number 2, Arizona and Chicago. CDA, AK, we got producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, Bobo, Burton Ops as well. And here's the field goal to begin quarter number 2. No problem from 31. It is 3-0. Eddie Pinheiro.
Ooh, sorry there. I just got a little cramp. Like I said, the tension building. Ugh. It's amazing that how I can cramp up just sitting stationary, but here we are. All right, so we do have our first score.
It's alarming what it is.
Yeah. I mean, getting old, man. That's the worst. I was talking about this with BK too.
The worst and the best at the same time, right?
Yeah, exactly. And just like the way you get sore changes. And it goes from like when you're growing up and like your dad's like creaking around, you just assume he's super sore. No, it's a different type of pain entirely. It's a bummer. Yeah.
Well, and you get you get sore or tight or whatever in just different places than you used to for any sort of athletic reasons. Obviously, like I mean, I'm getting this thing now where I'll get the occasional foot cramp. And just from like sitting down, like sitting in the same spot too long. But it's not like, oh, my foot fell asleep. It's a cramp. Like it's an actual like, holy crap, it's tight, it hurts. Like why? Like I can't even move my toes. It is killing me. It's like I didn't do anything. I've just been sitting here.
Yeah.
Am I not hydrated enough? What is leading to this? Yeah. Daniel says drink water, cough. Yeah, I think that's.
No, that's not even it though. Like you need straight up like bananas and like the potassium. No, it'll happen to me. But the worst is my foot will cramp up so badly. Like my toe, not the big toe, but the one next to it. Like if it gets really bad, we'll just straight up dislocate in the middle of a workout, and it'll just go into business for itself. Just shoot off, and then like all of a sudden I got to take my shoe off and massage it back. It is gross. And there's nothing, no reason for it other than I'm old now and life is a nightmare.
I was on the Peloton one day, and I make note of that because I've used it like 3 times ever. And I was on it one day, and I get off, and I had like an instantaneous like foot hit the ground cramp, but not cramp from the bike or whatever. It was just like one of those foot cramps like we're talking about. Again, probably wasn't hydrated enough. But I fell to the ground, man. I was in so much pain. I couldn't even stand up for like 20 minutes. And my wife comes downstairs and sees me. She's like, this is pathetic. So like this is alarming is what this is.
Yeah.
Like you were on that bike for like 25 minutes. Like, no, it's not the bike. The bike has nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
This is not this is not a criticism of Peloton. This is me. This is me. This is something I need to work through.
Yeah, and I was reading the other day, Kurt Angle, the WWE Hall of Famer, former Olympic gold medalist, talking about every day I've spent 2-3 hours stretching out and doing neck exercises just to stay in workable condition, like just be able to walk around and be pleasant. I'm like, oh man, I feel that to my core. Like when I wake up, I gotta do like back stretches and I gotta do all this stuff just to feel normal a bunch of mornings. And I thought about it some more. It's like, well, Kurt Angle did that, because he broke his neck and won a gold medal and then was moonsaulting off cages in the WWE for 20 straight years. And I feel that way because I once threw my back out pooping at the Hoover Dam. So it's 2 very different situations. But other than that, I feel like Kurt Angle and I are pretty much the same person.
Bad Boys Pops says, cough, I start PT next week thanks to a ski injury from almost 4 months ago that somehow has turned into plantar fasciitis. I now understand Antonio Gates' plight.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough one. And it's that and plantar sports, like 2 things that don't sound like a big deal, but like will just absolutely ruin your day. And big third down coming here. If they hand it up to Kenyon Drake, I don't think he's going to get it. He's going into a stack lineup. They do. Never mind. I'm an idiot. They did hand it off to him. He picks up about a foot when they needed 6 inches.
Why is everybody talking about pickle juice? Is that a real thing? Is that actually a cure for cramps?
Multiple people. That's a good question. I feel like there's. Yeah, I feel like there's gonna be a lot of sodium in pickle juice.
Bert says it works. I had to do it for tennis.
Okay.
All right,
Interesting.
take your word for it.
That's been a thing where like my local store has been selling just jars of pickle juice for pickleback shots, and it's more expensive than buying a jar of pickles that comes with built-in pickle juice, and you get to eat delicious
you
brined.
get to have the pickles.
Yeah, it's bizarre to me. It's one of those things I'm not going to be able to wrap my head around that one. It's like, really, $6 for this bottle of, all right. I mean, all right, full of electrolytes, a little sugar. Okay. I thought it would be a little bit like too briny and salty. I thought it'd be one of those things where just it would seize you up a little bit more.
Yeah, everybody's shouting out the electrolytes and pickles. Little did I know, or the pickle juice specifically. Jordan says, yeah, I'm 38, was always pretty fit a year or two ago. Injuries come a little more frequently now, last a little longer. Sometimes get back pain just out of nowhere. I'm saying, like, this is, I mean, there was one day, and I've never experienced, like, knock on wood, I won't. My parents definitely have issues with this, so hopefully it doesn't get passed down from them being in poor shape to me being in poor shape. I know it doesn't work that way, but you get what I'm saying. My dad threw his back out sneezing once. Like, man, no thank you. Alex says the worst is when you get get a foot cramp when you're laying in bed. We got a touchdown. D-Hop, DeAndre Hopkins
Right
for 30.
there. Look at that.
Alex shouting out the foot cramp in bed. You know what's worse than that, Christian, than a foot cramp in bed? Is the calf cramp in bed.
Oh God, yeah.
But it will wake you up out of a sound sleep, and you will be when it tightens up so much that like your leg is as hard as a rock, and you want to cry. You try and massage the heck out of that thing to make it go down.
Punching. You start punching.
Like you want to openly weep.
Yeah.
You start spazzing all over the bed. That is a pain, man. That is a pain like few others.
Yeah. Yeah, you look down and all of a sudden it looks like you're trying to smuggle a softball in your sock, and it's like, no, that's not where my calf should be. What's going? Yeah.
100th touchdown in Simland for Kyler Murray. Very cool.
I see SimFim. I did get in on today's Top Shot. I'm getting to the point where I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be seeing the returns on this that I thought I would originally, but I'm going to go in because it is fun to me. Like,
never would have guessed.
Yeah, weird, right? How the
That's
NFT trade was not built to last. I mean, it could pick back up. I mean, we've seen the volatile rise that blockchain has had in cryptocurrency. So, I mean, obviously, it could come back up. So maybe I'm hedging my bets there. Also, it's not super expensive, and I do like the feeling. But right now, I'm sitting on like 4 packs. I just haven't opened yet. I'm waiting for the right sim. Probably one of those ones where Kenny Ducey's screaming at me, and I just need to find some kind of escape. He's just yelling at me, talking about how the celebrities from Arizona are better than the celebrities from Seattle. And deep down inside, my brain is floating off to sea, just waiting for a hurricane to toss it back to shore.
It's got deep in a hurry.
Yeah. Anyway, Mitch sacked there, the corner blitz from Patrick Peterson, who is no longer a Cardinal. It's going to be weird seeing him in purple and gold this coming season, but the Vikings certainly could use a player of his caliber. I like what the Vikings did this offseason, reloading their defense from the defensive line out. I mean, obviously Peterson was a big deal, but going out and getting a guy like Dalvin Tomlinson, who can really give him some of those Shamar Stevens type looks and really set the tone up front. Tomlinson, I thought, was one of the more underrated free agents this offseason. They also brought in Sheldon Richardson, so 2 guys who can really set the tone in the middle of that 4-3 defense. Looked like would have had the first down had he jumped to the outside, but instead cuts in, and we are about to get a Bears punt here. 4th and 7 coming from the 28. Tarek Cohen can't make it work, although he'll be back this season. And spoilers, but I really like the way the Bears backfield looks this upcoming season, especially if Cohen can come back 100% from last year's knee injury.
I'm sure I'm just a little bit scarred by daily fantasy, but any time that I turned my attention to David Montgomery, didn't work out for me last year. So I am not bullish on Montgomery, but again, it's totally a fantasy bias. It's not a real world bias. It's a real world impacting my fantasy lineups bias.
Yeah, if you had him towards the end of the season, he produced for you, but early on, he was a bit of a mess. He looked like he was going to maybe kind of sort of be a bust. And, I'm obviously very into him as a Iowa State guy. Because any guy who comes from Iowa State and produces, less so now that Matt Campbell's there and turned it into a good program, but like Iowa State was kind of just devoid of NFL talent for a very long time. They haven't had a first-round pick off since the 1970s. So there have been good players come out of Iowa State, sure, but the Cyclones, if you're playing for the Cyclones, you got a little bit of a tide against you. You got to swim upstream to make an NFL roster. Montgomery loved him in the Big 12 and really liked what he did towards the end of the season. He did all that despite a below-average blocking group in front of him. So Montgomery did great work dragging guys along with him, which is what he does, solid in the red zone. Him and Tarek Cohen, a very good thunder and lightning type combo. And now they have Damian Williams, who is a great platoon back, a guy who can definitely fill a valuable role in this Bears offense and maybe take a little bit of pressure off Andy Dalton, or if we're talking later in the season, Justin Fields.
So you are of the mind, and I am, I've been saying it for a while, but you are of the mind Andy Dalton is the week 1 starter. You believe what is coming out of Chicago right now.
Yeah, I do agree. Lil K or Lil DK, so that's why I got you confused with the German grocery store there for a minute. I do think it's Christian Kirk. Is he going to break the plane? He does. Wow, what a change of momentum here. So the Bears take a 3-0 lead to start the second quarter, and now the Cardinals 48 seconds away from taking a 14-3 lead out of the second quarter. But no, I agree. Yeah, I think Dalton, that week 1 showdown, it's a lot for a rookie quarterback to handle. I think Fields could possibly handle it. Sure, I feel like if they go with him, it's not exactly waving a white flag by any means, but I think you brought in Andy Dalton to be the guy, be the fall guy, really. Put him in there, let him get down. Let him take his lumps early on. Let him get the crap beaten out of him by Aaron Donald, and let him throw picks to Jalen Ramsey, and let him set the tone. Where fans are clamoring for Justin Fields, and then after a rough start, Fields goes in there, and even if he's just average, he looks so much better than the alternative that fans are like, hell yeah, this is our guy, let's go. So I think it's just a lot wiser for Nagy to start things off with Andy Dalton, unless Justin Fields is just undeniable in the preseason.
14-3 final minutes of this opening half. Appreciate y'all for hanging out.
See you guys all over in the Twitch chat talking up tonight's game between the Bucks and Hawks, and I'm kind of with you, CJ. Something about this feels like it's just Trey Young destiny right now, and as much as I want the Bucks to play in an NBA final, and I want my friends with too much money to go ahead and buy one of the stupid luxury box tables because they aren't going to spend it on anything else because they don't have kids. I feel like this one feels like a letdown series after all the heart and emotion that went into beating the Nets. So I am a bit concerned about Milwaukee tonight, but hopefully they just go in there and blow the doors off the Hawks and find a way to contain Trey Young. Why else do you have Drew Holiday if not to chase Trey Young all over the court and wear him down?
Definitely want more of your thoughts on that series, being the closest one to Milwaukee than any of us, obviously. We'll save that for half number 2. 14-3, Matt and Mitchell looking for some garbage time points. Incomplete with that throw. 6 of 8 for 44. 2nd and 10 from the 40 on the way. Last sim of the day. American Ultimate Disc League action coming up a little bit later on. Dallas and LA. Last sim before vacation for me. I'll return July 5th. It's going to be a weird break, but will get rejuvenated. For all of you and for me, for that matter. Here's the first down pickup. 1st and 10 from the 43. Tariq Cohen, 3 for 23.
Yeah, not quite Eddie Pete field goal range. You'd need maybe 15 more before you feel comfortable. 10 more, he's trying a 50-yarder and giving the Bears history of field goal attempts, not in Simland, but in the real world, of course. I think every Chicago fan would just be dreading the worst, and that's not going to help. Madden Mitch's, but his lineman jumps on it. Oh, 2nd and long coming up. Bears, no more timeouts, so they're basically going to need to throw this one to the end zone to have any hope, or to the sideline. But we know those tend to be few and far between.
We got a 2nd and 17 coming from midfield on the nose, right at the 50, 21 ticks left. Another flip from the Sweat coming your way at halftime.
That should pretty much do it here for the first half. Maybe the Bears hustled to the ball with an expedience we've rarely seen here in Madden, but it feels like we're going to hit the locker room. Bears 3, Cardinals 14. And
sorry, Ashley. Ashley was hoping for little Ted Ginn Jr. touchdown, trying to speak that into existence. Didn't pan out.
Oh, Ginn was cheap today. I can understand why he was owned today. And Old Man Ginn, no one supports Old Man Ginn quite like we do. One of the better veteran presences out there. I don't know if he's coming back for 2021. Seems like probably not, but maybe someone calls him up mid-season. They need an aging deep threat / great locker room presence, and Teddy Ballgame's back in it.
Bagel for Ginn so far in this one. T-Pike, undercover boss Tom, is not with us on this sim, but he is in first place in the free roll at the moment.
Wow.
Always representing.
Yeah.
Make sure you guys subscribe, as you can see, to postroute.substack.com. Get the latest NFL news and notes and much, much more. Kyler, 11 out of 11 for 140, couple of touchdowns at the half. That's passing. Trubisky has 70, 8 of 10 for him. We'll get a little look-see at the rushing and receiving numbers as well. It's the QBs, the only guys in double digits on the ground. 4 for 38 for Kyler, 4 for 42 for Trubisky. Kenyon Drake setting himself up well for the babysitter Billy. 4 for 9 at the moment. That is disgusting.
Hate the Drake.
Honestly. Hashtag team always fade back in Madden 2020 days. Even in the air, he's not getting it done today. Larry Fitzgerald, pardon me, 4 for 43. He is. Christian Kirk, 1 for 34, but a touchdown. And again, it is 14-3. That is the Arizona advantage to this point. And as noted, not to be forgotten, Andy Isabella. Isabella has a catch in this game. It's just something you guys should know. The other touchdown belonged to DeAndre Hopkins, 1 for 30 for him. All right, earlier today on the Sweat, we've mentioned the NBA. Action is coming your way. Well, this guy right here, Christian, is eager to talk about the Bucks. We'll do that in half number 2. But game 2 between the Hawks and Bucks is coming up tonight. And, well, the guys on the Sweat earlier, they told us what we should expect from this contest tonight.
Guys, it's a story that's all too familiar these days. Trae Young absolutely went off in game 1. Hawks got the W, took an early lead in the series. Now, despite that, they're still 8-point underdogs in game 2. So, Kenny, can Young and the Hawks do it again, or do the Bucks figure out how to contain Trae Young, who accounted for over 50% of the Hawks' offensive output?
I mean, why not? Why not? Yeah, I think they can. I mean, look, I'm so out on the Bucks right now. I'm so annoyed. I can't watch the Bucks anymore. Like, how can you watch the Bucks and just like have a good time? Mike Budenholzer ruins it. Look, this defense has been good all postseason long. Besides like one incredible scoring explosion from the Brooklyn Nets, this team's defensive rating has stabilized. It's been very, very good. It was good again in game 1. The problem is they don't know how to score the basketball. They have such an unimaginative offense. They have 3 plays. They have a pick and roll with Giannis where they throw the alley-oop and they did it like 5 times down the stretch. And then they'll have the Giannis isolation where Giannis does the Giannis play, hits a spin move and an one layup. And then Chris Middleton will bring the ball up and then just like stop, turn around and try to hit a fadeaway jumper. Like that's their whole offense. And when Chris Middleton inevitably misses some of those shots, when Giannis gets double teamed, there's no sort of semblance of another plan here for this team. And they just have, it's been like 15 games or whatever this postseason, and it hasn't mattered. Like maybe it's like 12. they just continue to do the same thing. And why are we going to expect all of a sudden the Bucs to adjust here to what the Hawks are doing? Look, I just think that the Hawks have done enough on the offensive end that they don't even really need to do anything differently. The Bucs are just going to shoot themselves in the foot again here. And yeah, I think that the Hawks cover this spread.
All right, what are you thinking here, Jules?
Yeah, 8's a lot. And just as a basketball fan, I mean, the Hawks are the much easier team to, number one, root for, number two, to back based on just, you know, like Kenny said, the Bucs aren't doing anything right. The Hawks are, you know, making adjustments, playing the right way on both ends of the floor, doing all the right things. Now, we'll probably get some Trae Young regression just naturally, even if the Bucs don't adjust. I don't know if he can necessarily play quite that well again. That was kind of maxing out. And Chris Middleton probably is due to hit some more shots, but Drew Holiday also went off, and that could level off a little bit. Like, it just kind of feels like too many points for a Hawks team that we just keep overlooking. Like, the Hawks have my brain in a pretzel at this point. I've gone against them plenty. I don't know. Are they this good, or are they just benefiting from going against all-time poor coaching? The Doc Rivers collapses, the Milwaukee collapses. Like, it's probably a little bit of both. You got to give them credit for taking advantage of the poor coaching and going out there and being able to do it. But, like, it just makes it difficult. Honestly, the one thing that I do trust, the Bucs do come out of the gates hot, generally at home, coming off a loss. Like, I'm probably going to bet Milwaukee -3 on the first quarter line and say that they're going to come out, you know, with some juice in this game. And if they wind up covering that, you can probably get Atlanta now with double digits, like +10 or so after the first quarter, which I'm fine with. They always come back.
Thank you very much, Jesse, Kenny, Felix. Appreciate you. A lot of good knowledge there for the NBA tonight. Again, game 2, Hawks and Bucks coming your way just a little while. Make sure you build out your fantasy lineups and obviously invest however you'd like to invest in that contest tonight. Plenty of information out there. Also on the DK Playbook, DK Nation, so check that out. The Sweat, it comes your way 11 a.m. to noon, Monday through Friday. That's weekdays here on YouTube, Twitch, wherever you find us. We appreciate you tuning in. Always great information to set you up for an entire night of getting your wagers in. All right, Christian, half number 2 is on the way. Arizona 14-3. You doing okay with the baseball sweat? You're all right?
You know what? I've been better.
Okay, we'll wait it out. We're not there yet. We'll wait it out. Yeah, a lot of that. T-Pike, as I mentioned earlier, undercover boss Tom is sitting in first place in our free roll. The happy hour, Cops Last Sim until July 5th free roll. Christian Kirk is his captain, doing real well. Has a touchdown. Kyler Murray, Madden Mitchell, Allen Robinson, Larry Fitz, and Cardinals DST with 10 points still. Sitting there in the flex. I am 84th. Where's Train Island hanging out?
Ooh, it's not great for Train Island. 57th, though, because I do have 3.9 points from my captain, Anthony Miller, and a big 0.1 from David Montgomery. In fact, my leading scorers right now, Kyler, who's having a great game, obviously, and then Larry Fitz. All right.
We have producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, Alabama's own Bobo, Burton Ops, Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman. 1 half to go, a little less than that. Thanks for hanging out with us. Smash the like. If not for us, for all of you. You've earned it. We're almost to 200. Let's get there. Faked handoff. Madden Mitchell keeps it himself and then gets rid of it to Anthony Miller.
Okay. Miller's a guy who could have a big role in this offense going forward. Now that he's got a little bit more stable quarterback situation. I do think I would take Dalton over, say, Nick Foles at this point in their respective careers. But yeah, Miller, a guy who's never really put it all together, but does have the talent to do so, could be a breakout year for him, even though he's going to be 27 this season. And hasn't had more than 656 receiving yards in any given year. Could be the year he finally puts it together. He's just going to have Darnell Mooney breathing down his neck for targets. And well, maybe his whole career was just a bad situation with Mitch Trubisky, which, I mean, who could blame him?
2nd and 5 from the 41. About a minute and a half gone by third quarter. Lopsided affair so far.
Ooh, Mitch. Ooh.
Gross. So, all right, talk to me about the basketball game. We heard from our experts, Felix and the Duckman, which would be a terrible children's cartoon. How are you feeling about this contest, Bucks-Hawks game 2 tonight?
All right, out of it. Whew, survive in advance, guys. Whew.
Survive in advance?
Anyway, survive in advance. They got through. They let the game-winning run came to the plate, and they induced it. All right, it's fine.
Glad to hear it. You got there. Vandy moves on.
Anyway, yes, the Bucks who, when this College World Series started, were busy somehow escaping a very game Kevin Durant, who was an inch away from sending the Nets in this game. But yes, the Bucks, I feel like the key here is going to be finding a way to stop Trae Young. I feel like him having 34 shot attempts is not going to be an outlier in this series. They're basically going to put the ball in his hands, because why would you ever do anything else? And I think the other issue is, how are they going to freeze out that front court? Because Collins and Capella, that first game combined for about 35 rebounds between them. They were all over the place. They were creating those second chances. They were getting those offensive rebounds. They were making sure that the Bucks weren't getting the second chance points. So I think it's going to come down to that front court. I think we need to see a lot more from Brook Lopez, who is, quite frankly, unacceptable in that series opener. Only played 20 minutes, only had 7 points, was minus 14 in 20 minutes. Just terrible.
A very up and down series against the Nets too.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a guy they need to get started. Obviously, oh no. Is Nuke going to take this all the way?
Go, baby, go. Go, baby, go.
89 yards.
Yard score.
Wow.
It's
wow.
for DeAndre Hopkins.
Looking like real life Nuke today, as he has already eclipsed the bonus, his second touchdown of the day. A good day for Kyler for sure. Just going to put him close to the bonus as well. But holy moly, what a pitch and catch there from Kyler Murray to DeAndre Hopkins.
Well, if you got both those guys, you're feeling pretty good. Kyler is within about 70 yards of the bonus, as mentioned by Christian. D-Hop is there now. We got a new leader, BB Craig, in front by about 4.5 points. Hopkins already at about 30 in the flex. And that's off of 2 catches, both for touchdowns, 129 yards. Alana Kilgore, no cough till July 5th. Gonna have to fashion a scarecrow and sit it in front of some DVDs to get through this. Alana, just remember, I may not be in Simland, but I am not out of reach. Jared can continue to get me on Twitter as he does. You can as well if you'd like. I want to continue to be up to date. I want to be updated on your Marvel binge. Remember, you are due to get through another one this weekend. I believe that will be number 4 for you in the saga.
2 per week? Was that what we settled on?
I mean, it's what we settled on. I don't know if they're adhering to it. I know they did 2, I think, last week, but I think there's been a gap since last weekend where they haven't done one. I think they're still going into Iron Man 2, if I'm not mistaken. Alana, feel free to correct me, or Jared, if you're here. But yeah, if you guys could watch 2 this weekend, one tonight and one by Sunday to keep the pace, that would be great. Want to see you blow through this thing. Pretty soon we'll have you on the Disney shows and everything.
Oh, man. Gotta start watching a little Bluey. Bluey's great forever. Everyone can enjoy Bluey.
Funny show.
It's great, yeah. I get regularly out-parented by a cartoon dog from Australia, and I'm not going to lie to you guys, he makes way more money than I do, because that house they have is pristine, just gorgeous. I know the cost of living is high in Australia, and I can only imagine what that dog makes as an anthropologist or whatever he is. Anyway, Bluey Hive, stand up.
Alana says, we'll keep it up. We're halfway through Iron Man 2. All right. I mean, I think that any good action movie experience is hampered by having to do the split views, but I understand we all have our lives to lead. Not easy to sit down for the full 2 hours or whatever it is to get through uninterrupted when they're, excuse me, goodness, when there are little kids running around. So I get it. Alana says, to keep the pace, we got to finish Iron Man 2 and get to one more. Okay, we got the whole weekend. I think you'll get there. I have faith. You know what I'm not getting, though, from you, Kilgore family? Alana, you can tell Jared if he's not here. I want some reviews along the way. I don't want you to just watch. I want to know. I want some thoughts. How you're enjoying things. Because not every Marvel movie is excellent. Most are. But there's...
What do you say the clump?
There's a hierarchy there for sure. And I want to know what you guys think.
I mean, I would say, Colin, in your opinion, what are the non-essential Marvel movies?
Well, the non-essential or the just not the best ones? Because if you want to watch everything, then they're all essential.
Okay. All right, so the not very good ones.
Yeah, I mean...
The less good ones.
Incredible Hulk, or Hulk, as it was called, is nothing special.
The little one or the Ed Norton?
Both, but the Ed Norton one is the one that's considered to be like part of the universe. Yeah, the Eric Bana one, it's like they forgot it even existed, basically. The Iron Man 2 and to some degree Iron Man 3 are not highly regarded. The first two Thor movies, in particular the second one, not highly regarded. Ragnarok is incredible. Captain Marvel, not a lot of people loved. Trying to think of what else. Daniel could feel free to add to this as well. But excuse me. I mean, those are the biggies.
Okay.
Mike Bizzle says, "Where's WandaVision in the timeline?" That comes as Ty DeRader notes after Endgame. So right after all the movies.
Ooh, Allen Robinson, strong hands and strong arms. Stiff arms his way to a first there. So Bears threatening to make this a two-possession game again. A-Rob 3 for 28 now. Yeah, I see.
So Alana says, so far Iron Man is my favorite and Captain America is my least favorite. That's interesting. I enjoyed Captain America. First Avenger. Ty DeRader wasn't high on it either. But yeah, first Iron Man is awesome.
Gwyneth Paltrow is normally pretty excellent, but I don't love her in the Iron Man. I would disagree that Gwyneth Paltrow is normally pretty excellent. She seems like kind of awful.
Also, you better get comfortable because you're going to see a lot of Gwyneth Paltrow along the way.
Yeah, maybe that's part of why I can't get into the Marvel universe. Like I can't disassociate her from all the goop stuff. And it's like, oh, you are actively making people's lives worse, and it seems like a bad thing.
21-3, about a minute to go, third quarter. Daniel says, if this makes you feel better, Alana. Daniel says, well, she hasn't seen The Winter Soldier yet, and that's the one where Cap is cool. Yeah, they definitely continued to... I mean, they developed all the characters. Again, there are like 25 movies, so they have plenty of time to do it. Jimmy Graham on the run, out to the one.
I'm not sure I'd seen that specific toss animation before. That was nifty. I think it'll go down as a pass. Yeah, it will indeed. It was going forward. So Graham gets the PPR point and about 6 yards there. First and goal from the one. Seems like David Montgomery time. He was only 36 yards. Yeah. So let's see if he makes a lot of bargain hunters happy with this one. There is a hole, and he is through it. Bears get their first touchdown of the day, and it belongs to the former Cyclone, David Montgomery.
I came real close. I had him in an earlier build and took him out. I really gravitate to those value running backs, whether it's him, Melvin Gordon, Joe Mixon, James Conner, guys like that. When they're priced sub 4K like that, I typically have them. And yeah, I didn't execute on Montgomery today. 41st touchdown for him. Jake says, holy spit, I'm cashing in the free classic contest. Keep it up.
Very exciting. Dude, we love to hear about you guys getting your wins. So if you have any good ones, any big ones, let us know, man.
For sure. We like those success stories.
Yeah, exactly. If you got a good success story, drop it in. Let us know. Let us know what you put that cash towards. Like, man, I took down a $10 contest, and then I had like 6 steaks. It was incredible. So, I gotta figure out what I'm doing for dinner. It might just be like a frozen pizza or something. I don't know. It's gross outside. By the time we get done here, it's gonna be nearing bedtime for the other people in the house. So maybe something low key, but I don't know. I gotta do something. Sorry, I got a lot of excess built in.
Do you and your lady friend go to bed about the same time, or is it like she retires and you're up for a while watching TV or doing whatever?
Yeah, it's mostly that, but it depends. Like she has a job. She works from home now, which is great, but her job is located in the Eastern time zone, so they start at 8 a.m., which means she started at 7 a.m. here. And she is much more of a fall asleep on the couch kind of person. So there are many nights where we will settle in together, and then I will be rolling solo by about 9:30 p.m., which not a complete.
Yeah. Final play of the third quarter, 21-10. Arizona will keep possession as we begin quarter number 4 in a moment. First, we'll review some stats.
Ooh, and Bert, wondering what the best frozen pizza brand is. Cough, I know you have no skin in this game.
I have no insights into that. That is all you.
Help whatsoever. For me, like I like to cast a wide net. I've been dealing with frozen pizza ever since my mom would be like, I don't want to cook for you. Here, take this Mama Celeste and heat it up in the toaster oven. Those were cool, but I can appreciate a good, bad frozen pizza, like an Helios rectangle. Like, there's no real thing as a bad frozen pizza. You know what you're getting. Like, there's a baseline, and like the baseline is that Helios rectangle mass of government cheese. But like, you go up from there, and my go-to now is a company called Draft House, which makes some incredibly dense, cheese-covered, like huge pizzas. Good crust, comes out real crispy and loaded with toppings, and they're a little bit pricier. They're like $5 to $6. You can get them on sale. I think regularly they're like $8, but they're awesome. There's a Detroit pizza company too that does like a special Detroit style pizza. Comes in its own little tray, so you get the bubbled up caramelized edges, and actually turns out pretty well. It's more like eating a lasagna though, because like the middle kind of congeals. The crust turn out good, but the middle just gets too saucy. It's like digging into like a bready lasagna or like a Chicago deep dish pizza, which could be a real hit or miss for some people. And I mean, don't overthink it. My go-to for a long time is Red Baron because they're dirt cheap. You can get them for like $3 each. And it's a solid pizza. No complaints there. So yeah, no, I would go Draft House #1, Detroit Pizza Co. somewhere in the middle. And if you want an old reliable, a good sleeper pick, Red Baron Pizza.
There you go. Again, 21-10. DeAndre Hopkins, just 2 catches, but for 119, and he's got a couple of touchdowns. Christian Kirk, 1 for 34. He's got a score. Kenyon Drake, woof, 1 for, or however many, 4 maybe for 9 rushing yards. That is it. To catch up in the chat a little bit here, Jared says, I keep watching the movies and then starting my own superhero projects, but they never work out with these electronic things inside them. Just a bunch of cardboards and crayons. Yeah, that's a tough break right there. Yeah, Bizzle says, Koff loves the pizza talk. I'm not anti-pizza talk. I just can't contribute.
Yeah, exactly.
What else? Alana says, falling asleep on the couch is my spirit animal.
Yeah, I mean, I have a great couch. It's lasted me since my first job. I haggled down the salesperson and made sure I got a couch that was wide enough that you could sleep on it, no problem. Roll over a couple times, you'd be fine. Terrible for my back because you got to put like 6 cushions behind you to get that lumbar support, but amazing for sleeping. And we see over there on Twitch, first time playing Fortnite, $135 win on a $2 NBA ticket. Hell yeah, congrats. Free Piercy, also known as Fooligan, dropping in an all-time classic Stouffer's French bread pizza, the GOAT French bread pizza. When you think French bread pizza, you think Stouffer's and nothing else. It's incredible. That is a great combo, especially you drop it in the pizza oven. the crust, like, which is basically just the heel of French bread. It's real toasty. The inside gets a little soggy. You get a nice molten layer of cheese on top, and those pepperonis that have been cut into quarters. So you get little like pepperoni diamonds on. Oh, it's great. Outstanding.
CEH had been asking for a last-minute MLB contest. Lineups are locking in about 8 minutes. Just made one, just sent it out. TK SimFam, and it's gonna run because it's only 20 spots. So get as many of you in there as you want. Fill it if you'd like. Don't. Up to you. $1 to enter. Payout to the top 5, up to 20. And yeah, let's have a little last-minute MLB fun on my last night before vacation.
Get it done. Okay, Jordan Warren, Home Run In Pizza. Home Run In is awesome. I think they might actually be from the same Chicago company that does Draft House. They might be the same people. Bad Boys of Pop, Totino's Party Pizzas. Never had the Party Pizza. Obviously, a big fan of the Pizza Bites, but they are just a nightmare to eat because no matter how long you let them cool, they are still molten lava that just destroys your tongue and leaves the roof of your mouth raw for a week to come. Red Baron Gang, hell yeah, Jake Williams. Safeway Thin Crust. Interesting. I went on Safeway out here, but I'm intrigued. Queenie, a few other people throwing out Tombstone. Tombstone was like the standard bearer of like microwave pizza for a long time. Like they had all those ads like, what do you want on your Tombstone? And they're okay. They're okay. They're fine. If you can get them on sale, like it's worth like $2, but not a great pick.
And then from the 5. Go, Kyler, go! No, he slid. He only picked up 2. What are you doing?
Yeah. What? Why? Where's that field awareness, Kyler? And then Fort talking up Detroit-style pizza. Meat lovers called the notorious PIG. That sounds awesome. I might have to do that. I got a big and meaty, like with the Canadian bacon, sausage, pepperoni, and salami waiting for me.
I mean, it sounds like you need pizza for dinner. That's what I'm hearing right now. Let's try again.
Get on the shot. Lost
yard.
To quote Bob Barker from his greatest movie appearance ever, this guy stinks. You get that one, Cough? It was kind of deep.
No, it's Billy Madison. Or Happy Gilmore, sorry. This guy stinks.
Ooh, my.
Touchdown. Wow.
All right, there's no doubt
about it. Hopkins might want to guard the guy, Christian.
There's only one man who can be today's crusty Cough player of the game, and it is that man right there. One away from the Bundy, but having his own Bundy moment, Kyler Murray, 4th passing touchdown for him. So you needed that handcuff. You needed Nuke. And Kyler into the bonus, 4 passing touchdowns. And yet, without Nuke Hopkins in the lineup, you are probably singing the blues. I have Kyler. I don't have Nuke. I am 22nd of 145, and I don't think there's any way I could even improve on that because Nuke has been so on fire today.
Jake says, Happy Gilmore. Cough messes up a movie reference. I'm sorry, Jake. I was distracted. I was making my baseball lineup.
This is
you know that doesn't happen often.
About to hit vacation. You give him a break. He's got a little senioritis. Tony Pagano, the frozen pizza that I like the most is called Draft House. Draft House frozen pizza. They have like a Draft House Doppelbock Draft House. They have a great buffalo chicken. They have a pretty good taco pizza, but like for me, like black olives are no. So like I got to get real judicious about picking all the black olives off it before I plop it in there. And Home Run In is great, and Home Run In also makes something like. I gotta look. Let me look at my freezer right now, just for you guys. Again,
tough day to not have. I'll fill for you. Tough day to not have DeAndre Hopkins, folks. 166 receiving yards. That is a new sim high for him. Pardon me. Thank you, producer Michael. 3 touchdowns for him, tying a sim high. So he's never had the Bundy moment, but he is. Mike, you can already throw it down on the spreadsheet, as Christian said. The Krusty Koff Award winner. He has been awesome. Damn near 40 points, actually over that. About 42 points in the flex. Kyler Murray, 50 plus in the captain spot right now. Madden Mitchell picks up 24. He's closing in on the rushing bonus. 6 for 81.
All right, Carl. I looked it up. They're both made with Wisconsin cheese, so I don't know what that means for their locality. I imagine you get Wisconsin cheese anywhere because it is the superior cheese. The one that's in my freezer right now are Brewpub Pizza, lots of matzo, and Brewpub also does Home Run Inn, I'm pretty sure. So I think those two are connected. And the other one, the Draft House, is an extension of Pep's Pizza, and just outstanding. They got like the big circular slices of mozzarella on there on top of all the shredded cheese. So, I'm not going to put them on screen, so I don't know how that would work, but just look at the beauty of this thing. This thing weighs.
Oh my goodness, that looks heavy.
I picked up my daughter when she was
child,
and this pizza is heavier than that.
Well, it is frozen.
Yeah, true. That's true.
Daniel is rejecting what you've got there. Says that is not frozen pizza.
It's pizza which is frozen.
Probably.
Alana, you guys are welcome to play what is in my freezer, and I'm gonna give you a hint. It's mostly things that you can buy at Costco. That's how they get me. I'm a lazy man.
But the real question is, like, how deep do you got to dig? Like, how much stuff in your freezer probably should be thrown away if you actually look for it? Or are you good about, turning stuff over and making sure that it doesn't go bad and that you eat it, before it expires, pardon me.
I'm pretty good about it, but there is definitely a bag of like buffalo chicken stir fry that I'm pretty sure made the move from our apartment to this house, and we bought this house 7 years ago.
You may want to dig deep and junk that.
Yeah. No, you know what? I'm gonna wait and see how long it lasts in there. Let it go incognito. See if the lady friend finally one day is cleaning up and decides to call me my bluff. Yeah. Just let it marinate. Age. Like a good slice of Wagyu. You gotta let it age a little bit.
Bert says you're just letting it marinate. That's no big deal. What's in Christian's freezer?
It's basically like every frozen sandwich / instant meal you can find at Costco. Those chicken melts that come in the half pita, they're awesome. Those are really good. Those are in there. A whole bunch of frozen chicken tendies. Some breakfast sandwiches.
All I know is all of this is making me very hungry.
Yeah. What's not sating my appetite is this disappointing Bears offense as Arizona running away with this one, but Chicago still has some efforts in garbage time here. It could be Montgomery time once more. Second and goal from the 2 here. Instead, it's Tarek Cohen, I believe, out of the shotgun. Is he going to get another carry? He will, and he's in.
Touchdown, Tariq Cohen. Jordan says, good luck in the MLB Cough Classic, everyone. I'm sitting this one out because I'm running 20 lineups and can't pick which one I want. Busy man.
Bold move, man. I get it, though. Cast that wide net.
Some NBA news, by the way, courtesy of Adrian Wojnarowski, really courtesy of Ty Lue, and not at all a surprise. Kawhi Leonard remains out for Game 4. Marcus Morris, game time decision. Again, not a surprise.
Family-sized box of bagel bites. Sadly, I do not have bagel bites in my freezer. Got a whole bunch of Bird's Eye ready to go garlic chicken though, which is absolutely outstanding. I can eat a whole bag in one sitting. It's like 6 pounds.
Bizzle says this sim has been amazing.
Yeah. Alana K, Kirkland brand breakfast sausage. Close. I'm pretty sure it's like a Bird's Eye Farms turkey sausage. It's not good. It's not very good sausage. I went healthy with it, and that was a mistake. So it's just kind of languishing in the back. And now for our biscuits and gravy adventures here, we go with the Bob Evans brand, circular patty. It's you don't skimp on sausage. Maybe if you're on a diet and you're having a craving, it kind of fits the bill. If you dunk in enough syrup or ketchup or whatever. But if you want legit biscuits and gravy, you got to go with the full on whole hog sausage, and Bob Evans does a good job with it.
Bad Boys Pop asking for sleepers in the NBA tonight. Let me see. Be honest, I haven't spent a lot of time looking at tonight's slate with my looming vacation, but let me see. Well, you might be looking at Showdown, you might be looking at the two-day classic, so I don't want to presume. Let me just look overall. 2nd and 6, just past the 2-minute warning. I would say, I mean, it's not a sleeper, but Terrence Mann is obviously a good cheap play. Zubac, good cheap play. I mean, that's really it, to be honest with you. Everybody else is priced up a little bit and where you would expect them to be. But in terms of looking for value, those are your guys. Maybe Beverly as well, Patrick Beverly. He's sub 4K, 3,700 in Classic.
And doing a Lord's work on defense, just harassing opposing guards. Which, I mean, to be fair, is kind of what Pat Bev does. That's like his whole deal.
Right. Producer Michael, Daniel, our technical director, Bert, Bobo, in ops. Old Danny Boy notes. Just a handful of likes away from 200. Can we get there before the end of the final sim of this day? Smash that like.
Just a like.
Watching on YouTube. Let's
Just
get
a like
there.
for all that frozen pizza talk. Give us a like.
Go. We'll get there.
Hear me storm off the sim because Vandy lost to a depleted NC State squad.
You've been hanging on to that like, refusing to use it. Use it! Appreciate you.
Is that going to be a first down? I think it is. I think that's going to be the death knell of this Bears team. They're not even going to get the garbage points. So if you were waiting on those wideouts to show up and show out, not going to happen. But Kenyon Drake will probably go kneel down, carry, kneel down here. So if he can rip off a 14-yarder, he might avoid that babysitter Billy fate. But the Bears wideouts, man, both touchdowns from Chicago belong to the running backs. One from Montgomery, one from Tariq Cohen. Those poor wideouts. Anthony Miller, 3 for 40. Allen Robinson, a little bit better, 5 for 63. And obviously not a bad performance from Jimmy Graham, who was serviceable today. I mean, just didn't find the end zone, didn't get that 6-point boost there, but still managed. Where is he? Oh, no, he didn't. 6.6 points. He had 4 catches, but only for 26 yards. I take it back, Jimmy Graham. You were bad.
If I may, real quick with the chat, because people must be in particular coming at me. Wrong game. The Hawks play tonight, Koff. I was looking at the 2-day classic. So they play tomorrow. They're a part of it as far as your lineup build tonight must be. But if we're going to zero in on the showdown, specifically tonight's game, Bad Boys of Pop or anybody else, I would say, again, cheaper plays. There aren't a lot of great ones. There really aren't. I would say Bogdanovich is probably your cheapest play with the most upside. That's the one that I would look at.
I mean, plus he's got a little bit of revenge game. He didn't want to go to Milwaukee. He ends up in Atlanta instead. So he maybe plays a little extra angry at Fiserv. I don't know. Just think. The Bucks could add Bogdan instead of losing Dante DiVincenzo to injury. Maybe it's a different postseason, but then again, maybe in that alternate universe, Kyrie and Harden don't get hurt and they lose the Nets in 6. Tough to complain if you're a Bucks fan right now, although we will still complain because Budenholzer is a bit iffy with his personnel decisions.
All right. Well, here's what we got going on. Have you done your awards? I know you did the Krusty Koff. You done your babysitter, Billy?
I think we got a babysitter, Billy, even though he came alive a little bit towards the end there. Kenyon Drake in the captain spot, 7.65 points. So clearly he got to go. We're going to go ahead and babysitter Billy, Kenyon Drake, and Krusty Koff, DeAndre Hopkins.
Very good. Makes sense. See, Kenyon Drake giving us a throwback to the Madden 2020 days when it was, hashtag team never play. CEH, Koff stacked the Braves, I stacked the Reds. Let's go, CEH. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Let's see real quick at our build, our happy hour sim here before we get going. 145 entries, barring any stat adjustments, pardon me. Brian Liza in front by about 4 points with Miller in the captain spot. Good savings there. He didn't do much for you, but it didn't matter because he had Murray and Hopkins who combined for almost 80 points. Cohen, Fitzgerald, and Montgomery. $3,400, about half owned, 48%. Got you a touchdown and more. So very, very good. So thank you for the well wishes on vacation. Appreciate you guys. I'm sure I'll pop into Simland at some point in the chat just to say hello. But in the event that I don't, I will catch you in about a week and a half, obviously. Tomorrow, you will have Emerson and Rossi for the Bengals and Chargers for the nooner. It is 6 sims tomorrow, by the way. Buccaneers, Falcons, Glash. You'll get his side of the movie extravaganza because he's not in Simland today. He's with Tom Carroll, TC and Moose. You can tell I'm about ready to be done talking. Washington and the Raiders, that's the early bird special at 4. 6 o'clock, happy hour sim, Jaguars, Rams, Moose and LaMarca. Love that. Ravens, Steelers, primetime, that duo again. Madden After Dark tomorrow. Tom and Zach. Zach, back at it, Madden After Dark. Niners and Seahawks. See, once you do it once, you just can't keep the man away. Christian DeAndrea will be back on Monday.
Yeah, I got a 6 and a 10 on Monday. So
Yeah.
rare prime time sandwich for me. Enjoy. Of
There you
course, maybe it comes to you live from Omaha. Maybe I cancel and just run down the streets of Nebraska's largest city and triumph. Who knows? Who knows what the future holds for us?
Should be fun. Well, the American Ultimate Disc League is coming up next. Dallas Roughnecks and LA Aviators. It begins at 9 p.m. Eastern, so it's not right away, but not to worry. We're not leaving you absent content. Coming up next on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Greg Cosell is going to join the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, break down, preview the AFC East. Interested in hearing that, including whether or not none other than Cam Newton, Christian, will be the starter in New England, for week 1, which, spoiler alert, and I haven't seen the video, he will. Thanks to Michael, thanks to Daniel, thanks to Bert, thanks to all of you in the DK Sim Fan Friends League. Look forward to talking to you July 5th. Until then, Christian, pleasure, bud. Enjoy. Good luck to Vandy.
Have a good vacation. I'll see you next time.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. I would never do that to you guys. It is a teaching tutorial Thursday. Professor Greg Cosell from NFL Films University is here, and class is in session. We are going over the AFC East as our critically acclaimed division by division breakdown continues. Lots of NFL league news, actually, to get to in a little bit as well. We're always presented by DraftKings. Thank goodness for those guys. And thank goodness for all of you that go the extra mile to help Brian and I grow these podcasts. It means quite a bit. You are the real MVPs. You are the real winners.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
The thing is it's so easy to do. And I know for a lot of you, it's just not in your normal routine, but it's really easy to engage on social media in any way. Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook. You just hit a button. It takes less than 1/10 of a second. Like, love, share, reply, quote, tweet, it all counts. Ryan Reed, who's replied on Facebook. I'm looking to grow the Facebook one. He's from Alabama. Ryan Reed made a comment on one of our podcast clip posts to facebook.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Thank you, Ryan. Send me an email, ross@rosstucker.com. Let me know you want a signed picture, signed press pass, whatever you want, buddy. Then we got the sponsor confirmation email winner, James McDonough. He got some Raycon earbuds. Very smart, James. Very smart. I will be rocking the Raycon earbuds while I'm riding my bike the next couple days. And then YouTube shout out M. Frankful. I don't really know his name. It's just the YouTube handles M. Frankful. And he said, this is my first time actually watching at youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Very cool. Well, your subscription, which is obviously free, and comment is very cool. M. Frankful. I'm thankful for M. Frankful. Hit me up with an email. Let me know what you want. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
He is Greg Cosell, 42 years at NFL Films, nearly that long, by the way, as the executive producer of the NFL Matchup Show. Now he's like famous. Before he, for a long time, he was behind the scenes. Now he's on the show. He's on ESPN more times a week than a lot of other people are because they show it like 6 times. So Greg is a famous ESPN star. We're breaking down the AFC East. I guess the one name I wanted to bring up, Greg, before we get to the AFC East is Frank Clark. And the only reason why I'm bringing him up is because Frank got arrested on a weapons-related charge, evidently for the second time this offseason recently. I got to think he might miss a game or two. I thought it was interesting. We'll do AFC West in a few weeks, but I thought it was interesting where I saw some notes that Chris Jones, the outstanding D lineman for the Chiefs, they're going to let him rush off the edge more. But I think they might end up being without Frank Clark for a game or two. Just curious your thoughts on what Frank Clark is as a player and just this idea of Chris Jones rushing off the edge. I mean, they might need him to rush off the edge if Clark has to miss a game or two.
Well, they've used Chris Jones in multiple alignments over the last year or two since Steve Spagnuolo's been there. So it's just a matter of percentage and degree. But they've done that. Frank Clark's a good player. He's a very intense player. He's a quick player. I think he's an important player for what they want to do. So you're right. He could well miss a game or two. They've got some other players. The interesting thing, one reason I think they want to move Chris Jones is they signed Jaron Reed, and Jaron Reed's a nice interior D tackle, and I think they want to get him meaningful snaps.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. All right, let's dive into the AFC East. And I usually just go in alphabetical order because the Our Lads depth chart that I look at has it that way. We will start with my beloved Buffalo Bills, Greg. They got to the AFC Championship game last year. What are your thoughts on the Bills heading into 2021?
Well, I think they're a team that's based more on offense now than defense, although obviously with Sean McDermott being the head coach and Leslie Frazier, a veteran D coordinator there, they're still very solid on defense. But I think this is a team now that starts with Josh Allen, who's the most physically gifted quarterback in the NFL. I don't know, Ross, if you've ever stood next to Josh Allen. He's a big man, and I've actually stood right next to him when he's thrown a football. And not that I've seen every quarterback in the last 20 or 30 years throw a football, but I don't recall a ball coming out of the hand of a quarterback like it does with Josh Allen. And last year, he showed the ability to do two things that's, quite frankly, surprised a lot of people. To throw with touch and pace. He got much better at that, feathering throws, layering throws. And clearly the second thing was his ball placement was so much more consistent. That rarely happens. People are still surprised that he was able to improve that much from season 2 to season 3. But he is as gifted as they come. In fact, I had a conversation with someone this summer who said that he may be the most physically gifted quarterback we've ever seen. Now, that's a strong statement, but it all starts with this offense with Josh Allen. They played a lot of snaps last year relative to the rest of the league with 4 wide receivers. It would not surprise me to see them continue to do that, given that they signed Emmanuel Sanders.
So, wow, a lot there, Greg. I think everybody knows that Josh is really talented. What I don't really understand is how he improved that much. I honestly, Greg, don't think. Now, you've been doing this since I was born. You've been doing this for 42 years, okay?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a guy improve as much as Josh Allen has. And maybe 2 years in a row. You know, I don't know how much better he can get, but it's absolutely crazy. I mean, let me just say this, and I know you know these, but 2018, he completed 52.8% of his passes. 2019, 58.8. He went up by 6%. That's a lot.
Yep.
2020, 69.2. He went up over 10%. That's a ton. Greg,
And
he's gone up over 16% in 2 years completion percentage.
And keep in mind, in Brian Dable's offense, there's an intermediate and vertical element. He's not throwing bubble screens. I mean, obviously, like every team, they do some of that, but they are an intermediate vertical passing team with their route concepts. Normally, when quarterbacks improve, what you're looking for to get them more accurate is you start from the feet up. It's feet, it's hips, shoulder, arm. And that's the way you kind of teach a quarterback in terms of his mechanics and fundamentals. And he was significantly better last year with the coordination between his lower body and his upper body. And that was one reason why he improved so dramatically. He's worked very much over the last, since he came out, really, with Jordan Palmer on the West Coast. And I think that has a lot to do with his improvement in his mechanics and therefore his accuracy and ball placement.
All right, Greg, I got to ask you this because it's been rumored so much. Zach Ertz to the Buffalo Bills. What would he bring to them? Do you think the Bills should make that move?
I don't know exactly what he would bring to them. I think Dawson Knox, in the context of how they play offense, fits what they do. He's got some explosiveness to him. He's got an intermediate and vertical ability, which at this point in his career, Zach Ertz does not have. Now, there's no question Zach Ertz is really good in terms of understanding leverage of defenders, in terms of getting open in the short and kind of short to intermediate area. But I'm not sure exactly how they would see that. I think this is a team that wants to spread it out, that wants to play with four wide. I think they want to run better, but not necessarily more. So, I think this is a passing team built on Josh Allen. I'm not exactly sure what Zach Ertz would give them other than another body at tight end who would get snaps.
Yeah, I guess my thought would be, I just feel like Ertz, well, first of all, they don't have a lot of guys that have won Super Bowls on that team. So there's the whole, intrinsic leadership value that we can't really put a value on. But I also just, in my mind, Greg, I picture him getting a couple critical third down conversions in the playoffs for the Bills to advance. I think that's kind of who Zach Ertz is at this stage.
Yes. And there's no question he can do that.
Let's get anything to be said on the defense, Greg. You mentioned they're an offensive-based team. I personally thought their D-line was not good enough last year, in particular at D tackle. Well, they do get Star Latulele back. They drafted a couple DNs, but they didn't make a big splash at D tackle, I guess, like I thought they might, because I thought that was the area where they just weren't quite good enough to get to the Super Bowl yet.
Well, it's interesting you say that because, over the last 2 years, they've drafted A.J. Epinesa, they've drafted Gregory Rousseau, and they drafted Carlos Basham. Now, based on my tape study, I believe that in sub-fronts, meaning when you're playing with 5 defensive backs or 6 defensive backs, I personally believe that both Rousseau and Basham can move inside and be very effective as reduced D tackle pass rushers. I do not know if they see it that way, but I think the tape strongly suggests that they could do that in sub fronts, Ross.
Very interesting. Well, I certainly know Basham could. I haven't seen Rousseau play enough with him opting out. And he obviously he's interesting body type with how tall he is. But
yeah, he did most of his work in 2019, his good work as a pass rusher, as a reduced player. He lined up very often as a zero technique head up on the offensive center in 2019 at Miami when they were in their sub fronts.
Let's get to the Miami Dolphins. And I mean, obviously, Greg, Wow, the AFC East is amazing, by the way. We got to start with Tua. I got to know what your thoughts are on Tua, Greg.
Yeah, I thought Tua was up and down a year ago as a rookie, and that doesn't mean he'll be good or bad going forward. I've always believed Tua is a very rhythmic player. He needs the offense to work for him. He's got a really quick drop and set, plants that back foot, delivers the ball, good sense of timing. I think he plays very well within structure. I think you have to create that structure for him. I think Chan Gailey did a good job of that last year, and then I think teams got an understanding of what Tua was. Now, that doesn't mean he can't improve. I think that they really have made an effort to get players for him on the perimeter. They signed Will Fuller, who's a vertical dimension. They signed Jalen Waddle. They drafted Jalen Waddle, who can pretty much do everything. So if Devontae Parker can stay healthy, they've got three really good wide receivers that can do a lot of different things that give you every dimension that you would want at the receiver position. So I think they're really looking to give Tua everything that he can possibly have and allow him to play within rhythm, within structure as effectively as he can.
I like the fact that they're bringing in guys like Fluker and Illuminor and drafting Liam Eichenberg.
Yeah.
I mean, they just keep investing in the O-line. A lot of people thought they'd get a running back, Greg. They really didn't.
No, and again, I think that not that they're going to be a passing team and throw it 75% of the time, but it would strike me, and I could be wrong, that this will be a team that plays predominantly out of 11 personnel, meaning one back, one tight end, and three wide receivers, and that they feel that the nature of that, with the spread feel to it, will create enough for their run game. In some ways, like Buffalo, they're not going to be a running team, but when they run, they want to run effectively. So I think that the focus here, and of course they have Gesicki, and they drafted Hunter Long in the third round. And I think Hunter Long was a very similar player to the Penn State tight end, Pat Freiermuth. So I like Hunter Long as a player and think he's a very good prospect. So I think they're trying to build this very rhythmically within structure around Tua.
What do you think of them defensively? They had an outstanding year. I know people that don't believe that the turnovers they created, that's necessarily sustainable. But they got a lot of pieces on defense. They went Jalen Phillips in the first round and Javon Holland, the safety from Oregon, in the second round.
Yeah, I loved their defense last year. I thought they were really aggressive. They attacked. They played snaps of zero coverage, where that's all-out pressure with man-to-man across the board. You're right. I love Jalen Phillips. I thought, again, if he can stay healthy, I thought he was the best pure edge rusher in the 2021 draft. So I think they see him more in the context of what they do as a linebacker. In their base, they'd be a 3-4. But I think, obviously, when you play your sub, he'd be a pass rusher coming off the edge with his hand in the ground. But you're right. And Javon Holland, he could well be a starter at safety. I liked his tape. He played a lot over the slot. I don't think he can really be a slot player in this league. He can at times, depending on the opponent, but I think he's really a safety, and I think that's how they see him, and that's why they drafted him.
Let's get to the New England Patriots, Greg. And I think the first question has to be, who do you think will start at quarterback and why?
I think it'll be Cam Newton. I think what they did in free agency, and again, it's always difficult to try to get into the head of Bill Belichick, as you well know, Ross, but I think what they did in free agency, what they've done the last couple of years, indicates that this could be a little bit of an old school offense built on the run game. Let's play with two tight ends with Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith. I thought Damian Harris looked very good last year when he got the opportunity to play before some injuries kicked in. They still have Sony Michel. They actually drafted a big physical runner, Ramondre Stevenson, in the fourth round out of Oklahoma. I think you're going to see a little bit of 12 personnel. It'll be a little old school. They'll try to run the ball. They'll try to control tempo of games, and they'll try to win that way. And of course, Cam Newton fits extremely well into a run-based offense because you've got the quarterback run game. So Cam Newton will be the starting quarterback. Now, I can't speak to how the season will play out, but he will start.
What about the weapons they brought in at receiver? like Kendrick Bourne and Nelson Aguilar.
I mean, I think there's certain kinds of players. They still don't have what people would say is a true number one. So I think they're package guys. They're specific players, specific kinds of play calls, specific situations. Bourne has always been very good as a short to intermediate guy. I think he's probably effective on third down. I don't have stats in front of me, but I think he's that kind of player. Aguilar is more of a shot play receiver. And I think in this style of offense built on a run game where you'll have shot play opportunities because you know what you're getting personnel-wise from the defense when you line up with two tight ends. I think Aguilar is that kind of player. He can get on top of the defense. So I think they brought in specific kinds of players to fit how they see what their offense will look like.
What about defensively, Greg? They get some people back like Van Noy from free agency, as well as Dante Hightower from opting out. They drafted Christian Barmore. What do you see from them on that side of the ball?
Yeah, and they signed Matt Judon, who I think really fits well with what Bill Belichick does, because Judon is kind of a multi-positional, multi-dimensional player. He can line up all over. He's a very good player in that kind of scheme. I think they'll be good defensively. I think they've got the kinds of players Belichick likes. We know about Van Noy in that system. He's been there. Hightower being back. They still have pretty much the same secondary. It's a very, very solid secondary that they all understand Bill Belichick's system and how he wants them to play. So I think this could be a very, very solid defense. And you know what Belichick is all about. It's the points. It's the red zone. You know, very rarely are they the number one or number two defense in the league in terms of yards allowed, but it's about scoring defense. And I think that that's the focus in New England.
What about the New York Jets, Greg? It appears they're going to go with Zach Wilson, their first-round pick, right from the start. They're not messing around.
No.
He'll be their quarterback. I'm curious to hear how you think he'll fare as a rookie.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I liked his tape at BYU. I thought that he was very effective in structure, and I think he has second reaction improvisational ability. We know they've addressed their offensive line. Becton in 2020 had a nice year at left tackle. Vera Tucker, I think they see him at left guard. He was their first-round pick this year. I believe they traded up to get him, so he'll step in as a starter. So I think they view their offensive line still a work in progress, but clearly better. They signed Corey Davis. I love the pick of Elijah Moore in the second round. I thought Elijah Moore, his tape at Ole Miss was really strong. He's a slot player at his core, but you can move him around and line him up pretty much anywhere. The big question is their run game, how they see Wilson in the context of an overall offense, Ross. I don't think you ever want to ask a young quarterback to drop back 35, 40 times a game by choice. They signed Tevin Coleman, solid pro, been injured a lot. They drafted Michael Carter from North Carolina in the fourth round, and I thought he was a really intriguing player. I thought his skill set, to me, reminded me of Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I think Michael Carter could be someone to keep an eye on. And LaMichael Perrine, he's just one of those kind of solid grinding runners. So I think the run game here is something to keep an eye on because I think they're going to have to be able to run the ball with meaningful efficiency.
What about on the defensive side of the ball? They brought in Carl Lawson, was really their big free agent up front to go along with Quinnen Williams and Sheldon Rankins.
Yeah, I like Carl Lawson. I mean, I think he's a very good edge pass rusher. Obviously, played in Cincinnati, did not get a lot of publicity. I think he's actually a better player than people might think or might know. The other player they brought in who I always liked his talent, I couldn't speak to why it didn't work in Detroit, but I think Jared Davis is a linebacker that pretty much has a complete skill set. And like I said, don't know why it didn't work in Detroit, but I thought that was another very good under-the-radar signing as well. I believe they get C.J. Mosley back. I think this is a defense that has improved meaningfully in their front seven. The big question is in the secondary. This is a secondary, when you look at the names other than Marcus May, who's a solid pro, there's a lot of question marks here. And you know, Ross, in this league, if you can't cover, you're going to have a problem.
Well, you cover it all, Greg. Check him out on social media at Greg Cosell. absolutely love this. You know, I take notes. We talk about it because I then tell intern Casey what clips I want her to cut for our YouTube page and for our social media. I got like 7. She's going to be mad at you, Greg. She's going to be mad at me. She's going to be mad at you, but it's worth it. Awesome stuff. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ross.
Gosh, that's amazing. I think I have 3 just on Josh Allen. Speaking of amazing, by the way, how about the DraftKings Legends series? This is totally different from what I've told you guys about. They have these Legends series now where you get to play. I know, like, for the NFL season, they're going to have a millionaire every week for DFS and Sportsbook, I believe. Right now, DraftKings Casino Summer Legend Series, you get a shot at a share of $5 million in total prizes. Just download the DraftKings app now. I've never told you guys to download the DraftKings app before. DraftKings Casino app, I should say. By the way, there's a couple of casino games where I am the voice. I'll let you guys find them, but I am the voice of a couple of the DraftKings Casino app games, which is amazing. Use promo code Ross to get a shot at a share of $5 million in total prizes when entering DraftKings Casino Legends Series. That's promo code Ross to earn a shot at a share of $5 million in total prizes only on DraftKings Casino.
Tux Takes.
Good morning, Ross. A lot of league office news yesterday, starting with the NFL putting the host of the Combine out to bid starting in 2023.
Right. So pretty much nobody will be happy about this because the coaches, the front offices, the media, they all like Indianapolis. They're familiar with it. They think it's perfect. But I don't have a problem with this. This is kind of the way the world works. Listen, maybe it'll stay in Indy. Maybe this is a way for the NFL to get better terms with the city of Indianapolis. This is the way the world works in terms of putting things out to bid and seeing how people value it, seeing what people are willing to offer to bring the Combine to their city. Maybe it stays in Indy, maybe it doesn't. But I know a lot of people will criticize the NFL for this. You know, in a lot of industries, you're compelled to put everything out to bid to make sure that you're getting the best option for your event or building or whatever.
Tux Takes.
League is also looking for investors and partners on their media properties like NFL Red Zone, NFL Network, and NFL.com, thinking that maybe they can help grow those entities.
Right. So I don't know what that is, bro. I don't know if that's like, you know, Comcast or something like that to try to have greater distribution of NFL Network and NFL Red Zone, or I've seen some reports that maybe they think it's like a tech company like Amazon or someone like that, where they think maybe it's YouTube, where they think they can really grow these other entities. Seems like that's the idea. They are looking for greater reach with NFL Red Zone, NFL Network, NFL.com. And if they partner up with like a streaming company or something, I think that they believe that that will help them. So they get the money, and then that company's invested in really getting it out there.
Tux Takes.
On the players' side, the NFL and NFLPA agreed to a July 2nd deadline for players to opt out of the 2021 season for COVID reasons.
Right. And if you voluntarily opt out, you don't get anything. If you are a high risk opt out, I believe you get $350,000. So I guess maybe there'll be people that are high risk that say, I still don't want to be in that environment and take the 350. I don't know. I mean, the season went off pretty well last year, so I don't know if anybody will end up doing this, but July 2nd, so we'll find out pretty soon.
Tux Takes.
And finally, Baker Mayfield's agent believes his client's going to get a new contract done with the Browns sometime this summer.
Well, that's good news on a couple levels. I mean, it's interesting because we had Andrew Berry on the show, the GM for the Browns, a few weeks ago. He talked about this. I guess, you know, if you're the Browns, on the one hand, you want to get his deal done before Lamar Jackson and before Josh Allen because they'll set the bar even higher. But you have him under contract for 2 more years. Do you want to make sure he's only done it for 1 year with Stefanski and Andrew Berry? Do you want to make sure that he does it? That's a question too. Speaking of questions, why have some of you not liked my Facebook page? Facebook.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Pretty good chance next week's Spread the Word winner comes from the Facebook page. Facebook.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Very easy if you have a Facebook account to just go there and like the page. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate your questions, by the way, Bri. Back-to-back days. Let's get to an email question.
Ever wanted to ask an NFL player a question? Well, here's your chance. It's time to Ask Ross.
Email address for all of you at any time is ross@rosstuck.com. So if you win any of the contests, email me and let me know what you'd like. Picture, I got cards from the Cowboys, Washington, the Bills, whatever you want, just let me know. It's also when you take advantage of any of our sponsors like Raycon or Manly Bands or DraftKings or whatever, you just send me the screenshot or forward the email, and I guarantee I'll read and respond to your question on the show. And there's a pretty good chance you'll actually win something for me as well. What do you got, Bri?
Hey, Ross, I love the podcast. Keep at it, especially on these Greg Cosell days. I feel like I just left class every time. My question, my brother-in-law played small college football as a center on the O-line. At a wedding for his quarterback, something funny happened. Every time the linemen were together, whether at the bar or in the church pews or wherever, they always lined up in the same order that they played on the line. So my question to you, is that an oddity of that group of guys, or do you do the same thing when you're with your old buddies? Anyway, just wondering. That is from Chris Smith.
That's a cool question, Chris. You know, I'm not with the offensive line from high school or college or the NFL really anymore. You know, I might be with one at a time. I might be with, my right tackle when I was the right guard, John Ravichet, who's a close friend of mine. But yeah, I'm not with the whole group. But that doesn't surprise me at all, Chris, because you're so used to that sort of formation and you're so used to being that way in the huddle, that way on the line, that I can totally see that. That doesn't surprise me at all. And I think it's very natural. You don't even think about it. You just you're used to having this guy on that side of you and that guy on that side of you. That's pretty cool, Chris. I like that question. I also like I think we're done here members of patreon.com/RT Media, Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, and HumanHeadNYC.com. Love all of you. Have an awesome weekend. I think you'll really enjoy the Fantasy Feast this week. I had the Ball Blast girls on yesterday. They're amazing. They got some heated debates with Joe Dolan. Definitely, if you listen to one other show this week, definitely make it the Fantasy Feast. Other than that, plus, by the way, we talked about the details, how you can get in the best ball draft with me and Joe, which I can't wait to go against you guys. We're probably going to have that draft the next couple of weeks. Other than that, I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
They are minus 121 to win the division, 8-1 to win the conference, 16-1 to win the Super Bowl. So at least those odds pretend like at least Aaron Rodgers is going to be the starting quarterback week 1 and play all season for the Green Bay Packers. So that's how we're going to operate. So let's start with him. Do you think that he ends up playing for Green Bay?
I do. It's, obviously a dicey situation. I have a bet with Ben Gretch, actually, that Aaron Rodgers is the starting quarterback for Green Bay week 1. I'm a little worried he's going to weasel out and win this bet where Rodgers ends up staying with the Packers, but maybe they don't have stuff worked out by week 1. But yeah, that's my best guess right now, is that he's with the Packers.
So when you're doing early fantasy drafts and you're trying to even do projections for some of the Packers players, obviously is it creating a value that you've seen on both Rodgers, Adams, Aaron Jones, that people are just a bit hesitant with all things being equal? If Rodgers is on the same tier as, let's say, Russell Wilson in terms as a fantasy quarterback, that people are just going Wilson 100% because they don't want to have to deal with Rodgers?
So for me, I think Rodgers is kind of overrated from a fantasy perspective. They just ran so hot last year in terms of scoring and efficiency. I think, he takes a step back this year, even if he's with Green Bay, and he's not, hugely mobile at this point in his career. And there's a big range of quarterbacks there that have the passing, rushing, dual threat upside that I don't see the value there. With Aaron Jones and Devontae Adams, it gets really interesting, though, because Devontae Adams with Rodgers there is the clear number 1 overall wide receiver. He's, in the mix in the middle of the first round, right after the top 5 running backs. If Rodgers is there, he's starting to slip to the middle of the second round in some drafts, the end of the second round. And at that point, I'm pulling the trigger. The first round, I'm probably, there's so much risk that I think he's more dependent on Rodgers for his fantasy value than Aaron Jones. I put it that way. Just the way those two line up with Rodgers is, pass rate by the goal line. Adams catches so many of these short touchdown passes that aren't really typical of your average NFL offense. I think, he would take a big hit if Rodgers wasn't the quarterback. Whereas Aaron Jones, if Rodgers isn't the quarterback, the ceiling gets tapped because just the scoring potential of the offense is down, but they might rely on him a little bit more. He's a really efficient runner. He's a good receiver out of the backfield. So I think both guys right now, if they start to slip into the middle of round 2 or later, are good values. It's that first round where the draft capital is just so important that I'm a little hesitant. Like, you almost have to be fully assuming Rodgers is the day 1 starter if you're taking them there.
Well, Rodgers right now in your ESPN and Yahoo and CBS, like early drafts, he's now being drafted as quarterback number 7. That's in between Herbert and Brady. But since June 1st in high stakes leagues, he's going as quarterback number 10 in between Jalen Hurts and Matthew Stafford. So is there a buying opportunity there? Although he is overrated in fantasy, once you start getting him at pick 95, something like that. Like when I ran my projections, he still came out as quarterback number 9. So that sounds right about where he would be going. Or are you just siding with quarterbacks who possess huge rushing upside? Because I think in that range, Jalen Hurts is the guy that I want.
Yeah, I have Rodgers more like QB 13 with some risk baked in. And if he was fully healthy, it'd probably have him behind Hurts anyways, maybe more with Brady. Like, I think Brady and Rodgers are pretty comparable. So unless you're getting a really big discount, even Joe Burrow, I think the Cincinnati offense has a lot of upside. I think they're going to throw just an absolute ton, and they have the weapons to be pretty successful, even if the team isn't that good overall. I think Ryan Tannehill has some underrated upside if they throw a bit more with the addition of Julio. He's got such good weapons. They're going to put up points. He's got some rushing upside in terms of the goal line play calling. I think he ran for over 5 touchdowns last year. Like, he gets some freebies with the play fakes to Derrick Henry. So once you get past those guys, I'd probably take Rodgers, but I think they're all close enough that I'd shovel that risk off to someone else on Rodgers. And then if he fell to QB 13 or so around Stafford, that's when I'd pull the trigger.
Would Rodgers be better or worse on Denver?
I think he might be better, believe it or not. This Packers team wasn't super pass heavy last year. They were just crazy efficient. They scored a ton. And Denver, if you look at the weapons they have, obviously you lose Devontae Adams, but in terms of depth of weapons, like, that's always been the issue with Green Bay. You look at the receiving core, it's Alan Lazard and Marquez Valdes-Scantling again. They add Amari Rodgers, who's like somewhat interesting as a rookie, but Denver, you've got Jerry Jeudy, who's one of the better wide receiver prospects in the draft last season. Love him. Cortland Sutton returning from injury, who seemed like a star in the making. Even KJ Hamler He's a rookie who had some success last year, and I think has some big playability. And then Noah Fant at tight end. Like, this is a pretty loaded team in terms of weapons, like all across the field. So I think that fantasy upside would be a little bit better with Denver.
So let's say that happens. Rodgers gets traded. Jordan Love is the starter for the Green Bay Packers. What does Jordan Love look like as the Packers starter?
I have no idea. All I have in my mind is the horrific training camp videos from him last year, and it's hard to push that bias to the side. I don't know if he'd be very good. I'm concerned, again, that he's not going to align with what Devontae Adams does well to the extent that Rodgers did. And what is that offense struggles if you're not relying on Devontae Adams as a 30+ target share guy. I think he's still going to get peppered with targets, but it's not going to be as successful. And again, the depth of weapons aren't there. So I think this could be a pretty boring offense. I think Aaron Jones is so explosive and is going to get so many touches that he'll be, more or less fine. But overall, I think it's tough sledding. Jordan Love does have some rushing upside, but I don't think I'd be drafting him, even if we knew he was the starter in the top 20 quarterbacks, or even, I mean, he might even be outside the top 25 for me.
So yeah, you take Tua over Love at this point?
I would definitely take Tua over. I'm a kind of a Tua stan. I think we've been too hard on him for last year with some of the issues coming back from a pretty severe injury. And he is loaded with weapons. I mean, you just look at the weapons on Miami versus Green Bay in terms of the receiving options. You've got Fuller. You've drafted Jalen Waddle, Devontae Parker broke out, Jasicki's, inconsistent but high upside tight end. So I actually like Tua, as an underrated upside type guy.
So would you go like Daniel Jones or Jordan Love? Because I would go Daniel Jones.
I think like this. I've got Zach Wilson, Daniel Jones, Kirk Cousins, like QBs 22 through 24. And I think I'd take Love after those guys. So maybe right around Sam Darnold, I'd probably take him.
I would probably take Sam Darnold with his new complement of weapons and you got to factor into your projections. Not being with Adam Gase anymore works for everybody.
Yeah. So yeah, even maybe right after him, I think like Derek Carr is so boring. Like, I don't think he's going to win you any leagues. And like at that point, I'd probably take a shot on Love, but you're getting really deep there, especially for a 1 quarterback league. That's not drafted in most 1 quarterback leagues.
So you keep bringing up Aaron Jones. Looking at the average draft positions of some of these Packers running backs in like the more public leagues out there, Aaron Jones is going at running back number 8. In the higher stakes leagues, again, with just the last month worth of info since June 1st, you're looking at Aaron Jones going as the 12th running back off the board. That's pick number 16. So he's fallen behind Najee Harris and Nick Chubb, Cam Akers, and Austin Eckler. Those are the guys that he is ahead of when you look at CBS and Yahoo and things like that. But then you also see like A.J. Dillon going in the top 35 of running backs. It feels like it can't be both ways on this, and maybe they do run the ball a ton, but I don't know what to do with Aaron Jones. I've never really known what to do with Aaron Jones. The move should have been just draft him and play him all the time, but I didn't do that. So I'm good with passing on him again this year, unless he becomes like a tremendous discount.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get a handle on Aaron Jones because he's an efficiency type player, and a lot of times we're fading those types of players. They haven't given him a huge workload at any point. I do think losing Jamal Williams is low-key important, where A.J. Dillon isn't your prototypical pass catcher, and Jamal Williams did get worked in like on those 3rd downs at times, where if we can get Aaron Jones with a target share in the mid-teens, which is very possible, he did it for stretches last year, I think there's a really big upside. Even if he's like half the carries and 15% of the targets, that could look really, really good at the end of the year. So that's kind of why I'm bullish on him in the high stakes where he's drafted. So I probably have him somewhere between the more public ADP and the high stakes ADP, around running back 10 or so. Like him a little bit more than, Cam Akers in full PPR, just because I think I'm getting a bit more receiving upside, and half PPR standard scoring, I'd probably still go with Akers. And as far as A.J. Dillon goes, in the 30s, that's rich. But once you start getting in the RB 40s, you're right that they're probably both not going to hit, but the upside for Dillon, if something happens to Aaron Jones and Aaron Rodgers is there, is that this is someone that's just going to be a highly efficient runner and score a bunch of touchdowns, right? Like the touchdown upside for A.J. Dillon, I think is much higher than a lot of the players around him.
Everything would need to break his way, so he needs to be on that tier with some of the other guys that I do like that are just going later than him. Like AJ Dillon's going around, honestly, like both Bills running backs right now. I'd probably still rather have AJ Dillon. Sorry about your mighty Bills, but I don't want any of their running backs, Leone. So now I'm looking at Kenyon Drake, Gus Edwards, Latavius Murray, Tony Pollard. Like, I think that's the tier that he should be in, but he's not. He's above that.
I agree with that. That's the tier he should be in. And some of those guys I even have a little bit ahead of him. I have him like RB 43-ish, maybe a little bit higher in half PPR, like because the pass catching upside doesn't seem like it's there. But one of those players where a lot of times we're assuming he's not a pass catcher because he didn't do it in college, but he wasn't really ever asked to do it. So, maybe there's a chance he can catch some passes, but he would need the injury for Aaron Jones to really hit.
So let me ask you if these numbers sound right to you when I ran my projection. So I have Green Bay at a 40% rush rate, 34% rushing TD rate as an overall team. So that gets divvied up into, I have Aaron Jones at 61% of the carries of the team as his market share and 12% of the target market share in the passing game. I do have him at 64% of the rushing touchdowns, and maybe that's the number that gets skewed, and maybe that's what's leading to this. But if you just run those numbers, which seem, especially the target share, like if you're thinking about upside, that certainly isn't it. Maybe I'm overestimating it a little bit, but 61% of the carries, 12% of the targets, that would make him running back 6 in my projections.
Yeah, I was going to say that sounds a little rich. If he gets that, you're really, really happy. I've got him similar target share as you. I was a little conservative on the rush share. If AJ Dillon picks up a bigger role, maybe part of the reason why I'm still optimistic on AJ Dillon having some standalone value if he just runs hot on touchdowns. I have it more like 50% of the carries to Aaron Jones, and then about a third to AJ Dillon, and then the rest kind of spread out quarterback and third running backs and whatnot. So that's where I have it, but I really think the target share has the upside to get into the mid-teens, which is part of the reason why I'm still drafting him like RB10 or so, because if that hits.
Yeah, if everything comes to fruition, he could have major upside for a guy that's falling down the board. I just readjusted his rushing share to 50% and his TDs on the ground to 50% of the team. That knocks him all the way down to running back 11.
Yeah, I think it's running back 11 with some upside. So, to be right bordering on the top 5. I know we had some conversations before the whole Rodgers stuff about like Aaron Jones versus Alvin Kamara, and I was on the Kamara side, but it was at least a debate in the ETR projection circles. So the upside's there. The concern too with Rodgers is the volume's going to be okay, but again, he's an efficiency dependent player. If teams don't have to worry about the Rodgers to Devontae Adams connection, what does that do to him? Because I've got him at like 5 yards per carry, which is like that's high for a running back expectation. I think it's very reasonable. He's been above that, but if you've got Jordan Love at quarterback, not Aaron Rodgers, and you're drafting someone assuming 5 yards per carry, there is some room to be disappointed there.
Let's move to receivers. Devontae Adams is going to be wide receiver number 1. As long as Aaron Rodgers is tethered to that team, you're going to see a 30+% market share, which is insane. And it's just going to continue. Plus, his red zone usage cannot be overlooked. And I feel like every single year people make the case that, he just can't catch this many red zone touchdowns. The touchdowns have to regress, but that's just a part of their offense, is using Devontae Adams near the goal line.
And again, this is why I think he's more susceptible if something happened to Rodgers, because those aren't normal goal line plays for an average team. And if he was on another team, you might agree that the regression gods would come and get him and zap his touchdowns for this year. But as long as Aaron Rodgers is behind center, we know how he calls plays by the goal. Like those are very intentional, deliberate plays. They aren't fluky red zone touchdowns. So I'm with you. I mean, he's got the potential to see 200 targets, in a 17-game season. Like it's out of control. And the touchdown upside, like he can score a touchdown a game. This is why it's tough if you're drafting high stakes right now, or even casual leagues. Devontae Adams, that 1-2 turn, I haven't been drafting him quite that early at the 1-2 turn. I've been waiting for him to slip a little bit more, when I draft like middle of 2, grabbing him on the way back. But I mean, he's got absurd upside. Like he can, after McCaffrey and Dalvin Cook, I think if you knew Aaron Rodgers was healthy and you didn't want to build a running back to start, you could make the case for him as high as 3 overall. I don't think personally I'd do that, but like he has that type of profile if you're a wide receiver early drafter.
His biggest comparables right now in high stakes drafts the last month, he's going on average pick number 14. Diggs is going number 15. Is Diggs just safer knowing what we know right now, or does the upside still just lean so much towards Adams if everything breaks right, that all things being equal, let's say that they're even, and then the upside rests with Adams?
Yeah, the Diggs is safer. I think Diggs is safer. This is an offense that just threw so much that maybe doesn't quite have the target share upside of Adams, but he's still got a really high target share, around 30% he can get to with a team that's just throwing a ton. They're throwing way more than Green Bay. So I'm probably taking Diggs, Tyreek Hill over Devontae Adams. And then that's where it gets, I'm because I think Aaron Rodgers is going to start week 1, I'm taking the risk on Adams likely after that. But like DeAndre Hopkins, Calvin Ridley, AJ Brown are probably close-ish. And then after that, there's nobody I would for sure take over Adams after those kind of cluster of players.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Unless, I guess we won't know what's going on in New Orleans, but this feels like a spot for a Michael Thomas, just huge rebound season.
Yeah, he's growing on me. I was surprised looking at at one of the sports books had, the projected spread and line for every week of the season. And we sort of averaged those out. And I mean, that's not super reliable, but it gives you some idea of how the books are expecting offenses to run and teams to perform. And my initial scoring expectation for New Orleans without Drew Brees was a lot lower than that average team total across the season. So adjusting for that a little bit, I get Michael Thomas in that DK Metcalf, Justin Jefferson type tier. He's really tough to project too, because the range of outcomes on his target share with a new quarterback, like he could be a huge target share guy, but does he catch 75% of his targets like he did with Drew Brees? Probably not. So I can see both sides of the coin with Michael Thomas.
Yeah, I have him at around a 27% share and a 75% catch rate. And maybe that's just too high. That's being too bullish on him.
I think that's very reasonable on the target share, though. Like maybe the catch rate's a little high, but honestly, I think I'm pretty close with you on that one. And I have him like wide receiver 10 or so. Like I said, like I'm taking like Metcalf and Jefferson just because kind of like siding with the youth and some like huge breakout players. But when you get into full PPR leagues, like those guys are efficiency players, and Michael Thomas can outcatch them by so much that it does become, a conversation.
Michael Thomas, born in 1993. He's an old man to you now. He's no longer a young gun.
Adam Levitan has ruined me with his peppering me with his age model bias for a year. He got into me. I'm afraid to project anyone who's not, sub 25 for any sort of growth.
28 years old and he's old. How does that make you feel?
It's not going well. 34? Oh my goodness.
I got you by even more than that. So that's not great. Bob Tunyon. I don't know what to make of him because, we should probably talk about the rest of the receivers before we get into tight ends. So you mentioned Amari Rogers, Alan Lazard, the Lazard Queen. He is still there. We have Valdez Scantling, who's going to catch 3 80-yard touchdowns this year, and that's probably going to be it. Devin Funchess is probably going to be a receiver / tight end on this team outside of Lazard. And even that would have to be late. Do you want any of these guys?
First of all, Lazard, I know you said outside of Lazard, but he's free right now in a lot of drafts at the very end. And I think at that point, he's worth taking. I think he'd clearly be drafted if we knew Rodgers was a quarterback. Amari Rodgers, I'm not a huge prospect guy, but from what I hear on Amari Rodgers is people think he's like a pretty good fit with Aaron Rodgers, where he can do a lot of, some of the Randall Cobb stuff, some of the short area stuff. So I'm somewhat interested in him and rookies in general. I know Pat Kerrane for NBC Sports Edge just wrote a really good article on rookie wide receivers and how they've been very profitable investments in general, because you get to the point of the draft where there's just more uncertainty with the rookie wide receivers. And if they don't pan out, these are picks that probably aren't working out, or you're dropping a lot of the times anyways. But if they do work out, sometimes they can hit in a really big way, in a way we can't really foresee before the season. I don't know if Amari Rodgers quite has that upside because he's just never going to see like a ton of targets with Devontae Adams there. But I do think he could be the right type of player to play with Aaron Rodgers.
Let's move to tight end then. Robert Tonyan is there, coming off a pretty good season, a very useful season when you picked him up off the waiver wire. He's going to have games where he essentially scores 0 points, but that's not that different than outside of five like that's just your run-of-the-mill tight end. And I guess his touchdown upside is high enough that you can kind of get away with it. He's going as tight end number 11 in high stakes leagues, pick like number 123 or something like that. He's one of those back end guys that you can fill out your tight end slot with, but he's not someone I'm actively going to pursue.
Yeah, same. I really, in my early best ball leagues, and I've done a couple high stakes slow drafts that are just managed leagues. I haven't been in very many spots in the draft where I've even really considered him, so I think tight end 11's pretty rich. And sometimes people are taking these mid-tier tight ends a little too early anyways, where once you get past a certain group of guys, the floor on all these guys is so low that I don't know if I want to take the TE 11, 4 or 5 rounds ahead of the TE 18 or whatever. So but you really need Rodgers here because this is a guy who's making his way via touchdowns, right? I mean, 11 touchdowns last year. I do like that scoring upside and what it can do for you, but you absolutely need Rodgers here. And even if Rodgers is here, then you're talking about like breaking even at that ADP. You're not even really smashing it or providing much room for profit.
Yeah, if he was a last round pick, I think that would make more sense because that's sort of the tier that I have him in, because I will not draft a mid-tier tight end. I just do not think it's worth it. What we had, like one successful one over the past 10 years, and that was like Waller last year, and he was still going in like the 5th round. But most of these guys that you take, when you take Evan Ingram every year in the 6th, turns out it doesn't work out all that well. So I don't see a huge distinction. I mean, the upside with touchdowns and scoring with Rodgers is one thing, and you might be able to profit really well as a 15th, 16th round pick, depending on where you're going. But I don't think that's all that different than Gesicki, Irv Smith, Ferkser, Evan Ingram now, Jonnu, Cole Kmet, like all of these guys, Blake Jarwin, they're all kind of the same guy.
He's fancy fancy Anthony Ferkser, right? I mean, he's going to get there on efficiency. He's going to have, a low teens target share. So it's like, okay. But at the end of the day, you're just hoping he's a highly efficient player. And that's Anthony Ferkser. Like you can get him way later than you can get Tonyan.
Let's talk Vikings. Their win total is 9 to make the playoffs. They are plus 123, so you'd have to wager $100 to win $123 to win the division, plus 225 to win the conference, 18-1 Super Bowl, 40-1. Just off the hop with this Vikings team, if they can improve their defense, which it looks like they may have done, it seems like some of these odds are kind of long for them, doesn't it?
Yeah, I would be really surprised if the defense was in worse shape than it was last year. And yeah, 40-1 seems a little bit long. I don't know if I want to bet on Kirk Cousins in the playoffs getting it done, but maybe the win total there looks good. I do think that the Bears could be a little bit better than people think, depending on when they make the switch to Justin Fields. But I guess, you've got some upside in if Aaron Rodgers isn't there with Green Bay, you've got some upside winning those games. And then you've got kind of the freebie games against Detroit. So it does seem a little bit low.
Kirk Cousins is essentially free in drafts right now. And he's probably not someone that you want to use as in a 1-quarterback league, but it feels like there is substantial upside for passing touchdowns, that you'd be kind of banking on him having one of these spike years where Dalvin ends up catching like 6 of them and Jefferson and Thielen go absolutely off, Irv Smith or even Conklin become bigger parts of the cog. And then Cousins is a viable fantasy quarterback, but in like your mind, he's not draftable, I'm guessing, in a 1-quarterback league. He isn't to me, but he'd be a good spot start guy. He's a good stackable guy on DraftKings kind of guy.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're not taking a quarterback that doesn't have that really high end upside in 1-quarterback leagues. Like you're probably taking a chance on one of the rookies or something at that point, if you're going that late, or you're streaming in 1-quarterback leagues. But if you're playing DraftKings best ball, this is a pretty stackable team because it's like 4 guys, it's Dalvin, Thielen, Jefferson, and then Irv Smith at tight end, and a stack's pretty achievable. And then you're just at that point, maybe if you're overdrafting Cousins individual upside a little bit, but you're just hoping for the spike weeks from the offense. Like if that defense doesn't improve, like we think it will. There's going to be some weeks in a negative game script where they just throw a ton. And that's when Cousins hits his upside. When you're talking like 350 and 3, there was a game last year, I forgot which opponent it was, but they won that triple stack, won DFS tournaments, Thielen, Jefferson, because all those guys can get there. And that's the beauty of a concentrated offense for fantasy.
It reminds me a lot fantasy wise of the old Broncos teams with Demarius and Sanders, or the old Oakland teams with Crabtree and Cooper, where you didn't really want the quarter. You could use Peyton Manning one of those years, but when it comes to like Derek Carr or even the backups that ended up coming in after Manning, where the target share was so concentrated on 2 players that despite the fact that you would want both those receivers, you didn't want the quarterback associated with that team, which is just really hard for a lot of people to unwrap in their mind. Because I was talking about Cincinnati with Meanie on yesterday's show, and like in my mind, Burrow is a fringe QB1, like a top 12 guy, and all 3 of the receivers could be top 30 this year. Now, if one of them ends up wide receiver number 5, probably all 3 of them wouldn't end up inside the top 30. But the way that I had them projected out between Boyd, Higgins, and Chase, like it'd be like wide receiver number 19, wide receiver number 25, wide receiver number 27 kind of thing, with just the amount that I think that they're going to throw. So it's sort of an inverse situation here where you just have these 2 guys, but that makes it so predictable at the same time. I actually think that Thielen, when we talk about wide receivers, is one of the better values going right now.
Yeah, you talk about concentrated offenses too, to what you're saying. Carolina last year, right? Teddy threw 15 touchdowns and they had 3 receivers that were top 24 or so. So yeah, this is even more concentrated with Thielen and Jefferson. And Thielen's someone I've had a tough time wrapping my head around. Again, age model bias here, Mayo, where in my heart, like I don't want to draft Thielen. There's other guys out there that are flashier and more exciting. But it's the sort of thing where I've done my projections and I've been conservative because of the age on his target share. I give guys like upside cases too that I weigh. I've been really conservative on his upside case, like not being that much higher than his base case. And I'm doing all these conservative things and I still have him ranked ahead of ADP, which at a certain point you just have to say, okay, like you got to trust the math a little bit here. We don't want to go overboard. We don't want to be overly precise, but this offense is too concentrated. And Thielen, if you look at his touchdowns the last few seasons, like he's a very high TD rate guy. The offense is going to be decent. I think those opportunities are still going to be there for him, even if he regresses. His TD rate is going to regress from last year, but I still think he's going to be one of the better receivers in TD rate in the league. And in these concentrated offenses too, there's always, what if Justin Jefferson gets hurt? Like sometimes we look at the chaos at running back, but chaos can happen to all the positions. And then Thielen goes from a low to mid 20s target share guy to a 30+% target share guy. So I do think around wide receiver 20 or so, Thielen, he's a value, even if it doesn't feel great. He's definitely a value.
Yeah, pick number, let's see here, 56 right now in high stakes drafts, wide receiver number 22. And like, you can see what people are doing. Like they're taking Jamar Chase over him, DJ Moore, Deontay Johnson. I get the target share and just the overall receptions for Deontay Johnson will be higher. I'd rather have Adam Thielen, though, because you talk about that touchdown rate, how it's been relatively consistent. That might come back a little bit. And if the defense is better on Minnesota this year with Zimmer, like that they're just going to run the ball more because that's what they do. But almost like Devontae Adams in the Packers discussion, they have set red zone plays for Adam Thielen. They're like throw a pick, quick slant. Like those are designed plays for him inside the 5-yard line.
Yeah. And you mentioned that ADP. I'm looking at FFPC ADP right now for their championship, like the bigger championship. And, he's wide receiver 24. It's pick 63. We're talking into the 6th round now, and I am someone that really likes to hammer wide receivers, especially managed redraft in those rounds. And to get Thielen as possibly your 4th wide receiver, like that's a ton of upside. There's a lot of targets to be had there. So I do like him. You mentioned though that, maybe they might run a little bit more. They might not run as many plays just because the defense might be better. So there's a little bit of concern there with that. But I think Thielen, again, it's like the math still checks out. I get a little worried on Jefferson, as good as he is, over like I think I take Metcalf over Jefferson. I just think there's a little bit more, juice to squeeze there, just because he needs to run crazy efficiency to get there. I still have him a top 10 wide receiver, but more towards that back end of the top 10.
So yeah, do you think it's more likely he finishes as wide receiver 2 or wide receiver 22?
Wide receiver 22, I guess.
Yes.
Oh man.
I
love Jefferson. But...
I like him too, but did he overachieve last season, especially fantasy wise? Or is he just the dominant one here?
Maybe a little bit of both. I had a tweet last year looking at Justin Jefferson, and players with his yards per catch and downfield ability generally don't have the highest of catch rates because, it's a higher ADOT type role and you're sacrificing some of that consistency for the big play. And he caught 70% of his passes, which is insane. So, there's two ways to look at that. It's one, this guy's amazing. And it's two, this guy's playing over his head and it's going to regress. So generally the truth is a little bit in the middle there. I like him top 10. I think he's fine, but yeah, I do think there are other guys that might have a little bit of a higher ceiling. We shouldn't underestimate though a year 2 receiver that just had this amazing year making a big leap in target share. Like what this offense is concentrated and what instead of being like 26-24 on the target share with Thielen, what if it's like 30-20? Like that type of thing could happen. So I do still think there's upside. So that question you posed to me is a pretty difficult one to answer.
I have it right now as 27 and 21. So 27 for Jefferson, 21 for Thielen, which would make Justin Jefferson wide receiver 7 by the projection. So if he gets up to that 30% level, which is within the range of outcomes, most definitely. I just don't see that happening in this offense. And if it does get up to like a 30% target share, I would feel like that means they're just not throwing a lot.
Yeah, and the efficiency probably would dip a little bit, but you'd take the extra targets over the efficiency. So I think he's going where he should. It's just kind of a note that there are some things I could see happening where, I'm taking Ridley over him, which I think is pretty much consensus now post Julio trade. So nothing too hot there, but I am taking DK Metcalf over him. And I do think, we talked about Michael Thomas already, like Michael Thomas versus Justin Jefferson in a full PPR league, like the DraftKings setup. I think it's at least close.
What about someone like Keenan Allen then in a full point PPR?
Yeah, I'm looking at our ranks now. We actually do have Keenan Allen a little bit ahead of Justin Jefferson in the full PPR ranks. I think in the half PPR ranks, the efficiency sways back to Jefferson. That one, man, I'm struggling with this Chargers offense where I think they're going to run a lot less plays than last year. They just ran so many plays. It's a new coaching staff, but at the same time,
they should run.
It's a guy that can command.
They should run better plays.
Yeah, they should run better plays. It's a guy who can command a high target share. They might pass, like their pass attempts might not end up changing a lot because they didn't trust Herbert at first even though he was playing well. It kind of took them over the course of the year to start passing a little bit more aggressively. And I mean, if Herbert's just really good, there's nothing stopping Keenan Allen from getting a ton of targets. But there's a little stuff with Eckler too. When Eckler came back, like the target share wasn't as high. And I don't know. This is all to say, like he's one of the guys I'm struggling with. He's like a better version of Adam Thielen for me in some ways, where the math really checks out for him, but I find myself gravitating towards some of the other players. But once you get to wide receiver 10, I'm taking Keenan.
Well, in high stakes drafts, Justin Jefferson is going as the 7th receiver, pick number 24. So he's on the tier with Ridley, Metcalf, AJ Brown. That's sort of that tier of wide receiver. I would think in my mind, Jefferson and Brown might be right in the right order, but they're closer to the next tier of wide receiver that are getting drafted, which is Keenan Allen, Michael Thomas, McLaurin, and Allen Robinson. I think that all of those guys are pretty similar to me when I think about how they score their fantasy points.
Yeah, I'm taking AJ Brown over Jefferson. I feel pretty strongly about that. I think, we talk about players that rely on efficiency, but we've seen AJ Brown do it in so many different ways over a couple of seasons now. And it's a Tennessee team that has to throw a little bit more. Like, I think I have a firm tier ending after AJ Brown. Like, I think there's a top 6 wide receivers, and then it goes to like Keenan, Metcalf, Jefferson, Michael Thomas. Like those 4 guys are pretty close to me.
How dare you not have Terry McLaurin as a part of that tier? He has Ryan Fitzpatrick now. Your favorite, the Fitzmagic.
I know. I do like McLaurin. I did move him up recently to where he's like the top of that next tier, but I don't know if the play calling is going to trend like it did for Fitzpatrick in some of his recent spots where he's been really fantasy friendly because the defense is so good. I think it just may be a little bit more of a conservative approach. And I think McLaurin's really good. I think he's fine. I'm not going to bash McLaurin, but I do think he's behind those guys. Like I do think there's a teardrop after wide receiver 10, and then it's like A-Rob, McLaurin, Dallas guys.
Yeah. And Dallas guys are just, I've just kind of, we went over this on the NFC East show, but just give me Gallup and hopefully he's the wide receiver too. Because you can get him.
I love them all. Give them all to me.
You're going to take Dak and all the Dallas receivers and that's just your team?
I think I was so in on Dallas last year and it was happening, dude. Like, I think there's they weren't even that concentrated of an offense, which is crazy. And these guys were still getting there. Like, if they're a little bit more concentrated, if Dak's healthy for the whole year, I don't know. I think it could be I think Dak Prescott could be drafted as the number 1 quarterback next year. I think that's in the range of outcomes where we're seeing that happen next fantasy season.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, he's being drafted kind of that way right now, but he's on that like Lamar tier after Mahomes and Allen. And then you have like the next few guys. But I mean, people see that path that you see as well. That's why they're reaching on him. It's funny because Herbert's being drafted around there too. And I don't see that path for Herbert. That was a big part of our AFC West discussion with Justin Herbert and quarterbacks. Like, he's being drafted as quarterback number 6. That feels like what his upside is.
Yeah, again, I think my projections on the Chargers are a little hot. I have him QB6, but I really tend to agree with you that I definitely think there's a distinction and upside between him and the 5 quarterbacks ahead of him, like a pretty clear distinction. And I'm honestly not sure if I would take him over Russ.
I wouldn't. I would take Russ, and frankly, I wouldn't take Herbert over Hurts, but I'm far more likely to draft Hurts because Hurts is one of the quarterbacks who we could be drafting as quarterback number 1 next year. He might be not drafted next year, but his path to becoming QB1 is there.
Yeah, the Hurts value 2 rounds later, like Hurts in 8 is better than Herbert in 6.
Yeah. So the rest of these receivers, you have BB, BC Johnson, Blake Prohl. Is that Ricky Prohl's brother? Good God, I'm old. And then you have Amir Smith, Alanis Marset. We don't want any of these guys. Even if one of the 2 were to go down, you probably still wouldn't want any of these guys. Because I've played the Chad BB.
Yeah, there's nothing here. I mean, I'm out. I don't know if I have another guy above like a 7% target share with knowing what we know now, outside of the receivers Irv Smith and Dalvin. Like, this is a concentrated offense. And it's not like if Thielen or Jefferson goes down, one of these guys is going to start seeing 20% targets. Like,
no, what they would probably do is just start playing more 2 tight end sets with Irv and Conklin.
Yeah. It's like, that's very reasonable. Conklin saw a surprising amount of targets when Rudolph was out last year. I think he might have even like out targeted Irv. Not that we're expecting that by any stretch this year, but dude, yeah, it's brutal. Like, this is just all to say that it's not the setup you want. A run heavy offense. Like, there's nobody I'm interested in here. I'll keep an eye on Smith Marset, just because I'm keeping an eye on basically any rookie with a pulse, but I'm not drafting him.
They do have a wide receiver named Whoop Filior, which would just be amazing if he could be good, but it doesn't sound like he's going to be good. Let's talk Dalvin Cook. Why running back 2? Running back 3? Where you got him?
Clear running back 2 for me. I slightly tilted last year.
Hold on. What differentiates him from Saquon?
Well, you don't have the injury concerns.
You don't? Start. Isn't Cook like always hurt every year for like periods of time?
I think he's entering the year healthy, and that's more important to me than the past injury history. Like Saquon, they're already talking about him being eased in, and I don't know how much I buy it, but it's enough that there's a difference for me. And I think it's a more efficient offense in terms of per play success. And I think the touchdowns are going to be more concentrated onto Dalvin, Jefferson, Thielen, versus there's a little bit more there for the Giants. I mean, I like Saquon, so we're splitting hairs here a little bit, but we've also just seen kind of.
I mean, it's one thing to split hairs between Thielen and some of the guys he's around, Jefferson, some of the guys he's around, because they might be gone by the time you get there. But a real decision needs to be made if you're picking second or third nitpicking between these guys. Like, that is a very important decision.
For me, it's like I had Dalvin 2 last year in my projections before like the holdout concerns and baking in that risk, and then he did basically everything that I hoped that he would do. He's going to see a team's target share. He's got huge efficiency. He's going to dominate the rush attempts. I'm really high on Dalvin. I feel more confident in him than I do in Saquon, as good as Saquon is.
Okay. Is there any other running backs as a part of that? Because, I mean, we're talking about running backs that could finish running back one. Now, obviously, someone we're not even thinking of could finish his running back one if guys get hurt like they did last year. But I feel like McCaffrey's pretty cut and dry number one. That shouldn't even be close to me. Like, Cook, Henry, all of these guys, along with Cook, even Kamara, you can probably throw into that mix, can all challenge to be the running back one. But when I look at the situation and how these players are used, McCaffrey, I just think, is the safest of all of them, and he has the highest upside. That's why he's number one. Then it becomes the discussion at number two. I'm curious. You said that you were running the Chargers hot in terms of your projections. I tried to be a bit more conservative, and it still gives me Austin Eckler as number 5 at running back. Could he be running back one if he's used in a certain way?
I'm just really concerned he's not going to have the goal line role to quite get to running back one. He obviously could run hot on touchdowns from outside the red zone. And it's not like we don't know how they're going to use him, but I'd be surprised if he was their primary goal line back. I think he'll get some of those carries. I think he'll get some play inside the 10, but like the 2, 3, 1 yard line type plays, I think likely go elsewhere to a bigger back. I don't think he's got the overall RB1 upside. Like, I think Aaron Jones has that more than Austin Eckler. I could be wrong on that.
So like Jones, Saquon, and Zeke, and even Cam Akers, if everything breaks right for him and he gets used in the passing game, those would be guys. And I would even throw Najee Harris in there. Like, he could be running back one. I don't think he's going to be running back one. But just based on usage, passing game, and goal line, Eckler would be on the outside looking, and kind of like Kamara a little bit.
But Eckler's really safe. Like, I mean, he touches so many balls that I'm not necessarily drafting him behind all these guys. But if you're just talking like purely odds of being the overall RB1, I would throw Joe Mixon's hat in the ring.
That's interesting. Joe Mixon. We talked about him on yesterday's show, how it does seem like no one wants to draft Joe Mixon anymore, and he's sometimes falling to the 3rd round.
Giovanni Bernard is gone. There's no one behind him. And he's, I think I saw like last year in like PPR points per game, he was like half a point behind Jonathan Taylor or something. And some of that skewed because Taylor he had a role actually pretty quickly right out of the gate. But I mean, the ability for a 3-down roll, and this Bengals team has always been really bad, and they project to be bad again in terms of their win total. Even their average team total for this season is one of the lower ones in the league. But I do think if Joe Burrow turns out to be really good, and this line isn't going to be good, but it should be less of a disaster than it was last year, I just see a lot of routes towards Mixon compiling a ton of fantasy points. I mean, he can low like a 10% target share, basically all the carries, and a really good red zone role.
Is Alexander Madison one of the elite handcuffs, or is he just a guy not to draft if you're, let's say, a 16-round, 12-team league? Like, you just don't even want him anymore because we've seen what he does as a starter, and it's not even all the work.
I think he's got a decent amount of upside, though. I mean, he had didn't he have some pretty high touch games? And we saw Mike Boone with some high touch games that like could have been Alexander Madison if Madison was healthy. So I do think he's one of the better handcuffs where I actually feel confident that it'd be a pretty valuable role that he'd be stepping into. It's not going to be all Dalvin Cook. He's not going to be even maybe 90% Dalvin Cook, but I did take him as a late upside swing on a team that I just drafted recently. I think he's worth stashing in leagues and just kind of seeing how things play out. It's the type of guy that you're rotating through your roster anyways. Something happens to Dalvin in the offseason, like you've hit an absolute home run with Madison. But if you're playing like a standard league, like you're taking Alexander Madison over like JD McKissick, right? Like what's JD McKissick going to do for you in like your average 12-team league? He could help you out in maybe some best ball situations where you just need the usable pass catching weeks. But in general, I'm trying to stash these really high upside backs and just rotate through them based on how the waiver wire looks and how depth charts are shaking out.
I don't know much about McKissick this year, but McKissick is someone I rode last year in like 12-team leagues because I essentially played 0 RB, and he was the perfect running back too in full point PPR, where he just gave you that base every single week. Plus he had upside to go along with it because he started catching like 12 balls a game, something crazy like that. I don't know if that happens as much this year, but I'm not scared of that type of player. I think it depends on how your team is actually constructed, where if injuries happen and it's not to Dalvin Cook, like Madison is useless if Cook is playing. Like I never want to play him. That's kind of why I like Latavius Murray all of the time, because I never feel the need to play Latavius Murray if Kamara is playing. I just never play him. And he might have good weeks. That's fine. He can be on my bench for it. But those 3 to 4 weeks that I can get out of Murray if Kamara goes down are like top 5 running back weeks. And I just don't think that Madison is on that level. I think he's a step or 2 back from that, where he's a mid running back 2 if Cook isn't playing.
I think he's like on the RB1 fringe, but I do think maybe a better way of phrasing it, like, because that is a good point on McKissick and how you wrote him last year, is I like mixing the type of backs I have, and it sort of depends how I'm constructed. If I have a lot of early RB capital invested, then someone like JD McKissick's useless to me because I'm never starting him over these top guys, right? Like I kind of want someone on my bench that has like this crazy upside because I've already got guys to fill my starters. If I'm drafting a 0 RB team, you do need a couple guys like McKissick where you can say, I'm starting him week 1. I got to fill these points, and that'll buy time for some of the other upside stashes on my team to hopefully come to fruition and work out. And then at that point, maybe I use McKissick, maybe I don't.
Is JD McKissick the most Pat Mayo player of all time?
Dude, you love your pass catching backs. I mean, he's also on Washington where Chris Thompson, so maybe he's overtaken the reign from Chris Thompson as your, de facto pass catching loving running back. I'm excited to do a DK show with you this year where you tout like some like 4 or 5 $3,900 priced players that might catch 5 balls and get to 12 DraftKings points.
It's funny because I did that with Jordan Howard last year, who's sort of the anti-Pat Mayo player, but he was so cheap one week. I think it was against Arizona. And had he have just had like 4 more yards, I actually would have won the Pat Mayo Experience like Listeners League. So that would have been worth like $10K. That would have been awesome. But he couldn't get there for me. I needed a McKissick type who was just going to pile up 6 catches.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the pass, but you do love the pass catching running backs. I think that no one's going to take that title from you.
Well, that's good. That and my like Ted Gins of the world. 4 targets. Like Valdez Scantling is someone I play every single week. And for 3 weeks a year, it's great.
We need to get you on the better volume players, Pat. I think the more well-rounded volume players.
Yeah, but you have to understand. I don't like mid-range players. I like good players and bad players, and this is the only way I can afford all of the good players.
That might be a leak, though. That might be a leak in the game, in the process, Mayo. But I do think for best, this is like a kind of a good tangential point to best ball, where I think people sometimes make the mistake of drafting guys like MVS because they're like, oh, he's going to catch a couple long touchdowns and I'll use those weeks, versus like I'd almost rather have a guy with a more stable role and a better role that seems more boring. Sometimes some of these slot receivers like actually have a little bit more upside than you think. And they also can fill in weeks that the rest of your roster tanks. And, oh, hey, that 5 for 50 from slot player Y was actually useful while I've got this 1 for 20 from Marquez Valdez-Scantling on my bench.
Irv Smith became a thing for a little bit in fantasy. Like, oh my God, Irv Smith breakout season. It hasn't completely gone away. I actually just worry that Conklin just eats into him too much, that he's super viable. Like he's on that. He's worse than Tunyon, but he's on like around that level.
I think he's in the Tunyon range. I think that's about right. I think I've got like after Gesicki, kind of Tunyon, Irv Smith, and the New England guys, like in this tier where I don't feel great about any of them.
Yeah, not a priority essentially.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I do think Irv of those guys has the most upside, though.
Well, what about someone who we're going to talk about with the next team and like Cole Kmet? Like, what's really the difference?
I guess maybe just a little bit that we feel a little bit better about it, quite frankly, just because we've seen it for some weeks. But
Yeah.
I do find it interesting with Kmet. I hope I'm not jumping the gun too much, but we don't expect rookie tight ends to perform that well. Like historically, we know they're not going to perform that well. And Kmet over the course of the season carved out a role by the end of the year where he was playing a lot more than Jimmy Graham. And yet it's like there's less hype on Kmet this year than last year, which seems a little weird to me, right? Like we kind of should have known that it wasn't going to go great year one. So I do think we may be undervaluing Cole Kmet.
Let's move to the Bears. Their win total is 7.5, plus 180 to win the division, plus 350. Plus 180 to make the playoffs, plus 350 to win the division, 22-1 to win the conference, 50-1 to win the Super Bowl. Nagy keeps saying that Andy Dalton is going to start week 1, and maybe he does, but I don't think he's going to be starting week 2.
I'm very high on Justin Fields in general. Justin Fields and Trey Lance are two guys that honestly, I think you can build your draft plans around trying to maximize their upside, where if these guys are playing, they have top 10 quarterback upside, and the rest of your league isn't going to draft them anywhere near that because they might not be starting week 1. Now, it's going to cost you a bench spot because you're going to have to start with 2 QBs right off the bat. But in a casual league, if I can get Fields and Trey Lance around 13 to 14, like there's some quarterbacks for free. We talked about Kirk Cousins. Heck, I mean, you can take him for free at the end of the draft. Someone like Tua, you can complement these guys with. I'm really, my best ball strategy and my managed strategy revolves heavily around the fact that I could potentially get a Justin or a Jalen Hurts type player 5 rounds later and then have better skill players than you and just roll the dice on how long it takes for that to come to fruition.
Like there's an entire midsection of these quarterbacks that are being drafted. Essentially, like Watson is going at 15 and we just don't know anything about him. So let's just kind of throw him out of the conversation. That starting at number 13, quarterback 13 at Stafford. So it's Stafford, Ryan, Watson, Trevor Lawrence, Ben Roethlisberger, Baker Mayfield, Kirk Cousins, Carson Wentz. Those are the guys going in between Burrow and Fields right now. I'd rather have Trevor Lawrence just because of the rushing ability that he brings too, and I know that he's going to be starting week 1. But other than that, Fields would be the guy after that for me, even if he doesn't start till week 4. I'd rather have him than Baker Mayfield.
Right, like just roll with the upside, right? I mean,
yeah.
you're at a certain point in a one quarterback league, the functional points scored of Baker, and I like Baker this year, but the difference between him and like, let's even just say like Zach Wilson, right? Like, Daniel Jones, whoever you want, like what's the real difference there? It's very minimal. Or Jameis, if he ends up like the difference is so small. Whereas if Fields, if Lance, if Lawrence really hit, the difference actually becomes meaningful.
And the way that you need to think about it, I think this is what you were kind of alluding to, is that who scores more points? Like I always try to think of the positions on my fantasy team as what are the amount of points that I'm generating from that position. So if it's, let's say 13 weeks of Justin Fields and 4 weeks of Kirk Cousins or 4 weeks of Sam Darnold, is that going to outscore Matt Ryan or Ben Roethlisberger? And I think that it would.
And there's more of a priority on the playoff weeks too, right? Like, so even in a vacuum, if you're scoring a similar amount of points, you've got more upside come playoff time, and it's not like you need to be top in your league to make the playoffs. You've just got to be in the top 30% or so, depending on however your league playoffs work.
I find
50%.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on the league settings that you have. I find David Montgomery to be one of the more interesting players in fantasy drafts this year because the expectation, to me at least, was going to be with the way that he finished the season, that he would end up going inside the top 10 running backs because enough people would talk themselves into him. But the opposite has actually happened, where he's just going exactly where he went last year, despite, I mean, everyone saw the soft schedule coming, but he did it. And as soon as Cohen went down, he was awesome as a fantasy asset to have. And now Cohen is coming back. Damian Williams is a part of this roster as well. But are we just overlooking the fact that maybe David Montgomery is just a good running back on this team now?
I don't know. I think it's kind of a falling grenade, and I don't really want to be the one to jump on it.
No one wants to be the one to jump on it, and that's causing him to go in like the end of the 4th, 5th round.
So positionally, I think he's going about right, where people haven't overreacted. And as a result, he's not overvalued within the running back group. He's going about where he should relative to other running backs. I'm just rarely taking running backs in the 4th, 5th round. Like, I am hammering receivers there. And with Montgomery, I'm really worried that, it's not only do you have Tariq Cohen, but like maybe I'm overvaluing the acquisition of Damian Williams, who I think is actually pretty decent and someone I've been taking at the very back end of drafts, where I think he can cut into Montgomery like a little bit everywhere. Tariq's going to cut into obviously the targets that Montgomery had, but it was just a perfect storm for Montgomery. Not only, and the soft schedule, and we do have to give him credit for, like, even though it was a soft schedule, he was still amazing. Like, he still performed more than he should have. But the combination of the soft schedule with he took every running back snap imaginable because they had absolutely nothing behind him. Even if Tariq Cohen gets hurt again, it's not the upside case from last season with Damian Williams there.
All right, so he's just falling in that dead range with Chris Carson and Josh Jacobs that you're just not going after.
Yeah, I think Carson's like okay, actually. Like, yeah, but yeah, like him, like Josh Jacobs, David Montgomery. I think it's like we're kind of nitpicking the value there, and when we like zoom out and we look at functionally, like, how much is this going to help my fantasy team? I don't know if the upside's worth the risk that a lot of these running backs just have there, just by the nature of the position.
We've already spoken about Allen Robinson very briefly, about how he's inside the top 15 receivers for sure. He could be a top 10 receiver. It depends on what kind of draft you're in. And do you worry about him with Fields at all? Because I feel like Dalton is going to be really good for Allen Robinson if he was just to start 17 games. It would just be, hey, I'll throw it to Allen Robinson. That's our play when we pass. With Fields, where he is going to be taking off running a little bit more, I just worry about that the overall passing volume will just be down for this team across the board.
I'm not too worried about it. Fields was extremely accurate in college. A lot of sharp people thought, honestly, he should have been in contention or maybe even the favored quarterback to go after Trevor Lawrence. And I know that didn't happen. He went QB4. He went meaningfully later than Lance, than Zach Wilson. But I'm treating him as if he's like a top 5 pick. And
well, I guess let me rephrase this.
But then, I think he's good.
Maybe I said this wrong though, because that he's good. Like, Dalton is bad now. So I feel like he's just going to lock on to his best player and just keep throwing to him. Fields, if he's better, maybe he has some more progressions where he can look down the field and gets more people involved. I feel like the target share will be higher for Allen Robinson if Dalton is the quarterback.
It may be, but I do think we sometimes overlook the systemic risk of a bad quarterback and the systemic upside of a good quarterback, what that can do just for the offense as a whole, where, I kind of would take Allen Robinson with a 25% target share with Justin Fields more than I would take him with, a 28, 29% target share with Andy Dalton. Like, give me Fields. Let's hope this offense runs more plays. Let's hope they're more efficient. There's more touchdowns. The catch rate for Allen Robinson is higher than it would have been with Dalton. The yards per catch is higher. So I still think it's a plus if Fields is in there over Dalton. Like, if Fields is good, I think we're still very happy, even if he's going to, I don't even think like Allen Robinson's going to command a wide receiver 1 target share, whoever the quarterback is. You are going to lose some overall pass attempts with some more rushing from Fields, but I don't think it's enough that you're rooting for Dalton to be the starter here over the course of the season.
Okay, so then you have Anthony Miller, Darnell Mooney, Marquise Goodwin's on this team. Who else? Javon Wims. Demir Bird is on this team. You know he's going to end up playing a role for a few weeks because he always just finds a way to wedge in there and get on the field. Very good special teams player. So that usually gets him in uniform. Then all of a sudden it's like, hey, we need a guy who's super fast to run down the field. They have like 3 of those guys who were like at wide receiver 4, 5, and 6. But do you have a lean between Miller and Mooney, or are they just both guys that you probably don't want?
Because I'm taking a lot of fields if I'm playing best ball leagues where I'm more cognizant of stacking, I think they're viable. Mooney's interesting in that he started to carve out a pretty big role and a really high ADOT, but like Trubisky and Foles, like they just could not get him the ball down the field. And I think that season with some more accurate passing, maybe, like we could be looking at it as a very different type of season if the downfield passing's there. What's tough is, the market is still like kind of on Mooney. So he's like fine for me where he's going. It does seem like everyone's completely written off Anthony Miller, and I've gotten him basically for free at the very end of drafts. And I'm kind of fine doing that. Like I don't have crazy expectations, but it can get pretty thin sometimes in these best ball leagues in rounds 16 through 20 on DraftKings. And Miller is one of the guys that I'm willing to take there.
Jimmy Graham and Cole Kmet. We talked about Kmet a little bit. Is Jimmy Graham's presence enough to hurt Kmet though? And that makes him not viable.
Yeah. I mean, it hurts Kmet. The way they use Jimmy Graham by the goal line, I don't know if that's changing. I think we have a changing of the guard clearly in terms of the overall snap rate, who's going to see more targets, and it's trending Kmet's way. And I like that. I think it's enough to make him a top 20 tight end. But yeah, we'd certainly rather Jimmy Graham not be there. And then maybe some of those goal line plays go just more directly to Kmet than they do to Graham. And Graham, like as old as he is, does seem to do pretty well in that role. So it's hard to, knock them too much for doing it that way.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but he used to play basketball, so he's pretty athletic.
Posting up in the end zone. Did you know Antonio Gates played basketball too?
I had not heard that. No, that is new news to me. Let's move to the Lions. Get this over with.
Oof.
Their win total is 5. 6-1 to make the playoffs, 20-1 to win the division, 66-1 to win the NFC, 151 to win the Super Bowl. Are they the leading contenders besides Houston, maybe, for the first pick?
I think so. I mean, they seem really bad. The way their coaches, Campbell, is going about things too isn't exactly a process that instills a lot of confidence in you. They're the type of team I could see playing in a negative game script a lot, but not playing as if they're in a negative game script.
That is it's funny because when I put in my projected rushing rate for the Lions, like when I did the Bengals, I had them at like a 38% rushing rate because if they get behind, they're just going to throw. They're not even going to try to run. And with the Lions, I actually have them at a 47% rush rate, which doesn't seem like it makes any sense, but it makes sense for Dan Campbell.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have them quite that high, but I'm with you. Like relative to what their pass rate should be, it's going to be very low. And it's tough. There's that conversation of like, do you just avoid offenses like this, or is there opportunity because no one wants to draft these guys? The depth chart stinks, so there's room for guys to grow. So they are an interesting team from a fantasy perspective because. And it's tough to weight that against, again, the systemic risk of the team. The offense is being really bad, but DeAndre Swift on a good team would be going very, very early. And now he's starting to slip.
So,
into the third round, maybe even to the back end of the third round. And TJ Hawkinson is one of the tight ends that you can take after the top 3 or 4 guys that actually has meaningful upside because he could lead the team in targets and he's actually good. So, and then as far as receivers go, you're not excited by anyone, but Rashad Perriman and Tyrell Williams are going wide receiver 70 plus, and one of them's going to have some value. And that's more of a best ball thing where I don't think they have these huge ceilings, but if you can get the wide receiver 1 on a team as your 8th wide receiver in best ball, like that's really good, even if the team stinks.
So let's talk through these guys. Goff, any interest whatsoever?
So Goff, I have no interest in. I just don't see any upside here. I have zero interest in Goff. I know my friend Anthony Amico, who does our dynasty stuff at ETR, he kind of likes Goff a little bit, but man, the combination of going from McVay to Campbell, the Rams receivers to the Lions receivers, there's no rushing upside. I just don't see it. Like, what's the best case? He's QB 18. And like, do I really care if he's QB 18 instead of QB 29? No, I don't care.
Okay. Running backs. You mentioned DeAndre Swift, and he might slip down into the third round. People are kind of, he's actually trending a lot like Joe Mixon, which is really weird because Mixon's in such a better spot, at least in my mind. The biggest thorn here is I think they're going to use a lot of Jamal Williams. Like, I don't want to draft DeAndre Swift where he's still going.
Yeah, it's like Swift, people overreacted to the Anthony Lynn comment about Jamal Williams where they viewed him as an A back, and Swift really started to drop. I'm looking at our updated ADPs as of today, and it does look like some of that's like leveled off and you aren't getting the discount as much. If he falls to the 3-4 turn, like, I'm very interested. I think this is one of the few running backs in this range that has legitimate upside because he's a really talented player. And I think he could get peppered with targets. I mean, I have a pretty conservative target share on him, and Jack Miller was, giving me a little bit of trouble because I only had like targets in the 50s for DeAndre Swift. And a lot of projection systems have him catching 50 plus balls. I know Mike Clay.
I do as well. I have him catching 52 balls.
So it's hard for him to be bad if he's going to catch 50 plus balls, right? Like, even if Jamal Williams is involved, if you're as talented as DeAndre Swift, and I don't know, am I overrating that talent? Like, that's possible, but I don't think he's going to carry the ball less than Jamal Williams.
No.
And if I'm getting 50 catches and a split rush roll from like a young dynamic running back on a team that we mentioned, like, they're going to run the ball more than they should anyways. They're probably going to run the ball a lot by the goal line. I still think there's upside here. I don't think it's a smash, but he's at least interesting in the third round.
So I have him as running back 14 in PPR when the projections run everything out. I think in reality, when I do my rankings, that he's going to be lower than that because I feel like you're even at running back 14, which is right around where he's being drafted right now. That's sort of his push value. Like, I don't know how much upside there is in this offense. And I gave him 50% of the carries. I gave him a 12% of the market share. You have to remember too that like Jamal Williams is such a good blocker that is just going to get him on the field in a lot of passing down situations. You feel like that's one of the main reasons that he was brought in. And then knowing this team, they're going to use like two other guys that we haven't even heard of yet.
Yeah. I mean, I have him RB16, so we view him similarly. I do think there's, as bad as the team is, there's like an upside case here that, there might not be for some of the other like late third round running backs, but it would have to be late third round because we already hit on, like, at the turn,